Chapter 1. What the hell is this place? The fox Xiao in the author's imagination. Image found online. Infringement will be deleted. What the hell? Where the hell is this? A familiar string of curses sounded. Shuyao opened her eyes and mumbled, Sheener, keep your voice down. If you attract zombies, I sure as hell won't be able to fight. Damn? Holy shit. Shuyao stared at the scene in the room, her beautiful eyes wide open, her face full of astonishment. Her small cherry mouth gaped into an adorable O, and the pinkness of her cheeks, once like peach blossoms, had drained pale with fright. Her large, soul-stirring eyes looked like a startled fawn's, filled with disbelief and panic. Two double happiness characters made of newspaper paste were stuck on the wall. On the floor sat a legless table propped up with wooden blocks, and beside it stood two chairs whose colors were indistinguishable. Two wooden shelves held slightly worn red boxes, on top of which lay a mirror covered in fingerprints and a wooden comb with teeth sparser than her baby teeth. Shuyao threw back the quilt and looked down at herself. She wore a distinctly old-fashioned white undershirt, and beneath it was inexplicably bare. The dark red bloodstains on the sheets and the blotchy red marks on her body all told her without a doubt what she had been through last night. Damn it, my 20 years of chastity are gone just like that. Which son of a bitch did this? I'll chop off your little balls and feed them to the zombies. Shuyao groped for the underwear by the bed and shoved it on haphazardly, cursing. Who has such terrible taste? Even my grandma would think this style is tacky. When she came outside, her two best friends were standing there glaring at each other, but when Shuyao looked at the two with long hair, she paused slightly and tentatively said, rather than being driven crazy by the zombie, Sang Yi finished for her. It's better to go mad on purpose. Luo Xin breathed a sigh of relief. No more mental burnout, the three sisters said together. We deserve to be enshrined at the imperial ancestral temple. No sooner had the words fallen than Shuyao burst into loud laughter. Sang, Sheener, where did you two get those wig clips? I still prefer your old hairstyles. Sang Yi ground her teeth and said, Fox Xiao, is that really what you're focusing on? Look at our current situation, aren't you furious? Luo Xin wailed, face streaked with tears. Did we get killed by zombies and sent to hell? But is hell this shabby? Shuyao's smile froze on her face. Yeah, where is this? And which bastard raped me last night? Sang Yi's face showed a flicker of discomfort. I want to know too. Luo Xin covered her neck. Damn it, if I catch him, I'll skin him alive. Just as the three sisters stood there, bewildered, an old woman wearing a patched jacket walked in. You wretched sluts. It's your first day of marriage and you're still sleeping at this hour? Are your skins too tight and you want me to loosen them for you? Letting the men go hungry to work in the fields, did you feed your consciences to the dogs? Want me to send you back to your natal homes and let a shower of spit drown you? Everyone get moving. The fourth household cooks, the fifth household tends the fire, the sixth household chops wood. Hurry up. The three were scolded into even more confusion. Auntie, have you grown tired of living? It's been 3 years since the end of the world, and there's still such arrogant creatures around. Shuyao narrowed her eyes. Are you talking about us? Old Madame Ji put her hands on her hips, spitting angrily. Did you get your brains full of shit sleeping? Or what? If I don't let you cook, do you expect meth mother-in-law to cook for you? Each of you is lazy as can be. And you still have the nerve to demand $30 in betrothal money from each person. I don't think you're worth 3 cents. Get to cooking. Sang Yi wanted to rush over and start fighting, but Shuyao grabbed her, forced a smile and said, we'll do it right away. Where are the rice and flour? Luo Xin kicked the small stool beside her. She was about to say hell, but Shuyao clapped a hand over her mouth. Old Madame Ji rolled her eyes, produced a key and opened the cabinet in the corner that had gone dark with grime. Then half her body crawled inside. Sang Yi lifted her foot, intending to kick at the exposed rear. But Shuyao held her back, squinting and shaking her head. Alright, that's it. You lot stayed up so late you missed lunch. Steam a pot of corn buns. There are vegetables in the yard. Take a few cucumbers and some scallions from Old Fort's house and make 4 dishes. And here are 8 eggs. There are 8 men at home. Scramble a plate of eggs for them. Shuyao took the half basin of cornmeal and the 8 eggs and nodded. Okay, well, go right away. After Granny Ji left, Luo Xin's chest heaved with anger. Where did that old witch come from, daring to speak to me like that? Fox Xiao, why did you drag me and Sang into this? I really want to kick her into the cupboard. Shuyao tapped Luo Xin's head. Can you think of anything besides Appa? Look at our situation now, and at that old woman's attitude. Does this look like the end of the world to you? The three of us have survived 2 years in the apocalypse. Aside from being able to scavenge supplies in large quantities the first year, where were there still things to search for starting the second year? This half bowl of cornmeal may be a bit darker in color, but it doesn't have a trace of mildew. Does that mean? It means there are no zombies here at all. People here are still living normally. Sang Yi frowned. Could it be that we were rescued by the people here when zombies surrounded the city? Impossible. We've traveled through provinces from Shandong to Jiangsu over the past 2 years. Where would there still be places without zombies? Luo Xin nodded in agreement. It's unlikely they'd rescue us. I let that disgusting guy with maggots all over his face bite my leg. Just now when I was dressing on the bed I checked. Me beautiful leg is still as long, as straight, as slim as ever, without a single wound. Whose healing power is that strong? Shuyao knew there was nothing they could figure out by arguing, so she grabbed the two of them and left the room. They looked around east and west and finally found a vegetable garden behind the house. Luo Xin casually pulled off 3 cucumbers and handed one to each of the others. Sang Yi refused to eat, disgusted by the dirt. And Shuyao's appetite was gone from thinking. Luo Xin wiped hers roughly in her armpit and then bit into it with a crunch. Holy crap, not bad, so juicy, tastes great. Shuyao picked a few more. Sang Yi pulled a few scallions from the base of the wall, and the group returned to the kitchen. Luo Xin swallowed the last bite of cucumber, and they picked up knives and began cooking. Sang Yi tossed the scallions into the water jar and shook it. The fresh dirt clouded the whole jar. Luo Xin cut the cucumber into decorative shapes. 1 plate of cucumber strips, 1 plate of cucumber chunks. Taking the clean scallions from Sang Yi, she cut 1 plate into lengths and the other straight into chopped scallions. Shuyao stayed busy too, cracking 8 eggs directly into the cornmeal basin, stirring a few times and tossing it into the big pot to start the fire. Their outdoor survival skills were strong, and it didn't take them long to get the fire going. A few people clapped their hands, laughing together. Luo Xin laughed in a honking voice. Done? Sang Yi looked outside. No one there. If that old hag comes back in a bit, I'll be awkward to talk. Let's go out and find somewhere to talk. Shuyao agreed. The group crept stealthily, bending to move along the windowsill, but when they reached the sill of one room they heard the conversation inside. Chapter 2. 3 sisters all enter the book. Sweet girl Luo Xin likes Appa. I, Nian Sherlan, am clever for a lifetime, foolish for a moment. How could I have looked at these 3 hussies and agreed to the matchmaker? I brought home one lazier than the next, and they even dare glare at me. This is how they act on the first day of marriage. How are we supposed to live from now on? Aunt, don't be too upset. Once the daughters-in-law are married in, they'll be living under your roof. Won't they have to obey you then? The days have only just begun. You just need to set the rules for them now. A household without rules can't be well ordered. It needs you to run it. That's right, mother. Big sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, and third sister-in-law have only been married a few days and you've already got them well in line. Big sister-in-law has all sorts of schemes, but you tamed her. Those 3 hussies can't possibly escape your 5-finger mountain, can they? Ryu, Sharo, you two really are my little cotton-padded jackets. In this house with so many daughters-in-law, only Ryu truly understands my thoughts. Sharo not only looks like her mother, she even knows what mother is thinking with such obedient daughters. How could I not dote on them? Yes, Auntie Jiru is so beautiful because she takes after you. Just looking at her you can tell how pretty you were when you were young. Even counting 4th sister-in-law, none of the daughters-in-law compare to you. Old Mrs. G snorted coldly. Don't even get me started on that one from 4th's family. Matchmaker Wong wasn't wrong. She's got the face of a vixen. Not just 4th, even this old woman would get dizzy staring at her for long. That temptress skin is so tender you could squeeze water out of it. Hiding under the windowsill, Shuyao lifted a hand to touch her cheek and nodded very approvingly. Sang Yi signaled to the 2 people behind her. The few of them crouched along the windowsill and slipped out. At this time most of the men were working in the fields, and the women who weren't working were at home cooking. On the road the 3 of them only saw a few small children. Luo Xin had a sweet, girlish face. Her big eyes were as clear as the starry sky. Whenever the group needed to socialize over the past few years, she was always the one to step forward. Sang Yi was too lazy to deal with outsiders, and Shuyao was too conspicuous and might attract unnecessary trouble. Little girl, sister's asking you if we want to gather some firewood. Can you tell me where there's the most? Luo Xin called a little girl over and asked. The sallow, thin little girl looked at the Baijit sister in front of her, hunched her shoulders and pointed toward the distance. There's the most down by the foot of that mountain. Luo Xin touched her head and smiled sweetly, thanks. The group hurried down toward the foot of the mountain, and 20 minutes later they finally arrived. Luo Xin wiped the sweat from her face and said breathlessly, "This mountain is really tall. I wonder if there's anything tasty in the mountain." Sang Yi raised a hand to fan herself. "Shiner, do you still have your water ability? Give me some water." Luo Xin shook her head. "When I first woke up all I looked at was my beautiful legs, and they're still as pretty, but my water ability is gone." Shuyao waved her hand lightly, and a case of mineral water appeared before them. "Sister Fox's space is still here, drink up. There's plenty." The two almost jumped for joy. As long as the space stayed with her, everything else was trivial. After finishing the water, Shuyao pulled out a box of pizza, 3 hamburgers and 3 boxes of fries. The 3 sisters, ravenous, gobbled everything down. After they were full, Sang Yi spoke. "Fox Xiao, are you familiar with the name Yan Shirlan?" Luo Xin added, "Consort Hua." Shuyao tapped her head. "Why, your second great-uncle, didn't you hear that dead old woman under the windowsill say her name was Yan Shirlan?" Luo Xin smoothed her hair. "Don't keep hitting my head. I'm already stupid if you knock me into being any dumber. Will you take care of me?" Shuyao affectionately rubbed her little face. "You heartless little thing, how else would I take care of you? Who's been providing the food, drink, and things you've used these past 2 years?" Luo Xin laughed heartily. "Carefree. I'm a lucky fool. Who else but me got lucky and saved Sang Sang? Otherwise I wouldn't have ended up with you too. Without you I would have died 800 times over. You and Sang Sang are my reborn parents, my goddess, my idol." Shuyao immediately cut in. "Isn't your idol Du Minjun?" Sang Yi shook her head and interrupted their bickering. "Fox Xiao, be serious. Do you feel any sense of familiarity?" Shuyao smiled. "Of course there's a sense of familiarity. We both read about an evil mother-in-law in a novel. What was the title again? Oh, The Ambitious Beauty Maneuvers Through the 1970s with her husband. Right?" Sang Yi nodded. "I remember that. After we finished it we went out and killed over 100 zombies to vent. The book is still in your space, right? The heroine was called Yen Ruyu, the hero Ji Yen. I remember you even said the author was sick in the head for giving the male lead a name that sounds like chicken asshole." Luo Xin listened, bewildered. "How can you remember a whole novel so clearly? We've been the 3 of us together for 2 years, and I don't know about the things you're talking about. That means you two must have read this book at least 2 years ago." Shuyao ground her teeth and replied, "We remember it clearly because in that book the cannon fodder females 1 and 2 are called Shuyao and Sang Yi, spelled exactly like our names. In the book we were just stepping stones for the heroine. They painted me as a seductress, always chasing men. Even the old bachelors weren't spared, and as a so-called positive character the heroine did nothing but denounce me and spend her days catching me in the act." Sang Yi went on. "And the Sang Yi in the book was a simple-minded brawler. Her end was that she angered a local thug and was beaten to death by a mob with sticks." Luo Xin asked, "Does that book mention someone called Luo Xin?" Shuyao hummed. "I only remembered it now. There is indeed someone with that name. We were co-sisters-in-law, each married to one of the male Li Ji Yan's older brothers. In the book you are even dumber than Sang Sang. Pure cannon fodder among cannon fodder. The heroine uses her mouth and hands for things. She handles the talking and you handle the actions. Shuyao's ending in the book was being gang raped to death by several drifters. Those drifters were ones Luo Xin brought over. After the incident you were reported by the heroine, and she even received a banner praising her impartiality." Luo Xin stood up so angrily she made a sound. "You fox Shuyao, give me the book." With a thought, Shuyao produced a novel from her hand whose cover showed an animated beauty and a handsome man. Luo Xin snatched it, quickly opened it, and began reading. Sang Yi took another sip of water. "Fox Xiao, I feel like we've come into the world of the book. Look. That dead old woman called the 2 girls in the house Ruyu and Zyro. Aren't they characters from the book? Right, Ruyu is obviously the heroine Yen Ruyu, and that Zyro's real name should be Ji Ro." Shuyao agreed. Luo Xin sat to the side reading the book while the 2 of them sat quietly waiting. Although the 3 were in turmoil, it was rare for them to be able to sit together and relax for a bit. During these years of the apocalypse, it had always been that when two people rested, the other stood guard. Whatever they did, it was always like that. Chapter 3: The Ji Family Sang Yi internet image will delete if infringing. On the other side, after work, the Ji family was already in an uproar. Grandma Ji let out a pig-slaughtering scream when she saw the things in the kitchen. "Ah, those three damned wretched nags. Causing such trouble and a person is missing. Are they trying to get me killed? This grain is so precious and they just waste it like this. 4th, 5th, 6th, hurry over and see what your new wives have done." The whole household ran toward the kitchen when they heard the commotion. Eldest brother Ji Jia and the youngest Ji Yan were at the front. Looking at the pot of chicken feed, Ji Yan twitched the corner of his mouth and fanned the flames, saying, "Such a foul-smelling cornmeal. Did a couple of the sisters-in-law put eggs in it?" Ji Posey howled and burst into tears, sitting on the ground slapping her thighs and wailing, "Damn it, what sin did I commit to marry these prodigal children? Those 8 eggs were to replenish the men in the family, and they've ruined them like this. An egg is 3 cents, 2.4 cents gone just like that. I'll strangle them and nobody stop me." As father Ji Chun looked at the 4th, 5th and 6th sons and said sternly, "You 3 bring your new wives back. This is outrageous. With behavior like wasting food, I could hold a meeting to criticize them." The 4th son Ji Yu frowned and said nothing. The 5th son Ji Ci laughed and joked, "Father, we're all family, holding a criticism session against them would reflect on you too, wouldn't it?" The 6th son Ji Zhua nodded, "Exactly. Father, as production team leader, you're responsible for production. If people in your household waste food, what will others think of you?" Yan Ruyu exchanged a glance with her partner Ji Yan, curled her lip and said, "5th brother, 6th brother, what you two said is all wrong. Precisely because uncle is the production team leader, he must be impartial and strict. For such a troublemaker, ideological education must be strengthened." Ji Ro chimed in beside her, "Sister Ruyu is right. I don't get to eat a single egg all year, and they wasted 8 eggs like that. How could we let them off easily?" Ji Yu sneered, "So what do you propose we do?" Ji Ro didn't detect the chill in Ji's words. "Of course, family discipline. If we don't drag her out for a struggle session, at least let mother vent. Has 4th brother forgotten mother now that he's got a wife? If mother falls ill from worry, can that vixen of a new daughter-in-law take responsibility?" Ji Yu angrily threw the towel around his neck into Ji Rao's face. "Mind your foul mouth. Yun Shuyao is my legally wedded wife, your 4th sister-in-law. Say another word about her and I'll take it out on you first." Ji Posey was about to back her younger daughter up when Zhang Yuhua on the wall clicked her tongue twice. "I'm telling you, Ro girl, now that a few of your brothers just took new wives, you, as the little sister-in-law, are already poking and prying. Be careful your reputation gets out and you end up an old maid at home." Ji Posey nimbly stood up and pointed at Zhang Yuhua on the wall, shouting, "Shut your stinking mouth. Mind your own business like a dog taking mice, none of your concern. My daughter is smooth and pretty. Only we have the right to pick on others. Keep talking nonsense and I'll tear your mouth apart." Zhang Yuhua sneered, "Smooth and pretty? Don't make me laugh. Before your new daughter-in-law came in, she could at best pass as fairly upright. Not to mention the appearance of your 4th daughter-in-law. Just look at the toes of the 5th and 6th row girl, can't compare. Jijua's new wife with those big watery eyes, now that's a beauty. Your Nian Sherlan may not be much, but she really has an eye. The wives she picked are truly good." Ji Posey was regretting marrying a few spendthrifts, and Zhang Yuhua just had to make a cutting remark. Now how was that any different from stabbing her in the chest? Yan Ruyu smiled at Zhang Yuhua. "Madam Zhang, what you said isn't right. You marry a wife for her virtue no matter how pretty she is. What use is it? Who wants a woman who can't run a household? Our Ji-Ro not only looks proper but is sensible and understanding. She's exactly the kind of fine woman every family would fight over." Jizai and Jijua both rolled their eyes in unison, and Jiyu stood frowning off to the side, lost in thought. Second brother Jili tried to smooth things over. "Mother, a few sisters-in-law have gone out, and this whole household still needs to eat. Let the eldest sister-in-law and my wife hurry and start cooking again. We'll be late getting to work this afternoon." Third brother Ji sneered. "Second brother, the food's all been ruined by a few sisters-in-law. What does mother have left to make? If you ask me, we might as well go to work hungry." The 3 sisters had no idea the Ji family were still arguing. Luo Xin roughly skimmed halfway through, so angry she nearly tore the book. Yun Shuyao quickly snatched it and threw it back into the space. "Okay, that's enough of a general idea. Hey, race the situation. Sang's wood element ability and Xiner's water element ability are gone. And my psychic ability is gone too. We're in the world from the book, but fortunately my spatial power still exists. Since we're here, we might as well settle in and take it step by step. This place is poor, but as long as we have food and drink, how could it be worse than the end of the world? Sang Yi stood up and stretched. Fox Xiao is right. At least there are no zombies here and the air's good. After sitting for an hour, I feel like I can breathe easier. Luo Xin also stood up and, imitating Sang Yi, stretched lazily. Yeah, we're still together. The three of us can live the same way anywhere. Shuyao was pulled up by the two of them, and the three of them laughed as they hugged. After hugging for a while, Sang Yi reminded Fox Xiao, check the things in your space, are they all there? The space isn't a supernatural power. It's a world inside Shuyao's heirloom bracelet. Shuyao and Sang Yi had lived together in the orphanage for as long as they could remember. Little Shuyao had always been pretty, and the other kids in the home, afraid she would take their chance at adoption, kept bullying her, calling her a fox spirit. Sang Yi stepped in when she was being attacked by a dozen children, small body blocking in front of her, taking a faceful of dirt without dodging. From then on, the two became inseparable, promising that if one was adopted the other would go too. No one would leave the other. Once, when little Shuyao failed to escape and was noticed by a wealthy woman, she smeared herself with the orphanage caretaker's aloe to avoid being taken. Not only did she break out in dense rashes, she ran a fever for a week straight. It was little Sang Yi who never took off her clothes and cared for her. Otherwise she might have been left brain damaged after that. Anytime potential adopters came to the orphanage, the two mismatched sisters would find an excuse to slip away, and over time the other children stopped bullying them. They grew up together until they were 18 and finally able to leave the orphanage. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last. Just after they used the money they had earned from part-time jobs over the years to rent a place, the apocalypse arrived. At first the weather could reach over 40 degrees Celsius. While Shuyao was repairing the air conditioner in their rented room, she accidentally cut her finger. Blood seeped into a bracelet she had worn since childhood and activated a mustard seed space. The space was initially as large as 3 soccer fields. The two of them were ecstatic and for a whole month went out every night to score zero-cost purchases. They cleaned out the malls, supermarkets, clothing stores, pharmacies, hardware stores, hospitals, police stations, and schools in that neighborhood. Chapter 4. The three sisters paused. A month later, torrential rains hit and the whole city became a water city. The two of them completely left their rented room, put on their gear, and began to wander. They drove the speedboat they had gotten at the pier and every night kept looting containers for dealerships, jewelry stores, companies. They even ransacked kindergartens, taking whatever they could. When hungry, they pulled out the food they'd taken from the space to fill their bellies. When tired, they found a high-rise hotel to sleep in. They lived every day in utter joy. The food placed into the space has preservative properties. Aside from being inaccessible to people, everything else is practically perfect. When they took over their 20th-something jewelry store, the space upgraded, expanding by more than double. This made the two of them even more excited. After clearing out one city, they moved on to another, looting as they went. Zero-cost acquisition became increasingly effortless for them. After the heavy rain came polar day, and after the polar day came polar night. The space grew to the size of about 20 football fields. From clothing, food, housing and transportation to all kinds of luxury goods, vehicles and weapons requisitioned from police stations. If they could imagine it, they could get it. Half a year later, after the natural disasters had passed, a zombie virus emerged. Shuyao awakened a psychic power, and Sang Yi awakened a wood-based ability. The two of them resumed days of killing zombies and leveling up. During this time they arrived at a national base and met many people who wanted to team up with them to go on missions. But repeated experiences being used as cannon fodder left them exhausted. Worse, many men's lecherous thoughts toward the two of them stirred jealousy in some women, who began to ostracize them again, making them feel like they were back at the orphanage. After living together at the base for 3 months, the two chose to leave and live alone. Where there are many people, there are many troubles, and apart from each other they could hardly trust anyone else. The rule of the apocalypse is that the strong rule. Not living at the base meant living daily in peril. Beauty is confidence in a harmonious society, but in a cannibalistic apocalypse it is a disaster. They dared not go where crowds gathered. Although both had supernatural powers, others did too. When they ran into other teams with more men, they could only flee in panic. Once, the two were scattered while being chased by more than 20 old men. Shuyao was hidden by Sang Yi in a junkyard. She herself was not so lucky, chased up to the rooftop of the 30th-something floor. Below, zombies swarmed everywhere. And across from her were more than 20 beasts in human clothes. She thought she would surely die. Just then, Luo Xin appeared. Luo Xin was still a sophomore during the extreme heat. After her parents divorced, no one cared for her. The only grandmother at home died of illness in her freshman year, so she had no relatives. She always stayed with her dorm roommates, who told Luo Xin she could choose to live with any one of them. Luo Xin was deeply moved. But not even half a month had passed when the three sisters who had spent every day and night together sold her out just to catch a lift for part of the way. From then on, she never trusted anyone again. For the next year she was almost entirely on her own, making a home wherever she could. She survived natural disasters, and when the zombie virus broke out she awakened water-based powers. Besides fighting zombies, she bartered water with other water-short teams for food. The rest of the time she hid behind an abandoned electrical box on the rooftop, where she made herself a little nest and managed to get by. Luo Xin couldn't stand by and watch a girl die in front of her. Having lived on that rooftop for so long, she naturally had many ways to save herself. She activated the trap she had made, wiped out more than half of the men, then grabbed Sang Yi's hand and following the rope, jumped down at the critical moment. Luo Xin kicked open the window on the 28th floor. And the two just barely escaped disaster. I can never repay the debt of being saved. Luo Xin was the second person after Sang Yi that Lung Meiren sank into her heart over these years. Aside from Shuyao. If she hadn't helped then no one would have noticed her existence, but she didn't hide. Facing more than 20 brutal men she stepped forward without hesitation. Like a ray of light giving her hope to keep living. Although Shuyao escaped death at the dumping ground, she almost cried herself to death there worrying about Sang Yi. When she heard that Luo Xin had saved Sang San's life, she nearly fell to her knees to kowtow to her on the spot. From then on the two sisters became three. They huddled together for warmth and survived wave after wave of zombie attacks. The three sisters found a cave that could just fit a camper. Apart from going out to fight monsters and level up, the three lived in the camper. Shuyao treated Luo Xin as a genuine sister and did not hide the matter of the space from her. Back at the base she had already discovered that someone had awakened the space ability, and the third year of the apocalypse, the zombies evolved faster and faster. Their abilities had all risen to level 5, and Shuyao's mental ability had even reached level 6. The cave was very comfortable. But if they didn't go out to kill zombies their abilities would stagnate, and over time they would be eliminated by the apocalypse. During the zombie siege, Luo Xin was bitten on the leg, and Shuyao was wounded by the zombie king while saving Sang Yi. The two good sisters had already fallen. Sang Yi lost the will to keep fighting, and the three ultimately died in that final confrontation. Shuyao closed her eyes to feel it. The things they had collected over the years were still there. There was not the slightest change in the space. Don't worry, the space is bound to me. It's different from other space ability users. When they die their space items burst out, mine won't. Those things are also part of me, so even if I die in the zombie siege, they're all in my mind. Luo Xin hopped and skipped like a little white rabbit. Fox Yao, I love you so much, what would I do without you? Sang Yi glanced at her. Sheener, are you worried about your long-legged oppa photos and the food? Luo Xin's big eyes flickered everywhere, looking at the sky and the ground but refusing to look at the two of them. Nonsense, I don't have any of that. Sang Yi ignored her and said to Shuyao, cut this damned hair of hers, she looks like a country bumpkin. Cut it back to my old hairstyle. Luo Xin raised her hand. Cut my hair back into my sweet girl bob too. It's a pity that curls aren't in fashion here anymore. Fox Yao, your wavy perm is off the table. The book's timeline should now be the summer of 1972. Most women wore plaits or ear-length short hair. Big waves really couldn't be permed anymore. When the three sisters weren't going out into caves to fight monsters, they were experimenting with various dishes to have ready, or taking turns dressing each other up. Haircuts, perms, dyes, manicures, eyelash extensions, skincare, even SAP treatments that were almost professional level. Luo Xin went out first to scout. Shuyao released their RV and, leading Sang Yi, climbed in ahead. In less than half an hour, Sang Yi's hair had been cut into a clavicle-length style, and Shuyao even gave her a quick perm. You couldn't tell it at first glance, but it looked ridiculously cool. Sang Yi was actually very pretty too, just not as showy as Fox Xiao. Besides, she didn't care that much about her looks if they hadn't been close friends. She wouldn't have bothered learning so many skills. Sang Yi had a cool, aloof temperament. With long hair she always seemed a little off. After cutting it short, Shuyao finally felt like herself again. The two of them took out a solar charging panel and a kettle, then fetched several buckets of water to heat. They comfortably took showers in the bathroom, threw away the old undershirts and panties, and put on modern, matronly bras and underwear. Shuyao pouted, "That's not much different." Sang Yi looked at the view on Fox Xiao's chest. Even an auntie-style, hideously unfashionable bra made that damned girl look so sexy. Inwardly she cursed the man from last night. Her beloved cabbage raised since childhood had been snatched by him. It's very different. Two Milky and Auntie are generations apart. Chapter 5. Three couples first meeting. Shuyao turned the space upside down and only found two large bags of decidedly dated clothes in an inconspicuous corner. Where did these two bags come from? Sang Yi glanced and said, "A design company's warehouse. Did you forget the logo? You even said it looked like a butt." Sang Yi picked a pair of straight black pants and a white top. Shuyao didn't find anything she liked, so Sang Yi chose an identical outfit for her. After they changed, Luo Xin came in. Shuyao also found several Omega watches for the two to wear. It was already past 3 in the afternoon and most people here should have gone to work. The group decided to go have another big meal. "Shiner, what should we do next, Hu Liao?" The book said that in this era you need some kind of letter of introduction everywhere. If we don't have one, we'll be treated like vagrants and arrested. But I don't want to live with that damn old woman. I'm afraid someone will end up dead. Luo Xin patted her chest and promised Sang, "I'll protect you. I may have lost my powers, but after all I survived 3 years in the apocalypse. I'm not afraid of one old woman." Shuyao corrected her. Sang means she's afraid she won't be able to stop herself from squeezing that old woman to death. Luo Xin widened her eyes. "Killing someone here is illegal, right?" Sang, "Don't be impulsive." Sang Yi clenched his fists. "Last night the few of us were forced into the bridal chambers. We didn't even see what the groom looked like. If we go back to that place, are we supposed to live revolving around men? I won't do that." Shuyao thought for a moment. "After we finish eating, let's go back and check the situation. If it's no good, we'll all get divorced together. We'll bribe some officials to get a recommendation letter and move somewhere else to live. During the day we'll rest in the RV in a secluded spot, and at night we'll travel through the night like before. I wonder if the sea in this era has any octopus weighing a few hundred tons." The two raised both hands and feet in agreement. "Hooray, let's go to Sanya. Probably hasn't been developed yet. Sunshine and beaches." They all sped up their eating. Shuyao then took out 3 contraceptive pills. "Take these. You can't have surgery here. If you get pregnant you'll have to give birth. What a hassle." After they finished eating, the 3 packed up the RV and went down the mountain. Over there, GUGCI and Jizuo, 3 brothers, didn't go to work in the afternoon. The 3 of them have gone crazy looking for their wives. "Fourth brother, do you think the 3 of them left together? They wouldn't all have been sent back to their mothers' homes after being scolded, would they?" Jizua asked with his head hanging. Dai's face was so cold it could freeze. "No. The Yun family men are all about saving face. If your 4th sister-in-law had gone back to her mother's house, they would have returned her by now. Besides, the 3 of them didn't know each other before this, so they shouldn't have gone far." Dai kicked at a stone by his feet. "My wife probably didn't go home either. Her mother's place is the farthest. If she walked back it would take 3 hours. She wouldn't be able to travel that far today." Jizua asked in puzzlement, "Why can't she go far? Is 5th sister-in-law hurt?" GCI glanced at him with disdain. "You tell me why. Last night the bed in your room creaked all night, and today your wife can still walk 3 hours. What, are you too small?" It took Jizua a long moment to catch his meaning. His face flushed as he lunged at Jisa. "Who are you calling small? I'm not small at all. I'm the mightiest." GCI dodged while taunting him. "Mighty my foot. You think you're more mighty than 4th brother? Even if I cut off your little beanpole it wouldn't be enough to wash down my drink, so stop showing off." "Ah, 4th brother, you need to control GCI. He's mocking me. Judge for me. I'm not as big as you, but I'm still way better than other men. You saw when we went swimming in the river, didn't you?" Jiyu frowned and stood in place. "Enough. Can you two be a bit more sensible?" At 4th brother's shout, The two quickly put away their playful grins and obediently lowered their heads to take the scolding. Jiyu, bored of looking at them, walked up the mountain on his own. The three sisters chatted as they walked, planning the rest of their trip heading south. They would linger longer wherever the scenery was nice. If not, they'd set their destination as Hainan, sell off some of the stuff in their space. And then the three of them would build a big villa together, keep 2 dogs and 3 cats dogs to guard the house, and each would keep a cat as her son. As they walked, Sang Yi's smile faded. Someone's coming up. Hide first. The few of them nimbly climbed the tree. After several years of the apocalypse, climbing to avoid zombies was basic practice. In less than half a minute, all three had climbed onto the branches and sat down with a plop. Before long, the 3G brothers walked into the sisters' line of sight. Luo Xin, a total looks lover, was buzzing with excitement, rubbing her hands like a fly. Holy crap, girls, these men are pretty good looking. This place is so backwards, yet it can raise such very Korean-style guys. Look at the one at the back, doesn't he look like Jong-sik Appa? And the one in the middle, holy crap, his looks are insane. Look at those long legs, longer than my life. I just don't know if he has abs. Shuyao continued commenting. The one in front is not bad, has that soldier vibe like those actors in the entertainment industry who served. I like him. Sang Yi snorted coldly. So what if he's handsome? It doesn't fill your stomach, and being so tall means he eats more than others. So what if his legs are long, his pants need 2 more feet of cloth than everyone else's? Who can afford to support that? While the few were enthusiastically chirping, Jiyu suddenly looked up and saw 3 heads gathered together in the tree, chatting happily. Jci and Jijua saw their 4th brother lift his neck and look up. Reflexively they followed his gaze. At that, Jijua tugged on his throat and shouted, "What are you doing?" A few people split their heads apart. Sang Yi glared at them and said, "None of your damn business." Jiyu looked at the branch, which was wavering under the weight of the 3 men, and said with a cold expression, "Get down immediately." "What the? Who do you think you are, big brother?" "Wait. Are people here all this arrogant? In the apocalypse we hid and grouped up because we feared their supernatural levels were too high. Here are we supposed to be afraid of you ordinary people?" Shuyao gave a charming smile, propped her chin with one hand and raised an eyebrow as she asked, "Big brother, why do you want us to get down? Do you mean to assault us?" GCI snorted out a laugh. "Sister-in-law number 4, what do you call my 4th brother? This big brother." Shuyao was stunned. "Sister-in-law number 4? 4th brother?" The curse that slipped out already came out. "You're my 4th brother." Sang Yi Loxin looked at the cleverest of the sisters, the Fox Yao, with an expression that was hard to describe. "Sister, don't you want to check what you're saying? What do you mean, your 4th brother?" Jiyu walked to the tree, then used both hands and feet, moving with the agility of a leopard. In the blink of an eye he had climbed the trunk. In a few swift movements he reached Shuyao's side, without the slightest hesitation grabbed her arm, then looped it around his neck and prepared to descend. Shuyao was so frightened her face lost its color. Her long graceful legs clung tightly to Ji's waist, afraid of falling. Ji's ears flushed red like a fully cooked shrimp, and the two of them, each harboring their own thoughts, reached the ground. Chapter 6. Negotiation. Sang Yi and Luo Xin were whispering in the tree. Sang. According to the book's plot, we're sisters-in-law, so the other 2 must be last night's grooms. Which one do you say is yours and which is mine? I like the one who looks like Zhongshu Appa. If he's your man, can you give him to me? We're real sisters, you wouldn't be that possessive over one man, would you? Before Sang Yi could answer, Jijua shouted up from below, "Wife, I'm coming up to save you right away, don't be afraid." GCI looked at Sang Yi and said, "I'll come up to save you after 6th brother rescues 6th sister-in-law. Wife, grab onto the branch next to you." Sang Yi let out 2 forced laughs. "No need to give him up. He's exactly your appa." Luoxin's eyes sparkled. "So last night you slept with such a handsome man? Ah, then I wipe your drool, it's coming out." Luo Xin made a sucking sound, lifted a hand to touch the corner of her mouth, and patted Sang Yi's shoulder. Sang, you lied to me." I saw her patting his wife and sharply slapped Jijua's arm. "Control your wife, don't be groping your 5th sister-in-law." Jiyu put Shuyao down. "Hey, are you okay? Why did you climb so high?" Shuyao crossed her arms and sized up the man in front of her. He had a tough-looking face. Could he be that innocent? He didn't even dare look at her. Why was he stammering when he spoke? "The view up there is nice. I was bored so I went up to take a look." What's wrong with that? Jiyu stole a glance at her. That look made his neck flush. Okay, be careful. Daisai and Jijua brought their own wives down as well. The 6 of them found a place to sit. Whatever had happened in the morning, they needed to clear the air. In the book, several of them had already obtained marriage certificates, and even if they went to Hainan, they would need their cooperation to get divorce certificates. Jiyu took off his jacket and spread it on a rock. Looking at Yun Shuyo's shoes, he said, "You sit on this, the ground is cold." Gci imitated fourth brother and took off his vest for Sang Yi to sit on. Jijua anxiously scratched his ears and cheeks. He wasn't wearing an undershirt, just a sailor's striped shirt. If he took it off, he'd be bare-chested. Even if he was willing, would the 2 older brothers want that? Luo Xin watched the man pacing in place, then plopped down beside Sang Yi. "I'll sit with Sang." Gci looked at Sang Yi and asked, "You two became that close in just one afternoon?" Yun Shuyao leaned on Sang Yi's shoulder and said lazily, "Wherever there's oppression, there's resistance. You and I were both mistreated by your mother. We're in the same boat. It's only natural we'd get close, right?" Jiyu watched his pretty wife leaning on his 5th sister-in-law's shoulder and felt a little put out. Without showing it, he moved a bit closer to Yun Shuyao and even angled his shoulder on purpose. But Yun Shuyao didn't even spare him a glance. Gci glanced at Ji's expression, then at the 4th sister-in-law. "Of course it's normal. 4th sister-in-law, don't take it to heart. My mother has been unreasonable for more than a day or two. Sorry you had to endure it." Jijua crouched on the ground looking at Luo Xin. The more he looked, the more delighted he felt. How could she be this cute? "Wife, did you go to the county with the 2 sisters-in-law? You even bought the same clothes, spent all the betrothal money, didn't you? Do you have any money left on you? And why did you get your hair cut?" Gci also looked at Sang Yi and said, "Yeah, wife, why did you cut your hair short?" Jiyu was not talkative. He stared intently at Yun Shuyo's ponytail and thought she was the most beautiful woman not just in the nearby villages, not just in the whole county. Even though several people wore the same clothes, she was still the prettiest, prettier than a fairy. Sang lazily glanced at Gci. "Where we go and what kind of haircut we get is our freedom. We're not sold to your familito. We have to dress and groom according to your mood." Yun Shuyao didn't say anything, but the way she looped her arm around Sang Yi's neck told them she was thinking the same as her. Luo Xin was a little torn. She wanted to run into the sunshine and onto the beach, but she also liked the silly dog in front of her who looked at her with so much affection. It felt like the star shed chased for years had suddenly confessed to her. And her heart was pounding non-stop. I crouched down and looked at Sang Yi with a wronged expression. "Wifey, if you're angry you can hit me or scold me, as long as you can vent. Buy whatever clothes you want, any haircut looks good to me." Releasing Jiyu leaned a little closer to Yun Shuyo's direction. "I still have the private money I earned from hunting. I'll give it all to you when we get home. Go buy a few more pieces." Yun Shuyao. "Noach of you is lowering yourselves like this, punching into cotton. How are we supposed to talk about divorce now?" Yun Shuyao stood up. "Your house is too chaotic. Not only is there an unreasonable mother-in-law, but there's also a willful, spoiled younger sister-in-law. That one called Yen Ruyu Golden House is an even bigger troublemaker. We've discussed it among the 3 of us. For the harmony of your Ji family, you should leave now and we won't see you out." She said it on purpose. Divorce in this era was a huge matter. No one would divorce unless absolutely necessary. Besides, the man in front of her was exactly her type. She still wanted to learn more about him. Sun, sand, and a man only children would choose. She could have it all. Why not take it with her? But taking advantage of today, she had to let these men know they weren't to be messed with. She didn't want, when some conflict with that old woman arose later, for the big men to say to them, "It's not easy for my mother to have raised us. You should respect her and be more tolerant." That would just make her furious. And that Ji Rao and Yun Shuyao heard her speak, her palms itched. The Ji family had 7 sons and only that one sister. If they were going to side with their sister later, they might as well part ways today. No matter how much she pleased them, she couldn't endure a suffocating life for even one day. After hearing her, Ji's face turned so cold it could freeze people to death. When Gci and Jijua gaped in surprise, he snapped up and stood as well, his hands trembling with nerves. "Divorce?" Yun Shuyao gave 2 short laughs. "What, are you heartbroken about the betrothal gifts? Don't worry, sister will return them to you. It won't stop you from marrying the next one." Jiyu really panicked. He stormed up to her, his face black, and asked, "Why do you want to leave? You just don't want to see them split the family. I exaggerated even more. So scared his legs went weak. With a thud he knelt before Sang Yi. I won't get a divorce either. I was wrong. Can you hit me once to vent your anger? Sang Yi. Jiju's eyes were red with anxiety. He looked at Luo Xin pitifully. Wife, if you're going to leave with the two sisters-in-law, won't you leave me? Luo Xin. Chapter 7. Fighting in a group. Yun Shuyao broke free from Ji's hold and began to lay down conditions. We don't have to divorce, that's fine, but we have a few conditions. If you all agree to them, then we'll go back home with you. Ji nodded heavily. By now he could no longer care about being shy. His pair of jet black eyes, like deep whirlpools, trembled violently beneath long, thick lashes, looking particularly shattered and helpless, as if they could break apart at any moment. The three sisters exchanged glances. Sang Yi said, first, your mother is completely unreasonable. We can't do what she says just because she says it. Luo Xin pulled Jijua to his feet. Second, your sister is spoiled and willful. If she ever wrongs any one of us in the future, we won't be polite. Yun Xiao nodded. Third, that Yen Ruyu probably hasn't married into your family yet, right? I don't care whether she's your brother's partner or your younger brother's. She'd better stay out of our sight. The three of us are united. Don't blame us if we turn our faces against her. Sang Yi gave a hum. And fourth, we can do your household chores since we're new. But we won't serve your whole family. If you keep ordering us around like training dogs to do this and that, it's not just about wasting food. Luo Xin added the last point. Fifth, we won't farm. We absolutely refuse to work in the fields. If anyone makes us work, I'll slap her dead. Brothers always stick together, so of course they nodded in agreement quickly. G's voice was clear and hoarse. Looking at Yun Xiao with resolve, he said, you don't need to go out to work. I can support you. You can rest at home and don't have to do anything. Jijua tentatively said, fourth brother, fifth brother, why don't we propose splitting the family when we go back? Ji thought for a moment. We will divide the family sooner or later, but we can't be the ones to propose it. We have to let our parents bring it up. GCI completely refused to believe it. That could never happen. How could father, that stubborn old man, possibly agree to split the family and live separately? The three sisters didn't care about that. They agreed to the conditions, planned to try living together for a while, and if those men dared to pull that filial piety act on them, they could say goodbye. Then it wouldn't be too late. The six of them finished discussing and prepared to go home. It was already 5 in the afternoon. The workers were gradually leaving work and going home. Seeing the Ji brothers each walking with their wives, everyone was extremely curious that on the wedding day the bride had stayed inside even during the banquet. The female relatives at home only commented that she was pretty, and Ji Posey boasted everywhere that she'd married her sons to village beauties. People thought she was bragging, but they hadn't expected it to be true. Especially that wife of Gutsk. Look at that waist and those legs, slim indeed. This kid must have hit some damn good luck. If only she didn't have a big but obviously not great for bearing children. Dressed so neat and clean. Not at all like someone who lives a regular life. Marrying such a delicate flower would only be for show. Everyone felt much better after judging her inwardly, but there were still some unmarried greenhorns whose eyes went wide, and one even ran straight into a tree. G's face darkened as if it could drip water. He shot a furious glare at the man in the distance, his heart full of rage. Soon as they stepped into the courtyard, Granny G rushed over waving a stink-inducing broom. You bunch of rascals dare come back? See if I don't beat you to death. Yun Xiao snorted and turned to walk back. Sang Yi and Luo Xin of course followed her out. The brothers hurriedly pulled their wives back while blocking Granny Jijua raised his hand and grabbed the broom. He was tall. He snatched it and lifted it over his head. Mother, what are you doing? Granny G jumped on her toes, trying to reach the broom. Give it to me. Of course I'm venting. Don't you know what those hussy bitches did this morning? Should I keep such daughters-in-law around for the new year without beating them? I quickly sheltered Sang Yi and led her away. As they walked he called back, Mother, let's go home first. Your broom smells so bad when you sweep. It'll stink up my wife and she'll have no appetite for dinner. Grandma G spat. Someone like her still thinks she can eat? Eating shit would be more like it. I'll tell you, the grain they ruined today will come out of these past few days' rations. The three of them can forget about eating for the next few days. Ji stood in front of Yun Shuyao, frowning as he said, "Mother, the three of us earn full work credits every day. Just deduct it from our credits." Grandma's eyes popped with anger. "Bullshit. The work credits you earn are for the whole family. Why should their waste be deducted from yours? In your dreams." Sang Yi pushed GCI aside, picked up the wandering chicken on the ground and snapped its neck in an instant, grinning provocatively. "Fox Yao, if this old woman won't let us eat, tonight we'll stew this wandering chicken with potatoes. Make the potatoes soft, make lots of broth, and pour it over rice." Ji Posey slapped her thighs, screaming and shouting, "You damned slut, that hen was for laying eggs so the men at home could eat. And you actually killed a thievens overturned, heavens overturned. The children's father, eldest, second, third, come out quick. The sky is falling." Yun Shuyao walked over, took the chicken from Sang Yi's hands and handed it to Ji Zhua. "You pluck its feathers. We're improving the fare tonight." Ji Jia, Ji Li Jichen, the three brothers, and Ji Chunlin, their father, rushed out of the house. They stared in surprise at the chicken in Ji Zhua's hands. Ji Chun was the first to regain his composure. "Sixth brother, how did you kill the laying hen?" Sang Yi shot him a once-over. "I killed it. You got a problem?" Ji Chun, "Of course I have something to say. These are the family's chickens. Who are you to kill them whenever you please? If there are no egg-laying hens tomorrow and I want eggs, am I supposed to go ask fifth brother for them?" Luo Xin sneered, "Why are you so greedy? If you want eggs, buy them yourself. Why ask GCI? Is he your father?" Ji Chen's wife, Yi Qingqing, wouldn't stand for it. Like a fighting cock she rushed out, "Shut your motherfucking mouth, you little bitch. These chickens belong to the whole family. The eggs are naturally shared among our three branches. You lot killed them. If we don't demand compensation from you, who else will we ask?" Sang Yi walked over and slapped Yi Qingqing twice, the blows ringing loud. Everyone in the courtyard was stunned at why Yi Qingqing's face instantly swelled up, and she started shrieking, "You little bastard, how dare you hit me, I'll tear you apart today." Ji Chun pointed at GCI and cursed, "Fifth brother, you good for nothing. Are you just going to stand there and watch your wife bully your third sister-in-law? How long has your third sister-in-law been married into the family, and she still can't compare to someone who just got married in?" As he spoke, Sang Yi had already thrown Yi Qingqing to the ground, one hand choking her neck while the other kept slapping her mouth. "From now on, speak politely to your grandaunt, or you can forget having that mouth." Seeing GCI do nothing, Ji Chun went straight to grab Sang Yi's arm. GCI saw him lay a hand on his wife, took 2 or 3 long strides and rushed over, grabbed Ji Chen's wrist and pushed him away. "Third brother, isn't it boring when men interfere in women's fights? Whether I'm a coward isn't for you to decide. If I don't side with my wife, should I side with yours? Does your wife live with me? From now on, don't say thoughtless things like that. You'll only make the younger brothers laugh." Chapter 8, Establishing Authority. Sang Yi felt better after slapping him a dozen more times. She stood up, clapped her hands, and said to Ji Chunlin, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, "It was that old woman who said it. The work points earned by the Ji family brothers belong to the collective, so this chicken is partly theirs too. She won't let us eat. Isn't it right for us to find food ourselves?" Old Mrs. Ji scrambled up from the ground using both hands and feet, taking tiny hasty steps to stand in the middle of the crowd. "Why wouldn't I let you eat? Isn't it because you waste grain?" Yun Shuyao crossed her arms and walked over to stand beside Sang Yi. "When did we ever waste food? It was you who told us this morning to cook, and the 3 of us did it. We made 4 dishes. 2 plates of cucumber and 2 plates of scallions. Isn't that 4? Can't you count?" Jiro had just come out of the toilet and rushed over. Not having seen Sang Yi hit anyone. "You slut really know how to dodge blame. Whose household makes a dish of just chopped scallions and, after cutting them, leaves them on a plate? Has a donkey kicked you in the head?" Ji Chunlin and old Mrs. Ji were already too late to cover her mouth. Yun Shuyao looked at her coldly, suddenly grabbed Ji Rao's long braid, pressed the back of her head, and slammed her against the wall. "Are you fucking talking to me? The last person who dared talk to me like that has grass 3 feet high on their grave." As Ji Rao spoke, Ji Yu had already quietly stepped in front of Yun Shuyao, so when old Mrs. Ji came forward to help Ji Rao, Ji Yu held his mother back. "Mother, Ji Rao does have a foul mouth, but no matter what, my wife is her 4th sister-in-law. She came up and started cursing people and needs to be taught a good lesson." The chest of the spring air rose and fell as Ji Chunlin exclaimed, "4th brother, are you going to rebel?" Why are you laying a hand on your own mother? Hurry and tell your wife to stop, your sister's going to be beaten to death. Ji remained unmoved, letting Yun Shuyao drag Ji by the hair toward the bathroom. Since your mouth is so foul, I'll rinse it out for you again to sober you up a bit. Zhang Yuhua, leading her 2 grandsons, sat on the wall watching with great relish. Ji, you did the right thing. That Ro girl is really out of line. She opens her mouth and insults you, which shows she never respected you. Beat her. Ji Rao's head was struck so hard that stars danced before her eyes. With one hand she pried at Yun Shuyao's hand while bawling, "What are you doing? Let go of me." Yun Shuyao ignored how she was shouting, kicked open the board that had been blocking the latrine, grabbed the person and walked in. Ji Chunlin shoved his remaining sons. "Hurry up and go rescue your sister. Are you just going to stand here and watch her be bullied?" Ji Yu glared at Ji Jiajili. "And Ji Yan, let's see who dares to move today." When he spoke, the 3 really froze in place and didn't dare take a step. The 4th son usually said little, but when it came to fighting he really was reckless with his life. Ji Chunlin pointed at Ji Yes' nose and repeated several good words in succession. "Your wings have hardened. Our old Ji family can't tolerate a big Buddha like you, huh? Take that dead girl and get out. Leave the Ji family. I, Ji Chunlin, don't have a son like you." Ji Si and Ji Zhua stood behind Ji Yu and said steadfastly, "Father, if you want to drive 4th brother away, well, go with him." Ji Chunlin took a few steps back, one hand on his heart and the other pointing at the 3 brothers. "Unfilial sons. Unfilial sons. Do you want to kill your mother and me? We worked hard raising you and this is how you repay us? Aren't you afraid people will call you spine piercers for your rebellion and disobedience?" Over by the latrine, Yun Shuyao had already shoved Ji Ro down into the nearby pile of feces. She stepped out alone, rubbing her hands in disgust. "Old sir. You're a crow standing on an old so seeing others' blackness but not your own. What, only the child you raised as a child and the rest of us just popped out of the cracks in the stones? From the moment we married into your Ji family, that old woman has called us either cheap bones or slut every time she speaks to us. Did we marry in just to be insulted like this? Motherly kindness and filial piety, you think you're kind? And you dare to use that to morally manipulate us?" Zhang Yuhua and her grandson clapped loudly. "Well said." Ji Chunlin looked at her with contempt. "What business is it of yours what I say about my own son? Since when do women get to interrupt men? I spent the bride price. What's wrong with her woman scolding you a few times?" Yun Shuyao walked over and opened the front door, shouting outside, "Come and see. The elder of the Ji family openly admits buying and selling women." Sang Yi ran over and kept shouting. "The chairman said women hold up half the sky, but the old man of the Ji family still has such outdated thinking, doesn't respect women, and his words are full of contempt. Everyone come judge this. How could this matter do without little cutie Luo Xin? She's best at fanning the flames." The Ji elders instructed their son to beat his wife. He even said that when a woman is brought into the family she's meant to be beaten. This kind of thinking goes against the chairman's teachings. People like them are a cancer and should be criticized by everyone. The 3 sisters exchanged a glance, the corners of their mouths lifting. Dai Chenai Qingqing was momentarily stunned, then her face filled with disbelief. "What? You 3 have the nerve to beat someone and act like you're right? If you're not afraid of looking shameful, then call everyone over and let them judge this." Ji Chunlin's face flushed red, then pale, then dark in turns. Luo Xin teased, "Are you practicing face changing? Hey, the ant on the wall, look over here quickly, give him a good scolding." Zhang Yuhua, invited for the first time to watch the commotion up close, could no longer worry about the height of the wall. She hopped over with both legs and landed in the Ji family's courtyard, pulled a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket and started cracking them. The 3 sisters shouted at the door, and before long had drawn half the village. Some even came holding their rice bowls. Team leader Zhao Tingdong lost one of his shoes running. When he heard that the several new daughters-in-law of the old Ji family had gotten into a fight with the 2 elderly members, he thought he must be hearing things. "What's going on? What are you shouting about?" Yun Xiao pointed at Ji Chunlin and began to complain. "You're the squad leader, right? You're really young and promising. It's like this. Elder Ji openly admitted to buying and selling women. Isn't he supposed to be sent to the farm for re-education?" Zhao Tingdong looked at her in surprise. "Buying and selling women? Who bought whom?" Luo Xin raised her hand. "Of course us 3. He admitted it himself. He said he bought us back for 30 kwai. Not only can that old lady Ji beat and abuse us at will, he even instructed the 3 men of the Ji family to lay hands on us. Tell me, what kind of people can beat and abuse others at will? A landlord's maidservant? A capitalist's nanny? A wife bought to bear heirs? When she finished speaking, everyone drew a sharp breath. Ji Chunlin couldn't even stand steady, and had to lean on Ji Jia and Ji Li to keep himself upright. Is that what I meant? Sang Yi looked at him coldly. That's not what you meant, then what is? That kind of thinking is dangerous. You're clearly from a poor farming family, but deep down you have the mindset of a landlord. Yun Shuyao added. And that old Madame Ji, she goes around telling us not to eat, waving a broom and hitting anyone she pleases. That's abuse. I want to ask everyone, what kind of person would punish people by making them go hungry at the drop of a hat? The grown men and young lads in the group cooperated wholeheartedly, shouting loudly, beating people with a broom and refusing servants food. That's pure landlord matriarch behavior. Chapter 9. Full firepower. Yunshu spread her arms. Regimental commander, look, the people's eyes are sharp. The chairman taught us that where there is oppression there will be resistance. We were raised under the red banner. We must not be selfish. Even if they are my parents-in-law, even if they are my own father and mother, if they have such evil thoughts I must report them. They bear the red 5-category label but harbor black 5-category ideas. What do you think should be done about this? Zhao Tingdong's head was buzzing. She even invoked the chairman. What could he possibly say? Gugci Jizhua, what do you say? Your wives want to report your parents. Do you agree? Luo Xin retorted righteously, Captain, what do you mean by that? Do you want them to have their minds corrupted too? In other words, you also think the elders of the Ji family don't need to be criticized or reformed, right? Fine, I understand. If you won't handle it, I'll find someone who will. I'm going to the police station to file a report, to the Revolutionary Committee to complain, to the town leadership. Zhao Tingdong was startled. I didn't say I wouldn't handle it. Aren't I being considerate for you? You just married in yesterday and you'd report your in-laws on your first day. I'm worried you'd fall out with your husband and harm the unity, that's all. How we handle things between husband and wife is none of your concern. Just tell me what you're going to do about this. Old Mrs. Ji had just finished dealing with Ji Ro and hurried back. She was stunned to see such a crowd packed at the doorway. What's going on here? Zhang Yuhua, spitting out sunflower seed shells, explained to her, you beat and scold your daughter-in-law at will and won't even let her eat. They're reporting you for having a landlord's mentality and saying they'll take you to the farm for re-education. Rubbish. You 3 cheap hussies still have the nerve to shout everywhere? You waste grain and act like you're in the right? Banning you from eating was the mildest punishment. If you keep making a fuss, it'll strip your skin off. Onlookers. Zhao Tingdong, Jichunlin. Can't you see what kind of situation you're in right now? Luo Xin rolled her eyes. You saw that, right? In front of everyone she acts like that. Imagine how much worse she must be behind the scenes. Tell me, which grandmother in our village talks like that? The village grandmothers who enjoy criticizing daughters-in-law. Zhao Tingdong rubbed his temples. So tell me, how do you want to punish them? Yun Xiao thought for a moment. First, old man Ji and old lady Ji must publicly apologize to us, and write a self-criticism of at least 10,000 characters. It must be profound, and they must recognize that their thinking was wrong. Sang Yi continued to add, second, they must write a guarantee letter promising to treat everyone equally from now on, and third, they must compensate the 3 of us for emotional damages, 10 yuan each. At that moment, Yin Ruyu pushed her way through the crowd. What's going on? What happened? Yun Xiao glanced at her. Auntie, who are you? You're late to the show. Do I have to give you a rerun? Yin Ruyu said awkwardly, 4th sister-in-law, you don't know me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yin Ruyu. I'm your 7th brother's fiancé. Luo Xin spat. A young woman in public? Talking about being someone's fiancé like that, how shameless. Yun Xiao retorted, did you marry old 7? Get the marriage certificate? Did the Ji family pay your bride price? Hold a wedding banquet. Yin Ruyu was taken aback when asked, no, I didn't. Didn't you? What are you doing here looking for attention? We're dealing with internal issues of the Ji family right now. A bat with chicken feathers stuck to it. What kind of bird do you think you are? Go stand in the corner. Ji Yan rushed over and tried to shove Yun Shuyao. Before Ji Yu could react, she kicked Ji Yan in the stomach with all her strength. Ji Yan staggered back several steps and fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and curling up into a shrimp-like shape. Yan Ruyu ran over and asked anxiously, Ji Yan, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Then she looked at Yun Shuyao. You actually hit someone, I'm calling the police. Yun Shuyao swung her leg and snorted coldly. Do you think the brigade leader and the masses are blind? What, in your eyes, if someone hits me I just have to obediently wait and not fight back? And if I do fight back you call the police? Does the police station belong to your family? Are your words imperial edicts? Or is your dadly gang? Luo Xin, thinking of the plot in the book, was furious, running to the man's house every day before you're even married. Sister, take my advice, chasing after him isn't courting, it's rushing things. What if you break up one day and your reputation gets ruined? You're not even lacking men in general, you're just lacking in taste. You're a Jiqing too, truly making a fool of yourself, going in circles and bringing shame. You all? Sang Yi looked down at her condescendingly. We what? Isn't what we said right? What does the Ji family matter have to do with you painting a frog on a tadpole? Are you just showing off your mother here? Yan Ruyu fancied herself the most refined person in the whole brigade. That was the image Shed always presented. Even with three mouths shouting at her at once, she couldn't talk back. Suddenly she burst into tears with a loud wail. The three sisters were too lazy to bother with her and turned to Zhao Tingdong. It's getting late. Do things the way we said. If it's not done within 3 days, we'll go have a chat with the Revolutionary Committee. Don't think we country folk are illiterate and can't write 10,000 characters. There are sent-down youths eager to help pace things up. The old man from the Ji family will dictate. She can be the scribe. Sang Yi glanced at the crowd around them and waved his big hand. Everyone disperse. We have to go to work tomorrow. At this, Yi Qingqing couldn't stand it. Wait. You beat me up like this and that's it. Ji Paozi and Yan Ruyu steadied Ji Yan and blocked Yun Shuyao's path. And what about 7th and 8th? You're the sister-in-law and you say hit and they get hit on what grounds? Yun Shuyao shook her head with a smile. What do you mean by on what grounds? Haven't you heard the saying the elder sister-in-law is like a mother? I may not be the eldest sister-in-law, but I am a sister-in-law. If she and your daughter keep mouthing off or laying hands on me, and I don't teach them a lesson, should I just save it for New Year? As for the one lying on the ground, she's from third brother's household, right? Then she's third sister-in-law. Isn't bickering, stumbling, and squabbling among sisters-in-law the norm? Which family's sisters-in-law don't fight? There are plenty who pull each other's hair, aren't there? You're outmatched, couldn't beat us, so you deserve what you got. Isn't that infuriating? GCI couldn't help but snort a laugh. Jiyu also had a grin on his face, and Jizhua couldn't contain himself and began slapping the wall, laughing out loud. Zhao Tingdong was so stunned by what she said that he didn't even know how he walked home. As soon as he stepped in, his wife Zhao Xianhui hurriedly asked, "What are you thinking about? Why do you look so absent-minded?" Zhao Tingdong held it in for a long time and finally blurted out, "From now on in our Qixing brigade, whoever you anger, don't mess with the 3 new daughters-in-law of the Ji family." Chapter 10. Each with their own scheme. Yun Shuyao picked up the dead chicken from the ground, dragged Sang Yi and Luo Xin toward the kitchen and said, "Time to cook. After a fight we're starving. Jiyu, where are your family's potatoes? Bring me half a sack." Second brother Ji Li and second sister-in-law Su Qian couldn't get over to help steady Yi Qingqing. Ji Li asked, "Father, should we take third younger brother's wife to the clinic to see a doctor?" Ji Chunlin snarled, "I've been completely humiliated today. From now on I'll have to keep my head down when I walk. I can't be responsible for anyone else. From now on you can treat me like a mute." Damn it, had never been this embarrassed in his life. Those 3 mouths were too sharp, they didn't even give him a chance to make excuse, let alone explain. Yun Shuyao and the other 6 returned to the kitchen. Sang Yi picked up a large stone and smashed open the cabinet Ji Posey had locked, took out half a bag of white flour and started kneading. Thought they'd feasted at 3. Anything that could spite Ji Posey made her happy. Di slaughtered the chicken. Jizhua peeled the potatoes, Luo Xin cut the potatoes, and Jiyu boiled water for Yun Shuyao. She had just come back from the toilet and felt like she smelled. She couldn't eat without a bath. Among the 3 sisters, Yun Shuyao was the best cook. At the orphanage, other children always snatched her food. So she had to find things to eat on her own. At first she learned to boil noodles. As she grew up, she learned to cook more and more dishes. Sang Yi steamed a pot of buns, and Luo Xin led GCI and Jizhua to prepare the dishes, then sent the others out. After all, when the fox Yao stewed the food, she would use some seasonings that didn't exist in this era, and it was impossible to let people know about those now that on the other side, the Ji family returned to Ji Posey and Ji Chunlin's room with dirty faces, all sitting down listlessly without speaking. The second son Ji Li and his wife Su Man exchanged a glance, and Ji Li spoke first. Father, mother, let the eldest sister-in-law and my wife make some food for everyone. It's almost dark. After a day's work everyone should eat something, right? Eldest sister-in-law Xiao patted her belly. Second brother's wife, it's not that I don't want to go with you. But my belly is just too big. I'm carrying the Ji family's eldest grandson. If something happened, who would be responsible? Yi Qingqing lay on the Kong humming, afraid the next moment it would be about her. If she got hurt this time she'd have to rest for at least 10 days or half a month. Su Qian sighed and tugged at her husband's sleeve. Fine, I'll go myself. Yan Ruyu sat to one side and snorted coldly. Second sister-in-law, isn't someone cooking? Fourth sister-in-law, just had fourth brother go fetch potatoes. The Ji family hasn't split up. There's no way they'd make something tasty and not let father and mother eat it, right? Even if they wanted to do that, fourth, fifth, and sixth brothers couldn't agree to it. Xiao plopped back down on the stool. Exactly. What's the use of holding a meeting if only a few of our branches attend? If there's a meeting, everyone should be there. From now on, how household chores are divided plus what just happened with old fourth's family? Asking father and mother to compensate them? The household just paid to find them wives, and they still have the nerve to ask parents for money. I really don't know what they're thinking. Ji Li usually didn't like to talk, but he treated the eldest brother and the younger brothers at home equally. Sister-in-law, for the weddings of the fourth, fifth, and sixth brothers, the bride price money was only 5 kwai each from the public fund. The 7 of us brothers all got the same amount. The rest they saved bit by bit themselves by hunting, so stop making a fuss about the betrothal gifts. Old Mrs. Ji was so full of suppressed anger she felt like she might explode. Just now outside the old man kept signaling to her to shut up, and the eldest and second brothers pinched her arm to stop her from speaking. All of you shut up. 5 kwai is nothing, 1 is 5 kwai, 3 is 15. How many 15 kwai sums do we have in this family? There's also the money for the banquet. Aren't the vegetables from my garden? These 3 troublemakers even dare to ask me to apologize to them. Aren't they afraid it will shorten their lives? Aren't they sharp-tongued? Just wait and see how I deal with them later. I don't believe they'll still dare to lay a hand on me. Yan Ruyu glanced at the frightened little girl and beckoned. Pandi, come over. You go stand by the kitchen door and watch and see when your fourth uncle and the others finish cooking. When it's ready, come and tell us. Pandi didn't move, standing frozen in place. Although she was only 3 years old, seeing fourth uncle's new wife hit someone today truly frightened her. Granny Ji grabbed her slender arm. You little brat, did you hear what your aunt said? Go now. If you don't go, you won't eat today. Pandi stole a glance at Ji Chan, hoping her father would say something for her, but he didn't even look at her. Instead, her mother, Yi Qingqing, waved her over. Look at how your fifth uncle's new wife hit your mother. Go and keep an eye on them for me. If they dare to speak ill of me, come back and tell me. Yun Xue gave a quick, simple wash. Deft and efficient, she soon had the chick stewed. A bowl of plain steamed buns and a bowl of chicken stewed with potatoes. The few of them gathered around the stove and proudly displayed the food. By the time Pandi came over, only a little soup was left. GCI belched, so comfortable. How many years has it been since I was this full? Jizhua wiped his mouth. Even if it kills me now, I wouldn't mind. Better to die stuffed than to starve to death. Luo Xin was shocked by the way the 3 brothers ate. Even after so many years in the end times, she had never seen eating like that. You guys were always going hungry. Not exactly starving, just hardly ever get to eat meat all year round, so we're craving it, GCI said. A little embarrassed. Yun Xiao glanced at Jiyu and said with deep meaning, you all behave and stick with your sisters so they'll let you eat meat every day, at least starting from today's standard. Jiju's eyes shone like light bulbs. Fourth sister-in-law, I'll definitely be obedient. Before, I followed fourth brother and fifth brother unquestioningly. From now on, you and fifth sister-in-law and my wife will be my bosses. Whoever feeds me is the one I obey. Jiyu looked at him with contempt. What ambition? Yun Xiao saw the sly-looking Pandi at the door and asked, who are you? Do you have business here? Pandi called out fifth uncle, sixth uncle. Apart from her mother, these 2 uncles were her favorites in the whole family. Fourth uncle was a bit strict and didn't talk to her. These two uncles would smile at her and would never call her a money-wasting brat. I took the last remaining steamed bun and handed it to her. Eat it, but don't tell anyone, okay? If you tell, next time fifth uncle won't give you one. Pandy looked at the white steamed bun in her hand, her mouth watering. She gobbled it down. Shuyao poured her some water, and the little girl even smiled and said thank you to her. By the time Ji Chunlin and Granny Ji thought it was time for bed, they still hadn't heard Shuyao call them to eat. Even Pandy hadn't gone back, so they had no choice but to send Jili to ask. When Jili arrived, a few of them were sitting in the kitchen, laughing and chatting about amusing things from the team. He stood there awkwardly, wishing he could crawl into a hole. Fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, our parents asked me to come and ask if the meal is ready, and whether our whole family should sit down and have a proper talk. Jili usually got along fairly well with these younger brothers, and Ji was willing to give him that face. Alright, let's go. Chapter 11. Family meeting. Jili brought 6 people to Ji Pose's room. As soon as they entered, no one gave them a friendly look. Only second sister-in-law Su Qian nodded to them. Shuyao said to the 3 brothers, go fetch a few chairs for us. After Ji left, Ji Pose pointed at her and cursed, you fox spirit, how dare you boss your man around like this? Did I raise him all these years just to serve you? Shuyao hugged her arms and laughed happily, what can I do? Your son just likes serving me. He even said he'd wash my feet later. Are you jealous? If you're jealous, I can give you a chance, you can wash them for me. Yin Ruyu was a bit afraid of her, but watching Shuyao act so brazen still made her uncomfortable. Fourth sister-in-law, isn't this outright rebellion? Since when does a daughter-in-law have her mother-in-law wash her feet? If this gets out, won't your reputation be ruined? When Luo Xin saw her, she reacted like a cat with its fur standing on end. What? Miss Yin is going to live here today? You've gotten to the point of sharing a bed with Ji Yan? You've shamelessly stooped this low, and you still have the nerve to worry about other people's reputations? If you're afraid for Shuyou's reputation being ruined, you can wash it for her yourself. Yin Ruyu's face twisted with anger. What nonsense are you talking? When did I ever share a with Ji Yan? There are so many people in this room who can vouch for me. You're slandering me. I can go to the educated youth office and report you. Sang Yi dug her nails in and didn't even look up. Report what? You're an unmarried woman living at the man's house day and night. You even have to sit in when his family holds meetings and you're still worried about what others say? That's exactly the kind of person who wants to be a whore and set up a shrine at the same time. Sang Yan's abdominal muscles twitched with pain. Watching his partner being humiliated, powerless, he sat up. Fifth sister-in-law. Why do you have to talk so nastily? I was with Xiaoyu before she married in. She knows this family better than you do. Why shouldn't she be allowed to listen here? Shuyao snorted coldly, so what if you're together? Do you have a marriage certificate? Have you held a wedding banquet? Has she written to her family? Have you two slept in the same bed? Nothing at all, and you're babbling here. Dung beetles wearing masks, shameless. You? Ji Chunlin tapped the pipe bowl from the 4th families. Watch your mouth, I'm not dead yet. Jiyu and GCI brought over 3 chairs and set them in front of the 3 sisters. The 3 sisters plopped down without ceremony, while the 3 brothers stood behind their wives like bodyguards. They had agreed while eating that from now on, if anything needed to be said at home, the women would speak up. The men would play mute, otherwise Grandma Ji and Old Man Ji would certainly accuse them of being unfilial. Shuyao crossed her legs. Speak? What is there to discuss? Ji Chunlin gave Ji Pose several looks. Ji Pose calmed herself and said, why didn't you call everyone to eat together? That little chicken is your treasure. I feared you wouldn't have the heart to eat it. Wasn't I thinking for you? Ji Pose admonished herself inwardly. Getting angry isn't worth it. Stay calm, stay calm. The household isn't divided. Everything belongs to the whole family. Those 7 brothers, Xiao Rou, and you 6 daughters-in-law will all be treated the same. From now on, split up the household chores among yourselves. The eldest son's wife is pregnant and about to give birth, and then shall be in confinement, so we won't count her for now. The 3rd daughter's family was beaten by the 5th's family, and needs to recuperate for a while. The 3 of you and the 2nd daughter's family will have to work harder. Cooking, washing clothes, feeding the chickens and ducks, cleaning the yard, washing the dishes. Look at what each of you are good at. Shuyao smiled faintly and said slowly, I'm good at sleeping, eating, and lying around like a corpse. Sang Yi sneered, "I'm good at beating people and slapping faces." Luo Xin laughed until she bent over. "I'm better than those two. I'm good at making people furious to death without paying compensation, scolding without using dirty words, and one woman can take on 20 others." Ji Chunlin's eyes widened. "What do you mean by this? You don't want to do the housework? Fine, if you want work, return the betrothal money and get back to your mother's house." Yun Xiao stood up without hesitation. "Fine, bye-bye then." Sang Yi and Luo Xin followed closely, and Jiu Gci and Jizhua trotted after them. As if they'd agreed beforehand, the six of them were about to leave when Ji Chunlin sprang to his feet. "Stop right there, where do you think you're going?" Yun Shuyao turned to him with a half-smile. "Going? Isn't it true that if we don't work in your house we have to leave? I'm done serving you. With the looks the three of us have, we could even remarry. Plenty of men would want us. But you lot are different. Your whole family is so poor you can barely make ends meet. A whole group of sons and already tagged as second marriage material. Marry again and you'd be marrying a widow with children, or an ugly girl no one wants. Maybe even they wouldn't want someone like you." Jiu hurriedly said, "I won't divorce you. If you leave, I'll go with you." GCI and Jizhua became anxious. "What about the two of us?" "Well, go too." Yun Xiao shrugged. "See? You're a really unfit father. If I were you, I'd be ashamed to speak. What a complete failure." Luo Xin's little mouth chattered. "Smiling too much only spoils them and makes them sick. If our kindness doesn't earn others' respect, the best solution is to turn hostile. So, old man and old lady, do you understand? We're not buying any of that from you. Do whatever you want, but stop trying to boss us around. Let me tell you this, if you keep flap your mouth, it'll tear the roof off." Yin Ruyu was dumbstruck by what they said. Could someone act this brazenly in their husband's family? "Listen, sisters-in-law, don't go too far." Sang Yi ran up to her in a few steps, grabbed her hair and slapped her across the face a dozen times. "Which damn grave exploded and spat you out? You're everywhere. Who do you think you are, some kind of scallion or garlic clove?" Luo Xin applauded. "Well done. With so many weapons on the armory list you refuse to practice them and insist on practicing the cheap ones. I wouldn't pay attention to you either if you kept butting in." Yin Ruyu was stunned. At this moment she regretted not being able to restrain herself. These three women were devils who resorted to violence at the slightest disagreement. "You beat up an educated youth for no reason. I won't let you off this time. I'm going to report you to the Jiqing office. Just wait to be sent to the farm for re-education." Sang Yi let her go, disdainfully wiping her hands on her clothes. "Fine by me. Whoever doesn't go is a wimp." Yin Ruyu cried and ran out. Ji Yan hurried after her. Sang Yi glanced at the whole family and said, "Anyone else have anything to say? Say it quickly all together so I don't have to beat you one by one. What a hassle." Yi Qingqing saw that Old Seven's partner had also been hit and immediately felt balanced, shrinking to the side like a turtle. Third brother Ji Chun turned his head away and said nothing. Second brother Ji Li and his wife needed no comment, their words were few anyway. Ji Rao's head was wrapped in cotton and she kept sleeping. First brother Ji Jia and his wife were shrewd. At a time like this, whoever spoke up would be a fool. So their lips were sealed tighter than anyone else's. Only Ji Chunlin and old Mrs. Ji were left. Ji Chunlin truly had no solution. These three were pure troublemakers. No matter what you said, their three mouths would all start up together. At home, she could put on a show of authority with her own family, but in front of these three, it seemed nothing she said was right. Old Mrs. Ji felt sick with regret. Marrying even one such a formidable daughter-in-law could disturb the household. What sin had she committed to bring back three at once? "All right, you don't have to do housework, but you will all have to go to work with me tomorrow. Earn at least 6 work credits a day to help support the family. That should be acceptable now, right?" Ji Chunlin said. Chapter 12. The Mad Trio of Sisters Go to Work? "What are you thinking? Do I look like someone who does labor?" Luo Xin asked in disbelief. Granny Ji stood up, furious, pointing at the three of them. "You want do housework and you want do field work. Did I marry back 3 ancestors? How dare you call me the landlady? I think you're worse than Zhoubapi. You're like crows standing on a pig. Filthy, filthy." Yun Xiao warned, "You can see others' dirt but not your own. Right. If you act like this, don't be afraid if I spread the word about you outside. Let's see if you have any shame." Sang Yi sneered. "Go on then. I want to see who dares to run their mouths about us. If I don't beat them until they search the ground for their teeth, they'll consider their teeth just too sturdy. Ji Chunlin panted, you guys are literally bandits beating people up like that. Aren't you afraid someone will report you to the police? If you injure someone you'll have to pay compensation. Luo Xin laughed. Then we'll attack from behind, dark night, strong wind, tie up the little sack and beat them however we want. If there's compensation you pay it. After all, we haven't split the family. We're still part of the household. If something happens, shouldn't the public funds be used to pay? Or should old Madam Ji take out the money and we'll all count it together? Let's see how many people your little slush fund can buy for fifth sister-in-law. Ji Chunlin looked at his 3 sons beside him watching the show with amusement. You 3, are you really that useless? Fourth, what happened to the fierceness you used to have in fights outside? Now that you've married this kind of wife, what are you waiting for if not to act? Ji's expression was cold. Father, of the 30 silver given as Shuyao's betrothal gift, 25 came from me. Do you know how many hunts I had to make to earn that much? If she runs off, with your understanding of her, can you return the money to me? Or will you compensate the 3 of us? I put on a frightened act. Father, look how quick Sang Yi is with her hands. Can I beat her? If I get injured I'd have to rest. Which would delay so many things. Right now I earn full work points every day. Losing half a month would be 150 work points. Jijua nodded in agreement. Yeah, Dad, don't let my wife's cute face fool you, she's actually fierce. Whenever I do something she doesn't like, she tells me to get out and she kicks me. It really hurts, so I don't dare fight back. Old Lady Ji strode over and raised her hand viciously. You 3 troublemakers, let's see which of you dares to lay a hand on me. If any of you dare to hit me, I'll go to the police and report you for assaulting an elder. Saying that, she lifted her hand to slap Shuyao in the face. Jiyu tried to grab her, but Gci and Jijua quickly held him back. Shuyao gently lifted her hand and caught Old Lady Jess' wrist. Turning to Sang Yi and Luo Xin she said, Sisters, the sour pickle's about to make a move, smash her for me. Luo Xin jumped 3 feet high. Got it. The 3 sisters smashed every wardrobe, trunk, and mirror in the room, everything that could be broken, even throwing the quilts and pillows off the bed. The whole family was too late to stop them. One by one they stood there stunned, mouths wide open. Shuyao dusted her hands, smiling as she looked at Granny Ji. Still want to hit us? I can't strike you, but every time you lay a hand on someone it'll smash something. Let's see how much of your stuff is left to throw out. Ji Chunlin felt an ever-tightening pressure in his chest. He took a deep breath as if drawing the last of his strength. We're dividing the household. We can't live like this anymore. Granny Ji picked things up off the floor while wailing with anger. Divide it now, right now. Second son, go fetch the brigade leader. Jili helped Granny Ji pick things up. Mother, it's really too late today. Can we go tomorrow morning? On the other side, Yen Ruyu had only run a few steps before Ji Yen caught up to her. He ignored the pain in his stomach and grabbed her. Xiaoyu, don't run. Yen Ruyu shook off Ji Yan's hand. Are you even a man? Are you just going to stand by and watch me get beaten? I'm not even married into your family yet. Ji Yen coaxed, I really didn't react in time. Don't worry, I'll definitely avenge this for you. Let's go to the educated youth office tomorrow and report them, okay? I'll testify for you and I'll get my parents to testify too. We must get them locked up so they won't dare act so arrogant again. Yen Ruyu lifted a face swollen like a pig's head. Do you think they dare act so brazen because they have some backup? After they stirred up your family like this, even the team leader couldn't do anything to them, right? In the end your parents are covered in disgrace. Not only do they have to pay compensation, they have to write a self-criticism too. I'm telling you, I won't write it for them. Just the thought of confessing our fault to them makes me feel like I've swallowed a fly. Ji Yen thought for a moment. Xiaoyu, did the letters you sent home get any replies? Do your parents agree to our marriage? I know your family is well off and you were forced to go to the countryside. I don't know how grateful I am that you're willing to marry me. Although I can't give you much now, don't worry, when I have money I'll make sure to honor our parents properly. Yen Ruyu's eyes darted away. Yen, you know my parents are officials. For this marriage you'll certainly need to prepare a house. Besides, your 3 new sisters-in-law are like lunatics quick to strike. I don't dare live with those 3. Why don't you go home and discuss building a new house with your family first? When the house is finished we can plan the wedding, it's not too late. Everyone returned to their rooms. Ji Chunlin and Grandma Ji, hungry, lay on bedding caked with dirt, so angry they couldn't sleep for a long time. Ji Yan quietly came to their room and, looking at his angry parents, first said a string of pleasant things, then added, "Father, Mother, fourth brother, fifth brother, and sixth brother are already married. Shouldn't my affair with Xiaoyu be put on the schedule too? Our family's reputation won't be what it used to now that we have these three she-devils. Today Xiaoyu even got beaten. I finally managed to soothe her. If there's a second or third time, what if she refuses to marry me? If you ask me, my marriage is the biggest matter for our family right now. We can deal with those three lunatics later. If we marry back an educated youth, father and mother will have face again." Ji Chunlin lit his dry tobacco again. "Your mother and I have already decided to split the household tomorrow. I really don't have any way to handle those three stubborn pieces of meat. Out of sight, out of mind, let them live on their own. I want to see if those three unruly children can afford to raise themselves." Ji Yan made an ah sound. "We can't split the household. If we split, my marriage is ruined. Xiaoyu just told me she wants an independent new house to marry. If we split, how could the money left in the communal fund possibly be enough to build a house? You know Xiaoyu's parents are high officials, don't you? She came here because of her brother who joined the army. I heard her brother is even a battalion commander. If there's a chance to return to the city later, she'll definitely take me with her. If I live a good life, how could I forget you? I'll bring your two elders over then, and we'll get to eat rations like everyone else." Ji Pozi and Ji Chunlin were deeply moved. Ji Chunlin gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I understand this matter." Chapter 13. Eating meat. The three newlywed couples each returned to their rooms. Ji Yu watched Yun Shuyao wash her face and brush her teeth, hurried to fetch a basin of foot-washing water and set it on the floor. "There, you can wash your feet." Yun Shuyu turned around, a half-smile tugging at the corner of her mouth, her eyes taking on a mischievous glint as she looked at the man before her. Her gaze landed on his ears, now flushed red, and an impulse to play a prank surged in her chest. She extended a fair, jade-like hand and traced gentle circles across the man's broad, solid chest, her voice laced with lazy coquetry. "What should I do? I'm so tired now, I don't have any strength left." She deliberately lengthened the tones, each word brimming with teasing intent. Ji Yu felt his head buzzing, as if thousands of bees were swarming in his mind, or as if a bomb had exploded inside his brain, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. And that moment Ji Yu seemed to lose the power of speech. No sound came from his throat. He could only stare blankly at Yun Shuyu, feeling the flutter and upheaval deep within him. Yun Shuyu's charm was like a soft breeze that quietly slipped into his heart, rendering him helpless to resist. Shall I wash them for you?" Yun Shuyao smiled like a little fox. "Okay, then that would trouble fourth brother." Ji Yu absolutely adored her natural, unpretentious look. He pressed her against the edge of the bed and gently took off her shoes and socks. Yun Shuyo's feet were exquisitely small and delicate, as if finely carved. Each toe was plump and cute, the skin snow-white and smooth, like the soft luster of fine mutton fat. Jade. Her feet were slightly smaller than his palms. With a gentle grasp he could completely envelop them. As he cradled the small feet in his hands, a warm sensation spread through his body, making his heart tremble slightly. "Is the water temperature okay?" Yun Shuyao hooked his hand with her toes, each little hook feeling as if it was snagging at the very tip of his heart. Ji Yu swallowed silently. "Stop teasing me." After washing her feet, Ji Yu picked up a towel and wiped carefully, even cleaning between the toes with unusual diligence. "You rest first. I'll go take a shower." After saying that, she bolted out of the room as if fleeing in panic. Yun Shuyao shook her head. She hadn't expected that after being single for more than 20 years. She had blindly ridden the trend of being transported into a book and actually run into such an adorably contrasting Mangsis room. Just after the two of them entered, Sang Yi directed him to change the bed sheets. "Leave them there and wash them tomorrow. After you change the sheets, bring me water to wash up. I'm tired." He cheerfully went to work. Sang, "Wait a bit, I'll finish changing them right away. I promise to make you sleep comfortably." Sang Yi frowned. "Who told you to call me Sang? GCI looked up. "Fourth sister-in-law and sixth sister-in-law call you that. They're them, you're you. Don't call me that anymore." GCI pouted and said plaintively, "Then what should I call you? Wife? Baby?" Sang Yi shook off the goosebumps on her arms and raised a fist. Say something cheesy again and I'll beat you. From now on just call me Sister Sang or Sister Yi. Huh. But you're not bigger than me, wife. The matchmaker said you're 19 this year. And I'm already 20. Sang Yi said nothing, threatening him with a look. GCI sighed. Alright sister, I know. Sang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Although this family was a bit eccentric, luckily she had her sisters with her. And they'd met an obedient little pup. It seemed the days ahead wouldn't be so irritating after all. If he kept behaving like this, she wouldn't mind taking him along when she traveled. The sixth brother and his wife weren't so restrained. As soon as the two of them returned to the room, they hugged each other. Jijua was like a little dog, kissing from forehead to nose, from cheek to mouth, and finally from neck to chest. Luo Xin was especially pleased with this man who looked like Zhongshuo Appa. She was delighted with his looks, height, personality, and physique. She felt as if she were with Zhongshuo himself. Her forwardness almost overwhelmed Jijua. Before long, creaking sounds came from the room. After bathing, Jiyu returned emitting a chill. His tall, burly frame, nearly 1.9 meters, was muscular and imposing, and his long legs were firm and powerful. Shuyao threw back the quilt and patted the space beside her. Come here, let me admire you properly. You have a nice stud's waist, keep it up. Ji's face flushed instantly. Standing on the floor, he couldn't sit nor leave. He had drunk a bit too much on their wedding night yesterday, and she hadn't been this forward last night. Shuyao gently shifted and moved to the bedside, reached out a fair, delicate hand, gave a hard tug to pull him onto the bed, slowly lifted his chin, and carefully stared at the man before her. His features were sculpted and deep, as if crafted by a master carver. Beneath thick brows, a pair of bright, piercing eyes drew attention. Beneath a high nose, thin lips were tightly pressed, and the long neck revealed a protruding Adam's apple that made one want to bite it. Fourth brother, forgot how last night felt, work harder tonight. G's chest shook with laughter. With a hoarse voice he replied, all right, I promise to make you satisfied. That a lingering kiss descended, soft lips gently touching, like a feather brushing the skin, tender and light. Those lips and teeth slowly, affectionately moved to her ear. His tongue briefly probed, barely there, licking as if savoring some precious delicacy. His teeth gently bit her earlobe with just the right pressure, enough to stir sensation without causing pain. Shuyo's body trembled slightly. The unfamiliar yet thrilling feeling left her a little at a loss. Yet she couldn't resist it. His lips slowly moved downward, leaving a string of delicate kiss marks along her neck. Her neck was fair as snow and smooth as silk, and in that moment it became entirely his, subject to his wanton teasing. Each kiss sent ripples across the lake of her heart. A strange emotion spread through her beneath the surface. Jiyu looked at the little woman, as beautiful as a fox spirit, and finally stopped restraining himself. With a muffled groan, a grand feast of the sea and sky was officially inaugurated. After GCI finished helping Sang Yi wash up, he quickly rushed to the courtyard for a combat shower. When he came back in, Sang Yi was already asleep. The man who had remained chaste for 20 years had only just tasted sweetness last night. Looking at the wife he could hold but not have, he felt nothing but a heavy heart. He had no choice but to climb into bed quietly. Unexpectedly, as soon as he slid under the covers, Sang Yi was startled awake. The muscle memory formed over 3 years of the apocalypse quickly readied her for combat. I was so frightened that his eyes turned red. Sister, are you trying to strangle me? As the saying goes, a man's tears are a woman's stimulant. Looking at the pitiable little puppy before her, Sang Yi reached out and gently stroked Ji-sis' face. Be good, sister loves you. Chapter 14. Guesswork. Around 1 in the late night, the three sisters walked out of the room together in tacit agreement. Luo Xin yawned. Do we need to go so early? Shuyao coyly lifted her chin and teased. Oh ho, you greedy girl, ate well, didn't you? Sang Yi's eyes flicked nervously. He hurriedly fastened the top button of his shirt. Luo Xin immediately bristled. Hu Liao, can you please stop talking until your mouth finishes swelling? The three sisters exchanged a glance, then awkwardly looked away. Sang Yi cleared his throat and was the first to speak. Is the man in the room taken care of? Shuyao gave a hum of agreement. We drugged him to knock him out. He won't wake up before tomorrow morning. Luo Xin chuckled twice. I took advantage of Jijua not paying attention and sliced the back of his neck clean. Thruff probably wouldn't wake up even if there was an earthquake. The two were very curious about what Sang Yi had done to them, so they asked her together. Sang Yi said calmly, it's getting late, hurry up. Night was deep and silent. Shuyao took 3 sets of night clothes and 3 hoods from the space. The 3 sisters dressed quickly, then left the house one after another. According to the information Sang Yi and Luo Xin had gleaned from GCI and Jizhua, Yan Ruya's family was particularly well off. Not only were her parents high officials, but she also had an older brother in the military at the battalion commander level. She told people she didn't accept money from home to train her own willpower. But according to the book, after she married Ji Yan, she started saving money by selling eggs. And only after the reform and opening up did she go into business and become the richest woman in the region. In interviews she has spoken about her family. She says her family was very ordinary. Her father was just a small-time worker and her mother merely a housewife. But at that time people's attention was more focused on how she transformed from an ordinary educated youth into today's richest woman, while her family background only served as the backdrop for an inspirational story. If the story doesn't match the book, then perhaps the current situation was all made up by her. What a huge bargaining chip that would be. Today Yan Ruyu said she was going to report them to the Jiqing office. So the 3 decided to break into the Jiqing site and steal her correspondence. Didn't she always pretend to be a rich, pretty girl? Her parents wouldn't still be helping her put on an act in those letters, would they? The 3 of them didn't know where the Jiqing site was, so they had to feel their way along bit by the cover of night. They had experienced polar nights in the apocalypse and were used to the dark, and after half an hour they finally pinpointed the location. There were a lot of smokescreens in Yunshuyo space, things they'd obtained after dismantling a small organization. After setting the smokescreens in place, the 3 sisters hurried in and found the room where Yan Ruyu stayed. 4 female Jiqing were sleeping inside. Yan Ruyu, beaten until her face looked like a pig's, was especially conspicuous. Luo Xin quickly felt around her pillow and found letters and cash. There was only a few yuan in cash, which the 3 sisters didn't care for. So they took only the letters. The 3 of them were as happy as if they'd obtained a priceless treasure. They drove the camper down to the foot of the mountain and decided to study it thoroughly. Shuyao put the letter on the table and went to take a bath first, leaving Sang Yi and Luo Xin to read the letter. By the time all 3 sisters had finished bathing and changed their clothes, they had also nearly finished studying the letter. Combined with what was written in the book and their own guesses, they had a rough analysis. Her story really was made up by herself. The actual situation was that her parents had both remarried. The so-called brother was actually a child from her father's previous wife. He held great hostility toward her mother, which was why he chose to join the army and leave home. He wasn't a company commander at all, just an ordinary private, because her mother had scorned her father's son sharply in the letter, saying that even after 5 years in the service he still hadn't even become a squad leader. The claim that it was to build character was even more nonsense. In reality, no one would send her money. Her mother also had a son from a previous marriage. That brother was idle and thought only of himself. The 3 yuan a month that Yan Ruya's father had her mother send to her was quietly diverted by her mother to support that son. Yan Ruyu didn't know at first. Later her mother secretly wrote her a letter explaining the situation, asking her not to blame herself, and saying her brother was especially pitiful. The letter was full of tears, and the 3 guessed Yan Ruyu really had no choice. Luo Xin put the letter back in the envelope, looking like Sherlock Holmes. Although the Ji family has many sons, that also means more people earning work points. 7 sons earning 8 to 10 centimeters each per day. Old Ji could make something too. According to the book, 1 work point is 7 fun. With the women of the house included, that big family would bring in 70 to 80 fun a day, which adds up to over 20 yuan a month, about a household income in the city. Sang Yi added. And in the countryside you don't have to buy food, you mostly produce what you eat. She was sure old Jess' wife had money, so she set her sights on the youngest son of the Ji family. In her view, the youngest should be the most favored. So to have more capital when she married, she fabricated a good family background. She also thought she was a Ziking more noble than the other daughters-in-law, so the Ji family would spare no effort to marry her in. Xiao nodded. According to the book, after Yan Ruyu married Jiyan, old Ji handed over household management to her. She put the whole family's income under her control, even counting the money Jiyu, GCI, and Jizhua earned hunting. There really should have been quite a lot. She must have used that money to start collecting eggs in the countryside and selling them in the county, and in a few years she had saved up a hefty little nest egg. When the reform and opening came and she seized the opportunity to go into business, She made a fortune and became the local richest person. After the three finished their discussion, they also knew how to deal with Yenryu. Didn't she always like to threaten to call the police or contact the educated youth office? This time she wouldn't be able to do that even if she wanted to. In the first half of the night the men had been distracted by the temptation of female charms and went to the educated youth station to do big things again. This time they were all starving. Luo Xin wanted hot pot, but everyone had already finished showering and the smell of hot pot was too strong. So they rejected the idea that in the end they just ate some bread and sausages to fill their stomachs. Sang Yi bit a cigarette and blew smoke rings. Daring not to eat anything good these days, life like this might as well be the end of the world. At least back in the cave we could eat whatever we wanted. Luo Xin nodded in strong agreement. Yeah, people in this era go around preaching a bunch of high-minded principles. If you hit someone you have to file a complaint. It's really suffocating. Yun Shuyo's shoulders trembled with a laugh. You weren't like this in the first half of the night. You were yelling louder than anyone. Back then you were thinking how great it was to be here, right? Sang Yi shot her a glance. Your voice was the loudest, okay? Even I got jealous of that stinky guy Jiyu. Yun Xiao thought for a moment. Hey Sang, how did you make your little puppy faint? Sang Yi touched his nose. He fainted from exhaustion. I wouldn't let him rest. After saying that, Luo Xin and Yun Xiao burst out laughing. Luo Xin was even in tears from laughing. Chapter 15. Call us comrades. Dawn was coming soon. The sisters didn't go back. They rested directly in the RV. The RV had bunk beds, a single bed above and a double below. It wasn't for any other reason. Mainly they were used to soft beds. At 4 o'clock, the alarm went off. Luo Xin stretched and said irritably, our bed is still more comfortable. That crappy bed at the G residence is too annoying. I was afraid it would collapse while I was sleeping. Yun Xiao yawned. And it's so hard, the mattress is thinner than garlic peel, no different from lying on a wooden board. The three sisters quickly washed up, changed back into yesterday's clothes, each ate a big steamed bun, and then headed to the G residence. Sang Yi said, let's go out today. We should know something about this era. We can't just stay cooped up in this little village forever. Yun Xiao nodded to show she had no objections. Under Luo Xin's big eyes were two large dark circles, making her look like an exhausted panda. Can't we go tomorrow? I'm really so sleepy. Right now, don't even talk about sleeping on a wooden plank. Even if I had to sleep directly on the ground, I could fall asleep immediately. Sang Yi looked at her pitiful appearance and had no choice but to agree. The few of them returned home. The men in each room were still asleep. The three sisters said their goodbyes and went back to their own rooms, pretending they had never left. At 6 o'clock, Jiyu opened his eyes. He looked at Yun Shuyao sleeping beside him. The events of last night slowly came back to him. He gently kissed her forehead, quickly put his clothes on, and just as he was about to stand up, a wave of dizziness hit him. In the same condition was old 6. Jijua. From the moment he opened his eyes he felt a sharp soreness at the back of his neck. After turning around twice it eased a bit. For breakfast the three brothers tacitly did not wake their wives, and Ji Chunlin and Granny Ji didn't ask anything either. It was only near the end of the meal that Ji Chunlin suddenly said they wouldn't split the family. Ji didn't care about anything else and only said, not splitting the family is fine, but my wife won't be able to work, hope you don't mind. GCI and Jijua hurriedly nodded. Us too. Ji Posey wanted to curse, but Ji Chunlin kicked her under the table and she swallowed the words. Today Yenryu took the day off. After the men in the house had all gone to work, she came to the G residence. She came to give Yun Xiao and the others their last chance. At home remained the pregnant eldest daughter-in-law Xiao Chaolan, Yi Qingqing beaten into looking like a pig, Ji Ro with her head wrapped in gauze, and Ji Posey looking green around the gills. After Yenryu arrived, she first launched into a tirade about how outrageous the others had been, then said she could forgive them as long as they apologized. Of course, this apology couldn't be any ordinary apology. It had to draw a little blood. After all, her face had been ruined and her body harmed. She needed to replenish her nutrients, but none of them dared wake the others, so they could only sit together, discussing strategies while waiting for people to wake up. By the time the men who had gone to work returned, the women were still nowhere to be seen. Granny Ji could only curse as she let her second daughter-in-law Su Qian to cook. Those wretched nags do nothing but cause trouble and sleep. They're lazy to the core. I'll go to their natal homes this afternoon and ask properly whether they have a grudge against our family, why they sent these bad luck charms to marry into our household. Are you calling the three of us those bad luck charms? Luo Xin's sinister voice sounded from behind, which almost made Granny Ji jump. She was just about to turn around and scold, but when she looked up she met those frosty, icy eyes. She shivered and immediately dared not make a sound. Luo Xin's gaze was openly cold, and that chill made Granny Ji tremble. Everyone ate lunch together. The three sisters at the table acted as if Yen Ruyu didn't exist. Yen Ruyu was a bit puzzled. She was even going to report them to the young educated office herself. Could it be that they weren't afraid at all? Fourth sister-in-law, fifth sister-in-law, sixth sister-in-law, do you have anything to say about what happened last night? We're family after all. If you can, I won't go to the young educated office. You married several of the eldest brothers and are brides of the Ji family. I don't want things to get too ugly. The moment Yen Ruyu spoke, everyone's eyes fell on the three sisters, but the three of them behaved as if they hadn't heard. They complained that the food tasted bad while tossing whatever they didn't like into their own husbands' bowls. Jiro seemed to have forgotten how she got beaten yesterday. With a firecracker temper she couldn't hold back. Hey, can't you hear me when Sister Ruyu speaks to you? Apologize now, do you hear me? If not, I'll not only report you to the educated youth office, I'll call the police. You scared me yesterday. That nonsense about an elder sister-in-law being like a mother only applies when your real mother is gone. But my mother is perfectly alive, aren't you effectively cursing her? Humph, it was all because Sister Ruyu wasn't here yesterday. Now that she's here, Ruyu explained it to her. Otherwise she would really have been intimidated by those three. The three of them still ignored her. After finishing they put down their chopsticks and prepared to go back inside to sleep. Seeing them say nothing, Jiro thought they were scared and grew even more arrogant. You three fox spirits, what have you turned the good Ji household into? Do you really think you're bandit queens or something to beat my third sister-in-law, me and Sister Ruyu like that? And you expect my parents to apologize to you? Let me tell you, in your dreams. If you don't give me an explanation today, this isn't over. Jiyu snapped his chopsticks and threw them over. Ji Xi and Ji Zhuo also stood up. Ji Chunlin couldn't manage those three rolling around the meat, but couldn't even control his own sons? He slammed the tobacco pipe pot on the table a few times. What are you doing? Trying to start a rebellion? Yun Shuyao gave Jiyu a reassuring look, and Sang Yi and Luo Xin each pulled at their own men. Yen Ruyu stood by with slightly reddened eyes, putting on a pitiful act. Hearing Ji Rao's words, she hurriedly bowed her head to hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. Yun Shuyao picked at her ear and asked, "What kind of explanation do you want?" Ji Rao, triumphant like a rooster that had won a fight, said arrogantly, "Ruyu sister, you speak." They had all agreed on this that morning after being beaten. Yen Ruyu was educated, and no matter what she said she would have reason and evidence. Several sisters-in-law. Luo Xin cut her off. Who are your sisters-in-law? Have you registered with Ji Yen? Held a wedding banquet? Accepted bride price? What are you to call us sisters-in-law? Call us comrades. Yun Shuyao almost laughed out loud. The young girl had only been here 2 days, and she was already getting into character. Yen Ruyu clenched her fists tightly, suppressing the anger in her heart as she said, "Comrades, yesterday the three of you beat us up indiscriminately, causing us to be unable to work for half a month. Shouldn't you compensate us for the lost wages during that period, as well as for nutrition and medical expenses? Also, shouldn't you offer us a proper apology?" Sang Yi frowned slightly. "How much do you want?" Jiro thought they had given in and immediately made an outrageous demand, 30 kwai per person. Ji Posey had already figured it out for them. The betrothal gift should still be clutched in their hands. Yesterday's new clothes didn't count. She knew the 4th, 5th, and 6th secretly hunted and sold to the supply and marketing coup, so they should have some money. If she demanded 30 directly, they might not agree. Leave some room for bargaining. The final selling price would probably be around 20 yuan. Yen Ruyu was very pleased. Not only could she rest for half a month, she could also buy quite a few things. With autumn coming and no new clothes yet, even though 20 was little, she could buy fabric and make them herself. Yun Shuyao stepped toward her step by step, smiling and said, 30 yuan, huh? How about I give you 60? Jiro couldn't quite believe it and asked instinctively, really? Yun Shuyao nodded. Of course it's true, but if you add those extra 30 I'll beat you up again. Chapter 16. When soldiers come, generals meet. When water comes, earth covers. Luo Xin was excited like a raccoon dog. Fox Yao, I'll handle this, you don't have to get involved. Jiro looked at the approaching Luo Xin in terror, her heart filled with fear and unease. Her eyes widened, her body began to tremble involuntarily, and her voice turned sharp and plaintive. You don't come any closer, sixth brother, save me. Her cries for help echoed in the air, but could not change what was about to happen. Luo Xin walked toward Jiro step by step, her face expressionless, a hint of ferocity flashing in her eyes. Jiro watched her draw nearer and felt her fear grow stronger. She struggled desperately to escape, but her body seemed nailed in place and would not move. At that moment, Luo Xin suddenly launched a flying kick and slammed it hard into Jiro's stomach. Jiro screamed, curling into a ball and collapsing to the ground in agony. She clutched her belly, her face deathly pale, hearing his little daughter scream. Ji Chunlin shot to his feet, his face darkening alarmingly. He glared at Luo Xin in fury and shouted, "Stop it! Xiao Rao's head wound hasn't healed yet. Do you want to kill her?" His tone was full of anger and displeasure, as if he wanted to tear Luo Xin apart. Meanwhile, Granny Ji was so frantic she even knocked over a stool. She cried out, "My daughter, stop this at once!" Luo Xin cast a cold glance at Ji Chunlin and Granny Ji, then turned back to continue kicking Jiro, each kick driven with all her strength. "Don't worry. I'm not hitting the head today." A faint, cruel smile lifted the corner of her mouth. Shuyao and Sang Yi stood like two guardian deities, one in front and one behind. Ji Chunlin and Granny Ji stood to the side, anxious but unable to intervene. Ji Jie and Ji Li tried to help, but were cowed back by the cold stares of Ji Yu and the other two, retreating to their seats to play coward. Jiro lay on the ground. Her screams and pleas grew fainter and fainter. Luo Xin finally stopped, rolled her neck and looked at Yi Qingqing. "Do you want 30 or 60? Yi Qingqing was already as pale as death, shaking her head like a rattle. No, I didn't say anything about money. It was all Yen Ruyu and Jiro and Grandma who said that." Yi Qingqing immediately betrayed them on the spot, and Luo Xin looked at Yen Ruyu. "Green tea bitch, your turn now. But you have no choice, you must take 60. Ji Yen stepped in front of Yen Ruyu. I tell you, if you lay another hand on Xiaoyu, I'll fight you to the death." Sang Yi walked over and slapped his face, saying contemptuously, "You actually look like a man today. But how exactly are you going to fight to the death?" After speaking, she grabbed him by the collar like picking up a chick and tossed him aside. Then a full-force slap landed squarely on Yen Ruyu's face. "You dare ask me for money? Is that face worth 30 yuan?" Yen Ruyu covered her face, crying with tears and snot streaming. "I'll sue you to death." Yun Shuyao giggled nonstop. "Go ahead, write and tell your brother who's serving in the army up in the northeast, your parents who are high officials, oh, and that dashing eldest brother of yours." Yen Ruyu's complexion went instantly ashen, her body trembling involuntarily, her gaze full of terror and confusion. She widened her eyes at the three people before her, her lips quivering as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. How did these three madwomen find out? At this moment Yen Ruyu sank into deep terror. She began to suspect whether anyone else around her knew about her past, and how these three crazed women might use that secret to torment her. She dared not imagine what would happen next, only feeling a chill rise along her spine, making her tremble all over. Yun Shuyao stopped at that, just enough for her to know. If she revealed everything now, she wouldn't be able to threaten her anymore. And that wouldn't be fun. With shock in her eyes, the three sisters strode back to the room with their men as if abandoning all family ties. They all gathered in Yun Shuyao's room, preparing to hold a little meeting. Tijua crouched on the floor smiling as he rubbed Luo Xin's legs. Flattering, "Good work, Sheener, you kicked well. I've wanted to teach Jiro a lesson for a long time. She relies on our parents' favoritism, and has often acted high and mighty in front of me. She even stole my things when we were little. Gu poured a glass of water for Yun Xiao and said, "For the next while, the household should be quiet, but father said this morning that we want split the household for now. I suspect seventh brother told him something. Otherwise he couldn't have changed his mind overnight." Although Jijua could be a bit dim usually, he knew his younger siblings well. "It must be seventh brother. The three of us are married now, leaving only him single. If we split the household at this time, the labor shares would have to be divided. How could he possibly afford such a large bride price? That Yui is clearly not a good person, all calculation in his eyes. So fourth brother, it certainly won't stay quiet." Sang Yi lounged against the headboard, lazy. "Take things as they come. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. This afternoon the three of us are going to the commune to buy supplies, so we won't be coming back for dinner. Jisi hurried back into the room and presented his little stash with both hands. Sister, this is all my money. I know it's not much, please don't look down on it. Luo Xin snorted and sprayed water out. Sister. Shuyao also laughed out loud. And Sang Yi cleared his throat. What's wrong with sister? Not good. You also put the iron box head hidden under the bed into Shuyao's hands. This is our money. The three of us earned a bit from hunting before, it's not much, but you don't need to scrimp. Buy whatever you need. Jijua smiled foolishly. I have a few bucks too, I'll give some to Sheener, okay? But could you wait until tomorrow morning to go? Tomorrow we can take the day off and the six of us can go together. The three sisters-in-law all got along well. Jijua was the happiest. He didn't get along with the other brothers. Since childhood had followed behind fourth brother and fifth brother. Old seven and Jiro would snatch his food and fourth and fifth would help him get it back. When he got into fights outside, the other brothers didn't care, only fourth brother would stand up for him. So before he got married he was especially afraid that the woman he married would be like second sister-in-law or third sister-in-law. Unwilling to keep up appearances and hurting the bond between the brothers. That would make him very sad. Now it's great. Not only did he marry a lovely girl, she also gets along especially well with the two sisters-in-law. Later, when the family split up, maybe the households can still continue living together. Luo Xin really wanted to go with Jijua, but she was used to listening to Shuyao and Sang Yi, so she looked to the two of them first. Sang Yi rolled her eyes. Had this brat fallen for him in just 2 days? Shuyao pursed her lips and smiled. Okay. In the afternoon the three of them gathered their little stash and counted it together. There were 19 yuan in total. I don't even know what prices are like these days. With this amount of money back then I couldn't even buy myself 2 cups of milk tea. Luo Xin said sullenly. Shuyao nodded at her. We have such a large space to look after, can we really go hungry or lack anything to drink? Sang Yi disagreed. Foxiao, we won't worry about food, drink or clothes, but we still need a house. Whether we stay here or leave. No matter where we go we need somewhere to settle. Living in an RV will always make us nervous. Chapter 17. Hunting wild boars, all right? Then let's start making money. Shuyao decided with a clap. Luo Xin hesitated, then tentatively asked Foxiao, Sang, are we leaving? Shuyao and Sang Yi exchanged a glance and teased, are you smitten? Luo Xin unusually blushed. I wouldn't say smitten, it's just that Jijua has grown on my heart. You know I like a pastant, you think he looks very Korean style. Huyu rested her chin on her hand and thought, in this era it's indeed hard to find someone who isn't blindly filial and not a chauvinist, let alone someone who's pretty handsome. Yes, skills are quite good. I'm a little reluctant to give him up for now. Sang Yi peeled open Shuya's collar and peered inside. Her chest was covered in red marks. His skills are really good, huh? Looks like being served by him was pretty comfortable for Yunju glanced at Luo Xin. And the two of them in unison lunged at Sang Yi. Sister, you weren't pretty ecstatic last night either. The three sisters made a fuss. Actually, during the apocalypse they often gathered to tell dirty jokes. Even without the internet, that didn't stop them from fantasizing together. If their conversation had taken place in the information age, they'd probably be criminally liable. In the afternoon, the three well-rested sisters went up the mountain together. In this Qixing brigade, there was nowhere fun to go. Apart from this hill there was only a single river. They planned to go hunting first and then catch some fish at midnight to sell. The reason they didn't take items from the space out to sell was that everything inside had been collected through their own hard work in wind and rain. Given the prices of this era they thought it would be a loss, and if something that didn't belong to this time accidentally got mixed in, it could bring unnecessary trouble. Hu Liao, the book says there's a black market here, doesn't it? But it seems to only open at night. Let's stop selling to the supply and marketing cooperative. At the black market we can get 3 times the price. Sang Yi thought the same. Right. We can do what we did last night. Knock the men out and sell them at midnight, then sleep in the morning and go hunting again in the afternoon. Shuyao gave them each a hard smack. Are you two out of your minds thinking of raising a man? If the Ji family can't help when we argue, fine. But taking on their money-making business too? Let them sleep soundly? Luo Xin pouted and rubbed her head. I didn't think that far. I only need Jijua when I sleep. I'm used to acting with you two. Who remembers men anymore? Sang Yi touched her nose. I forgot too. Yun Shuyao glanced at them with disdain. Our situation is still pretty decent for now. The men are getting by, and we're new harissa. We need to plan on settling down. Besides, building a big house is our current goal, so those three have to be involved too. We can hunt during the day, but if we go out to sell anything, the three of them have to go so they won't become dependent on us. This isn't the apocalypse. You don't have to rely on only yourselves. The three sisters chatted as they walked to the mid-mountain. Yun Shuyao took 3 bows and arrows and a walkie-talkie out of the space and handed them to the others. Don't go far, stay safe, and if you run into something you can't handle, call for help. The bows and arrows were found by her and Sang Yi at a shooting club. The walkie-talkie came from the police station. Every time they went out to hunt zombies, the walkie-talkie was the best communication tool. Besides, they had plenty of batteries, so they didn't feel bad about using them. Sang, wanna have a contest? Let's compete then. What's the punishment if you lose? 100 push-ups? 200 pull-ups? 500 frog jumps? Yun Shuyao laughed a couple of times. Since there's a bet, let's head deeper into the mountains. After walking for over an hour, none of them felt tired. Luo Xin held a chicken leg and ate with grease running from his mouth. Liao Sang, I really like this place. Going out, I don't have to worry about running into zombie swarms or mutated plants and animals. It's so delightful, feels like a spring outing. Yun Shuyao disdainfully tossed her a pack of wet wipes. Wipe your mouth first. Even if it's not a mutant. We don't have powers right now. We'll have to give it our all later. Don't underestimate wild prey. No sooner had she finished speaking than a tremor shook the ground. Like the animal migrations you see on nature shows, Luo Xin swallowed the last bite of meat and wiped her hands clean. Shuyao, give me a weapon. I'll go first. Sang Yi handed the bow and arrows back to Yun Shuyao. From the sound of it, that thing's weapon is useless now. Change weapons. Yun Shuyao put away her bow and arrow, took out 3 pistols and 3 machetes. There are no horses on the mountain. If it's not wild boars making that noise, it's something bigger. Be careful and don't underestimate them. The 3 of them loaded their pistols and sprinted toward the direction of the commotion. Holy shit! It's a herd of wild boars. Jackpot! How much could this many sell for? Sang Yi quickly counted with his eyes. About 4 each. If it's too much, climb the trees. With that, he was the first to rush at the largest one. The 3 of them brandished machetes, their thin bodies standing among a group of hulking beasts, like 3 terrifying female assassins. Shit, is this thing so tough? Bullets can't even kill it. Yun Shuyao was also struggling a bit. The main problem was they were charging wildly and couldn't get a grip. By then Sang Yi was already in a white-hot battle with the lead wild boar. She had hacked it 7 or 8 times, and blood splattered all over her face, metallic and foul-smelling, almost making her vomit. You bastard, I'll fight you to the death. I refuse to believe you're harder to kill than a zombie. Luo Xin threw the gun aside, raised the machete in her hand and struck down hard at the wild boar nearest to her. Her movements were swift and decisive, one cut after another, as if she were chopping vegetables. With each blow came the spray of blood and the crunch of breaking bone, sending chills down the spine. Half an hour passed. The 3 sisters stopped their actions. 11 wild boars lay on the ground, though some were not completely dead. They twitched in agony, emitting pitiful cries. Sang Yi charged at the barely breathing boars again, beginning to finish them off to ensure they were truly dead. With the last wild boar finally down, the 3 sisters stopped. Their bodies were splattered with boar blood and mud, their hair in disarray. They stood among the field of boar carcasses like warriors just returned from the battlefield. They exchanged glances, then burst into loud laughter. This feeling of fighting together was like being back in the end times. Every time they went out to kill zombies and extract crystal cores, they looked just like this. But looking at their spoils made the hard work feel worth it. After a brief rest, Yun Shuyao retrieved the pistol. Sang didn't fire earlier. I fired 1 shot. Shiner fired 3. Hurry and find which boar it was, dig out the bullet, and then cover up the gunshot marks. Chapter 18. The Ji family's elder uncle and his family have arrived. The 3 sisters finished dealing with the wild boars. Yun Shuyao put everything into her space, and the 3 of them then found a relatively flat clearing to set out the RV. Eagerly crawling inside after bathing and changing clothes, the 3 of them enjoyed a hearty meal. Sang Yi remembered the bet they had just made. Shiner, I just killed 4, Foxiao killed 4, and you only killed 3. Luo Xin snorted. Then I'll go back out and make up for it later. Anyway, I won't admit defeat. Shuyao grabbed Luo Xin as she was about to get off. Alright, it's getting late. Let's head back for now, the mountains aren't safe at night. We'll continue tomorrow. When we get to the foot of the mountain, we'll hide one of them, and tonight let the three brothers go sell it to see how much profit they can make. Going down the mountain was much easier. The three sisters took only half an hour, found a patch of thick grass, and hid the smallest one. By the time they returned to the village, the sun had tilted west and an orangered sunset spread across the sky. Every household had thin wisps of cooking smoke rising, and the aroma of food drifted out. Workers walked home in twos and threes, but when they saw the three sisters, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost and hurriedly ran away. Luo Xin was a bit puzzled. I bathed 3 times, there's no smell on me. Why are they running? Sang Yi looked at them coldly. They're out of their minds. Good riddance, they'd better run, so they don't stare at us like we're monkeys. Shuyao knew the village had been gossiping about a few people these past days, but something must have clearly happened to cause today's situation. The three sisters returned home. They hadn't yet entered the yard when they heard quite a few people inside. Shurlan, how could you let a few wenches bully you like this? Look at Jirish's been beaten so badly, even I, her second aunt, feel heartbroken. Majiru has already been beaten into a mess, so don't say anything more. Ha 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 ha, right, stop laughing. It's so late, Chunlin. Hasn't your new daughter-in-law come back to cook yet? Are you trying to starve your mother and me? Where are 4th, 5th and 6th? Don't tell me they ran off when they saw us come. We're staying here today. A few worthless women dare strut around the Ji family, I'll tear them limb from limb myself. The three sisters exchanged a glance. Have they called for outside help? Just then Gugci and Jijua ran over from a distance. Seeing the three sisters at the door simultaneously breathe a sigh of relief, Jijua dashed to Luo Xin's side, grabbed her and said, Sheener, where did you go? My grandpa, grandma, and my eldest uncle's family came. It's like a whole household of fighting cocks. Gci grabbed Sang Yi's arm. Sister, be careful for a bit. Okay? My eldest uncle's family brought 5 sons and 5 daughters-in-law with them. And those old women are notorious shrews in the neighboring brigade, unstoppable across the whole village. Maybe you should go out and hide. Jiyu said nothing, but the look he gave Shuyao was full of worry. Shuyao curled her lips in a smile, walked over, pinched Ji's cheek and teased, 4th brother worried about me. Ji's handsome face flushed, his whole body burning. Don't tease. Dai and Jijua widened their eyes in surprise. Is 4th sister-in-law really that bold? 4th sister-in-law, don't take this lightly. I saw eldest brother borrow a bicycle from the brigade office at noon. He must have gone to my eldest uncle's to fetch reinforcements. My grandfather and grandmother are notorious in 10-mile neighborhoods for being unreasonable. We're like a scholar facing soldiers, there's no arguing our case. Jijua said anxiously. Luo Xin flexed her wrist, her big eyes full of excitement. Great, I just happened to lose. Give me a few more points later and I'll be off the hook for the punishment. After speaking, she pushed past Jijua and ran for the yard, Shuyao close behind. Sang Yi looked at the three brothers. Stand back a bit, don't speak and don't act. You still have a mission tonight, conserve your strength. Gugci and Jijua stood at the doorway looking at each other. A mission? Save energy. Could it be? Eci tapped the back of Jijua's head. Why the stupid grin? Hurry up and go in. Your head's full of lewd nonsense, is now the time for that. Luo Xin was the first to rush into the courtyard. Seeing the dense crowd, she chuckled twice. You lot are the reinforcements the monkeys brought. Shuyao stood beside Luo Xin, arms folded, teasing, monkeys? At best you're a black bear spirit. The first to react was Ji Chunma's big brother, Ji Chunlin's eldest daughter-in-law. She waddled up to the two of them with nearly 200 jin of body weight, put her hands on her hips and started cursing. Screw you all, you arrogant whores, see if I don't sit on you and squash you flat today. The two of them stepped back a pace, covered their noses and began to gripe. That fat pig probably hasn't brushed her teeth in a month. Her breath smells worse than a toilet. When she talks she can knock people out. Sang Yi walked in last, turned to her man and asked, who is that fat pig? Ci obediently stood far away. That's Li Chunhua, the wife of my eldest uncle Jiyuan. Sister, stay away from her. I heard that woman doesn't bathe all year. She's really filthy. Li Chunhua had probably been talked about so much that she didn't take it seriously at all. Sitting on the ground, she began to wail, Father, Mother, Grandpa, Grandma, you must stand up for me. No matter what. Those vixens in second uncle's family should at least call me sister-in-law. Not only do they disrespect me, they even call me dead fatty. I've become like this all for the sake of giving the Ji family grandsons. Over the years I've given birth to 6 children. How could I be in good shape without eating more? The 3 sisters had thought it exaggerated that someone might go a year without bathing. Now that they looked closely, they realized it wasn't exaggerated at all. Her greasy hair looked as if someone had tightly clutched it in their fist, already clumping into strands. Her clothes were even more pitiable. The original color was no longer discernible, blackened and almost reflective. The worn black cloth shoes on her feet had holes at the toes, revealing 2 filthy toes. Black grime had piled on her toenails so thick it was almost spilling over. With her movements and the air she exhaled came a pungent stench that hit the face and made one nauseous. Shuyao took 3 pairs of work gloves out of her pocket and handed them to Sang Yi and Luo Xin. She and Sang Yi also took out masks and put them on silently. Luo Xin's mask was in the clothes she had changed out of and she paced anxiously. Fox Yao, I want a mask too, hurry up, I'm going to vomit. Fox Yao couldn't change masks dramatically in public. Pulling out 3 pairs of gloves was already odd enough. She could only say helplessly, hold your breath, what did you expect? Why didn't you carry one with you? Their actions completely enraged Li Chunhua. She clumsily stood up and rushed at the 3 sisters. Chapter 19. Hitting you all would be a waste of time. Luo Xin, without a mask, kept stepping back. Sisters, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't stand by you. It's just that. Sang Yi didn't even engage with her hands. She simply kicked Li Chunhua, sending the over 1,200-pound fat woman flying into the pile of sons belonging to Ji Chuanmu who were standing behind her. Colliding with a cluster, Luo Xin's eyes sparkled as she ran back, clinging to Sang Yi's arm and acting coy. Sang, you're amazing, you're literally my goddess. That one kick wiped them all out. Zhang Yuhua on the wall also led her 2 grandsons in clapping and cheering. Badass old fifth's wife is really something. Shuyao looked at the heads popping up on the east and west walls and could only laugh and cry. These people love a spectacle even more than modern folks before the apocalypse. Ji Chunlin's old man swung his cane and stomped twice. Outrageous, outrageous, I can see you don't take me seriously. I'm sitting right here and you dare lay a hand on me? Luo Xin rolled her eyes. Your big front teeth are all gone. And you're still puffing yourself up with that leaky mouth. Aren't you afraid the wind will give you a frozen tongue? Go find a colder place to stand. Ji Chunma's sons helped Li Chunhua up. Each of them was grimacing from the blows. The second son, Ji Fan, pointed at the 3 and spat, you 3 shrews, do you think you can bully our Ji family because no one's around? Today I'll show you what the old Ji family can do. The 3 sisters hadn't moved when Ji Gci and Ji Zhuo rushed forward like the wind. The rest of Ji Chunma's sons joined the fight, and before long they were all knocked down. Ji stepped on Ji Fan's chest and said, you wanted to lay a hand on my wife right in front of Mado. You think I'm dead? Ji Fan's mouth bled from the beating. He coughed a few times and cried, Dad, help me. My chest hurts. Ji Chuanmu pointed at Ji Yui and cursed, you bastard. If you lay a hand on my son, I'll fight you to the death today. I may not know your family's rules, but I want to see if you dare to go against your own eldest uncle. Shuyao picked up the shovel leaning against the wall and tossed it toward Ji Chunma's feet. The tip of the shovel struck the soil and landed less than 2 centimeters from Ji Chunma's toe. Ji Chuanmu stood as if frozen by a spell, his body rigid and motionless. He widened his eyes and looked at Shuyao in disbelief, as if he were seeing something impossible. His mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg, his face filled with astonishment. Second aunt of the Ji family, Song Yejun, could not take it any longer. She let out a shriek and shouted, murder! Murder! Luo Xin stepped forward, grabbed her by the collar, and began slapping and punching from side to side. Kill your mother? What the hell is your dog barking for? Weren't you just laughing at old lady Ji like it was great fun? Fine, I'll satisfy you. Want me to keep her company? Ji Chunma's daughter Ji Ting lunged forward and grabbed Luo Xin's hand to stop her. Let go of my mother, you little bitch, I'll fight you to the death. Shuyao took off her gloves and mask and tossed them aside, genuinely furious. God damn it, what bad luck did the 3 of them have to end up in such a bizarre family from a book? Do they have some kind of daily habit of insulting people? I'll fucking kill you, make you all oblivious to how high and low you are. Shuyao grabbed Ji Ting's big braid like she was picking up a chick, yanking her aside and slamming her head against the wall, cursing as she hit her. You keep calling people sluts and whores today, I'll wash that mouth of yours. Let go of my girl, if you keep hitting her you'll kill her. Ji Chuanmu didn't have time to be afraid either. He ran over in 3 quick steps to try to stop Yun Shuyao. Ji Yusong released Ji Fan and stood between them, saying to Ji Chuanmu, "Uncle, your whole family of 10+ people have bullied us enough coming to our house to teach my wife and my 2 younger siblings a lesson. Now you think you can just stop because you can't win? It's not that easy." Ji Chunlin's father struck the butt of Ji Chunlin, who was crouched back watching the commotion with his stick. "Hurry up and break it up before someone dies." Ji Chunlin watched Ji Yu and Yun Shuyao's itching to get at them with glee. "You two stop if you want to beat up someone, I won't stop you." Ji Yu came back and grabbed Yun Shuyao's hand. "Wife, let her go first." Yun Shuyao threw Ji Ting to the ground. Luo Xin threw Song Yejun down beside Ji Ting, spat, "Anyone else still not satisfied and wants to teach us a lesson? Come at us together, save us the day in day out troublemaking, you bunch of useless cowards." Yun Shuyao's face was so cold it could freeze. Her gaze swept over the people lying in the yard and the heads on the wall watching the spectacle. She shouted, "Are you all crazy? The 3 of us married in here to be your family's beasts of burden? You keep picking fights with us when we don't obey. Who gave you the nerve to provoke us again and again? Does having numbers make you right?" Sang Yi added, "A bunch of trash. Beating you would be a waste of time." Then she bent down, grabbed Li Chunhua's arms tightly with both hands, and hauled her up from the ground. Li Chunhua was utterly powerless now, her head lolling limply like a pig about to be slaughtered. Sang Yi showed no mercy and hurled Li Chunhua out the door. With a loud bang, Li Chunhua crashed heavily to the ground, sending up a thick cloud of dust. Yun Shuyao and Luo Xin also joined in. She reached out, grabbed Song Yejun by the collar, walked to the doorway and suddenly flung her outside. Ji Ting, Ji Chuanmu, and the other daughters-in-law didn't escape either. They were all thrown out. They lay on the ground, staring at Yun Shuyao and Luo Xin in terror, not daring to take another step forward. Sang Yi looked at the men sprawled on the ground and said, "Ji family's eldest, will you walk out yourselves or do you want us to throw you out?" Ji Chuanmu walked over and helped his 5 sons up. Supporting one another, they said nothing and headed for the door. Ji Chuanmu then came back, hoisted up his old mother, helped his father to his feet, and said to Ji Chunlin's second brother, "From now on our 2 families won't interfere with each other. When we split up back then, your grievances are settled today. Let it be like this." When the family split, the Ji elders favored the eldest, giving all the better things to Ji Chuanmu. Ji Chunlin, bringing along Nian Shirlan who was carrying Ji Jia, went to the Qixing Brigade and endured 5 full years of hardship before he could manage the current 1mu3 fun of land. Ji Posey had also been put through by the Ji matriarch back then. So now she took it even further. She always felt that if she didn't pick on her daughters-in-law, it would be as if she'd suffered a great loss. All the outsiders left, and GCI said to the figure on the wall, "The fun's about over, everyone go home and rest." Everyone had a new appreciation for the fighting prowess of the 3 new brides. On the way home, the men most often warned, "Don't pick a fight with the wives of Gu, GCI or Jijua. Those 3 women really know how to deal deadly blows." Chapter 20. If you dare interfere with us, well, beat all 3 of them together. The onlookers dispersed. The household was left with the original cast. Luo Xin snorted, "What are they going to do? A bunch of useless people." Ji Chunlin glanced at his younger son Ji Yan, then at the 3 sons behind the 3 sisters, sighed and said, "Split the household. If you want manage your wives, I can't either. Your brothers can't stand their craziness either, but to be plain, you'll only get some food in the pots and bowls. Don't expect any work points, consider them paid toward Ji Rouse medicine." Jijua's expression immediately fell. "Father, if today it had been 4th or 5th sister-in-law or my wife who got beaten, could you do that? Would you compensate their work points to us?" Ji Posey, old JS wife housekeeper, wouldn't have it. "Compensate my foot. Your pitiful work points aren't even enough for Xiao Rowan III's wife. 7th match is buying supplements. Besides the work points, each of your households must also cough up 10 silver. If you don't have it, let those 3 hand over their betrothal gifts. Otherwise, forget splitting the household." Yun Shuyao looked at her as if she were a fool. "Madam Ji, I obey you without even leaning on a wall. After being scolded so many times you still haven't learned, and you still want to dock money from us." Luo Xin sneered. "She probably doesn't know how much it hurts because she wasn't hit hard enough. How about we beat her up and give her a taste?" Nurse Ji shrank her neck and pointed at the 3 of them. "How dare you? I'm the birth mother of your men. Try touching me and see if they'll interfere." Sang Yi snorted coldly. If they dare to interfere, we'll just beat them up too. What's so hard about that? The last person who threatened me is already 2 feet under. Shuyao smiled faintly. Old G, if you want to divide the family, that's fine, but think it through. If the work points aren't clearly divided, I can use other means to make you cough them up. When you've decided, go find the team leader and well sign and seal it. If you haven't decided, hurry up and find someone to cook. Me husband has been working all day and he's starving. After speaking, she was the first to walk back to her room, Sang Yi sang close behind her. The 3 men didn't even lift their heads and followed them back as well. Granny Jie's chest heaved with anger. Her face flushed as she looked at Ji Chunlin. Old man, we absolutely can't give them the work points. The main laborers in the household are those 3. If we hand them all the work points, more than half will be gone. More than half the year has passed. The 3 brothers earn 30 work points a day. 900 a month over 6 months, that's 5,400 work points. At 7 cents per point, that's more than 300 yuan. That money would be enough to build a large tiled house for old 7. Ji Chunlin puffed on his pipe, the dry tobacco crackling, and the eldest son's wife Xiao Chaolon frowned at Ji Jie and said, I'm going back to the room first. Call me when the meal is ready. Old Mrs. Ji slammed the table hard. Sit down. Who do you think you are, some family's ancestor? I raised 8 children and none of them were as delicate as you. The day before I gave birth I was still working in the fields. Is making a bit of food such a struggle for you? Eldest, it's your wife's turn to cook today. If she can't, you do it. If none of you can, then none of you eat. Ji Chunlin said to Ji Jie. Ji Jie glanced at his pregnant wife and said sheepishly, Chaolon, I don't know how to cook either. Put in some effort and make the meal today, please. Xiao Chaolon clenched her fist, feeling extremely resentful. Why should those 3 newly married-in women get to be hands-off managers just by moving a few fingers? Her belly is already so big and they still have the nerve to make her do the cooking. No wonder those 2 old biddies have no grandsons in the grandchildren's generation. All they've had are litters of granddaughters. It's their own fault for being biased. Serves them right. In the Ji family's grandchildren generation, only the 3rd son, Ji Chan, has 1 daughter. The 2nd son, Ji Li, has 2 daughters who, because old lady Ji favors sons over daughters, were sent to their mother's homes. Su Qian's natal family also has no brothers, only her and a younger sister, so the 2 children will surely be better off there than at home. Their main branch also once had 2 girls, but unfortunately Xiao Chaolon is even more son-preferring than old lady Ji. As soon as they were born she had Ji Jie throw them up on the mountain. Even now, with her 3rd pregnancy, the 3 midwives in the brigade all say this one will definitely be SON, so why should she be the one to cook? Ji Jie, my stomach suddenly hurts so much, what should I do? Should we call Aunt Wang to come take a look? If your son suffers some mishap, how on earth will the 2 of us live? Ji Jie grew anxious as well. He was fine just a moment ago, how could his stomach suddenly hurt like this? Xiao Chaolon glanced at Ji Chunlin and said suggestively, probably the smell of dad's smoke got to him. Ji Chunlin froze mid-puff, caught between dragging in the smoke and letting it out. Ji Pozi shot Xiao Chaolon a fierce look, then turned to Su Qian, 2nd daughter-in-law, you go do it. Su Qian pressed her lips together and walked alone to the stove. Ji Li glanced at his parents and tentatively said, do you want me to help? Ji Pozi, scolding him as if furious at his uselessness, pointed at Ji Li. You good for nothing, whoever wants a man hovering around the stove? It's just cooking for a few people, what's so hard about it? Go help the 3rd family's wife. Yi Qingqing, her face swollen, feigned discomfort and said, parents, it's not that I don't want to go. Look at my face, it's only just a bit better. If I get steamed by the heat, it'll be worse. How am I supposed to work in the fields then? Granny Ji looked at her little daughter lying in bed, then at her useless sons and said to Ji Chunlin, old man, are we finally going to split the household or not? Are we just going to let these 3 pests run rampant in the house? Look how brazen they've become. 4th, 5th and 6th not only don't care but side with them. Why is my life so miserable? Ji Yen ran to his mother's side, helping her calm down as he said, Mother, we can't split the household now. At the end of the year when they count work points, I want them to count more for me. You and Father promised to build me a new house. Ji Chan was shocked by the news. What? A new house? Your room doesn't leak and isn't drafty, why build a new one? Ji Yen stiffened his neck and said, I'm marrying Xiaoyu. She's a city girl from a well-off family. If she married me, it would be considered marrying down, understand? They only asked to build a new room. That's not too much to ask. Ji-chun sneered, not too much? All 6 of my brothers have married. And even the one from Old Fort's family who moved in didn't ask to build a new house. Why should you get special treatment? Where would the money for a new house come from? Ji-yen said boldly, just because Gongzhong doesn't have money now doesn't mean he won't when it's time to count labor points at the end of the year. Father can borrow some first and pay it back at the end of the year. Ji-li asked, what about the betrothal gift? How much does Yen Jiqing want? Ji-yen thought for a moment. She hasn't said yet. Since we're on the subject, I'll go find her now. After I get married we can separate the household sooner, and father and mother won't have to be annoyed by those 3 jinxes anymore. Chapter 21. Becoming a maid to settle a debt. Dinner was ready. A basin of boiled cabbage with plenty of cornbread. Shuyao, Sang Yi, and Luo Xin had already eaten in the afternoon. They glanced at one another and stood up in succession. You go ahead, I'm not hungry. Ji Chunlin called after them, sit down, I still have something to say. Yunho sat down. If you have something to say, say it. Finish speaking, then eat. I don't feel like sitting here watching you eat. If you don't speak, I'll go back inside. Ji Chunlin was momentarily at a loss. He felt that at this rate, sooner or later he'd be driven to death by anger here. I've already decided to divide the household, but the youngest, old 7, is still unmarried. You 6 brothers can't just stand by and watch him remain single. The family's money was all used to marry off old 4, old 5 and old 6. Your mother and I. Jishua cut him off. Father, of the money for our 3 brothers to marry, Gongzhong only contributed 5 yuan only because big brother, second brother, and third brother each gave 5 yuan too. We're all your sons, I also think that's fair. But you can't say the family's money should be used entirely on the 3 of us. Hearing that makes me really uncomfortable. GCI put down his chopsticks. Right, father, besides using some vegetables from the garden, the meat was hunted by the 4 of us ourselves in the mountains. The money from the communal pot being gone can't be counted against us, can it? Ji Posey slammed her bowl down with a clatter. Cut your damn nonsense. Aren't those garden vegetables grown by me as well? Ji, you didn't even look up. He bit into a cornbread and said, it's true mother planted the garden vegetables, but we watered them and fertilized them too. The garden belongs to everyone, we used our share, so you can't calculate it the way you're doing. Father, mother, if you have something to say, just say itho. Do you want to divide it? Ji Chunlin felt a mouthful of old blood choke in his throat, neither up nor down. If it went on like this, how could he possibly respond? Yen Ryu looked at the 3 sisters, then lowered her head. Her heart was in turmoil. She had turned the entire educated youth site upside down. No matter what, she couldn't find the letters hidden under the pillow. She had once suspected the 3 of them took them, but on second thought that didn't fit. Those 3 weren't from the Qixing Brigade. Even if they could find the educated youth site, they couldn't get inside, and they wouldn't know she had hidden the letters in the pillow stuffing. Later she suspected someone from the same dorm had taken them, but there were still a few coins in her pillow that hadn't been lost. Other educated youths wouldn't take only her letters and not her money. So now she was very confused and didn't dare gamble on whether they truly knew or were pretending to know. Chunlin organized his words again. Erase the thing. Lao Chi and his partner are also planning to get married. After splitting the household, the work points can be divided among you, but each of your families has to contribute some money to build them a new house. Yun Shuyao asked, how much should we contribute? Ji Posey rolled her eyes and said, 20 for the whole family if we're going to buy one. Let's get a better one. Yun Shuyao nodded eagerly, only 20 bucks? No problem. Sang Yi, looking at her sisters with playful faces, agreed, I don't mind either. Although Luo Xin didn't understand what the 2 sisters were up to, she nodded blankly too. Then I can chip in as well. Ji Chunlin hadn't expected these 3 to be so straightforward. He had been ready for a table to be overturned. Ji Posey couldn't quite believe they were so kind-hearted and hurriedly asked, are you serious? Yun Shuyao crossed her arms and crossed one leg over the other. Of course. But if we marry her off, we can say we contributed money too. Half of her count is bought by us, so she can come to our house every day to serve as a maid to pay off the debt. If we count 5 when a day as wages, 20 taels is just 400 days. I'll be generous and call it a year's labor. Sang Yi pretended to be magnanimous and relented. Then the 2nd year she comes to our house, and the 3rd year designer's fair for everyone. Luo Xin watched Yan Ruya's face grow increasingly sullen and felt elated. As a maid shall have to wash and cook without a moment's rest. If I'm not satisfied, I'll beat and scold her, so don't go crying. Then Yin pointed at the three of them and shouted, "Don't push people around like this." Ji Yu threw the corn bun in his hand at Ji Yan's face. "Who are you pointing at? No manners, you're a coward who can't even afford to marry a wife, and yet you dare to swagger here. If I were you, I'd just find a rope and hang myself." Old woman Ji glared at Ji Yu. "I just knew you weren't so kind-hearted." Yun Shuyao smiled and said, "So what, you expect us to get something for nothing? Ji Yan isn't our son, why should I pay to get her married?" Ji Potsi finally caught a flaw in her words. "Didn't you just say a sister-in-law is like a mother?" A trace of ridicule flashed across Sang Yi's half-closed eyes. "Didn't Ji Ro also say that's something you say after you've died? Why don't you go find a rope and hang yourself first? If you kick the bucket, it'll pay for it, how's that?" "You?" Yan Ruyu squeezed out 2 tears, looking aggrieved as if she'd suffered the greatest humiliation. "All of you stop arguing. I don't want a new bridal chamber anymore. Well, just get married in Ji Yan's room." Ji Yan was so moved he started bawling. His Ruyu must have felt sorry for him being stuck in the middle and getting squeezed. She was really so considerate. "Thank you, little you. Don't worry, I'll definitely treat you well from now on." Ji Jia, Ji Li and Ji Chun also breathed a sigh of relief. Even if they had 20 kwai, there's no way they'd hand it over to old Seven to build a house. They really had no idea what their parents were thinking. Yan Ruyu, seeing the groundwork had been laid, put on a face like she wanted to say something but felt awkward. "Ji Yan, no house then, and I want to insist on the 3 spins and 1 ring. But about the betrothal gifts, shouldn't they satisfy my parents?" Madame Ji impatiently asked, "How much do you want?" Yan Ruyu looked at her 3 sisters, then at Ji Yan. 120 yuan. 100 must be sent back to my parents. I'll use the remaining 20 to buy a few more things. Yun Xiao was too lazy to listen to them haggling and knocked on the table. "Are you finished talking about dividing the estate? I'm going back to rest." Ji Chunlin sighed. "Then split the estate. Starting from this year, whatever each of you is owed will be yours." Yi Qingqing could no longer control her expression and nearly laughed out loud. Su Qian also exhaled in relief. She had truly had enough of serving this whole family. Finally, the estate would be split. Dai Jia then asked, "So who will you, father and mother? And Xiao Ro live with his brothers or someone else?" Ji Chunlin. "Even though we're dividing the family, your younger brothers haven't married yet. Your mother and I are getting old. Logically, we should live with the eldest." Ji Pozi was unwilling. Xiao Qiaolan was about to give birth. During her confinement and while breastfeeding and caring for the baby, she wouldn't be able to do work for a long time, so she couldn't be made to serve them. Ji Chunlin looked at each of his sons in turn, finally fixing his gaze on the 7th son, Ji Yan. "Before dividing the family, return the 5 yuan I gave you to find wives, and then each of you give 5 yuan as a filial offering to us. From now on, Xiao Ro and I will eat with the 7th son's family. I paid for the house at home. From now on you each pay 2 mao a month for lodging. It's settled." Chapter 22 Seafood Sunshine Beach Sea. "Let's go." Luo Xin glanced sideways at Ji Chunlin, eyes mocking. "So you mean to cut ties with these sons? Fine. From now on Ji Zhuo will be my Livian son-in-law. If he has a baby, it can take my surname." Luo Jizhua's ears flushed slightly red. He fidgeted and said, "That hat's fine then, I have no objection." Ji Chunlin gaped, his expression frozen. "Don't talk nonsense, what do you mean no objection? Why should the child take her surname?" Luo Xin wasn't about to indulge him. She lifted her foot and kicked the dining table. "You shameless old man, do you expect the money you gave out to come back? Do you plan to sit back on the shit you dropped?" Sang Yi grabbed the rampaging Luo Xin. "Splitting the family and still giving filial money and paying rent, doesn't that mean cutting ties? Are you saying if these $5 of filial money are paid in advance, you won't turn to your other sons when you're sick or in trouble in the future?" Ji Yan, seeing his parents completely siding with him, grew bolder. "Fine, let's cut ties. Put up another $10, and no matter what happens to mom and dad from now on, they will never come to you." Yun Shuyao looked at the man who had just eaten his 7th corn bun. "Ji Yu, what do you think?" Ji Yu nodded. "I'll do whatever you say." GCI looked at Sang Yi, Jizhua looked at Luo Xin, and they answered in unison, "So are we." Yun Shuyao stood up and walked back. "Then it's settled." Let your educated youth bride prepare the papers. One hand gives the money, the other signs the documents tomorrow morning. Ji Chunlin and Granny Ji wanted to speak, but Ji Yan stopped them. Father, mother, 10 yuan from each of the 6 brothers still won't be enough. I can negotiate with Xiaoyu to get it down to 100, but that's still 40 short. If 4th, 5th and 6th brother each contribute an extra 10, that makes 90. Then ask 1st, 2nd and 3rd brother who would be willing to sign the annulment notice, and the bride price will be enough. Su Qian shook her head. Her youngest uncle has been spoiled rotten. He only thinks of himself and never considers the old couple. Ji Chan and Yi Qingqing exchanged a glance, and the two of them went back to their room without even eating. Ji Jia also wanted to pay an extra 10 yuan to sign a divorce letter. Mainly, even if he paid the 10, knowing Lao Qi as he did, she simply couldn't support a household. If the old man and old woman ever changed their minds, wouldn't she still have to come back to him as the eldest? They raised his parents and all the money would go to Lao Kui should that be. Yun Shuyao didn't care what others were thinking. She went back to the room, closed the door, and the 6 of them gathered again to hold a little meeting. This afternoon the 3 of us went into the mountains and hunted a wild boar. Since you guys have connections, go sell it. Jiyu looked Sun Shuyao up and down. Are you hurt? GCI looked at Sang Yi in admiration. Sister, you're amazing, you can hunt boars. The 3 of us met one last year and it almost injured me. Luo Xin snorted coldly in her heart. You almost got hurt from one. If I told you we hunted 11, wouldn't you be worshipping us? Jijua looked at his wife with starry eyes. Wife, where were you hiding? How did you carry them down the mountain? Were you exhausted? Yun Shuyao cut them off before they could ask pointless questions. If you want to live well, the 3 of you just listen to me. Don't pry into other matters. Well, hide the wild boar in the grass at the foot of the mountain. Later the 3 of you think of a way to carry it to the black market and sell it. You wouldn't get much selling to the supply and marketing cooperative or a state-run restaurant, right? GCI nodded. That's right, 4th sister-in-law. We usually only sell rabbits or wild pheasants. State stores buy at 4 mao a jean, and the cooperative pays even less, only 3 mao. But 4th brother won't let us go to the black market if we're caught. We'd be sent to the farm. I heard black market pork can sell for 9 mao a jean. Yun Xiao made the decision. Tonight the 3 of us sisters will go to the black market. The 3 of you useless ones stay home and wait. Ji's eyebrows were nearly pinched together. Shuyao, it's not that I'm afraid to go to the black market, I'm doing it to protect them. Those 2 are dead weight. Leave them if you want, but take me. That place is full of all sorts of people, and I'll go to protect you. I couldn't bother with courtesy between brothers and friends. He hurriedly defended himself. 4th brother, who are you calling a drag? I'm just not good with my hands, but when did I ever not use my feet in a fight as a kid? It's 6th who's frail and always tattles. I need to protect my sister, just don't bring 6th along. GCI, what are you talking about? If you say that, don't blame me for turning my back on you. You won't be getting away from me. Jijua's face flushed with urgency. He was almost raising his hand to swear he wouldn't hold anyone back. Sang Yi's head was buzzing from the bickering. All of you shut up. You can come, but do you have a vehicle? That wild boar must weigh at least 300 jin. You're not planning to carry it, are you? This is something you can handle, Ji said. I'll sneak old lease cart with the donkey. You just ride it. The 3 of us will follow along. After they agreed, each of them went their separate ways. Yun Shuyao prepared masks, gloves and other items. Even though it was dark, she still had to wrap herself well. If they were caught, it would be no joke. Jiyu took GCI and Jijua to steal a donkey cart, and on the way they planned to drag a wild boar up from the back hill. Luo Xin held the mask in her hand and said, Huli Yao, isn't the gauze on this mask too thick? It's hard to breathe, and what if those 3 big idiots ask where we got so many masks? Yun Shuyao thought for a moment, took out a black garment from her space and handed it to Luo Xin. Sang, help her cut it. Sheener, hurry and sew it, make it the kind of robbery hood that leaves 2 eye holes. Got it. Before the apocalypse began, Luo Xin was a second-year student at the Fashion Institute. Sewing a little hood was like play to her. In less than half an hour she had finished 6 of them. The 3 sisters put them on, looked at each other, and suddenly burst out laughing. By then the 3 brothers had already tied up the wild boar. Jijua called for them to set off, and when he saw the hoods he started laughing too. After they set off, GCI held a carrot in front of the donkey's eyes. Jiyu drove the cart, and Jijua stayed by the donkey cart making his wife laugh. Shuyao and Sang Yi thought sitting next to the wild boar smelled terrible and refused to get in the cart no matter what. Luo Xin was carefree. She also felt uneasy, but compared to walking, sitting in the cart was still much more comfortable. More than 3 hours later, they finally reached the county town. The three brothers actually hadn't been there many times. They usually sold their game closer to home, but to sell at the black market they had to come to the county. Only then did the three sisters realize that the place described in the book was actually the later Spring City. Why go all the way to Hainan? Quanqing belongs to Shandong province. Shandong is full of sea, and the scenery isn't much worse than Hainan's. Seafood, sunshine, beaches, the ocean. Awesome. The three sisters wanted to throw back their heads and laugh. Chapter 23. Theft by a thief. They walked around the street several times before following a furtive man to the place where the black market was held. After tying up the donkey cart, Jijua tossed a few more carrots on the ground. Good job, brother donkey. Hey, race an extra snack, wait for us properly, okay? A 300-pound wild boar was indeed heavy, but it was the smallest among the 11. The leader that Sang Yi dealt with was probably 500 to 600 pounds. Its build was almost as big as a tiger's. After the others put on their hoods, they set out. Jiyu, GCI, and Jijua carried the boar behind, while the three sisters walked ahead. They arrived at the entrance to the black market. It was an abandoned alley, but quite a few figures were coming and going. When they entered the black market, they found it pitch dark. Upon closer inspection they realized that each stall had a faintly burning candle. Although the light from these candles was weak, it was enough for the stallholders to see their goods and converse with customers. The flickering candlelight lent the entire black market a mysterious atmosphere. Shuyao did not plan to set up her own stall. She wanted to sell in one go. Selling pound by pound would take ages and would easily expose her. She had Jiyu find out who was in charge of the black market. Handing it to him would be both safe and fast. But if he tried to double-cross her, she wouldn't blame him before long. A skinny young man followed Jiyu to their side. Seeing the wild boar on the ground, the skinny youth's eyes lit up. Carry it and follow me, our boss is inside. Just as Luo Xin was about to tell you to have your boss come out, Shuyao stopped her and pointed ahead. Lead the way. The few of them followed the skinny young man to the backyard. Including the men at the gate who had searched them, there were over 20 people in the yard. The three sisters, hardened by the end times, had the habit of using their peripheral vision to observe the terrain whenever they arrived somewhere, and their bodies were on constant standby, ready to fight at any moment. Shuyao pinched Jiye's finger and gave him a mischievous look. Jiyu blinked and signaled that he understood. Izai and Jijua felt a bit uncertain. Although their wives were fierce enough to slap people, these guys were trained fighters. If a fight broke out, wouldn't the three brothers end up getting beaten to a pulp? The big brother sitting in the chair glanced at the wild boar on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, very fresh. What price are you asking? Jiyu retorted, how much will you pay per jean? The big brother laughed loudly. Buddy, first time at the black market? Whyd you bring a few women along. Isn't that just delivering heads to us? Fine, I see you hauled it all the way here, not easy. I'll let you go this time. Keep the goods and get lost. Luo Xin looked at him with contempt. Trying to cheat by being the bigger thief? You gonna eat a whole pig that size? Don't choke to death. The skinny monkey who had led them over raised his fist and cursed angrily. You little woman who doesn't know your place. Our boss is in a good mood today, so we'll let you off. Don't refuse a drink and then take punishment. Get lost, and if you talk more I'll beat you so your own mother won't recognize you. Luo Xin landed a punch on the skinny monkey's face so fast that even Jijua behind her didn't see when it was thrown. Everyone was stunned by that single blow. The lead thug stared in disbelief, and after snapping back to his senses he ordered, grab them. Not a single one of them gets away today. Jiyu quietly warned Shuyao, be careful, and then charged at the lead thug. GCI and Jijua, though uncertain in their hearts, also joined the fight. Shuyao rolled her neck and complained, damn, it's been 3 days fighting every day, even more exhausting than before. I used to be able to rest for 2 days. Sang Yi moved quickly and grabbed a thug who was trying to sneak up on GCI from behind. She nimbly delivered a vicious chop that landed squarely on his neck. Before he could react, Sang Yi snatched the club from his hand and smashed it hard into his head. In that instant, the thug fell silently to the ground, completely unconscious. At the same time, Shuyao cleverly seized a club, but she didn't use it immediately. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, she quietly swapped it for a sturdy baseball bat hidden in her space, and casually handed one to Luo Xin. Then the three sisters Sang Yi, Shuyao, and Luo Xin worked tightly together, swinging their weapons quickly and forcefully. Each strike aimed precisely at the thugs' heads, mercilessly attacking. They handled them as if dealing with low-level zombies, effortlessly and with ease. In less than 5 minutes, all a dozen or so thugs were knocked to the ground. The whole scene was chaotic, the air thick with the smell of blood. The few henchmen left were intentionally spared by them for the three brothers to practice on. The fight between Jiyu and the black market boss was also drawing to a close. Jiyu was currently rubbing him into the ground. Only when Shuyao let out a shout did Jiyu let go of his eye, and Jijua looked back. Well, their pure worry had been unnecessary. Their wives didn't just know how to slap faces, they could kill too. The three of them stood amid the corpses, commenting on them while shaking their heads, as if all that was left was to crack open some melon seeds. Shuyao stepped forward and grabbed the black market boss by the collar. He had already been knocked out by Jiyu. Sang Yi shouted to the skinny monkey who had been hit first, "Go fetch a basin of water." The skinny monkey was still entirely lost in shock. These 6 folks who looked so rustic were actually trained fighters. Shivering, he finished fetching the water. Shuyao pointed at the unconscious boss on the ground. "Pour it on him." The skinny monkey's hands were quicker than his brain. When he heard the order, he splashed the water at once, and the black market boss immediately woke up. Shuyao looked down at him from above. "With only this little ability and you still want to rob us blind? Tell me what we're going to do about today's matter." The black market boss sat up and rubbed his face, looking at his fallen brother who might be dead and regretting it deeply. "Fine, I admit defeat today. I wanted to swallow your goods. You all wrecked my operation. Let's call it even." Sang Yi scoffed. "You in your current situation still think you can negotiate terms with us? Dream on." Shuyao crouched down. "Hand over everything you've got. Don't make me repeat myself or I'll show you what it really means to wreck your operation." Up close, the black market boss could plainly see the killing intent in Shuyao's eyes. He had no choice but to nod in agreement. Shuyao gestured to the 3 brothers behind her, then told Thin Monkey, "Lead the way." Thin Monkey glanced at the boss, then at the 3 men standing rigidly, and could only take them into the house to get the money. The 3 sisters in front of the black boss began patting down pockets. After rifling his, they started searching the floor corpse as well, scouring everything, a total of just over 90 kwai. The 3 brothers who went into the house to fetch the money returned as well. GCI smiled with his eyes curved. He was carrying a hemp sack over his shoulder, and it was clear he had gotten a lot. Shuyao kicked Black Boss in the groin. He cried out in pain and immediately passed out. Skinny Monkey clutched his lower body, trembling as he said, "Madam Hero, ill behave, please don't beat me." Sang Yi sized him up. "Are there any other black markets nearby? Take us there and I'll let you go." Skinny Monkey nodded like a chick pecking at grain. I know. There's another one about half an hour's walk from here. I'll lead the way right now." Chapter 24. Identity Exposed. Half an hour later, they arrived at another black market. Skinny Monkey seemed to know some people there. As soon as they arrived, he ran over and started whispering something. The 3 couples couldn't be bothered with them after all. In the face of absolute strength, no dirty trick merited their attention. After waiting a while, the boss of this black market personally came out to greet them. "If you have goods next time, just come to me directly. My surname is Lei. People in the underworld call me Brother Lei San. How should I address you?" Luo Xin replied, "My surname is Nan, and my given name is just one character." Jijua nearly laughed out loud. Lei Lao San repeated. "Today really opened my eyes. It turns out there are people in this world with such a special surname. Comrade Nan, how much do you want for this wild boar?" Just now my subordinates told him that these 6 guys had already wrecked old BS operation, and he didn't want to end up like that. These people had cleared the obstacles for him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he could just take over old BS place as well. Wouldn't this whole area then be his domain? Shuyao looked at the smile he couldn't suppress and instantly understood what he was thinking. She then said, I'm not discussing price per gene. I'll sell you this pig for 800 yuan. The meat is worth 300, and the remaining 500 is a kickback. Lei third brother, you know what I mean, right? Lei third was about to curse, but his gaze happened to fall on the bloodstains on several people's clothes. He gritted his teeth. At most 500. I don't have that much cash. Sang Yi waved at the thin monkey and called out loudly, does that useless thing still have any handlers? Bring us over to talk. I think there are plenty of people willing to take that pig for 1,000 bucks. Old Lei was anxious. 800 then, 800 sell it to me. Luo Xin snorted. Too late, it's 1,000 now. The remaining 200 is for wasting our time. A black market still saw a considerable flow of people in one night. Even if they only charged admission and didn't sell goods, the monthly income would be quite substantial. Worried the others might back out, Old Lei gritted his teeth and agreed. 1,000 it is, a deal. They seemed afraid the price would be raised at the last minute, so they told their men to hurry and fetch the money. Before long a sack of cash was delivered into their hands. Shuyao threw the money to the three brothers. Big brother, second brother, third brother, count it and see if there's any counterfeit. Third brother Lei. Don't take it personally. After being cheated by cheaters, you become cautious, better safe than sorry. Old third Lei was at a loss for words. He could only force a professional fake smile. I was almost laughing himself stiff. After counting, he shouted to Shuyao, big sister, the money's fine. Sang Yi kicked the pig on the ground, the pig's yours. Next time there's cargo and it comes your way again, remember to have cash ready. Oh, and I also like shiny yellow stuff. If you have any of that, you can use it to offset the payment. After speaking, the men shouldered the 2 sacks of money and strode off, leaving a group of underlings standing in the wind in disarray. Skinny Monkey gave a flattering smile. Brother Lei, I'll follow you from now on. See, I didn't take the people elsewhere. I actually wanted to join you a long time ago, really. Lei the third ordered his men behind him. You go with Skinny Monkey to cover the rear at Old Ba's place. Those who want to stay with me can stay. Those who don't, drive them away. Lock up Old Ba and leave him for me to deal with. They didn't care how the 6 of them were fighting among themselves. On the way back with 2 sacks of money, they all felt much lighter. Jizhua drove the carriage, while Jiyu and GCI sat inside and counted the money again. Shuyao, the 2 sacks together total 1,800 yuan. When we get back, our 3 families will split it. Shuyao nodded and said to Sang Yi and Luo Xin, we'll talk about it when we get back. 3 years of tacit understanding meant the sisters knew what a single look between them meant. They were used to putting all the valuable things they got into Shuyao's space. Shuyao also understood that nowhere was safer than her space. This couldn't be said in front of the 3 brothers. They had to discuss behind their backs whether to disperse the items among the 3 of them or, as before, have her keep them. Watching the 3 sisters exchange glances, GCI really couldn't hold back. 4th sister-in-law, 6th sister-in-law, wife, the 3 of us know you have secrets. Whoever you are, we've decided on you for life. Rest assured, we absolutely won't tell anyone. Shuyao raised an elegant eyebrow and smiled. Oh, pretty clever. Who noticed first? You wanted to beat this useless teammate to death. Had warned them more than 20 times, yet they still couldn't keep their mouths shut. Jizhua completely sold out. Fourth brother, he told us you definitely aren't the original Shuyao, Sang Yi and Luo Xin. Although you all look the same, the aura you give off can't be faked. Only our biased parents couldn't tell. Shuyao rubbed Ji's face. Not only is the young gentleman handsome, but he's pretty smart too. Jiyu hurriedly explained. Shuyao? I didn't mean anything else. I was just afraid those 2 idiots would ask something they shouldn't and annoy you, so I warned them a bit. Don't be mad, really. Luo Xin snorted coldly. So what if you know? At worst, I'll just kill them. Jizhua stopped the donkey cart, looked back pitifully and promised Luo Xin, wife, I really like you. My body and my heart both like you. If you kill me, you'll lose a well-behaved big dog. Could you bear that? Sister Jiyu grabbed Shuai's hand. Wife, I really do like you. If one day I betray you, do whatever you want. Kill me, skin my butt before I betray you. Can you please keep me? I can do a lot of things. Shai smiled. I never said I was going to kill you. Why are you trembling? Jiyu was so anxious, sweat beaded across his forehead, as if the next second he would lose his wife. He admitted he was first won over by her looks, but after 3 days together and 2 intimate conversations, he truly liked her personality. She was domineering and had a bad temper, But she wasn't pretentious. She said what she meant, not like other women with 180 schemes, always speaking in circles. Luo Xin yawned. Hurry and get moving, go home and sleep. It'll be daylight soon. This whole day has been nothing but fighting after fighting, I'm dead tired. The car kept moving forward. Shuyao thought for a moment and said, you guessed right, but I can't tell you the specifics. Don't be so nosy. If you behave well, we'd be willing to stay and live with you. If you don't, we can separate at any time, it's no big deal. Before Jiyu could speak, GCI hurriedly slapped his own face 3 times. It's all my fault for my damned mouth. Sister, I'm wrong. From now on I'll keep this to myself. Let's live well together, okay? I'll do whatever you say. If you tell me to go east, I won't dare go west. Sang Yi nodded. Well, see how you behaved. Jijua suddenly remembered something. Oh dear, we've been married 3 days already and even forgot the return visit. Shouldn't we go back to my mother's house tomorrow? The 3 sisters glanced at each other, returned to their natal home. They'd never been married either. These past few days they'd been outwitting and outmaneuvering Ji Posey and Ji Chunlin every day, and hadn't even thought about having a natal family here. Besides, the original novel never introduced their natal family. They were cannon fodder, dying after only a few chapters. How could there have been any introduction of their family of origin? Chapter 25. A couple's night talk. By the time a few of them got home, it was already 3 in the morning. At Yun Shuyao's instruction, Jiyu sent the donkey cart back, not only giving the donkey brothers half a bag of carrots but also tying 5 yuan to its tail. They had made a good amount of money that night, and since they would use the donkey cart again in the future, it could be considered leaving themselves a fallback. At Shuha's leader's place, Jiyu not only found cash but also many bills. There were even 2 rare bicycle tickets. It seemed that leader did have some capability. The 6 of them didn't hurry to sleep. They emptied both sacks of money. Sang Yi and Luo Xin didn't feel much they weren't short of food or clothes, and in the end times had long since lost interest in money. But GCI and Jijua were different. Seeing it after so many years made them almost want to somersault on the spot. Jiyu looked at his 2 naive younger brothers and sighed helplessly. All right, stop making a fuss. Hurry up and pack up, no work today. Go home and sleep. Yun Shuyao said to Sang Yi and Shiner, how do you 2 want to split it? Leave it with me or will you take yours yourselves? GCI and Jijua both looked at their wives. Sang Yi didn't hesitate and said, of course, leave it with you. There's nowhere here that needs money. Luo Xin had no objections either. Yun Shuyao looked at the eager faces of GCI and Jijua, picked up 2 large sums of cash and tossed them over. Take it and buy some candy. GCI and Jijua picked up the money, grabbed Sang Yi and Luo Xin and headed out. Thank you, 4th sister-in-law. Yun Shuyao glanced at Jiyu again. Won't you? Jiyu shook his head. No, I want. From now on the family's money is yours. Buy whatever you want. The money I earn in the future is all for you to spend. Yun Shuyao's delicate brows lifted slightly. This man wasn't just good in bed. He had perfect gentlemanly virtue too. Listen to that, spend freely, rather than handing it to you to save. If it's saved, then if he buys something later he'll ask, where did all your money go? But the meaning of spending freely is completely different. Originally Yun Shuyao thought that having been single since birth, in this age if she met someone she liked she could play around for a while, and when she grew bored she could run away with her best girlfriends. She didn't expect that the more she interacted with him the more surprises he gave her, and she was starting to feel reluctant to leave. After Jiyu finished helping her wash up, the 2 lay in bed. After fighting a wild boar during the day and witnessing one midnight betrayal of another, she really had no energy left to think about anything embarrassing. Jiyu scooped her into his arms. Not moving you, shall we talk? Talk about what? Jiyu asked. What should we bring for the homecoming visit today? Yun Shuyao thought that her identity had already been exposed so there was nothing left to hide. She asked casually, what's my natal family situation? When he said that, Jiyu first looked startled, then smiled and pulled her a little closer. Your mother is in poor health and needs medicine year-round. Your father is a person who cares about face. He doesn't want to treat your mother but is afraid of what people will say, so over the years he has treated her on and off. You have 3 older brothers. The eldest had a fever as a child that damaged his brain. The 2nd and 3rd brothers are both married. Their wives take care of that eldest brother. You also have a sister who married into another brigade, and seems to have had little contact. That's about it. Yun Shu understood then. Apart from the idiot eldest brother, the rest were acceptably. No wonder she demanded a 30 on bride price. So what about the bride price money you gave? Did it stay with your mother's family? Ji Yu shook his head. I don't know about that. Yao, I didn't mean to pry into your privacy, but I still want to know more about you. Can you tell me about yourself? Just pick whatever you want to talk about. Yun Shuyao replied with a question. You like me? Ji Yu looked at her in the moonlight. Of course I do. Actually, since our wedding night I knew you weren't the original Yun Shuyao. The original Yun Shuyao looked similar to you, but her temperament was completely different. Remember at the blind date she didn't even dare to look at me, but you're different. I'll tell you another secret. When I was 16 I dreamed about you. I'm absolutely certain the one in my dream was you, not someone else. Yun Shuyao did not believe him. When he was 16 she was still in the orphanage every day sparring mentally and physically with the director and the other companions. How could she possibly have known him then? Don't ask where the three of us came from. Just live in the present. Right now I'm still interested in you, so you better cherish that, got it? Where I used to live polygyny was allowed if a woman was capable. There were plenty who took 8 or 10 men, so if you don't perform well, I can change men at any time. Ji Yu was stunned beyond words. One wife with many husbands? 8 or 10? Yao, that won't do. You already have me, and besides it's not allowed here, people will gossip. Please, you have to forget all this, okay? Yun Shuyao laughed brazenly. Go to sleep. When you get up, won't you still have to split households, sever family ties, and go back to your natal home? The two slept until 9 in the morning. Because today was the returning home ceremony, the three brothers had already taken the day off, so the Ji family didn't come to ask about them. Last night Sang Yi and Luo Xin also asked about their natal family matters. You don't know until you ask, and what a shock it was. Sanji's natal home was the farthest. Her parents were alive, but they favored sons over daughters. When she lived at home, Sang Yi was the one who ate the least and did the most. And she also endured beatings from her brothers. The 30 yuan bride price was considered to have bought her away from her parents and the ties of that era. The mention of this, Luo Xin's mouth puckered like it was about to drop an oil jar. It turned out she also had no parents in this parallel world. Just as in her previous life, she lived only with a grandmother. After she married, her grandmother was taken away by the second uncle, so she effectively had no natal family now. The three sisters discussed it and decided, screw heading back to her mother's house for the post-wedding visit. Wouldn't it be nicer to go into the county and have some fun? The village donkey cart went into town once a day, but by the time the 6 of them finished eating, tidied up, and wanted to head out, the cart had long since left. Yun Shuyao complained to Sang Yi and Luo Xin, what a shitty place. In my space I have every kind of car except a sports car. But I can't drive any of them out. Even riding an electric bike would be fine, it's fucking suffocating. GCI came over. Fourth sister-in-law, what are you lot chattering about? Let's keep moving forward, otherwise we won't be able to get into town today. They walked for more than an hour, and just then the neighboring brigade's tractor was heading into town to haul goods. Yun Shuyao paid 1 yuan for the fare, and the 6 of them finally got on the vehicle. The tractor was fast. In less than an hour it had taken them to the supply and marketing cooperative at the county entrance. The young man driving the tractor was especially happy that 1 yuan was pure profit for him. If he went back without saying anything, no one would know had earned it. 1 yuan could buy over 10 jin of pork. Aren't you going back yet? I'm heading to the fertilizer factory to pick up some stuff. There's still room on the way back. In about 2 hours. It'll be the same price when we return. How about I drop you off at the village entrance? Although the tractor jolted a bit, it was still faster than the donkey cart, so the few of them didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Chapter 26. Trip to the county town. Sang Yi didn't care much about shopping. Luo Xin liked shopping, but not this kind. She wanted malls, places with air conditioning, bubble tea, and good-looking guys to look at. This place was nothing like she imagined. Can someone tell her why every single item has big red flowers on it? Sheets, enamel basins, curtains, door curtains are all gaudy. Can't they make anything in a solid color? GUGCI and Jijua rarely came here just to buy things like they did today. Even the most reserved Jiyu was excited, looking around this way and that. Yun Shuyao watched their reactions, waved her hand and said, buy whatever you want today, fourth sister-in-law will pay. Although a bit reluctant, Luo Xin still dragged Jijua to the deli counter. 1 jin of sausages, 5 cans of meat, and 3 cans of malted milk powder. Sang Yi led GCI to the pastry counter. Longevity cakes, glutinous rice sticks, gourd-shaped biscuits, mung bean cakes, peach crisps, candied fruit, sugar-coated pastries, and sponge cakes. They bought every kind of pastry, showing off a lavish air. Shuyao looked at the 3 brothers' patched clothes and decided to give each of them 2 outfits. By the time the 6 of them left the supply and marketing cooperative, each of the 3 brothers looked completely refreshed: green pants, white shirts, and canvas shoes, dressed like triplets. Luo Xin tugged the 2 sisters along behind her, chirping, even though the clothes are the same, the temperaments are completely different. Little wolf dog, little milk dog, little silly dog, ha ha ha. Sang Yi gave her a look that said, "You seem like a big idiot." And Shuyao also shook her head with a smile. Little wolf dog and little milk dog were fine, but wasn't little silly dog referring to her man? Jizhua looked at Shuyao pitifully. "4th sister-in-law, I'm hungry. How about we go have another meal?" Right now the 6 of them were on Shuyao's tab, so whoever wanted to buy something to eat would first look to her. Shuyao also wanted to try the braised pork to see if it really was as delicious as the book described. "Come on, gorge yourself." Yeah. A few of them went to the state-owned restaurant. Today's staples were steamed buns, rice, and dumplings. Fresh pork dumplings cost 1 yuan per jin, and also required 5 liang of ration coupons. The 3 brothers had big appetites. Shuyao ordered 5 jin of dumplings and 3 small bowls of rice. There are 30 dumplings to a jin, so 150 dumplings would definitely be enough for the 3 of them to eat. Sang Yi ordered braised pork and scallion fried pork, 2 meat dishes, and skipped the vegetables. In this era, pork was raised naturally without any feed, so they had to try it. Although GCI and Jizhua ate quickly, their manners showed no trace of rudeness. Luo Xin whispered praise, "Eating with a handsome guy really improves my appetite." Huh. After the meal, GCI went and got a few bowls of dumpling soup. 3 bowls later, he was so satisfied he kept belching contentedly. 2 hours later, the 6 of them rode the tractor back to town. The woven basket held not only various snacks but also daily necessities and seasonings Shuyao had bought. Once they returned, they'd be splitting up households, and from then on they'd have to cook for themselves when they got home. There was still some time before the end of the workday. The brothers changed back into their old clothes. They couldn't let their parents know they had money for new ones, otherwise their parents might start acting poor on purpose. The 3 sisters put the seasonings and daily necessities back in place, and Shuyao also slipped quite a few things in from the space. At the very least, before building a new house, the things here would be more than enough. Team leader Zhao Tingdong had returned with brothers Ji Chunlin and Ji Jia. Accompanying them were the squad's accountant to tally the accounts and the village party secretary to act as witness. After everyone arrived, Ji Posey reluctantly brought out an iron box containing the Ji family's savings accumulated over the years. "It's all here, a total of 63 yuan, 57 cents. As agreed, whoever lives with me and the old man gets the larger share from this." Ji raised an objection. "Mother, is that all the money the family has?" Ji Posey's eyes darted away. "You bastard, you don't trust me? How much money could there be at home? You lot each eat like pigs. If anyone could save this much, it would be your mother." Shuyao tugged at Jiyu. They now had nearly 2,000 yuan between them. There was no need to argue over a little money with those people. She had plenty of ways to make them hand it over obediently. Zhao Tingdong had a splitting headache over the Ji family matters. After a long day, he just wanted to finish the division quickly and go home to eat. He then said, "Accountant Wang, check the household grain again." And the Qixing brigade. Over the years, it was rare for families to split up. When parents were alive, they didn't divide the household. It had been passed down for generations. The old Ji family's division counted as big news. So many people had come to gawk. Of course, Zhang Yuhua and her 2 little grandsons on the wall weren't going to be missed. The accountant went to count the grain. Zhang Yuhua, who loved to watch a fuss, said, "I'm telling you, old woman Ji, what's the point of having so many sons? In the end, everything gets split up so thin. When you had good days, you didn't enjoy them. What were you thinking? Everyone wants to live well, to eat their fill and have warm clothes, but the Ji family was all ruined by old woman Ji stirring the pot." She still remembered when they first brought a daughter-in-law home. Old woman Ji washed her hands of everything. Back then, Xiao Qiaolan not only had to serve her and Ji Chunlin, she also had to wait on Ji Ro, that spoiled young sister-in-law, and only when the second son Ji Li married Su Qian did things ease up a bit. With someone this dense at the helm, it's no wonder they couldn't enjoy a good life for long. Ji Paozi was already full of anger. Hearing Zhang Yua's cold mockery, the fury shot up to her throat. You damned old hag, what business is our family's affairs of yours? Even if they do split off, they're still my Nian Shilans by birth. From now on, at New Year and festivals they'll have to bring good food to pay respects to me. Are you jealous? Zhang Yuhua curled her lip, too lazy to argue with her. After the accountant finished counting the grain, he said, there are 1,120 jin of coarse grain and 135 jin of fine grain. Zhao Tingdong nodded. Do you have any other objections about the money or the grain? The 3G brothers all glanced at their wives at the same time, then took out the 10 yuan they had prepared in advance and a severing kinship document, and said to the brigade leader, our parents told us to return all the bride price money paid from the communal funds. Whoever can put up an extra 5 yuan will sign the severing kinship document with us. The GCI, fearing misunderstandings, quickly explained. This doesn't mean that after signing we won't acknowledge our parents. The document only means our parents won't live with us and won't interfere in our lives anymore. Of course, when the time comes for them to be cared for in old age, we'll still contribute money and effort as needed. Those who had come to watch the commotion, upon hearing about the severing kinship document, at first thought the Ji brothers were being too cruel. Once the explanation was given, they understood this was just paying for peace and quiet. Ji Zhua, hearing the chatter, suddenly shouted, parents, this isn't because we're cruel, it's because you and Dad always favor the younger brothers. We only contributed 5 yuan from the communal funds when we married. When old 7 is getting married, you hand over 120 without hesitation. It's really not comparable. What? Yin Jiqing is worth 120? Why doesn't she go snatch one? Snatch what? Marrying someone earns you over 100, isn't that quicker money than robbery? Exactly, after living for a few years, maybe she can find another one and make another fortune. Chapter 27 Brainwashing. Ria's face was flushed with embarrassment in the crowd. She clenched her fists tightly, but she couldn't back down. If she loosened her mouth, the 100-odd yuan would be gone. They couldn't build a new house, she'd have no money left, and if they ran into such a quarrelsome old woman as a wife, life afterwards would be unbearable. Zhao Tingdong yelled at the crowd, enough, stop arguing. If you want to watch, shut up. If you don't, go home and eat. The family division continued. With over 1,000 jin of grain, the 7 sons plus Ji Chunlin and his wife split it into 8 shares. Each coarse grain share was 140 jin. Each fine grain share was 16 jin and 7 liang. And the money was divided into 7 yuan and 9 jiao per household. There weren't that many pots, bowls and pans left, so for now people took their own bowls and the pots were rotated between households. The most important thing was the house. After the families split, each household had to pay Ji Chunlin 2 mao per month as rent. Ji Pozi put forward a demand. I want collect it monthly. Each family must pay a year in advance, and those in better circumstances must pay 2 years. Yun Shuyao rolled her eyes. Better circumstances? How do you judge that? All the family's money is in your hands. Whatever amount you say goes. The little private savings we had have been taken by you to fund your youngest son's marriage. Even Zhou Papi would bow before you. Our families need to build houses and are staying here temporarily. We'll give you 3 months' rent for now, take it or leave it. Zhao Tingdong also thought charging rent was a bit too much. But as an outsider he couldn't judge. Alright, let's do as Ji's wife says. Besides the 4th, 5th and 6th households, which of you others paid extra to sign this severance document? To Ji Chunlin's surprise, Ji Li also produced 10 yuan. Then Ji Chun and his wife handed over money, leaving only the eldest Ji Jia, and the 7th Ji Yan who had not paid. Ji Jia took out 5 yuan. Father, mother, I really can't give any more. This money was set aside for Qiu Yun's childbirth. If you're truly unhappy, there's nothing I can do. This family-splitting farce was still being wrangled over. The 3 sisters listened in irritation after counting it up. It was only a matter of a few dozen cents, and the whole thing was infuriating. Sang Yi had GCI carry the grain back into the room and dump 10 yuan and 6 mao on the table. This is for GCI. Hurry up and press your fingerprint. We're leaving first. Granny Ji gritted her teeth and glared at GCI. As for the public money, it was agreed you and your father would take the bigger share with whoever's family, so what about the rest? Sang Yi, angry, threw the 7 yuan and 9 mao back. Keep it all. Stay away from me from now on. Old Lady Ji cheerfully put the money away, then happily pressed her palm seal and handed it to Sang Yi. Luo Xin copied her and threw all the money back. Jizhua's. Shuyao glanced at Yan Ruyu standing in the crowd, smiled and also pushed all the money back. Yes. Remember this, there are a lot of witnesses today. If you try to cause trouble later, I won't indulge you. Zhao Tingdong let out a sigh of relief after the distribution was finished. That's settled then. I'll calculate you brothers' work points with Accountant Wang tomorrow and open separate accounts for you. What's yours is yours. You can sort out the rest yourselves. Old Lady Ji immediately took back more than $50. She could no longer hear what anyone else was saying. Shuyao pulled Ji Yu and returned to the room. Before the split there were only a little over 60 yuan. After it was divided, Ji Posey surprisingly had nearly 100 yuan. Although they had all signed that damned Severingo relations document, she firmly believed that her own sons, if they saw her living poorly later, would still take care of her. So for Ji Posey this division was really worth it. Ji Yan looked at the money in Ji Posey's hand, his eyes lighting up. He hurried over to massage her shoulders and pound her legs. Mother, see you've got your share. From now on you and father will live with me and Xiaoyu, right? Isn't it about time I married? The money hadn't even warmed her hands and Ji Posey of course refused. She shifted her eyes and said, "Seventh son, look at you, your sister still isn't married and now she's injured. You can't drain mother and father dry just for your own sake, can you? Talk it over with Ria, give her 50 yuan as a bride price, can you do that?" Ji Yan nearly lost control of his expression. "Mother, what are you saying? Do you still want to come with us to the city for ration grain in the future? You know Xiaoyu's family situation, having us transferred back is only a matter of time. They might even arrange jobs for us. You can't just focus on this little bit of money now, can you?" When Ji Posey heard that work could be arranged he felt a bit relieved, but Jiro refused. She sat bolt upright on the bed. "Seventh brother, even if you go to the city, it isn't something that should happen right now. Besides, we're all born of the same parents, why should all the family's money be given to you alone? What about me?" Ji Yan glanced at her darkly. "What business is it of yours? Once you marry, you belong to another family. Why would you need a dowry?" Ji Chunlin drew on his tobacco, exhaled a cloud and said, "Give 90. No more. What you're talking about is for later, your mother, and I need to keep some money on hand." Ji Yan still heeded Ji Chunlin. Their father had already spoken, and there was no point arguing further. After leaving the house, Ji Yan went straight to the youth work brigade to find Yan Ruyu. He painted a big picture first, then got down to the real topic. "Xiaoyu, now that the family is splitting, those 3 crazy girls will be far away from us. The house belongs to my parents. After we marry, my mother said you can run the household, you'll be the lady of the house. If you want them to live here, let them. If you don't, they can get lost. To put it the old way, you're the landlady, they're just poor bums renting our house. Father and mother can still work, and Sharo can live with us too. I'll persuade them to wait a while before letting her marry. If you have work, just tell her and she'll do it. You like reading. So stay home and read and feed the chickens. Let Jiro handle all the cooking and laundry. If you don't want to go to work, then rest at home. You are a city-born daughter. How could you work the fields? Right now I have no standing to stop you going. But once you marry me it will be different. You'll be kept at home and give me a few big, healthy sons soon. But Xiaoyu, you've seen the family's situation. Father and mother have split me off from my 6 brothers and even took back all the money they used to marry them off. Mother doesn't have that much in hand, so could we ask for a smaller bride price?" Yan Ruyu had been very moved at first, but when she heard the bride price was meager, she refused to accept it. "Ji Yan, I can let go if you don't have a new house, and I won't even bring up the 3 turns and 1 ring, but you still try to sting me over such a small bride price? I don't think you truly want to marry me." Ji Yan hurried to apologize. "I know it's my fault, but Xiaoyu, my feelings for you are real. We've been dating so long, you know how good I've been to you, right? I may not have the $120 for the bride price now, but trust me, after we marry I'll go hunting in the mountains after work and give all the money I earn to you. Buy whatever you want." Yan Ruyu snorted. "Then your parents will have to live with you and your younger brother, won't they?" Chapter 28. Your family can eat chicken too. Ji Yan shook Yan Ruyu's hand. "My silly Xiaoyu, what's wrong with living with your parents? Look, my eldest sister-in-law is about to give birth. Who will take care of her baby when it's born? Won't she have to raise the child herself? My mother is healthy. From now on our children will be raised by her. After you give birth you can do nothing but eat and sleep every day. I'll go up the mountain to catch pheasants to help you recover. Have Sharo cook for you. Tell me which village within 10 miles can let you enjoy such a life. If you ask me, my brothers are all thick-head, as if they want to push our parents out entirely. But my father can earn work points, my mother can still do the household chores. Living with them has more advantages than disadvantages. It had to be said, Ji Yan really knew how to talk. Under his silver tongue, Yen Ruyu soon surrendered. She didn't even take the 90 kwai betrothal gift, only 70, because Ji Yan said that in his parents' eyes all their daughters-in-law were only worth 5 kwai each. Anything extra they had to arrange for themselves. She was different. In his parents' eyes she was worth far more than them. On his way home, Ji Yan hummed a little tune. Once home he went straight to Ji Pose's room and said mysteriously, "Father, Mother, Xiao Yu agreed to a 90 yuan bride price, but after the wedding let her handle the money. There's barely anything in the money box anyway, it's all for funeral expenses." When Ji Posey heard that household authority was going to be handed over, she was instantly displeased. She hasn't even married in yet and already wants to run the household? Does she think she can fly to the heavens? Ji Yan rolled his eyes and began to brainwash his mother. "Mother, you're being foolish. Xiao Yu's parents are city officials who eat ration grain. Even the crumbs from their fingers would be enough to feed our whole family. Her wanting control of the household purse is just to save face. What harm would it do if we give her that? Besides, that 90-some yuan for the funeral will all go to her anyway. If we want to eat something better, don't we have to ask her for the money? If she becomes our daughter-in-law and my father-in-law finds out, he might be so pleased that the dowry could be a few hundred yuan, a drop in the bucket for them but a lot for us. And her brother, who's a battalion commander, doesn't he make 100 or 80 yuan a month? Xiao Yu said he treats her very well. After they marry, managing a household won't be easy. If money runs short, her brother might help out. If you become the housekeeper, the money her family gives would be her private stash, buying treats you and father would feel awkward asking for. But if she runs the household, it's different. Everything belongs to the whole family. Not sharing good food would be unfilial, and then you'd have something to say. And Sharo with a sister-in-law like that, whoever she marries will surely look up to the family. If they pamper her when they bring us back, they might even give Zyrus in-laws a helping hand." Ji Chunlin and Granny Ji weren't sure whether Ji Pose's heart had been moved, but Ji Ro was so excited she nearly jumped up. "Mother, what are you still thinking about? If you don't think of seventh brother, at least think of your only daughter. If I have face in my in-laws' home, won't you all benefit too? In the future when I want to bring home some incense or other nice things, who would dare say anything?" Granny Ji slapped her thigh. "Fine, let's do it." Ji Yan struck while the iron was hot. "Mother, I just coaxed Xiao Yu and agreed. The public betrothal gift will be 70, and the remaining 20 will be spent on a new outfit and new shoes for her. Her family isn't here, and I'm eager to get married. There might not be time to prepare a dowry, so we'll just buy it for her. After all, that money is all being spent on her. It's the same thing." Ji Chunlin, Granny Ji, and Ji Ro were already dazzled by visions of a happy future and couldn't hear clearly what Ji Yan was saying. Confused and dazed, they let him take the 20 yuan. Too busy to eat, Granny Ji hurried out to find a matchmaker. She had to strike while the iron was hot. If Yen Ruyu came to her senses and changed her mind, she wouldn't even have a place to cry. Elsewhere, after splitting up, the group of 6 felt unburdened beyond words. Without resting, several of them headed straight up the mountain. Before long, Ji Yu had hunted 2 pheasants while the Yun Shuyao sisters shook them off and pulled another wild boar out of the space. Luo Xin called from afar, Jizhua, hurry over to 4th brother and 5th brother, we sisters caught another wild boar and can't carry it. GCI and Jizhua didn't overthink it. As soon as they heard wild boar, they bolted. To the 2 of them, 1 wild boar was worth 1800 kwai. Ji Yu gave a helpless smile. There are few strays on the mountain that travel alone. How is it that whenever they encounter one, they always find the same fox? The little fox sure has a lot of secrets. The 3 brothers arrived at the boar. GCI complained weakly, "My goodness, this one's a lot bigger than the one we sold, at least 100 jin more meat. At this rate, why should we keep working? The 6 of us might as well become hunters." Sang Yi immediately gave him a hard smack, leaving the back of Jesus' head buzzing. "Do you think wild boars are as dumb and easy to catch as you are? GCI glanced at Sang Yi's clothes and said, puzzled, wifey, are you really that good? Not a drop of blood got on you when you killed the boar. Jijua also looked at Luo Xin. Yeah, Sheener, you guys are amazing. How did you kill it? Yun Shuyao helplessly pressed a hand to her forehead, careless. Sang Yi lied with a straight face, unfazed, ranged hunting, understand? Who's as dumb as you lot, catching a few pheasants and making yourselves look so miserable? As she was speaking, a pheasant sneaked by not far off. Sang Yi crouched, picked up a stone, tossed it twice in her hand, watched closely. After speaking, she swiftly hurled the stone in her hand at the pheasant that was foraging in the grass. The stone traced a graceful arc through the air and, true to aim, struck the pheasant squarely on the head. Zai looked at her with pure admiration, staring at Sang Yi with a love-struck expression. What did I ever do to deserve marrying such an awesome wife? Sister, from now on you're my role model. I'm your little brother. Whatever you say goes. Jijua gave a thumbs up, and even Ji Yu commented, impressive. Everyone returned laden with their catch. The three brothers hid the wild boar in the earlier grass. The three sisters lazily carried the pheasants behind them. Chatting and laughing, they were home in no time. When Granny Ji saw several people carrying so many chickens, her eyes lit up and she slapped her thigh with delight. Oh my goodness, we can have meat tonight, old man, come quickly. Fourth and his brothers caught so many chickens. Yun Shuyao laughed until her body trembled. Old lady, it's not even dark yet. What are you dreaming about? These chickens were caught by us. What does that have to do with you? Granny Ji's smile froze on her face. Don't talk nonsense. Even if we split up, they're still my sons. Flesh off my body. What's wrong with me eating a few of their chickens? It's only right that they set some aside to honor me and their father. Sang Yi's gaze swept toward her. What Fox Yao means is these chickens were caught by us and have nothing to do with your son. Luo Xin was more direct. She threw the stone she had been playing with toward the idly pacing yard chicken. The stone smashed into it hard, instantly throwing it off balance, and it spectacularly fell to the ground. Watching this, Luo Xin wore a smug smile. Now your household can eat chicken too. Chapter 29. Fighting again? Old woman Ji nearly fainted from anger when she saw another chicken dead. You little spendthrift brat. My hens still need to lay eggs. How dare you? Someone help, I can't live like this. Yun Shuyao and the others walked into the house. Sang Yi said coldly, if you want to bury yourself with a chicken, no one will stop you, but keep your crying quiet. If you disturb me, don't expect anyone to sleep tonight. Ji Yin was also annoyed by Ji Pose's wailing. Stop crying, mother. If she's dead, she's dead. It will be a chance for us to improve our meals. I'll go fetch Xiao Yu and talk about proposing tomorrow. Xiao Qiaolan, holding her large belly, had wanted to watch the commotion, but when she heard her parents would be stewing a chicken that night, her eyes lit up. Mother, your eldest grandson wants to eat too. Could you spare a bowl for us? Ji Posey was cowed by those three madwomen, but she didn't coddle her other daughters-in-law. Eat my foot, always lazy and greedy. I bore 8 children and never once said I wanted a bowl of chicken, yet I raised each of them up. You don't even offer anything to show filial respect, and you want to snatch food from my mouth. Have you no shame? Xiao Qiaolan made a silent pft, turned back into the room, and saw Ji Jie lying on the bed in a daze. She instantly exploded with anger. What time is it and you still haven't made dinner? Do you expect me to serve you with a big belly? If you want eat, is our son not going to eat either? Go make dinner now. Ji Jie glanced at her. He had always thought Xiao Qiaolan was considerate and sensible, and that she treated his parents without returning blows or insults. But since she got pregnant, how did she suddenly become so unreasonable, expecting a grown man like him to cook? What was she thinking? I've worked all day, come home and then make you dinner. Do you think I can just eat? You can't even go to work because you're pregnant, but you can't tidy up the house or make a meal. Are you some capitalist lady? Being pregnant means someone has to wait on you? Do it if you want. If not, I'll go eat at my parents' place. Xiao Qiaolan, furious, walked over, clenched her fists, and started swinging at him. Don't talk nonsense, me Bella's so big I can't even squat. How am I supposed to cook? Even if you don't care about me, shouldn't you care about the child in my stomach? What if I get bumped or hurt? Won't you regret it? Ji Jie irritably scratched his hair. Nobody else can touch it, so why are you so stupid as to touch it? Do as you like, I'm going out for some air. After saying that, he strode out, leaving Xiao Qiaolan with her face contorted in anger on the other side. The group of 6 returned and split tasks clearly. The three brothers killed the chicken, those in charge of fire made the fire, the three sisters chopped the vegetables and someone kneaded the dough. They cooked while chatting and laughing. Shuyao and Sang Yi and Luo Xin had lived through the end of the world for 2 or 3 years. Whatever they encountered they relied on themselves. They never expected that by following a trend and dressing like characters from a book they'd meet such agreeable men at a tea. First the three sisters were attracted by appearances, but now there's genuinely a bit of a sense of belonging. The best cook was Shuyao. She had gone to the county and bought a lot of things, even sneaking in a few extras. This time she could finally show off her skills. Shuyao was making stewed chicken with potatoes again. She wanted to stew mushrooms, but unfortunately it hadn't rained since she arrived, so mushrooms were hard to find. Stewed potatoes would do. Halfway through, Sang Yi stuck a ring of flatbreads around the big pot, and Luo Xin, who liked noodles, added over a pound of wide noodles to the dish. They were afraid the pheasants wouldn't be finished and someone might take notice, so they stewed 3 at once and left 2 to make braised chicken pieces for tomorrow noon. Even when there's plenty of meat and vegetables you still get tired of it, so Luo Xin went to the back garden again to pick some spinach and scallions. She'd stir-fry the spinach and make scrambled eggs with the scallions. Luo Xin hurried back with the vegetables, but just as she reached Ji Pose's door she heard scolding from inside. Those 3 slags really know how to act cheap. Look how they've got 4th brother and the others wrapped around their fingers. When mother wanted a bite of meat they didn't even let her fart, just let those whores make mother look bad. Father and mother raised them for nothing. Ryu continued, I don't believe women can hunt either. The chickens we raise at home are easy to catch, but that doesn't mean wild pheasants are. When our sent-down comrades tried to improve the food for a festival, 7 or 8 of them went together and got nothing. How come they can just stroll out and catch 4 or 5 wild chickens? Jian snorted, 4th brother, 5th brother and 6th brother are hopeless, listening to women like that, cowards and weaklings. Even sharing their surname makes me ashamed. How could our old Ji family have men who are so afraid of their wives? Ji Posey stuffed meat into her mouth as others were speaking. Luo Xin flew into a rage, scooped up a handful of dirt, kicked the door open with a bang, walked to the table and dumped the whole handful of dirt into the dish. Since you all like to shut the door and talk behind people's backs so much it seems you're not hungry. I'll add a little something for you, enjoy your meal. Ji Chunlin had just taken a bite when the whole dish was ruined. Trembling, he pointed at Luo Xin and said, You brazen little brat, you troublemaker, there are limits to how much chaos you can make. How dare you waste food? I'm going to report you and get the team leader to deal with you. When Ji Ro and Ryu saw Luo Xin come in, they were startled at first, but when they saw the dish ruined they could no longer be afraid. How could you be so excessive? You ruined a perfectly good dish. Ji Posey screamed loudly, This is unbearable, unbearable. You close the door and feast while we starve. Not only did you kill our chicken, you ruined my food too. I'll fight you to the death. After speaking, she signaled Ji Yan and Ryu to pounce on Luo Xin. But Luo Xin was not someone who could be easily pinned down. She was slippery like an eel. With a flash, she nimbly dodged left. Ji Yan and Ryu collided with each other. Before they could react, she darted to the right, leaving both of them dazed. Taking advantage of their confusion, Luo Xin suddenly kicked Ji Ro from behind. Ji Ro had been trying to help hold her down and was already off balance. Now she lost her footing entirely and lunged forward with a bang. She fell heavily onto the table. The next second the whole table collapsed to the floor, and Ji Rao's face happened to land in that dish. A hit scalding me. The shout drew everyone over. Ji Zhuo pushed to the front, staring up and down at Luo Xin, his hands trembling slightly with fright. Sheener, are you okay? Luo Xin shook her head, putting on a theatrical tone as she pointed at Ji Ro on the floor and said, I don't know what happened. Ji Yan and Ryu were desperately trying to grab me, and in the chaos they bumped into Ji Ro and knocked the table down. Ryu heard Luo Xin spouting nonsense with a solemn face and her eyes reddened. You're talking crap. It was you who scattered the dirt in the vegetables, that's why we got involved. You pushed Xiao, so you're the one who has to take responsibility. Shuyao broke free from Ji's grasp, walked over and slapped her hard across the mouth. I'll give you another chance. Insult my aunt again and I'll beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize you. Chapter 30. The abs disappearing under the pressure. Yan's eyes suddenly flared with furious fire. Seeing his partner getting hit in front of him again, he couldn't help but curse and lunged fiercely at Yun Shuajiu stared at the sudden ferocity that flashed in his eyes. Before his mind could react, his body moved even faster, drove a foot into Ji Yan's chest, sending him flying. Ji Yan staggered back several steps from the unexpected kick, glaring at Ji Yu with clenched teeth, chattering, "I'm your blood brother. That woman only married you a few days ago, and you treat me like this because of her? Well done, really?" GCI grabbed Ji Yu and stepped in front, saying, "Seventh brother, helping a woman fight, aren't you going a bit too far? No matter how many days Fourth's wife has been married to Fourth, you should still call her sister-in-law. You hit your own sister-in-law, weren't you afraid people will mock you for that?" Madame Ji had already taken Ji-ro out to splash cold water on her face. Ji Chunlin watched his sons fighting over a woman, his fingers trembling with anger. "Do you still have any regard for me as your father? You've already split the household, can't you live separately? If you can't get along, aren't Fourth, Fifth and Sixth united? Then get out together, get out of the Ji family." Sang Yi walked over and looked down at Ji Chunlin from above, took the severance document out of his pocket, and the last clause read, "Pay 2 mao a month in rent until GCI is capable of building a house on his own." It's written in black and white, clear as day. Open your eyes and look. You want us to move out? That's not going to happen. If you can bear it, bear it. If you can't, then grit your teeth and endure it. Either way, your whole family is useless even if you can't bear it. There's nothing you can do. Yen Ruyu covered her face and sobbed loudly. The 6 of them paid no attention to the situation in the room and swaggered back inside. The food was already prepared, and soon everyone began to pick up their chopsticks. Halfway through the meal, there was the sound of the door being kicked open with a bang, and a wave of pig manure smell drifted in. Ji Yu understood instantly, stepped out and shut the door properly, and the next second the sound of fists hitting flesh rang out outside. Yun Shuyao didn't want to meddle in matters between brothers, so she called to the others to hurry and finish eating. After the meal they still had to check the black market again and sell the wild boar they had stashed away in the afternoon. I had been enjoying his meal the most, but with 4th brother and 7th brother fighting outside, the meat in his mouth suddenly didn't taste as good. He sprang up and walked out. Jijua saw 5th brother go. And if he didn't go too, it would be terribly unbrotherly, plus this involved their sheener, so he followed out as well. The 3 sisters had only taken a couple of bites when the 3 brothers returned. Ji Yu looked at Yun Shuyao and smiled, saying, "It smells a bit strong out there. Well, take care of it in a bit." Yun Shuyao didn't speak, she signaled with her eyes for him to continue eating. After they finished their meal, Sang Yi and Luo Xin put on masks and went outside. Before long, chaotic cries of Ji Yan rang out, accompanied by retching sounds. Sang Yi and Luo Xin returned in disgust. Luo Xin complained, "So gross. Sang really went too far. Ji Yan's room is practically marinated in pig shit." Sang Yi glanced at her. "You were practically ecstatic a moment ago. Now you're acting disgusted." Luo Xin's gaze darted around. "I wasn't." The 3 brothers were quick. In their house all the windows and doors were thrown wide open. And an hour later the smell was gone. The 3 brothers pretended not to have seen what was done to their daughter-in-law. Besides being beaten, Ji Yan's house had been smeared with pig manure. He was furious enough to want to kill all 6 of them to vent his anger, but as much as he fantasized, reality was harsh. He couldn't fight back, he couldn't beat them, and it drove him crazy. After tidying the house, Yun Shuyao boiled 2 large pots of water for the 5 people who had come into contact with the manure. After bathing and changing clothes, they finally felt alive again. Otherwise, tonight even their dreams would probably have smelled like pig manure. Ji Rao's face had been cooled with cold water just in time, and the food had been sitting for a while, so it wasn't as hot as when it first came off the stove, so her face was much better now. She sat on the bed crying, tears and snot everywhere. Wah, I was almost disfigured. Mother, won't you do something for me? Those 3 bitches are just picking on me. As long as they're in the Ji household, I won't have a good day. Father, kick them out, kick them all out. Old Nurse Ji joined in the scolding, and Ji Chunlin sat on a stool puffing on his dry tobacco, making popping noises with the pipe, unable to say a single word. On the other side, Ji Jia had been out for nearly 2 hours before returning. Xiao Chaolan had only eaten a single leftover corn bun at noon, and was lying on the bed sulking. Seeing the expression on Ji Jia's face, she pointed at him and started cursing, "You bastard, where did you go for so long?" Ji Jia ignored her, grabbed a towel and left the room. A minute later the sound of rushing water came from outside. Only after basin of cold water was poured did the little spark inside Ji Jia get doused. He had lived 25 years, and this was the first time he'd experienced anything so thrilling. Xiao Qiaolon lay in bed sulking, but soon fell asleep. Ji Jie came back after his shower and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw her asleep. After dinner, Ji Li and his wife finished eating. Su Qian tried to discuss with him. Since we're splitting the household, I want to bring the children back. My parents can help care for them, but they've been left at their maternal grandparents' place so much that over time the kids will start to worry. From now on when we go out to work, we'll take them with us. And once we save enough, I want to send them to school. Ji Li didn't say anything, he nodded, which counted as agreement. At it was still early. The three sisters exchanged glances. Each took her own man back to their rooms. Before going out to earn money, they needed some motivation. After all, a woman's life is, in the end, about feeding the two mouths above and below. Luo Xin had long been dizzy from the handsome man's bath scene. As soon as she entered the room, a little burst of energy propelled her onto Ji Zhua. Her beautiful legs wrapped tightly around his studly waist, and her arms clung fast to his neck. Xiang, husband, give me a kiss. Ji Zhua was dizzy with emotion from Luo Xin's enthusiasm. How could such an adorable little daughter-in-law not be liked by his parents? He truly couldn't understand it. The two of them had long since had enough of that creaking, rickety bed. Staying in their original positions, they quickly tangled together again. Luo Xin silently admired her Appa husband's arm strength. Her little mouth nipped and bit, making Ji Zhua almost cry out. Sang Yi beckoned to GCI with a curled finger, her alluring eyes fixed intently on him. She marveled yet again, given Ji Chunlin and Granny Jie's characters. How did they manage to produce these 7 handsome sons of the Ji family? Ji Si's face flushed as he awkwardly stepped forward. Sang Yi gave him a look, and GCI, still blushing, said, Sister, shall I blow out the lamp? I'm afraid you'll be embarrassed. Sang Yi shook his head expressionlessly. I'm not embarrassed, hurry up. When GCI spotless review, poor wording, you know what I mean, stood in front of Sang Yi looked quite pleased. I thought you'd eaten too much tonight and your abs would be gone. Keep it up, I really like your body. If you can't maintain it, I won't like it. Sai, blushing, lunged at Sang Yi. Before long, Ji Si's voice came from the room. Sister, doesn't it look better when these abs move? Chapter 31 Love and Affection. In the other room, Ji Yu watched Yun Shuyao on the bed applying body lotion, sighing as if about to speak but stopping. As she rubbed, Yun Shuyao said, What did you want to say? Ji Yu looked at her apologetically. I'm sorry, Shuyao. Our home is such a mess and you've been put out. Don't worry, you'll make good money from now on. Once we can afford to build a house, we can move out early. Yun Shuyao's delicate fingers gave her feet a few final gentle strokes, then as if casually, she began to move slowly toward him. Each small advance felt like a scratch at the very tip of Ji Ye's heart. When the faint fragrance from Yun Shuyao quietly slipped into his nose, Ji Yu felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. His whole body stiffened and he stared straight into his wife's hauntingly captivating eyes. There seemed to be a spirit within them, deeply drawing him in, so he couldn't look away. Your family is your family, you are you. What I'm interested in is you, not your family. Otherwise, don't even talk about here, not even prison could hold me. Her words made Ji Ye's chest swell full. It was an indescribable feeling. Yao saying that, could it mean she was beginning to try to like him? With that thought, a dense sweat broke out across Ji Ye's forehead. I'll treat you well. Yun Shuyao lifted her hand and lightly brushed his forehead. You handsome little guy. Don't be nervous. Keep your figure, don't get too tanned, and take good care of me. If you do, I'll naturally stay. Ji Ye's head felt like it exploded with a buzz. His eyes flickered with a strange light, full of infatuation and intoxication. Looking at her flirtatious little demeanor, he was delighted down to his bones. His voice dropped 2 tones as he asked softly, what kind of care would make Yao satisfied? Yun Shuyao slid the strap of her nightgown off her shoulder and tilted her head. What do you think? If Ji Yu kept holding back, he wouldn't be a man anymore. His coarse large hand slipped around her slender waist. With the other he hooked under the hem of her skirt and scooped her into his arms, seating her on his forearm. No wonder 5th sister-in-law and 6th sister-in-law call you Fox Yao. You little enchantress, are you trying to take my life? Yun Shuyao's thigh went numb and prickly, a shiver running through her. Though her face showed none of it, she still clung tightly around his neck. If you want my life, take it. Who will I have to serve me if you're dead? After all, I haven't tried anyone else yet. Before she could finish, Ji swift as lightning covered that chattering little mouth. The moment the careless word anyone else slipped from her lips, his feelings were ignited. An uncontrollable fury and possessiveness blazed up in his chest. The desire he'd been suppressing burst out without restraint. He ferociously pried open her lips, hooked his tongue with hers and sucked with force, the magical sweetness in his mouth like a thread tightly winding around his taste buds, danced on his tongue with every taste. This unique flavor drew him in deeply, unable to stop it as the sweetness continued to stimulate his mouth. His breathing grew increasingly rapid, like waves swept by a gale's urging and uncontrollable. The quickened breaths sounded like the cries of desire in his heart. Striking his eardrums one after another and setting his thoughts on edge, her heated lips slowly left the tender, moist red mouth, trailing down his pale neck in a winding path, sometimes gently nibbling, sometimes biting hard, as if she wanted to burn his passion deep into her skin. Shuyao's eyes were misted with a faint film of moisture. Her whole body was limp, and like a koala she clung tightly to him. Ji felt as if he were going to explode. Holding the woman in his arms, they both fell onto the bed. Tossing and turning until midnight, Ji looked at the exhausted woman collapsed on the bed and his heart melted into a puddle. He liked her, that kind of liking burned like a fierce fire deep in his chest, hot and intense. Yao, I'm willing to do anything for you just to make you happy. Will you stay by my side forever? Sleeping Shuyao naturally did not respond. Ji smiled, kissed the corner of her mouth once more. Then satisfied, dressed and left up. By the time he went out, GCI and Jijua had already been waiting for him for half an hour. GCI teased, "Fourth brother really is something." You thought of the recent tender moment and smiling rarefully said, "Let's go quickly." The next day when Shuyao woke up, there was no one beside her. She dressed, got out of bed, and saw a thick stack of dachuanji bills on the table. She counted 35 in total. It seemed that the bore over 400 jin had finally paid up. The three sisters came out of the room one after another, glanced at each other, then tacitly looked away after they finished washing up. Shuyao called the other two into the room. Counting the 1,800 yuan from the previous night, they now had nearly 2,200 yuan in total. Sang Yi took out 10 yuan and put it in his pocket. Luo Xin also took a bill. "Put the rest of what Fox Yao has into the space. That money should be enough to build the house, but how do we take it out? If we pull out so much money at once, people will be suspicious, right?" Shuyao nodded, waved her hand, and the money was taken into the space. Immediately a pile of delicious food appeared on the table. Century egg and lean pork congee, youtiao, soy milk, steamed buns, xiaomai. "Let's eat first and talk while we eat." Luo Xin looked at the food on the table and acted coyly toward Shuyao. "I want to eat durian pizza." The next moment a steaming box of pizza appeared in front of her, the pizza they had all experimented with and baked themselves in the RV. Luo Xin gave a cheer and Awur took a big bite. Sang Yi bit into a bun and said, "How about we stay here for now, save up some more money, and see if later we can get a chance to take it out after we pass Minglu. After we finish eating we can go up the mountain for a walk and release another wild boar." Luo Xin's mouth was stuffed full, and Shuyao handed her a bottle of cola. Luo Xin happily bobbed her head and guzzled it down. "Belch, this is so comfortable. I'm exhausted to death, but don't tell anyone, really don't tell anyone. Jijua's work is really good." Sang Yi almost spat out her soy milk, staring at Luo Xin in horror. Has this silly girl truly become foolish from reading so much? She dares say anything, she really doesn't treat them as outsiders. After the three sisters finished eating, Shuyao as usual took out 3 pills and they swallowed them together. Men can be fragrant all they want, but having a baby or whatever, no thanks. They weren't ready to become old hags with yellow faces. After tidying the house, Shuyao left the meals for her 3 brothers, thoughtfully covering them with a net, locked the door. And then they all went out together. Chapter 32. Helping to catch someone. The 3 sisters went deeper into the mountains. Luo Xin had just cut down 2 venomous snakes and was idly swinging the machete in her hand, grumbling, "I'm starting to miss my old life. No laws, no limits, you could kill whoever you wanted." Sang Yi felt nostalgic too. "Yeah, coming here we quarrel every day. I feel like I'm turning into a shrew. I want to go back too." Shuya teasingly said, "But in the end times you didn't have any men either. At night the ones you called were getting louder and louder. You two are like ungrateful lubbers who kill the donkey after getting the millstone off." Ahem, ahem, ahem. The two felt a little guilty. One looked up at the sky and the other looked down at the ground, but neither dared look at Shuya. This girl was too bold, she dared to say anything. Look, wild rabbits, a whole litter of wild rabbits. Luo Xin's excited voice sounded. Just as they were about to act together, they suddenly heard footsteps behind them, varying like drumbeats, and breathing as rough as an old ox pulling a broken cart. The three involuntarily stopped what they were doing and turned their heads warily to look back. There couldn't possibly be villagers here. Ordinary people wouldn't dare enter these deep mountains. Besides large wild beasts, there are poisonous snakes that can strike out at any time, and one can easily lose their life here. The three exchanged glances, then quickly each found a place to hide. Having lived through the end times for a long while, hiding had become the most basic skill, not to avoid zombies, but to evade filthy human hearts. Shuyao was relentlessly pursued by a group of vicious enemy agents and those detestable little Sakura Nation devils. Their unit discovered that this mountain concealed many weapons left over from past wars and a large amount of gold and silver treasures. Before they could send people out to scout, the news vanished without a trace. It turned out that enemy agents had actually appeared within the unit. These crazed men had already been hiding in the mountain for more than half a month, using the complex terrain and dense vegetation as cover in an attempt to evade capture by Shuyao and the others. Finally, following the faint clues, they caught up to these people today. Shuyao knew well that to capture all the ringleaders at once, they had to be extremely careful. A single lapse could allow them to escape again. These people were all armed. After tangling with them for so long, 4 of them had already been seriously wounded. Luckily, the people brought this time were the unit's elite, otherwise they might really have escaped. From the clues in their hands, there were 15 enemy agents and Japanese soldiers on the mountain in total. Shuyao split the people he brought this time into 20 small teams and had already separated to capture them. The 3 who Shuyao and the others encountered were led in the pursuit by Luo Xin, who had originally been a regiment commander in the unit. He was the one who leaked this time's information that Luo Xin and Shuyao were evenly matched in skill. During the big tournament they could even draw with each other. Luo Xin was adept at tracking, investigation, and stealth, so he was the hardest one to catch. The commander issued a killer capture order. No matter what, Luo Xin had to be brought back alive. What he held was a list of enemy agents covering at least 100 people. If they could successfully obtain this list, it would be like ripping open a hole in the darkness, allowing the country to root out a large number of long-accumulated tumors. These enemy agents were like venomous snakes hiding in the shadows, ready at any moment to launch deadly attacks against the state and the people. And this list was the crucial clue to uprooting those tumors. Seeing Luo Xin and the others drawing nearer, a large black-patterned snake suddenly shot out and blocked his path. Luo Xin tried to run around it, but the snake, agitated by something, reared up and attacked him. Luo Xin drew his blade and cut the snake down, but Shuyao also caught up in that moment. Blinded by fury, Luo Xin aimed at Shuyao's thigh and fired a shot. Shuyao let out a stifled groan and fell to the ground. Another soldier following behind engaged Luo Xin in combat, and Sang Yi shook his head and rushed out to fight Luo Xin as well. Sang Yi hadn't learned from any system. All his martial skills were accumulated from countless injuries suffered in the apocalypse, so nearly every move he made was a killing blow. The little warrior following Shuyao had already been knocked out by Luo Xiang's kick, and Shuyao, dragging his injured thigh, wanted to join the fight. But Sang Yi's cold glare stopped him. Shuyao didn't have time to think about who this woman who had suddenly crawled out of the bushes was. He hurried to the side to tend his wound. Shuyao shook her head, took a knife out of her space and jumped down from the tree. Don't move. Do you not want that leg anymore? Shuyao was startled. He slowly raised his head and met Shuyao's eyes, clear and pure as autumn water. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. As if an invisible hand had tightly seized his heart, the sudden appearance of the woman left him stunned. He felt his entire world revolve around those eyes, while his heart was struck like a heavy hammer. Sounding loud thuds, clear and forceful, as if trying to pierce his chest and reach the depths of his soul. A flush of heat instantly rose on Shuyao's face. He hurriedly and frantically averted his gaze, as if avoiding some dangerous thing. That already somewhat stern face turned even darker than ink. He frowned and with a tone tinged with displeasure and puzzlement asked, "Where did you come from? Why were you hiding in the tree? Didn't you know that's dangerous?" The last sentence was what he said in his heart. Shuyao crouched down and ripped open Shuyao's trouser leg in one swift motion, deftly cutting into the flesh to extract the bullet, then tore off a strip from her own shirt to start bandaging. We came to hunt. We just saw you in uniform and catching him, so we helped out. Shuyao watched the fair little hand rubbing his calf. His whole body went rigid and he didn't dare move. After a long while he said, "Thank you." Sang Yi's fight with Luo Xin had already reached its climax. Luo Xin had been chased all the way and was clearly running low on energy. The fact that he could still hold his own against Sang Yi not only surprised Shuyao, it made her look at him with new respect. Luo Xin was hiding in the grass and was almost asleep when she suddenly saw Luo Xin pull a dagger out from his trouser leg. She sprang forward in an instant. "You bastard can't beat him fair and square, so you play dirty, huh?" Luo Xin's right foot slammed hard into Luo Xiang's wrist. A sharp pain shot through his wrist. He instinctively clutched the injured spot, a look of disbelief flashing across his eyes. Immediately after, Luo Xin delivered a swift roundhouse kick like a bolt of lightning, striking Luo Xiang's face with pinpoint accuracy. She put her full strength into that kick. Luo Xiang's body was violently sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground lying there. Blood slowly welled at the corner of his mouth, and 2 seconds later he spat out 2 bloody teeth. Luo Xiang struggled up with difficulty, his eyes filled with rage and unwillingness. He stared fixedly at Luo Xin, silently vowing to take revenge. Chapter 33. Shuyao. After Shuyao finished bandaging Shuyao and turned her head, she saw Luo Xiang's snake and scorpion-like expression. She stepped over and kicked Luo Xiang in the chest. "Look at me again and I'll gouge your eyes out." The 3 sisters moved in together, kicking Luo Xiang's body again and again. Shuyao was stunned into silence, and after a long moment hurriedly stopped them. "Stop, he can't be hurt, he still has what we need." Luo Xin gave him a disdainful look. The man was reasonably good-looking, but not very bright. "He could shoot at your leg, couldn't you shoot at hers? Why chase him for so long?" Shuyao slowly stood up and, with difficulty, walked step by step toward them. "I'm out of bullets. This person has something important on him. I have to bring him back intact." The 3 sisters handcuffed the man with Shuyao's cuffs and used a leaf to gag his mouth. Shuyao also hacked off a tree fork and handed it to Shuyao. "Lean on this. Go to the hospital soon and get your wounds treated." Hearing Shuyao's voice, Shuyao's face flushed and swelled as if boiled. "Thank you." After the 3 sisters finished helping, they were about to leave. Shuyao heart suddenly panicked. "Hey comrades," Sang Yi and Luo Xin exchanged a look and shrugged helplessly. Fox Yao is Fox Yana, one can escape those enchanting eyes. "Anything else?" Shuyao pressed his lips together. "Well, our unit is preparing to recruit a batch of female soldiers. Since you 2 are so skilled, you could try out. I'm Shuyao, a regimental commander of the 801st Army of the PLA. Our unit is stationed on an island not far from here." Luo Xin's big eyes gleamed. "An island? Is there seafood?" Shuyao hurriedly nodded. "Yes, we have the most seafood there. And you can even go tittapooling." Luo Xin looked at Shuyao, asking with a pair of expressive large eyes whether she wanted to go. Shuyao thought for a moment. "Are they recruiting male soldiers? Is there an age requirement?" Shuyao was taken aback. "Male soldiers? Could it be that she was planning to bring her younger brother? Also recruit? Our unit wants to form 2 vanguard teams dedicated to catching enemy agents hiding in the mountains of the province. Age can be up to 22. Shuyao nodded. "Okay, I'll go home and discuss it with my husband, see if he wants to go too. If he wants to go, I have no problem." Anyway, they didn't like this village. The 3 sisters' favorites were sunshine, the sea, and the beach. If they could live on an island, that would be nice. Shuyao froze instantly when he heard the 3 words "my husband." His mind filled with, "She's married? She's married. You're married." After asking, Yin immediately regretted it. How could he ask such a reckless question to a woman he had just met? She wouldn't think he was a pervert, would she? Shuyao of course knew what that look meant. Whether in modern times or in the end times, she had seen that look too many times. "Yes, I'm married. My man is pretty skilled. If he wants to join the army, I'll go with him. Also, the husbands of my 2 sisters-in-law would go too, so there would be 6 of us. If even one of them doesn't want to go, the rest of us won't." Shuyao felt as if a basin of icy water had been poured over his head. He shivered all over and, after a moment, said, "Fine. We still need to rest and regroup in the mountains for 2 days. Once we've captured everyone, we'll set off to return. If any of you wish to enlist, come find me within 2 days at the thatch hut 1,000 meters southwest of the foot of the mountain. I'll recommend you for enlistment. Yun Xiao waved her hand. It's settled then. My surname is Yun. After speaking, the three sisters left. Shuyao stood in place, staring in the direction they had gone until he could no longer see their backs. Then withdrew his gaze. Luo Xin bounced along at the front. Hu Yao, are we really going to join the army? Yun Xiao thought for a moment. When the apocalypse first began, Sang and I were rescued by soldiers twice. Each time, at our most desperate moments, we saw them descend from the sky. Back then I kept thinking. We grew up in an orphanage and couldn't afford college. If the apocalypse hadn't come, I would have chosen to join the military. I wanted to be someone else's hope too. Sang Yi nodded as well. What Hu Yao said is exactly what I feel. Shiner, you saved me, so I will be grateful to you for life. The soldiers saved me, and I'll be grateful to them for life too. I won't take it for granted just because it was their duty. On the contrary, I will forever remember their kindness. Do you understand, Shiner? Luo Xin felt a little embarrassed by the praise. She had only acted on impulse. She was already very thankful to have two close friends she could trust with her back. How could she possibly compare herself to the soldiers? Oh, let's not talk about the past. The three of us were already planning to go to the beach. If we get the chance, I'm all for it. The three of them walked while Yun Xiao kept muttering, if we really have to go to the island to serve, then the six of us should bring more money. Islands are so open. If we could apply for a plot to build a house, that would be perfect. A seaview house. Sang Yi looked at Yun Xiao and teased. Fox Yao's charm hasn't diminished. Just now Shuyao looked at you like he could suck you right in. Yun Xiao thought of Jiyu, and then of the scenes from last night that had set her blood racing. Her ear tips slightly flushed. If I could start a harem in the apocalypse, I could take him too. But if I could only choose one, I'd still pick Jiyu. Suits my taste better. Luo Xin chuckled. Got it. Ji's glare is even scarier when he looks at Yu Yao. He looks like he wants to pounce and bite her. Looks like you've been taking good care of him. They chatted and laughed their way home. The three brothers hadn't finished work yet, so Yun Xiao quickly took 3 frozen rabbits and 10 eggs from the space, then grabbed a bag of snowflake flour and dumped a basinful out. Tonight we'll have dumplings, chive and egg filling. Also make some spicy rabbit meat. Sang, you need the dough. Shiner, go pick some chives and chilies in the courtyard. I'll take care of the rabbit. With the ingredients ready, the 3 sisters worked together. Before long they had made several hundred dumplings. Yun Xiao set aside enough to eat and put the rest back into the space to save for next time. When the spicy rabbit with clove flavor started to smell, it was just in time for the end of the shift. Yun Xiao quickened her pace, and after stir-frying she packed a big basin full. Granny Ji swallowed hard at the aroma and muttered angrily, eating good food and getting spoilt every day? Aren't you afraid of stuffing yourselves to death? A bunch of thankless wretches, you don't even bring anything delicious to honor your old mother. Ji Chunlin sucked in the scent secretly and walked faster and faster. As he passed the 3 brothers, he glanced up and spat, heartless, treacherous scoundrels. Then he strode away. The 3 brothers were unfazed. Just smelling the food could make them eat 2 bowls of rice. Who cared about a few dirty words? Chapter 34. Riding an electric bike to the black market. Jijua looked at the table piled high with dishes. So happy he felt like doing a few somersaults on the spot. Lunch had been great and gave him energy for the afternoon's work. He hadn't expected dinner to be even better. Jiyu stared at his wife as he took her in. Shuyao, you didn't get hurt going up the mountain, did you? Yun Xiao set the bowls and chopsticks down. No, of course not. Don't you know how capable we are? Catching a few rabbits is like playing for us. We also caught a wild boar. Tonight you should sleep in and rest properly, or even the strongest body won't hold up. Jiyu was about to retort when Yun Xiao met his gaze. I don't like men who don't listen. Jiyu quickly covered his mouth faster than his brain. I listen. Yun Xiao stroked his head like she would a dog and praised, good boy. After they finished eating, GCI and Jijua boiled 2 large pots of water and took turns bathing. Tonight Granny Ji made stewed cabbage and corn buns. Worried the men would be tired from work, she also fried 3 eggs for Ji Chunlin and Ji Yan. The family sat down to eat. Ji Ro reached to take a piece of egg, but Granny Ji blocked her. Your 7th brother and your father worked hard today. Some cabbage at home is enough for us. Ji Yan grabbed a big piece of egg and stuffed it into his mouth, looking at Ji Ro challengingly. Ji Rao's temper flared on the spot. Why don't you choke on it? Eating all that grease and not afraid of getting diarrhea. Ji Yan had already been bullied by those 6 people these past few days. Hearing this, he flew into a rage and hurled the bowl in his hand at Ji Ro. Ji cried out. Ji Chunlin slammed his chopsticks on the table. If you're not going to eat, get out of my sight. I worked all day, and still have to sort out your affairs when I get home, I'm telling you. I'm not feeding any of you. Ji Ro was dazed from the blow, stars flashing before her eyes. She let out a wail and cried, You bastard Ji Yan, how dare you hit me? I'll get mother to beat you to death. You all bully me one by one, I don't want to live. Granny Ji was annoyed too. She had already given Yen Ruyu the betrothal money today, and now there were only a few coins left in her pocket. That night she had been angered by those 3 lunatics again. Why was her fate so cruel? Have I spoiled you, Ji Ro? How can you talk to your 7th brother like that? Someday when your 7th brother gets married you'll need him to help you, and this is the attitude you give him? Ji Rao's crying quieted down. She had just forgotten for a moment. Tonight the main household was in an uproar again. Xiao Qiaolon hadn't cooked, Ji Jia was so angry he wanted to strike, the two were on the verge of a fight. And it ended with Ji Jia once more fleeing the house. Second household Su Qian took half a day off today to fetch her 2 daughters back from her natal home. The family of 4 sat down to a reunited meal, and Su Qian was especially happy. Before the family division, the 2 daughters had to watch their mother-in-law's face even to reach for a dish, but now they no longer had to live like that. Third household Ji Chan and Yi Qingqing were also carefree. They hoped their younger brother would help Yi Qingqing with many chores, and the couple had already started trying for a son. After bathing, the 6 of them sat together and held another little meeting, the topic being the matter of enlisting in the army. Joined the army. GCI was so excited he almost jumped off his stool. Can I really join the army? Do I still have this chance? Ji Yu was also surprised. When he was 17 he almost went too. If he hadn't been afraid his 2 younger brothers would be bullied at home, he would at least have become a squad leader by now. Jijua didn't care, staring at Luo Xin like a lovesick fool. Where my wife goes I go. Luo Xin, obliging, planted a smack on Jijua's cheek on the spot. Hubby is the best. Shuyao and Sang Yi didn't feel anything after all. Before the end of the world, couples all over the streets were intimate in public, but Jiyu and GCI weren't so calm. Jiyu stared at Yunshu. Ji stared at Sang Yunshu. Sang Shuyao cleared her throat. Alright, back to the point. If you have no objections, I'll sign up with Shiyan tomorrow. But I heard they're forming a spearhead team, so there will probably be selections. You 3 need to work hard. If even one of you fails to get in, none of us will be able to go. Jiyu, GCI, and Jijua were all moved by her words. Yunshuyao's opinion could stand for Sang Yi and Luo Xin, which meant the 3 sisters truly intended to live well with them. Jiyu looked at Shuyao affectionately and promised, Wife, rest assured. Starting tomorrow, whenever we're free, I'll take those 2 to train. We won't hold them back. They then started imagining what would happen after they went to the island. For example, what kind of house to build, how to block the sun, what belongings to bring, when to make a trip to the city to buy more supplies, and so on. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. The 3 sisters were going to the black market tonight, so none of the 3 men dared to get any ideas. They obediently lay in bed and went to sleep. Shuyao and the other 2 left at a little past 11 p.m. By the time they went out it was completely dark. With a flick of Yunshuyao's small hand, 3 electric scooters appeared on the ground. The countryside is all dirt roads. Car tire tracks are too obvious and easily arouse suspicion. Let's ride electric scooters. Their tires look a lot like bicycle tires. Even if someone sees us, they can be mistaken for bicycles passing by. Sang Yi and Luo Xin had no objections. The 3 sisters set off on the scooters. Halfway there, Luo Xin's scooter ran out of power, and Shuyao immediately swapped it for another one. She had plenty of those things in her space, surely over 1,000. Although they can't be charged right now, once they're inside she can charge them later when there's power. Electric bike is fast. It took less than an hour to reach the county. Shuyao put away the bike, brought the remaining 9 wild boars to the black market entrance, and let them loose. She planned to sell them together to get more money to pay the registration fee and go into town. There were just too many things she needed. Shouho was currently on guard in Lei Laosan's territory. Seeing the familiar hood, he hurriedly ran back, shouting as he ran, Third brother, Comrade Nindi is here. Luo Xin laughed out loud at the sight. This Shouho was actually kind of amusing. Lei Laosen came jogging after them. These 3 female killers were not to be trifled with. When he later saw how those people had been beaten, his legs trembled. Comrade Nun, selling pigs again. You folks are something else. How many Jean today? Yun Shuyao lazily dismissed his small talk and pointed to the empty lot beside them. There's a bit more today, 9 in total. Do you have enough cash? I need receipts too, every kind of receipt. Lei Laosen turned to look at the 9 wild boar carcasses lying darkly on the ground and nearly stumbled. Damn, she really is a she-devil who could take down an entire herd of wild boars at once. Yes, I just had a deal with the city recently. I have both cash and receipts. How much are you willing to pay? Yun Shuyao held out 4 fingers. 4,000 yuan. Not including the tickets. Old Lei San stepped closer to look. Almost every hog weighed over 400 jin. 9 heads would be close to 4,000 jin. They definitely couldn't finish that in one county and would have to transport them to neighboring counties. At that price it wasn't cheap. But if the deal went through, he'd become well known in the 2 adjacent counties as well. After all, pork was in short supply. Being able to secure meat showed he had capability, and it would also mean making friends with these 3 she-devils. Chapter 35. Threat. Lei Laosen was very straightforward. Soon 2 of his underlings came running over carrying 2 bags of money. Comrade Nan, you take a look, this whole pouch is bills. See if it's okay. Yun Shuyao handed the money to Sang Yi and Luo Xin. She opened the small bag and rifled through it. There were even 2 industrial coupons. Seemed Lei Laosen was quite sincere. All right. By the way, do you take rice? Old Lei let out an excited ow. Sis, you have rice. Yun Shuyao could tell from his excited look that there was hope. Yes, and other grains too, maybe around 1,000 jin or so. Get your cash ready in some sacks, we'll trade tomorrow night and get a few more coupons. Lei the Third rubbed his hands excitedly. He could already imagine how those in the neighboring counties would flatter him once they knew he had so much grain. Sis, I can't eat that much myself, and if our little county suddenly has so much grain it will attract attention. Can I notify the black market contact in the neighboring county to trade together? Yun Shuyao looked at him coldly. You can go negotiate on your own, but on site I can only see a few of you. You'd better behave if you try to play dirty with me. I'll send you to meet your great-grandmother. Lei Laosen. The 3 of them took 2 bags of money and swaggered off. After walking about a kilometer they put the money into the space, then took out a few electric scooters and rode back to the village. Early the next morning, Sang Yi got up and made breakfast. After the 3 brothers went to work, the 3 sisters tidied the house a bit and also went out. They weren't in a hurry to go look for Shi Yan. By their reckoning, Yan Ruyu should have received her betrothal gifts by now. The household division had been done expressly to give her the money, and the split was finished several days ago. She refused to believe Yan Ruyu could just sit still. The sent down youth point. Ruyu Jiyan's sisters-in-law are here. They say they want to see you. Yan Ruyu frowned. Sisters-in-law? Which sisters-in-law? Yan Ruyu dawdled out. Seeing the 3 crazy sisters, she wanted to turn back. Luo Xin called after her. Young miss from the city, where are you going? Yan Ruyu paused. Of course. She closed her eyes, exhaled, and turned to walk toward the 3 of them. What do you want from me? If any of you dare lay a hand on me here, I'll loudly call for help. Yan Ruyu said, feigning calm. Yun Shuyao waved the handful of envelopes in her hand in front of her. Call then, so everyone can get to know you all over again. Parents who are officials, a brother who's an officer. Yan Ruyu felt as if an invisible giant hand had clamped tightly around her throat. Something seemed to be lodged there, and she couldn't make a sound. She opened her mouth helplessly, her lips trembling continuously, her body swaying slightly as if she could collapse at any moment, her eyes full of terror and despair. This is theft? Sang Yi crossed his arms and sneered, we found it. After a pause, Yan Ruyu ground her teeth and said through clenched teeth, what do you want? Yun Shuyao tiptoed up with a roguish look. Just want some money to spend. Yan Ruyu's lips went pale. I have no money. Luo Xin grinned and leaned close to her ear. Well then. Well, just spread this around. Do you think Ji Yan would still want you if he knew the truth about your family? Then the Ji family couldn't marry you off and the people at the sent-down youth camp would despise you. What are you going to do then? Yun Shuyao leaned over to the other side of her and whispered in her ear what to do. Of course, become the street rat everyone shouts to beat. Yen Ruyu closed her eyes as if she had lost all her strength. How much do you want? Luo Xin held up one finger. 100. Actually, they didn't care about such a small amount of money, but they had to deduct it using their money as betrothal gifts was absolutely out of the question. Yen Ruyu opened her eyes in terror. Ji Yen only gave me 70 kuai as betrothal money. Where am I supposed to get 100? Yun Shuyao decided, then 70 it is. When Yen Ruyu handed over the 7 large coins, her heart bled. The money had only been warm in her hands for one night before those 3 lunatics snatched it away. She really wanted to strangle them on the spot. Can I have my letter back now? Yun Shuyao handed it to her. Of course, thanks to Yen Jiqing for the gratuity. I meant to return the lost money, but Yen Jiqing insisted on giving us a thank you fee. What could we do but accept? The 3 were still teasing each other as they left the youth point, their words dripping with mockery toward her pretentiousness. Yen Ruyu's face twisted with anger. She didn't even feel her nails digging into her flesh. After extorting Yen Ruyu, Luo Xin was indescribably pleased. Remembering how the book had portrayed her conduct, she threw back her head and laughed. Delicious. When they reached the thatched hut, Shi Yen was at the doorway rubbing something. As the 3 drew closer, they saw he was sanding the cane she had given him yesterday. Commander Shi, we're here to sign up. Shi Yen heard Yun Xiao's voice and looked up with delight. You've come? I don't have anywhere to sit. Would you like some water? Luo Xin waved her hand. No need for formalities. We're just here to tell you we've signed up. Shi Yen smiled and nodded, but inside he felt bitter as if he'd eaten honeysuckle. After 25 years of life had finally met a girl he loved at first sight, only to find out she was already married. The day after tomorrow I'm going to the city hospital. You can come with me. To get an introduction letter from your village you also need to bring your household registration, then fill out forms there. The assessment is in half a month. The location is at our unit. The city will provide a vehicle to pick us up, and then we'll take a boat to the island. Yun Xiao asked the question she cared about most. Can we build our own houses instead of living in the barracks? Shi Yen smiled bitterly in his heart. No need to build. There are many empty houses on the island owned by the locals. Crescent Moon Island is big. Besides our unit, many civilians make a living from fishing. Soldiers can also trade items with the locals for seafood and such. The leaders turn a blind eye, so basic living won't be a problem at all. The 3 sisters were satisfied. They wanted to build houses with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the sea. By then they could secretly buy properties and tear them down to rebuild. It was 1972 now. The reform and opening up was at least 7 or 8 years away. Life in the unit would be much better than life in the village. Sang Yi asked again, is there a supply and marketing cooperative on the island? Yes, and it's even a bit more fully stocked than the counties. Soldiers train hard. They can't always take a boat out to buy things. After asking the basic questions, the group planned to take their leave. Shi Yen knew he had no standing to keep them, so he could only watch them go. By the time they got home it was already noon. Yun Shuyao took out the dumplings left over from last night and boiled them all. After finishing the midday shift, the 3 brothers ate another meal of dumplings, then each carried his wife back to their room to rest. Chapter 36. Watch your figure. Jiyu hadn't planned to do anything, but looking at his young wife's peaceful sleeping face and breathing in the unique, intoxicating scent that clung to her, he suddenly felt restless. Jiyu adored her usual domineering, forceful manner, and he also adored how obedient and unguarded she was now, curled in his arms. The contrast between her usual dominance and this present meekness deepened his feelings for her. Even Mireille treasured her to the core. He took her slender waist with one hand and stroked her fair cheek with the other, placing a light kiss on her earlobe. Yun Shuyao hadn't slept enough last night and had woken early today, so she was sleeping deeply. The sudden kiss made the itch in her ear prompt a soft hum, and she nestled closer into his arms. A faint curve lifted the corner of Ji Ye's lips. He wanted to do more, but seeing her slight pallor from fatigue in her little face made his heart ache. Jiyu tightly held his wife, soft as dough, in his arms and slowly closed his eyes. He slept very soundly. In the afternoon the 3 brothers went to work. The 3 sisters slept until after 3. They needed to find Zhao Tingdong to get a letter of introduction and also prepare the rice they were going to trade that evening. She would never sell the rice she had collected from the modern supermarket that was carefully milled white rice. What she wanted to sell was the rice she and Sang Sang had salvaged in that downpour. The rice soaked by the rain turned a little yellow once dried, which made it less suspicious. It also took up space in the storage. Selling it to get some money was a good idea. When the company commander heard that a few of them wanted introduction letters, his first reaction was that they'd made enough trouble at home and were going out to stir up more. The Ji family's gossip had already become the battalion's table talk, and it was all thanks to these few. What do you need introduction letters for? Sang Yi said casually, applying for jobs. Zhao Tingdong laughed angrily. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? What kind of job opportunities are there 6 of, and all of them lined up for you lot? Luo Xin said leisurely, why do you care so much? If you can't get the job, we'll naturally come back. If we cause trouble, we definitely won't say we're from the Qixing squad. If we do something good, be sure to tell the leadership it was all thanks to Qixing squad captain Zhao Tingdong's good training. Okay. Zhao Tingdong liked hearing that and asked, how long will you be gone? Yun Shuyao did the math. About 20 days or so. Zhao Tingdong was about to write, but when he heard about 20 days he immediately put his pen away again. Which unit needs you to audition for over 20 days? Sang Yi said expressionlessly, join the military. Zhao Tingdong reacted after a long moment, then stammered, you all are going to enlist? Yun Xiao gave a hum of assent. There's an opportunity, so why not try? Who wouldn't like the honor of serving the people? You won't stop us, will you? Zhao Tingdong picked up his pen again and, writing as he spoke, said, I wouldn't dare stop you, but remember what you sighed. If you get into trouble, don't you dare mention me. It's all your personal decision. After stamping the brigade seal, Luo Xin grabbed it back immediately. Don't worry if they praise me. I'll be the first to say it's all thanks to Captain Zhao's teaching. Starting tomorrow, Jizhua and the others won't go to work anymore, they'll take leave first. The household registration certificate was still in old Mrs. Jie's hands. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Shuyao had Zhao Tingdong issue a separation certificate so they could become independent in the future. By the time they finished these matters it was past 4 in the afternoon. Luo Xin wanted fish, so the 3 sisters went down to the village ditch to make a show of it and brought back fish from the space. Yun Xiao took out 2 fish in total. One made into the braised fish that Sang liked, the other into the sweet and sour fish Luo Xin preferred. She also stir-fried some vinegar-sauted shredded potatoes, very appetizing, with rice. Ji Posey slipped into the house, thinking that out of sight, out of mind. The 3 brothers had been eating and sleeping well these days and were noticeably rounder. Seeing them wolfing down their food, Sang Yi coughed dryly, watch your figures. Jisai almost spat out his mouthful of rice. If the 2 brothers heard that, wouldn't they mock him to death? Luo Xin glanced at Jizhua's belly. Exactly. From tomorrow you don't need to go to work anymore. If you stop working but keep eating like this, your chest and abs will be gone in a few days. Do you think you can pass the selection in half a month? Yun Xiao didn't speak, but the look she gave Ji, you already said everything. GCI felt comfortable now, picked up his phone to show off again. That's more like it. If you're going to look down on someone, let's all do it together. No one gets to ridicule anyone. Ji put down his chopsticks and looked at Yun Xiao gently. Wife, don't worry. Tomorrow I'll take those 2 up to the mountains to train. I promise they won't hold anyone back. Yun Xiao touched Ji's face. That's right. Tomorrow we'll register in the city, and starting the day after tomorrow we'll train together. A few people nodded in agreement. Luo Xin then said to Jizhua, we still need to go to the black market tonight, and tomorrow morning we have to take care of the household registration paperwork. Once that's done, we'll head straight to the city's enrollment office to meet up. You 3 figure out how to get into town yourselves. Jizhua hurriedly asked, can't we go together? GCI took Sang Yi's hand. Sister, I was so worried last night. Let's all go to the black market together tonight, okay? Ji, you also wanted to go. Can't we go together? We'll finish the household registration, then take the bus into town, and buy some things. Even if you 3 just go shopping, you'll still need help carrying things, right? The 3 sisters glanced at one another. Yun Shuyao smiled, we'll talk about it tonight. After dinner. Tidy up a bit and we'll go down to the foot of the mountain to ask Shirtuan for the exact location. Ajiyu understood they had matters to discuss and nodded in agreement. After dinner, the 3 sisters walked toward the thatch hut while debating whether to tell the 3 brothers about the space. Luo Xin grinned mischievously. Fox Yao, the space is yours. Say whatever you want or say nothing, I would never betray you. Sang Yi said softly. That depends on our future plans. If we want to stay with those three and live under the same roof, sooner or later they'll find out. If we hide it, it'll be hard for us. If we don't intend to be together for life, then don't mention it for now. People are unpredictable. In this era, if it's known there's such a phenomenal existence, then Shuyao and the two of us would be in danger. To be honest, they'd only been here a few days. Apart from having deep exchanges with a few men in bed, most of the time they were arguing with their families. Deciding they'd slept together for a few nights and that it meant forever was just nonsense. So the three women studied the matter and decided it was absurd that in modern times, many couples who spend years together and then marry still end up divorced, let alone theirs, which was a blind marriage. The three brothers were handsome and obedient, but who knows if they'd change later. Chapter 37. 10,000 yuan. Householder Shuyao was very happy to see the three of them arrive. Their arrest work had been completed. Li Xiang and the other enemy agents had already been sent back earlier. Now, aside from Shuyao, there were just over 20 people left. Tonight they would carry out one last sweep to make sure there was no one left in the mountains, and they would pull out early tomorrow morning. Shuyao should have gone back long ago, but he wouldn't listen to anyone and insisted on staying until the very end. Why did you come? We're leaving at 10 tomorrow morning. Just wait for us at the village entrance. Shuyao asked team leader Shi, just tell me the registration address. We have some other matters to attend to, so we won't be going with you. Shuyau's smile froze. Not going together? He still wanted to. He knew he was wrong, but he couldn't control his heart. He kept involuntarily wanting to get closer to her. Shuyao took a pen and paper from his pocket, wrote down an address and handed it to Shuyao. We're openly recruiting ordinary soldiers. To enter the tip-off spear unit you must pass multiple selections. In the end 100 people are chosen, 50 men and 50 women. Ordinary recruits undergo 10 days of training, and there is a final grand competition. Only those with top rankings can join the tip-off spear company. Even after entering, there will be frequent drills, and those who aren't suitable will be replaced. Think it through. Shuyao took the slip and said, Thank you for the reminder, Captain Shi. They still preferred a life of fighting and killing. They genuinely disliked days like these, gossiping at every house from morning till night. After speaking, the three turned and left. Shuyao smiled bitterly. Why put himself through this? The sisters went home and politely declined the suggestion to travel together. Of the three brothers, one bowed his head, one sighed, and one stared off as if lost in thought. In any case, none of their expressions were pleasant after bathing. Jiyu held Shuyao as they lay on the bed, one arm around her while his other hand tightly gripped her ruyi. Wife, do you still not believe me? Shuyao smiled. We've only known each other a few days. It's not a question of trusting or not. Getting along well and living harmoniously isn't that good. Jiyu also knew he couldn't push his luck too far. But this wasn't what he wanted. What he wanted was Shuyao's whole heart and body to belong entirely to him. She didn't have him in her heart, so she wouldn't trust him. It wasn't that he had to know her secrets. He was just too impatient to break into her heart. Jiyu leaned down, his deep eyes suddenly darkening as he tightly took that little mouth he'd been thinking about since noon, repeatedly nibbling and savoring it. Shi was left dazed by the kiss, her cheeks flushed, her eyes misty, almost fainting. Jiyu's sigh only released her when he was still not fully satisfied. Since I can't get into your heart, I'll get into your body first. After all, you're mine and I can wait. Those words moved Shi more than a modern person would expect. After tossing and turning until midnight, Shi got out of bed, supported her waist, put her clothes on, glanced back at the man lying in bed looking displeased, kissed him once and said, Go to sleep quickly. See you tomorrow. They came out a bit late tonight. The three sisters rode an electric scooter for a stretch. When they reached a passable road, Shuyao sent out a jeep, and in less than half an hour they arrived at the county. They found an abandoned house to unload the rice into. It was all in bulk, which saved them the trouble of opening bags. Luo Xin waited anxiously at the entrance to the black market. During the day he had contacted the black market bosses in the three neighboring counties to jointly buy this batch of rice. Each had paid a 1,000 yuan deposit, and the transport vehicles and sacks were ready. If the three ladies didn't show up, he would have been torn apart by those men. Just as Luo Xin was about to lose his temper, Shuyao and Luo Xin arrived, walking as if they acknowledged no kin. Luo Xin exhaled a long breath. Finally here. Yun Shiyu stood still and asked, "Is the money ready? There's a lot of goods, don't make me work for nothing." Old Luo Xin hurriedly nodded, "It's ready. Let's go look at the goods." The group arrived at the ruined house. Sang Yi opened the door, and Luo Xin's men began inspecting the goods. When they saw the piles of rice in the yard mountain high, everyone was stunned. Luo Xin was even happier. This rice would be more than enough to divide up not just for these few counties, but even if there were 2 more. Soon the skinny monkey and the others began to portion it out. Yun Shuyao walked over and asked, "What price are you offering?" "Sis, the supply and marketing cooperative pays 0.13 yuan per jean and you need a ration ticket. On the black market you don't need a ticket, how about I give you 0.15? Sang Yi's mouth twitched at that price. She and Fox Xiao had struggled to haul it out of the water, worth just over 1/10 of a yuan per jean. Yun Shuyao shot back with her price, 2 mao. Old Lei was nearly in tears. "Sis, you've got to give me some profit. I still have so many people to support transportation and labor costs money. If I give you 2 mao, not only do I earn nothing, I still have to chip in." Yun Shuyao found his sulky face amusing and couldn't help laughing. Okay, don't cry. 1 mao 5, the none mao 5. Put it on the scale." She was so easygoing that old Lei felt a little off balance. He had thought this deal was dead for tonight. "Boss, the total is 3,248 jean." Old Lei the third rubbed his hands like a fly. "Make it 3,250 jean." Luo Xin rolled her eyes. 2 extra jean, and you're shouting so loud, who are you trying to hear?" After tallying, it came to a little over 4,800 kuai. Yun Shuyao thought for a moment, signaled Sang Yi with her eyes. Sang Yi understood, went over to count with old Lei the third. Yun Shuyao and Luo Xin went into the room and brought out some more sorghum and millet, which had also been soaked. In the end they collected a neat 5,000 kuai. The 3 sisters took the money and left. The 3 left at once, and the other black market bosses and their men crowded into the yard. "Old Lei San, where did you meet these 3 women? How did they bring in so much rice?" Old Lei San directed his men to load the grain. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. We settle money for goods. What good comes from knowing too much?" Sang Yi listened for a while, then caught up with Yun Shuyao. "Let's go. Old Lei San knows where to draw the line." The 3 sisters parked the RV in the suburban woods and locked the door. Yun Shuyao took out all the money. "Sisters, time to count the money." Sang Yi changed her clothes as she spoke. "A little over 10,000 yuan is just a wad in the modern era. Here it all has to be carried in such big bags." Yun Shuyao smoothed and folded the big bills one by one. "Times are different. Can you buy rice at 0.13 yuan per jean in the modern era? We're 10,000 yuan households now, and with so many notes we can buy whatever we want. That's pretty nice." Luo Xin was excited too. Although the 3 sisters didn't lack food or clothing, who would complain about having more money? After counting, they now had 12,000 yuan in hand. With so much money, let alone building a seaside apartment, they could easily afford to build a villa. After freshening up, the 3 returned to their endowed state and chatted until almost dawn before falling asleep. The 6 o'clock alarm rang. Though exhausted, the 3 had to get up, otherwise if anyone saw the RV, they'd surely capture them and dissect them. Breakfast was still plentiful. After eating and stowing the RV, the 3 walked to the police station to sort out the household registration paperwork, then headed to the bus station to go into the city and meet up with the 3 brothers. Chapter 38. Long, you can go home, your place is warmer. With the introduction letter and the household separation certificate, Yun Shuyao also slipped 2 boxes of Lihua brand cigarettes to the clerks in the household registration office. She had just bought them at the supply and marketing cooperative, so the formalities were completed quickly. The 3 sisters arrived at the bus station. Just as they were about to board, they saw the 3 brothers hurrying over. Well, they had planned to meet in the city but ended up running into each other here. "Shiner, where did you stay last night? Did you rest well?" When Jijua saw Luo Xin, he trotted over, his smile narrowing his eyes to slits. I looked at Sang Yi with a face full of grievance. "Sister, I didn't sleep well last night. You weren't here and I kept having nightmares." Just as Jiyu was about to speak, Yun Shuyao reached out with an irking-like hand to stop him. "Get in the car first or the seats will be gone." After they got in, they went straight to the back. The long bench at the very rear could seat 4. The remaining 2 seats were separate. Worried his 2 younger siblings-in-law would compete with him for a wife, Jiyu hurriedly pulled Yun Shuyao into the two-person seat in front. Cars in this era weren't civilized like modern ones. People carrying chickens and ducks, taking off their shoes to pick at their feet, plus motion sickness and vomiting. The smell was truly indescribable. They had only been driving a short while when the three sisters all began retching at the same time. Jiyu watched Yun Shuyao's poor little face contort and felt unbearably distressed. He quickly opened the window as wide as it would go and helped his wife to the window. Stick your head out, it might help. At that time there were no other vehicles on the highway except the bus, so it wasn't as dangerous as in modern times. Once the wind hit her, Yun Shuyao felt much better. Gci and Jizhua followed suit, each swapping places with his own wife and opening the windows. Don't say those three of them are much better. The whole carriage smells noticeably fresher. Wang Guang, sitting opposite Yun Shuyao, felt completely uncomfortable looking at her. Besides having an alluring face, those eyes had been flirting with everyone since she boarded. Other than the old man, any man on the train had to glance at her a few more times. What a cheap woman. Comrade, could you close the window? You're not cold but others are. Can't you see there's a child over there? Ji's face went dark in an instant. His already stern features now seemed overlaid with a layer of frost, as if capable of freezing the very air around him. He slightly narrowed his eyes, a barely noticeable flash of anger crossing them. That icy gaze shot like an arrow straight at Wang Guang, who was sitting across the aisle. If you're cold you can go home. Your place is warmer. A chill suddenly ran down Wang Guang's back. She opened her mouth to say something but couldn't bring herself to speak. Bowing her head and no longer looking in Ji's direction, Wang Guang glanced at her husband. He acted as if he hadn't heard, still chattering his teeth. Seeing his yellowed teeth made Wang Guang so nauseous she nearly vomited. Look at other people's husbands, handsome and so tender toward their wives. But the one she found? Not only short and ugly but selfish too. When good food appeared he always acted as if he couldn't see her. Are you dead? Can't you see someone is bullying me like this? Wang Guang's anger wanted to burst out. She didn't know where this malicious fury came from. Maybe from her own unlucky life. Maybe from jealousy because the woman opposite was too pretty, or perhaps because she couldn't stand seeing other couples so loving. The man spat the filth from his teeth onto the ground and said irritably, "They opened the window over there, not ours. Mind your own business." Wang Guang's temper flared. "Nonsense, whichever window they opened. The cold still reaches me. Don't you care? Why did I end up with a coward like you? If you weren't the team leader's son, I wouldn't even let you into my home. Do you understand?" Yun Shuyu had a headache from their arguing. Her attractive brows knit together. She was about to speak when the man opposite slapped Wang Guang across the face with a palm like a folding fan. Smack! The whole carriage fell silent. The man grabbed Wang Guang by the hair and slapped her again. "You bitch, how dare you talk to me like that in public? If you hadn't seduced me, who would marry a lazy woman like you? Your food tastes like pig swill. You're like a corpse at night. Turn off the light and I can't tell front from back, and now you're getting picky with me." Wang Guang's mouth bled from the blows. When she came to she screamed, "I'll fight you to the death, you bastard, never brushes your teeth or washes your feet, so stinky even mosquitoes won't bite you. Is my life so miserable?" The two quickly started fighting. Jiyu used his body to shield Yun Shuyao, afraid the pair would collide with his wife. Yun Shuyao had a melon to eat, her head no longer dizzy, her stomach no longer upset, and she even took a handful of melon seeds from her pocket and started cracking them. 2 hours later, the car stopped smoothly at the bus station in Quancheng. Wang Guang's face was swollen like a pig's head, and the man's face bore several scratch marks. After getting off, the two slunk away. The 6 of them walked and asked their way, and after more than an hour they finally arrived at the recruitment registration office. These days it's not unusual for men to sign up for the army. What's unusual is a whole family of women coming to register, and 3 of them are so pretty it's almost absurd. The clerk at the registration desk logged a few people's information and then discovered that these 6 people were actually 3 married couples. By their names they looked like 3 brothers. The clerk told the political commissar who had come along, and the commissar said, "I'll go take a look." The 6 of them were undergoing a medical exam. When they reached the hearing test, the 3 sisters were utterly stunned. The nurse just said a phrase and had them repeat it, like parrots mimicking. The 3 heads huddled together, muttering. The political commissar walked over. "Did you sign up to be female soldiers?" Yun Shuyao turned to glance at the commissar. then replied with a hum, "Do you need something?" The commissar waved his hand with a smile. "No. I just looked over your information and found it interesting. So you three are sisters-in-law. Our unit has never had a pair of sisters-in-law sign up to join the army together." Luo Xin rolled her eyes. "Isn't that what we have already?" The political commissar didn't get angry either. He looked at the three of them with a smile. All three girls were very pretty, with standard height and weight unlike other female recruits, who were either too short, too thin, or too delicate, already asking about allowances before they'd even become soldiers. "I am a political commissar of the 801st Army of Crescent Moon Island. My name is Xiadali. If you can enlist, well, be comrades in arms." Yun Xiao gave an official smile. "Greetings, Commissar Xia. Please give me your guidance." Xiadali laughed heartily twice. "I want to ask you three, what made you sisters-in-law decide to enlist together?" "It was me who brought them. When we were up on the mountain. Those three of them helped me out a great deal." Luo Xin glanced back, waved with a smile and said, "Hello, Captain Sure." Chapter 39. The Ji family's love-obsessed brain. Xiadali watched Shuyao walking a bit awkwardly and asked casually, "Did you hurt your leg? Have you been to the hospital?" Shuyao furtively glanced at Yun Xiao with the corner of his eye, but answered Xiadali, "It's nothing, got shot, the bullet was dealt with, and there's no infection." At that moment the three brothers finished their checkups and came out. Jiyu stood beside Yun Xiao. "Wife, are you hungry? We're done, shall we eat first and then go shopping?" Hearing Jiyu, Shuyao turned to look at him. The two men's gazes met in the air, and it felt as if there were crackling lightning all around. Jiyugong stepped out of the medical examination room and saw the man furtively eyeing his wife out of the corner of his eye. The man's instincts told him this man was dangerous and definitely had improper thoughts about his Yuyu. Sang Yi looks and hid to one side and began whispering, "Jiyu is half a head taller than Shuyao. Jiyu wins." Luo Xin nodded in agreement. Jiyu is also better looking than Shuyao. "I'm siding with Jiyu too." Yun Xiao, who also knew Shuyao's intentions, hooked her arm through Ji's and introduced proactively, "Captain Sure, we've known each other a few days but I haven't formally introduced. This is my husband Jiyugong." "Oh, this is Captain Shuyao of the banquet troupe. He's the one who told me about the recruiting here." Jiyu was moved by his young wife's taking his arm, smiling as he looked at Shuyao. Shuyao extended his right hand. "Nice to meet you. Please take care of me." Jiyu reached out with his other hand and took Shuryan's hand. "Please take care of me." The two men held hands without speaking, neither letting go. Yun Xiao looked down and while both their veins were bulging. "Yun Xiao, I am a little hungry. Let's go eat." Shuyao seized the opportunity and said, "Comrade Yun saved me. I don't know how to thank you. How about I treat you all to a meal?" Even Lien Xiadali smelled the tension, gave an awkward laugh and said, "Maybe another day. I still have work to discuss with you. You guys go ahead. If your political review passes, you'll soon receive a notification." After the six of them left, Xiadali pulled Shuyao aside. "What are you doing? No matter how pretty that woman is, she's someone else's wife. Your behavior just now was way too obvious, wasn't it?" Shuyao exhaled and after a long moment said, "Was it that obvious?" Xiadali wore a look that said, "See, I was right. Shuyao, we're soldiers. It's illegal for someone to break up a military marriage, and it's also a breach of military discipline if you interfere with someone else's marriage. You've been in the military for so many years, do I really have to tell you this?" Shuyao pressed his lips together. "I know. I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to see what kind of man her husband is. In other words, I wanted to know what kind of man could marry her." Xiadali took a cold breath. This wasn't just about someone being good-looking for Shuyao to say something like that. Could the sun be rising in the west? "Shuyao, in our troop there are plenty of female soldiers who have expressed their feelings for you openly and secretly. It's one thing for you to turn them all down, but even the wife that the old commander personally picked out for you won't even meet her. How is it that after just one mission you come back and so quickly fall in love? Fine if you like someone, but why did you have to fall for a married woman?" Shuyao gave a wry smile. "How can those common, shallow girls compare to her? I don't want this either, but I can't control my heart. You all know may get stuck on something. If I like someone, I like them and I can't change." After saying that, he called over a comrade behind him, "Let's go to the hospital." Xiadali stood still for a long time without moving. How could his own brother have such thoughts? Wasn't that trying to force him into making a mistake? It seemed he absolutely could not let this woman into the military. The group of 6 left the registration office and headed straight for the state-run restaurant. Shuyao waved her hand. Order whatever you want, fourth sister-in-law is treating today. GCI and Jijua each grabbed their own wives and ran to the ordering window to choose dishes. Shuyao glanced at the man beside her who looked about to turn green with jealousy and helplessly pressed her forehead. Jiyu. There's nothing between him and me. Jiyu looked wronged as he stared at her. Lifting his hand to show her, he almost crushed my hand just now. He likes you. Yunshu grabbed his big hand and quickly blew on it, indignant. This is too much. How can a regiment commander bully someone like this? Jiyu hurriedly added, I pinched him too, but I didn't use my full strength. He's heard I won't take advantage of someone in danger. Yunshu snorted and laughed. Oh wow, my man can even use idioms? Impressive. Jiyu felt a little shy. I learned some from a teacher before. He used to be a tutor in a landlord's household. After he suffered misfortune, I brought him food a few times, and he taught me a lot. GCI shouted at the top of his lungs, fourth sister-in-law, pay up. After Shuyao paid the bill, the group found a table and sat down. Shuyao was rather curious. Who named you brothers? Your names are different from the others, they all sound kind of fashionable. Luo Xin slapped the table and laughed heartily. Fashionable? Saying that makes me want to laugh. Look, Jiyu opportunity, GCI several times, Jijua several tables, Jijia season, Jili encouraged, Jichun accumulated dust. Jiyen is even funnier, Jiyen corn kernel on the eye, ha ha ha. Sai glared at Jijua, signaling with his eyes for him to rein it, and how could he give their eldest cousin a nickname like that? Jijua rolled his eyes. What are you looking at me for? My wife is right, our names were originally like this. Sang Yi shook his head. This Jijua was definitely love-struck. Jiyu chuckled too. Our names were given by that schoolteacher. We didn't used to be called this. I begged him to change our names. When big brother, second brother, and third brother saw that the 3 of us got nice names, they even took their rations to beg him to change theirs. Sang Yi thought of Jijia and Jichen's stingy looks and couldn't imagine what they had been called before enough to make them give up their food just to change a name. When GCI mentioned it, he quickly changed the subject. It's rare for us to come to the city. Let's go buy a few more things later, okay? Then he frantically signaled with his eyes for fourth brother and sixth brother not to say anything. His behavior only made people more curious. Luo Xin tugged on Jijua's arm and coquettishly whispered, Brother Jijua, tell me, won't you? I'm curious. Shuyao tossed a flirtatious glance at Jiyu, imitating Luo Xin's manner. With her delicate hand propping her chin, she said, I want to know too. That flirtatious wink almost made Jiyu so excited head nosebleed. He quietly crossed his left leg over his right and said in a soft husky voice, Tell you what, whatever you want to know I'll tell you. GCI had a look like he'd seen a ghost. Fourth brother, aren't you the one who hates bringing this up the most? Jiyu looked at him. But my wife wants to know what can't be said. Sang Yi snorted with laughter. Great, another love-struck idiot. Chai tugged on Sang Yi's arm and swayed it. Sister, my brother is bullying me. Sang Yi was in a very good mood and teased him. I want to know too. Will you tell me? GCI grinned like a silly kid. I'll tell, sister, you could take my life and I'd still tell you. Sang. Chapter 40. Stinky egg, hairy egg, iron egg. The 3 sisters asked together, so what are your names exactly? Jiyu truly found it a bit hard to say. Eldest brother is called Jigua, second brother is Jijua, third brother is Jiguden, and Jiyen is called Jigoshen. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole state-run restaurant erupted in laughter. Luo Xin laughed until tears came to her eyes. Sang Yi doubled over with laughter. And Shuyao laughed so hard she kept banging the table. The 3 brothers had different expressions, but none of them looked good. They glared at each other. At that moment the waiter at the window called them to bring out the dishes and reminded them to keep their voices down. Although it wasn't a mealtime and there weren't many customers, they still couldn't be too loud. When the dishes were brought out, Luo Xin wiped her eyes, clutched her stomach and asked, What about you 3? Jijua had a face full of wryness. Let's eat first. We'll talk after the meal. I'm afraid if we say it now, you lot will laugh the roof off. Saying that made the 3 sisters even more curious, but since this was a public place they knew they couldn't go too far, so they had to eat first. Braised pork, twice cooked pork, a large meat platter, 3 kinds of vegetarian shreds, kung pao diced pork, chivilo egg, plus 12 bowls of rice. The meal cost a full 10 yuan. And several food ration coupons. The three sisters huddled together whispering, "This portion size is even bigger than northeastern food. If this were the modern day, this meal would easily cost 300 yuan. Jiyu wiped Yunshuyo's chopsticks dry and then pushed a third of the rice out of her bowl. "Wife, stop whispering and eat quickly. Aren't you hungry?" Since being with Yunshuyao, Jiyu had gotten to know her habits inside out, what she liked to eat, how much she could eat in one sitting. He still understood that very well. After they finished eating, they went to the park to aid digestion. The three sisters were still hung up on the matter of names, insisting they had to find out today. Jijua couldn't stand his wife's persistent nagging. He glanced at his two older brothers and said softly, "Fourth brother is called Ji Stinky Egg. And fifth brother is called Ji Fuzzy Egg. Ha 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 ha." Jiyu and Ji-sis faces were so dark they seemed to be dripping ink. Hai shouted, "Why don't you say what your name is, huh? Ji Tian ha ha ha." The three sisters, disregarding their dignity, laughed and sat down on the ground. The three brothers helplessly but fondly supported their respective wives, and passers-by kept looking at them as if they were crazy. From the moment they learned their names, the three sisters began acting all snide and mocking. "Titan, do you think you can wear this sailor shirt? Mountain, you try it on too." Jiyu wore a stubborn expression, staring steadfastly at Yunshuyao, as if to say, "If you call me Stinky Egg, I'll ignore you." The group bought 3 full baskets of supplies at the department store. Most were for the three brothers. After all, Yunshuyao had plenty of white shirts and black straight-leg pants in her space, and countless white sneakers, so there was no need to spend money buying more. They bought 15 sets of shirts, sailor shirts, and trousers, in total 5 sets for each of the three brothers. They also bought 15 pairs of canvas shoes, 5 pairs apiece, and even each got a pair of leather shoes. The brothers' previous shoes were all patched. Once they put on the new shoes, Luo Xin just threw the old ones away. The three brothers had never worn leather shoes before. Wearing them for the first time, they could hardly walk properly. Jitsi was clumsy and awkward with every step. They also bought quite a few work gloves, towels, toothbrushes and toothpaste, tooth cups and shampoo. Old Lei gave them a lot of coupons, and most of them had expiration dates. It would be a waste not to use them. Bought so many things and it only cost less than 200 yuan in total. Sang Yi was speechless at the prices of this era. And Luo Xin looked like she had never seen the world. She bought a pound of each pastry and 2 pounds of each candy. During that black and black raid, Jiyu had also gotten quite a few vouchers from that black market boss room. Among them were several theater non-sound tickets. Yunshuyao wanted a few watches to wear. She actually had quite a few in her space, but without a clear way to authenticate them, she couldn't take them out. To check the time, she still had to glance secretly, which was extremely inconvenient. She had 4 watch vouchers in total, not enough for everyone to get one. Sang Yi and Luo Xin volunteered to pass, and GCI and Jijua wouldn't let their wives be wronged, so they both refused as well. GCI said guiltily in a low voice, "Sister, when we got married I never bought you anything. Besides, that money was earned by 4th sister-in-law and the others. If you want to buy us a watch, you should buy it yourselves." Jiyu refused too. He had originally planned that if he could become a soldier, he'd save a year's allowance to buy Yunshuyao a watch. They were arguing when the sales clerk interrupted them. "You can exchange your tickets for a sewing machine and a radio with me." They hadn't planned to buy a sewing machine anyway, since they wouldn't know how to use it, so they readily exchanged the tickets with the clerk. The clerk was happy too. They were all wearing new clothes and were so good-looking it must be the children of some official. She bought 6 watches in one go. Her commission this month was even higher than her salary. Such a money magnet she definitely had to take care of well. When they left the department store, each person was wearing a watch. GCI and Jijua kept staring at their wrists. Utterly delighted, they never expected they'd one day own a watch. This trip to the department store cost just over 1,000 yuan in total. The men's watches were 280 apiece, the women's 220. The group returned fully laden after staying one night in the city. They returned to the Qixing 7 Stars unit the next day. With half a month of political review ahead, they still had time to train. In half a month, if they can join the unit, they will first undergo 10 days of collective training, then 5 days of major competition. Whether they can make it into the Sharp Blade Squad will depend on that half month. Back at the team, they tacitly took off their watches and changed back into their old clothes. They still understood not to flaunt their wealth. Ji Chunlin stopped Jiyu and his brothers. "Why aren't you going to work?" GCI grinned and joked, "Dad, we've already split the family. Whether we work or not is none of your business." Ji Chunlin slapped GCI across the face. "Nonsense, I'm your father. Even if the family splits, I'm still your father. Once you marry a wife, you're not just ours anymore. Do you still have any respect for me? Sang Yi swung her fist to strike back, but GCI stopped her, soothingly pinching her arm. Don't hit him. No matter what, he's still my father. Ji Chunlin saw Sang Yi moving to strike and felt a little afraid. But when he saw GCI hold her back, he felt emboldened again. I heard you signed up to join the army? I don't mean anything else by it. Your 7th younger brother is about to get married, and he's not as capable as you. Whoever among you gets chosen, give the opportunity to him. You stay home and farm for now. After he marries, have Yan Jiqing go with the troops. Brothers should be helping each other. Don't be so selfish. Yun Shuyao and Luo Xin were both so angry they laughed. Luo Xin spat once in Ji Chunlin's face. Pa, do you have no shame? That Ji Yan is such a sorry sight he couldn't even handle 3 moves from me. And you want him to join the army? Do you think the military is your family business? Yun Shuyao crossed her arms and looked at him with mockery. You even know about following the troops? Where did you hear that? Yin Ryu? She might know a lot, but does she know that only officers at the battalion commander level and above can go with the troops? You only know the surface and you dare to send him out as the vanguard. Your head's completely been squeezed by the gate. Chapter 41. The ideal man. Yin Ryu shrank back inside. Startled, did they guess it was her so quickly? Ji Yanqi slapped the table. If it weren't for those 3 of them, 4th brother, 5th brother, and 6th brother would definitely have agreed. Yun Xiao strode straight into Ji Pose's room, grabbed Yin Ryu by the collar with one hand and Ji Yan by the collar with the other, and flung them out into the courtyard. The 2 of them landed on the ground and Sang Yi and Luo Xin each kicked them twice. The 3 sisters looked down on the 2 of them from above, their eyes full of contempt. Want to be a soldier? Do you have the guts for it? Do you dare take on this fragile job? Ji Pose rushed out and shoved Yun Shuyao aside. I can't live like this. You keep bullying people every day. Aren't you afraid of heaven striking you down with thunder? Sang Yi stepped over and pulled her away. If none of you are afraid, then what do we have to fear? Ji Chunlin trembled as he pointed at the 3 brothers and shouted, how did I give birth to a bunch of cowards like you? With the women of the household in this state and you can't even fart. The family is cursed. Luo Xin sneered. I've seen favoritism before. But never like yours. You even dared to impersonate someone over military service. Having you as your son is the real misfortune for this family. Yun Shuyao turned back into the house. I'm leaving, going back to rest. Why bother wasting energy on people who aren't worth it? After they went back inside, Zhang Yuhua, who was sitting on the wall, munched on sunflower seeds and said, I tell you, Granny Ji, whenever one of your sons does well, you always share in the good life, don't you? Granny Ji snorted. What do you know? Those 3 aren't close to me. Even when daughters-in-law bully me, I don't make a sound. I'm old, how could I depend on them? Ji Yan and Yen Ryu were each kicked a few times. They looked at each other, and a flash of hatred crossed both their eyes. The 6 of them had for lunch the meat buns brought back from the city that morning. Yun Xiao made 6 more cups of malted milk powder. Sang Yi didn't like that cloyingly sweet stuff, so 2 cups ended up in Ji's stomach, and Ji Yu gave his own to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao pushed it back again. If it's not enough to drink, you can pour more. From now on, the 6 of us aren't allowed to keep giving things away to each other. I don't like it. If there's no money, go earn more, no need to scrimp. When Ji Yu heard his wife didn't like it, he quickly took it back. Wife, if you don't like it, it'll change. It'll change until you do. Luo Xin almost spat out his malted milk powder. Has Ji Yu become that unabashed now? Wasn't he pretty reserved at first? He didn't even dare to meet Hu Liao's eyes. Is he anxious now that there's a rival? Men. After the meal, the 3 couples each returned to their rooms to rest. Sang Yi asked Yun Shuyao for some disinfectant. GCI sat on a stool like a schoolboy, obediently waiting to be treated. Sang Yi teased. You really deserved that slap. Letting someone that old knock you down thinking you have the skills to join a special forces unit? You're probably worse than an ordinary soldier, right? GCI hissed. I deliberately didn't dodge. I didn't let him hit me because he'll keep looking for trouble later. Rather than being bothered every day, it's better to just take it once. Sang Yi snorted. You still don't understand your parents. They're the type who bully at home. If you take a slap today, they'll only think you're easy to mess with. They'll keep coming after you. Got that, Mao Dan? Hearing the name Mao Dan made GCI spring up from the stool like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Sister, how can you say that? Sang Yi pinched the other side of his face and teased, Little Mao Dan, what sister likes most is your face and body. If you let someone beat your face again and ruin it, they'll divorce you, understand? GCI broke out in a cold sweat. Because of that sentence. From then on, no matter what mission GCI went on, the first thing she said was, dare to slap my face and I'll fight you to the death. But that's all for later. From the moment Jiyu lay down, his big hands started getting restless. Shuyao was entangled by him with no way out. She turned over, gritting her teeth, and asked, Stinky Ji, what exactly are you trying to do? Jiyu looked at her with complete adoration and replied, Wife, that name used to embarrass me. Why does it sound so lovely when it comes from your mouth? Shuyao kicked his calf with her little foot, laughing as she said, annoying. Jiyu pulled her into his arms and rubbed his head against her neck. Are you annoyed with me? Do you think that commander is better than me? Shuyao teased him, in terms of looks you still have the edge, but when it comes to ability, I haven't tried that either. Jiyu tickled her. Are you trying to scare me? Shuyao laughed while dodging. No, I was wrong. I was just teasing you. Jiyu suddenly pulled her close. Wife, we haven't even gone to join the army yet. And already there's a sure yen. There are so many men in the troop, what am I going to do? Maybe we shouldn't go. I'll work harder from now on. After work I'll go hunting. I can definitely support you and the child. Shuyao was squeezed until she couldn't breathe, angrily pushing him away. Gee, stinky egg, are you trying to strangle me to inherit my property, or what? Jiyu gently patted her back. Sorry, wife, I'm just a little scared someone will take you away. Shuyao frowned and clicked her tongue. What do you take me, Shuyao, for? Am I that fickle? Besides, don't you have confidence in me, or in yourself? After all, many times you can be very brave. Ji's heart bloomed with joy. He slowly moved closer and looked at her tenderly. Their bodies pressed tightly together, and he could even see the fine fuzz on her face. The air was filled with a faint fragrance. Ji's breath grew hot, and their lips slowly met. He couldn't help but tremble. Fine beads of sweat appeared at the tip of Shuyao's nose. Her lips parted slightly to reveal a fresh, moist tongue, innocent yet tinged with allure. That pitiable, endearing look made him unable to restrain himself as he took her lips, then gently circled her tongue. She trembled, receiving his affection. In that moment, Shuyao felt that coming here wasn't so bad after all. The longing that stained his eyes made him look at her as if he wanted to devour her alive. Actually, Shuyao wasn't completely unmoved. Jiyu, both in appearance and in personality, struck all her buttons. He wasn't casual. Whether at home or outside, his eyes never wandered. He wasn't blindly filial when she argued with his family. He would firmly stand behind her. He was clean, keeping himself neat every day. He was attentive to her, remembering what she liked and disliked to eat and every little habit of hers. Most importantly, he never pried into her secrets, and that was the most comforting thing. Before the apocalypse, she saw a video that said it well. If you want to know whether a man suits you, take a trip with him and you'll find out. A trip into town made it obvious. He constantly watched her reactions, would use his body to shield her if anything happened, and although he was clearly used to being frugal, when she spent money lavishly, he said nothing and openly accepted her generosity. Overall, she was very satisfied with him now. Calling him an ideal man was no exaggeration. Chapter 42. I really didn't expect you to be this kind of fourth brother. The next day, the group of 6 rested up and set out up the mountain early in the morning to begin training down Shuyao's space. She had collected many bookstores during the apocalypse. Early in the morning she pulled out a few beginner manuals on military training. They started from the simplest, standing at attention and a tease, and running. The 3 brothers tied several sandbags to their wrists and ankles, and to make the training tougher, Sang Yi also insisted that everyone carry an extra 10 kg of weight on their backs. They trained all morning. The 6-person group didn't time themselves, they just saw who could endure. The 3 sisters' stamina was naturally unquestionable, although they hadn't been exercising recently. After stretching they quickly got into the groove. Jiyu had the best endurance among the 3 brothers. Jizhua was also good, only GCI was panting heavily after running 5 kilometers. The 3 sisters followed the book's routine to warm up the 3 brothers. Pull-ups, sit-ups, push-ups and shuttle runs. Sang Yi already liked these. After watching a few times she also taught them the military boxing from the manual and some fighting techniques. Over the next few days the 6 of them practiced in pairs. To avoid having husbands, brothers, or sisters hesitate to strike, they drew lots to determine opponents. Jiyu drew Sang Yi, Luo Xin drew GCI, and Shuyao was paired with Jizhua. Jizhua was nearly in tears. "Fourth sister-in-law, please go easy on me." Luo Xin tugged his ear and scolded, "You're going into battle, do you expect your enemy to go easy on you? If it's the end of the world, do you think the monsters will go easy on you?" Sang Yi hurriedly interrupted her, "Shiner." Luo Xin stuck out her tongue and hunched her shoulders. GCI walked to face Luo Xin and forced a smile, saying, "That sixth sister-in-law, you don't have to hold back, but can you not hit my face? If you hit my face, I definitely won't be polite to you." Luo Xin swung a fist at Jisis' nose. "Enough of your nonsense, take this." GCI hurriedly dodged to the side. "Oh come on, Jizhua's wife, are you not giving your fifth brother any face? Just wait and see how we'll take you down." The two quickly became entangled. Shuyao beckoned to Jizhua, "Let me see your ability." Sang Yi gave Jiyu a cold look, "Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're Hu Liao's man. Take your best shot and don't disgrace her." Jiyu snorted coldly, "You talk too much." The fight grew heated. GCI kept retreating to protect his face and was finally kicked in the chest by Luo Xin, collapsing to the ground. Jiyu and Sang Yi both wore cold expressions, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. Jizhua fared even worse, was practically being beaten unilaterally by Shuyao, launching attacks while howling. At night, the 3 brothers were each filthy, and the 3 sisters were drenched in stinking sweat. On their way down the mountain they casually caught 2 wild pheasants. And GCI climbed a tree to pick a lot of wild berries. 10 days passed and they still hadn't received their enlistment notices. By rights the time should have been about up. The 6 of them didn't think much of it. Anyway, they weren't short of money and didn't go to work. They kept going into the deep mountains to train every day as before. That day Shuyao had the 3 brothers make several targets, then took a few pistols out of her bag along with matching silencers. This thoroughly frightened GCI and Jizhua, and even the usually composed Jiyu was astonished. But none of the 3 brothers asked any more questions. Sang Yi aimed at the target and fired 3 shots in succession. Each shot hit the bullseye. Luo Xin demonstrated as well, and every shot scored a perfect 10. GCI looked at Sang Yi with stars in his eyes. To him, his sister now seemed to be glowing with golden light all over. Jizhua watched his wife's disdainful gaze and her decisive movements and thought, honestly, wasn't she just unbelievably cool? Shuyao deftly disassembled the gun and then tossed the parts to the 3 brothers. "Try putting it back together." The 3 brothers exchanged glances and each picked up the parts at hand to begin assembling, but after a long while none of them could get it back together. The 3 sisters sighed. Each dragged her own husband aside and started teaching from the simplest steps. Luo Xin even suggested making it a competition. The winner would get a reward and the loser would be punished by the masters, that is, the 3 women. The 3 love-struck husbands couldn't bear the thought of their wives being punished, so they all learned with extreme seriousness. After a morning, Jiyu could assemble the gun blindfolded, and in the end the loser was GCI. He and Jizhua were separated by less than a second. Sang Yi honored the bet and did 100 frog jumps on the spot. GCI felt bad and insisted on doing them together no matter what. Once they could assemble it, they had to learn how to use it. The target was first placed 10 meters away. Jiyu hit the 7 ring. For someone shooting for the first time, that was already a very good score. GCI built it up in his mind for a long time, closed his eyes and fired a shot, but completely missed the target. GCI was a little scared, but his score was still pretty good. Hit the 5 ring. Shuyao thought the contest was a great idea. It could fire up everyone's fighting spirit, so she started small group lessons again. 3 days later, the brothers could all hit the 8 ring and Jiyu could even hit the 10 ring. The 3 sisters personally made a big spread of dishes to reward them. The pistols were out in the open, and with the good food there was no need to hide anything. Shuyao made boiled fish in chili oil and spicy chicken. Luo Xin made sweet and sour ribs and braised prawns. Sang Yi made 2 provincial mountain specialties, Zhejuan large intestine and musu pork. The 3 sisters had long since realized that the 3 of them actually preferred wheat-based foods to rice, so the dishes on the table had been prepared as a reward and a big pot of twisted steamed buns had been made. The 3 brothers exchanged looks. They all saw shock in each other's eyes but dared not ask, only lowering their heads to start showing off ostentatiously. Finally dipped the gravy from the spicy chicken with the steamed bun and ate it all. Jishua didn't snatch it from him and banged the table in indignation. I'm telling you, I still haven't had enough to eat. Luo Xin widened her big eyes, utterly shocked. You ate 8 big steamed buns and you're still not full. Jishua scratched his head sheepishly. Isn't it because your ribs are so delicious, wife? Don't worry, I'll practice more tomorrow. This little bit will be used up in no time. Ji took Yun Shuyo's hand and placed it on his stomach. Wife, your favorite abs are still here. I've been exercising a lot these days. The lines are much deeper. If you don't believe me, lift my shirt and see. GCI curled his mouth. Fourth brother, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of fourth brother. When it comes to being lecherous, no one beats you. Jiyu snorted coldly. I don't know who keeps following people around all day calling them sister this and sister that. Acting like they're worthless. Jishua stood beside them laughing so hard his shoulders trembled. Jiyu shot him a sidelong glance. And you, where do you get off mocking us? GCI cleared his throat and with a cheeky imitation of Jishua's voice said, Sheener, will you call me brother one more time? Or Appa is fine too. The 3 sisters slapped the table laughing, and the 3 brothers each roasted the others. Laughter filled the whole room and anyone could tell how happy they all were. Ji Chunlin and Granny Ji ate boiled cabbage and cold cucumber salad, breathing in the drifting aromas and listening to the shouts and laughter of the men and women. Shameless. Granny Ji scolded. Chapter 43 Enlistment Notice. It has been half a month since the 6 from Lee registered. Logically, their physical exams passed and their backgrounds had no issues, so they should have received their enlistment notices long ago. But unfortunately there's been no sign of anything. The 3 brothers' leave slips have 3 days left, meaning that if they still don't receive anything within 3 days, they'll have to go to work. Every day they secretly trained in the deep mountains. Hidden by the trees they had already whitened considerably. The 3 sisters didn't want them to go back to the fields. Because those pale faces paired with blood-heating sinewy muscles were an absolute visual delight. The other half, Unit 802, Shuyao knocked on Xia Dallas' door. Old Xia, have the enlistment notices for those 6 of them been sent out? Xia Dali didn't even lift his head. Who? Shuyao knew he was being deliberate. Old Xia, you know who I'm talking about. Xia Dali looked as if he had just remembered. Oh, you mean those 3 couples from the physical exam day. One of them, Luo Xin, failed the political review. Her mother was a landlord's daughter. I remember you mentioned it that day. They said they'd come together, otherwise none of them would come, so I didn't issue any at all. Shuyao frowned. A landlord's daughter? Xia Dali looked a bit guilty. He had exaggerated. In truth, the relation was already kinship that had passed 5 funerals, and her mother was no longer alive. Luo Xin herself had married Jishua, an 8th-generation poor peasant, so her background was actually not a problem. Xia Dali stood up and patted Shuyao on the shoulder. Shuyao, you were just strangers to them. Now everyone's returned to their own places. It's time to pull yourself together and get back to it. Shuyao had known him for so many years that she immediately understood his meaning. Xia Dali, your soldier recruitment is too important to be mixed with personal feelings. I don't know those 3 men and am not familiar with them, but I've seen firsthand the skills of those 3 women comrades. We female soldiers are always eager to recruit talent. Bringing these good prospects back is a major matter. Besides, my feelings are my business. Did I say I was going to ruin anyone? Outstanding people naturally attract attention. On what basis would you ruin someone's whole life over this? You're far too much. I never knew your political awareness was so low. Do you really have the nerve to call yourself a political commissar? Xia Dali was stunned by the scolding. He hadn't thought that far. He just felt his brother-in-law shouldn't have his future delayed by a married woman. His attitude that day had clearly shown he was already deeply in love. If he had to see the couple together, openly affectionate, wouldn't that affect his mood and hinder his progress? Shuyao, stop. I'm just following the rules here. You're wronging Mayor, the one going too far, right? Shuyao paused a moment then continued. Xia Dali, I'll check again. If what you say is true, I'll apologize to you. But if you're abusing your position for personal gain, I won't let you off. Xia Dali blocked Shuyao, who was about to leave. Can you not be like this? They're just a few soldiers. I'm your brother-in-law, you know. Shuyao said nothing, just stared straight at him. Xia Dali's eyes darted away. Under that gaze he felt completely uncomfortable and muttered, I know, I'll send the no notice now. They'll definitely get it by tomorrow. Is that okay? Shuyao snorted coldly. This has nothing to do with me. You mixed your personal feelings into work. And mind your own business about me. I'm not a child, I know what I'm doing. Don't use your brother-in-law status to act like an elder. Not even my grandfather can meddle in my affairs. After saying that, he walked out. Sure enough, the next day the group of 6 received their enlistment notices, personally delivered to the Ji family by Zhao Tingdong. When Zhao Tingdong arrived, the 6 were still training in the mountains and not at home. Ji Chunlin stopped the captain. Captain, did you come for something? Send them their enlistment notices, Ji Yu and the others, if those few of them bring honor to our brigade. 6 going together, this time the advanced brigade will definitely be ours. A flicker of surprise passed through Ji Chunlin's eyes. All 6 were accepted? Just give them to me. I'll personally hand them over when they come back tonight. Lately they never seem to be home. Who knows what they've been up to all day. Sometimes they don't come back until midnight. Don't let it interfere with your real work. Zhang Yuhua stuck his head over the wall and called cheerfully, I say, Ji Chunlin, you weren't still planning to have your youngest son take the place of the 4th, 5th, and 6th sons to join the army, were you? If that gets found out, your whole family will be sent to the farm. Don't be crazy. Ji Chunlin glared at her. What nonsense are you talking? When did I ever want to do that? Zhang Yuhua spat. A few days ago. Because of this, Ji Yan and his partner had your family's few pretty daughters-in-law press their feet to the ground. Did you forget? Zhao Tingdong scolded. Ji Chunlin, you're also the production team leader. How can your political awareness be so low? Serving in the military is about defending the homeland. You dare to fake this? Do you not want your head? Ji Chunlin gave an awkward little laugh. Look at you, listening to that foolish old woman ramble. I wouldn't dare do such a thing. Captain Zhao, don't worry. Zhao Tingdong ignored him and handed the enlistment notice to Zhang Yuhua. Could you please pass this along, sister-in-law? This can't be delayed. If it gets delayed, you'll be eating peanuts for supper. I'm not kidding. Seeing how much the captain trusted her, Zhang Yuhua wiped her hand on her clothes and took the enlistment notice. Don't worry, Captain. I'll be sure to deliver it to them. After Zhao Tingdong left, Zhang Yuhua held the enlistment notice and said with a sneer, oh my, you won't even let his own father deliver it and have to entrust an outsider like me. What a failed father you are. Your Nian Sherlan walks around every day flattering herself that she has a good life. I think you too will have trouble even in your old age. Ji Chunlin's hand was trembling. He had heard that soldiers sent home a month's allowance of over 10 kwai. If it had been old 7th earning it, he'd surely have handed it all over to his family, but with old 4th, old 5th and old 6th, he knew not a cent would be sent back. The 6 of them had trained a bit late today. By the time a few of them climbed down the mountain, they wanted to grab the tails of cats to pull themselves down, stomachs growling, exhausted and sore all over, especially their legs, which felt as if they had been lead-weighted. They had just stepped through the door when Zhang Yuhua, sitting on the wall, brightened. Oh, you're finally back. Your enlistment notices have arrived. The company commander told me to hand them to you. GCI ran over to take them, smiling and thanking her. Thanks, Aunt Zhang. Zhang Yuhua smiled and went down from the wall. Yun Xiao put the enlistment notice away. The 6 of them started cooking again. When they finished, Luo Xin served up a large bowl of meat and vegetables and said to Ji Zhua, take this over to Aunt Zhang next door and thank her properly. Ji Yu took the dish and said, let's go together. Chapter 44. On the eve of departure, there are 3 days left before leaving the island. In 3 days the group of 6 will set out for Yen City, and from there take a boat to Moon Island. 2 days before the departure is the wedding day of Yen Ruyu and Ji Yan, so after they finished dinner, Grandma Ji unusually brought 2 eggs into Ji Yes' room. 4th brother, the day after tomorrow is your younger brother's wedding. You know the family situation. Could you take 5th and 6th up the mountain hunting to add a meat dish? And your wife will need to help cook too. Hiring help costs money. Our own family members are enough. Luo Xin looked at the 2 eggs in her hand and laughed in anger. Even if you're summoning a dog to work, you give it something in return, right? You expect us to do a day's hard labor for 2 eggs? Your bargaining beads have bounced right into my face. Sang Yi didn't even glance at her. He dragged GCI back into the room. She must have lost her mind to be helping Yen Ruyu with work. Jizhua muttered, Mother, when the 3 of us got married we only held 1 banquet, and all the meat was what we hunted ourselves. Let old 7 go get it himself. Didn't you say back then if he can hunt he can add meat dishes, if not he'll eat vegetables? In any case it's not your face on the line. Whoever's the groom, it's their shame to bear. Granny Ji was so furious she wanted to throw an egg in his face. Does that even sound like a human being? Shuyao opened the door. Please leave. We're about to set off and don't have time to arrange someone else's wedding. I'm not his mother and I have no such obligation. Granny Ji looked at Jiyu. Fourth, what do you say? Ji's tone was laced with coldness. What do you mean how I speak? When we get married, we'll do whatever we need to do. Do you expect me to treat you differently, mother? Old Mrs. Ji put the egg into her pouch, glared viciously at the four of them, and turned to walk away after Jijua and Luo Xin returned to their room. Jiyu brought a basin of foot-washing water and set it by Shuyao's feet. Then with practiced movements he slipped off her shoes and socks and gently placed her feet into the basin. Is the water temperature okay? Shuyao made a soft sound. Jiyu washed while massaging her feet. You've walked too much these past few days, your feet must hurt, right? With his callous large hands kneading them, Shuyao couldn't help but feel ticklish. Don't squeeze. Shuyao's feet were very beautiful, delicate, fair, and smooth like top-grade mutton fat jade, the rounded, petite toes like pink pearls arranged artfully across them. The pale pink nails trimmed cleanly. G's deep eyes fixed tightly on the pair of jade-like feet. Darkness churned in his gaze, myriad thoughts weaving and entangling within. His rapid breathing grew more pronounced, his chest heaving violently with each inhale. That restless agitation felt like a beast sealed in the depths of his heart, now desperately trying to break free and surge out. G's voice was already hoarse when he spoke. After we go to the island, does that mean we can't live together anymore? Shuyao sat on the bed with a flushed face, her toes involuntarily curling back. At first we really can't live together, but later if we achieve something or accomplish merits, we can apply. Jiyu wrapped the fair, delicate feet in a dry towel and wiped them clean, then cupped them in his hands and placed a reverent kiss on them. I'll work hard to achieve results. After speaking, he carried the water out. Before long, the sound of flowing water came from the courtyard. Shuyao, wearing slippers, tiptoed and hid at the doorway to peek out. G's waist was sculpted and slim as if carefully carved. Every muscle line was intensely attractive, with not an ounce of excess fat. The water trickled down past a clearly visible Adam's apple, along the neck, slid over a set of well-defined 8-pack abs, and finally the flow gradually disappeared into those dark trousers, burying that ultimate beauty deep within them, yet making one unable to stop imagining the endless temptation hidden beneath the pants. Shuyao slipped back into the room, took out a sexy black camisole nightgown from the space, let her jet black hair fall like a waterfall, then took out a bottle of Chanel perfume and sprayed it into the air a few times. Then she changed the bedding on the bed again. Before she had reservations and agreed to make do, so she hadn't added an extra layer, and the result was that the next day, besides a sore waist, her whole body ached badly. Now it was different. She knew that man wouldn't ask many questions. Just after finishing, Jiyu came in, wiping the water off his body as he walked. Looking at that fox spirit-like enchanting little demon on the bed, he felt as if his recent bath had been for nothing. Shuyao beckoned to him with her finger. Jiyu nearly sprayed blood from his nose and his voice hoarse said, "Stop it, Yao Yao, your body can't take it." Gondaji's breath suddenly sank. His protruding Adam's apple slid up and down his throat like a rolling bead, his muscles tensing involuntarily, the contours becoming ever more pronounced. At that moment all the blood in his body seemed to rush to one place, the burning heat feeling as if it would consume him whole. "Yao Yao, wife, you little demon." All words were drowned in that overwhelming kiss. Jiyu had abstained for 6 days. Once he tasted her he couldn't stop. Again and again he lingered and turned on her soft, cherry lips. Jiyu held her little tongue in his mouth, gently licking and sucking. With a slight tug of his large hand, the sexy little nightgown split into two. Then a pair of big hands settled on her waist, continuously stroking. That night Jijua felt like he was being tortured to death. The bed in fourth brother's room rocked all night, and although he held the little cutie in his arms, he could watch but not touch. He was nearly suffocating with frustration. The next day GCI and Jijua looked at him with plaintive eyes. Jiyu acted as if they were invisible, attentively serving Shuyao food and drink. Seeing him act like a bootlicker instantly reminded the two of the palace eunuchs beside the emperor. GCI rubbed the gooseflesh on his arm and said disdainfully, "Sycophant." Tomorrow would be Yen Ruyu and Ji Yan's wedding, and the group didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble at home, so they decided to leave today. The three couples packed up the things from their respective rooms. They hadn't brought that many items. Most of the old shirts and pants were patched. The three sisters wouldn't allow them to take a single piece. While in the city they had already bought several outfits, and once they reached the island, barring any accidents, most of the time they would probably wear uniform clothes, so it was enough to prepare what they needed underneath. The group of 6 locked the door, then went to the brigade headquarters to find Zhao Tingdong to get a certificate of departure. The previously issued date had already passed. Zhao Tingdong patted the three brothers on the shoulder and said emotionally, "You've all married good wives. The hardships before are over. Live well from now on, the days are just beginning." Chapter 45. The Ji family in great turmoil holding the letter of introduction. The few of them walked forward on foot, Yun Shuyao and her 2 sisters trailing behind, huddled together gossiping. Sang Yi eyed Yun Shuyao with a suggestive look. "You brat, you had a good time last night, didn't you?" Yun Shuyao felt not an iota of embarrassment. It was okay, honestly. Jiyu is really something in that department. Luo Xin snorted. Could he not be? Jishua got up and took cold showers 3 times last night. From now on let's build our houses next to each other, just don't live under the same roof. Sang Yi looked at Luo Xin with concern. "Sheener, it's been 7 days, are you alright?" Luo Xin shook her head. "I'm fine. In the past it took 5 or 6 days too. I guess the heavy exercise these days pulled something. I was already much better this morning. These past few days they were running about 5 kilometers nearly every day. Even now, with each of the 3 brothers carrying a big stack of luggage, they didn't feel particularly tired. They walked and paused several times, only reaching the city in the afternoon. They first went to the guest house to get the rooms ready, then headed straight to the state-run restaurant to eat. But the Ji family was nearly in chaos at that moment. The cause was tomorrow's wedding, because Jiyu, Gci, and Jishua refused to help the family go hunting, and Jiyen couldn't shoot anything. There was no meat secured for the wedding feast. Ji Posey was at a loss, so she went to find Ji Jia, Ji Li, and Ji Chan, throwing tantrums and rolling on the ground to force the 3 of them to go up the mountain together to hunt something. Even if they only caught 2 wild rabbits it would do. Otherwise it would be very embarrassing to have not a single meat dish at the banquet. Ji Jia and the others had no choice but to go up the mountain together. They didn't catch any wild rabbits. Ji Chan was bitten by a venomous snake. And in the ensuing panic the group tumbled down the hillside. Except for Ji Li, who sustained minor injuries, Ji Jia and Ji Chan were seriously hurt. Li used all his strength to get the 2 back home. When Grandma Ji saw their condition she was stunned. Ji Chunlin called 2 trusted men from the team, and in a flurry they rushed all 3 to the clinic. The snakebite on Ji Chun had been treated, but he still needed to go to the county to get anti-venom. Village clinic didn't have it. In addition, one of his arms was broken and required treatment at the county hospital. But when the household divided its property earlier, he had taken out 10 yuan from his personal stash and now only had 13 yuan left. That amount was nowhere near enough for the hospital. Ji Jia's leg had hit a rock and the blood soaked through his pants. Xiao Qiaolan saw the blood and collapsed to the ground. That fall triggered an early labor. The midwife said the woman had been frightened into fainting and could not deliver on her own. She also had to be taken to the county hospital. Old Ji sat on the ground, crying and wailing. "What sin have I committed? Isn't this meant to kill my old woman? It's all those 3 harbingers of misfortune's fault. If they hadn't blocked the way, if Jiyu and the others had gone hunting instead, none of this would have happened. Even if something had gone wrong, they would have money in their hands. They wouldn't be unable to produce a single cent like now." Jiro pulled at old Ji. "Mother, you're right. Big brother, sister-in-law, and 3rd brother should be the ones to pay for the treatment. If it weren't for them, how could this have happened?" Old Ji abruptly stopped crying. "Right. Which one of you kindly go find those unfilial brats? With something this big happening at home, and they haven't even shown their faces, they must know something and have run off." Zhao Tingdong had just arrived. Seeing old Ji still sitting on the ground shirking responsibility, he snapped, "Old Ji, what are you saying at a time like this? Hurry and get the person to the hospital. Old Lu has already gone by car. You hurry home and get things and money ready." Ji Chunlin sighed wearily. Where would the family get any money? The money from dividing up the household was already used to help old Seven with his betrothal gift. Now the whole family can only scrape together 20 or 30 kwai. If it were just one person needing medical treatment that'd be one thing, but with 4 people at once, how much do we need to prepare? Zhao Tingdong ground his teeth and said, the team will advance the money for your family first, repay it with work points. When Ji Yan heard that, he hurriedly pushed to the front from the back. Team leader, that won't do. Our household has already divided. My parents are living with me now. So my father's work points are naturally counted with mine. But my eldest brother's leg is in such bad shape. Who knows when he'll be able to work the fields again. My sister-in-law is about to have a baby and definitely can't go back to the fields. Where would the work points come from to return to the team? When he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but draw a cold breath. Did that even sound like human words? His own brother was hurt so badly, and he's already thinking about paying money back. Zhao Tingdong's usually cold voice, laced with anger, asked, so are you just going to stand there and watch your eldest and third brothers, one maimed, one dead? Your sister-in-law is carrying the blood of your Ji family. Have you looked at what she looks like now? Zhang Yuhua spat, ungrateful wretch. Your parents offended all 6 of your brothers for your marriage. Now that they're in trouble, you actually blocked them from being saved. What kind of person are you? The other villagers jabbered together, complaining that Ji Chunlin and old Mrs. Ji are foolish. They had so many sons and offended everyone. If the 7th son can't be pointed to as heir, won't the 2 of them be like the end of their line? What do you mean by what if it doesn't point? Look at 7th Uncle Jess' face right now. If he can be that cold-blooded to his own brothers, how much better could he be to our parents? No wonder 4th, 5th and 6th started fighting him as soon as they walked in. If I ran into an uncle like that, I'd declaw his face until it's all scratches. The family's money all went to him getting a wife. If you ask me, that money should be taken out by the wife who hasn't even entered the house yet to save lives. Exactly. Ji Jia and the others fell because they were helping him hunt in the first place. If he isn't held responsible, then who should be? When Ji Yan heard they wanted him to pay, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. His face twisted. What do our family's affairs have to do with you? Go cool off somewhere else. All of you get out of the way. Ji Li looked at his biased, inactive parents, his selfish younger brother, his troublemaking sister, his eldest brother who was about to have his leg broken, and his sister-in-law whose life was uncertain, and suddenly felt especially tired. A flash of fire rose in his eyes as he said to everyone, I'm sorry, everyone, the 7th sibling's head was hit this morning. Help us out. We live in the same unit. I'll remember today's kindness. After saying that, he bowed. While everyone said it was nothing, they all glared at Ji Yan with their eyes. They hustled the few people onto the donkey cart. Ji Li then said to Zhao Tingdong, team leader, lend our family 100 kuai for now. We'll definitely pay it back. If not, you can deduct it from our work points. This is life-saving money. Zhao Tingdong asked for everyone's opinion. Do you all think it's okay? Zhang Yuhua was the first to shout, of course we'd lend them money to save them. If we didn't, could we just stand by and watch those few become cripples? Ji Chunlin by then had also sat on the mule cart. When my 4th, 5th and 6th brothers come back tonight, I'll give them as much as they have. Whatever's left the brothers can pay back slowly with work points. Zhao Tingdong looked at Ji Chunlin as if he were a fool. What are you thinking? Your 4th brothers left early this morning. Who doesn't know they're going to join the army? Chapter 46. What do you mean, father? Not saving big brother. Old Lady Ji stopped the donkey cart and looked at Zhao Tingdong, questioning. They left? Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhao Tingdong looked speechless. Your son went to join the army. Did I need to tell you? Are you crazy? Move aside quickly. If you don't go, your eldest daughter-in-law and your 3rd son won't need to go either. Just prepare for their funerals. Zhang Yuhua shoved Old Lady Ji aside. Elder Lu cracked his whip and drove the donkey cart away. Ji Chunlin sat on the cart with red eyes and cursed. Those 3 heartless, thankless scoundrels. They left without even telling the family. Second brother, when we get home, search their room and see if there's anything valuable we can pawn to the regiment. Ji Li gave his father a cold look. I'm not brave. None of those brothers' wives are soft targets. I'm afraid if I grab their legs they'll break them off, and anyway, who would leave valuable things at home for someone to take when they go out? Ji Chunlin glared at him and said no more. The donkey cart drove toward the county seat. Old woman Ji was shoved by Zhang Yuhua and fell straight to the ground. Ji Ro rolled up her sleeves and rushed at Zhang Yuhua. You pushed Mrs. Zhang. How dare you push my mother? I'll fight you to the end. Zhang Yuhua's 2 sons and 2 grandsons stood in front of their old mother. Try fighting one of us. If you dare lay a hand on my mother, I'll skin you. Zhang Yuhua's 2 daughters-in-law also rolled up their sleeves. You little brat, not even married and already so stubborn. No son would marry you, he'd stay a bachelor for life. You little troublemaker. The only man left in the house was Ji Yan. Ji Yan clearly had no intention of helping her. Ji Ro spat out a vicious remark, then slunk away supporting Granny Ji. Staring at the heavy lock on Ji Yu and the other's door, Granny Ji ground her teeth and said, "Second brother's household, find someone to smash that door open for me." Su Qian rolled her eyes inwardly and said aloud, "Mother, I wouldn't dare. If the three sisters-in-law find out, I can forget about having a room. You'd better let seventh brother and Xiao Ro handle it. After all, they have you to protect them. No matter what, those sisters-in-law haven't actually laid a hand on you. Have they?" After speaking, she led the three children back into the room. Granny Ji thought, that's right, those three jinxes wouldn't dare lay a hand on her. If she smashed things today, they wouldn't be able to do anything to her. When Ji Yan, Ji Ro and Granny Ji went inside and looked, they were so furious they nearly fainted. There was nothing valuable left in the room. In the cupboard were a few patched jackets and vests, the kind the three Ji Yu brothers used to wear when they worked in the fields. On the bed lay a single tattered mattress, and under the bed were a few pairs of old canvas shoes. On the outside table sat a few eating bowls, those that had been allotted to them when the family split up. It seemed the others hadn't even used them. Ji Ro cursed, how did they manage to take so much? Not a single decent piece of clothing left. I can't even wear anything to the army, how could they leave things for me? Ji Yan snorted coldly. Selfish people are always selfish. I'm getting married tomorrow and they didn't even give me any wedding money. Ji Ro let out a little laugh. When fourth brother and the others got married, you didn't give any wedding money either. Ji Yan said angrily, how could that be the same? I'm the youngest brother. They hadn't divided the family when they got married. What wedding money would they want from me? Meanwhile, the six of them had a hearty meal at the state-run restaurant, then went to the cinema, planning to watch a movie. After all, they'd been married so long and had never even seen a movie together. The movie tickets were bought by GCI. It was the pocket money fourth sister-in-law had given him and Jijua back when they scammed that blackmailer. Jijua also contributed money, buying 6 sodas and 6 servings of sunflower seeds and peanuts. Luo Xin secretly puckered her lips. She wanted popcorn and milk. Shuyao saw what the little miss was thinking. After sitting down, she quietly pulled a large handful of popcorn from her space and shared it with her and Sang Yi. Luo Xin hugged her as if she wanted to plant a kiss on her. Jiyu frowned, pulled Yun Shuyao to the side to avoid attention. Luo Xin rolled her eyes and obediently sat down to eat the popcorn. The movie was called Taking Tiger Mountain by Strategy. As they watched, the three sisters grew drowsy, and Luo Xin couldn't even eat the popcorn she liked. In the end, the three brothers each looked after one sister, and only then did they barely manage to finish the film. After coming out of the cinema, GCI bought 6 ice pops. The three sisters only perked up after eating them. At the county hospital, Xiao Chaolan had already been taken into the delivery room. After Ji Chan received the serum, one life had been saved, but Ji Jie's situation was more complicated. A large gash on his leg had bled heavily, the wound was deep enough to expose bone, and after treatment the doctors told Ji Chunlin and Ji Li that a blood transfusion was still needed. But the transfusion required a deposit up front, and it was expensive. The money they had was only enough for Xiao Kailan's childbirth and Ji Chen's serum. There was nothing left. So Ji Li could only follow old Lu back to the team to try to borrow more from the brigade. But Ji Chunlin stopped him. Second brother, we can't pay back that much money. Ji Li stared in shock and widened his eyes. Father, what do you mean? Not saving big brother. Ji Chunlin's gaze dodged. Of course we'll save him, but you know our family's situation. I mean, on the IOU just put the names of 4th brother, 5th brother and 6th brother. Let the squad leader ask them for the money. Didn't they go to the army? They'll get allowances later, 10 yuan a month each. 6 of them is 60 yuan. In 2 or 3 months it can be paid off. If it comes from our family, it won't be repaid in 5 years. Ji Li, furious, sneered, Father, if I write their names and they find out, won't they make trouble for me? Besides, we only ended up like this because of 7th brother's marriage. You know 7th brother has money, why not make him pay? Is he the only one who is your real son and the rest of us were picked up off the street? Ji Chunlin's eyes blazed with anger. Shut your damned mouth, what are you saying? Ji Li was not only physically exhausted, he was mentally worn out as well. He left after throwing out a ill talk about it later. Early the next morning the group of 6 went to the state-run restaurant for breakfast. When they came out they ran right into Zhao Tingdong. Jili had told him about the hospital the night before. As the brigade leader he had to come see for himself, so he had followed old Lu out early and happened to pass by the restaurant, where he met the 6th. Yun Shuyao greeted him, "Brigade leader, what are you doing in the county?" Zhao Tingdong sighed and told them in full detail what had happened at the Ji household after they left, and then he told them about Ji Chunlin forcing them to pay the medical bills. Luo sneered, "Is he dreaming? What do their injuries have to do with us? The few of us left the team early this morning. We didn't arrive until yesterday afternoon. We're gone. Why would they still be thinking about us?" Sang Yi pursed her lips and smiled. "Captain, you know what kind of people we are, you know what we should and shouldn't agree to." Yun Xiao gave her a look, meaning don't put it so harshly. How could the captain be the same as them? Sang, you're overthinking it. Our Captain Zhao is the fairest. Haven't you had breakfast yet? I just packed some buns, take them and eat them while they're hot, you and old Lu. How could Zhao Tingdong accept their food? He hurriedly refused. Yun Xiao put on an annoyed expression. "Captain, don't tell me you look down on us, just take them." Saying that, she put the buns in the car and tugged the others as she left. Old Lu took a bite of the bun and said with a smile, "Captain, at first everyone in the team said the Gu three brothers married 3 shrews, but now it looks like only a few people in the old Ji family are normal." Zhao Tingdong also took a bite. "When you see Ji Chunlin later, don't mention anything about running into those few, or they might not be able to leave." Chapter 47. You like it, you take it home and raise it. The 6-person group went to the bus station. They were taking a bus to Yanshi, and tomorrow people from the unit would pick them up and take them to the island. After Zhao Tingdong arrived at the hospital, Ji Chunlin grabbed him. "Captain, give me the addresses of our family's 4th, 5th, and 6th sons. I want to write to them and tell them about what's happened at home." Zhao Tingdong's face darkened. "Brother Ji, your Gu and the others haven't even been accepted yet. If they fail to qualify later, they might be sent back. Won't writing to the unit now be bad for them?" After saying that, he stopped paying attention to Ji Chunlin's reaction, walked to the bedside and looked at Ji Jia and Ji Chen's injuries. "Brother Ji, how is your eldest daughter-in-law? Did she give birth?" Hearing this, Ji Chunlin got angry. "Yes, she did. She actually lied to us for so long, clearly a girl. But she insisted she was our eldest grandson. If I'd known she was a money waster, I wouldn't have come to the hospital at all. $30 down the drain." Old Lu glanced at him with contempt. "Ji Chunlin, what are you saying? Isn't the girl still part of your old Ji family?" Zhao Tingdong suddenly remembered something, frowned and asked, "So who's taking care of Xiao Chaolan over there now?" Ji Chunlin stiffened his neck. "What do you mean taking care? She hasn't broken any legs or arms. When Sherlan was young, she could go back to the fields the day after giving birth. She hasn't done any work for a long time. She's built up stronger than Mesh can manage on her own." "What does she eat then?" Jili happened to come in carrying some buns. "Captain, did you have breakfast?" Zhao Tingdong nodded. "Quickly take a few over to your sister-in-law. She lost a lot of blood yesterday. If she doesn't eat her fill, what about the baby?" Jili nodded, took 3 buns and went out. Ji Chunlin's mouth twitched with sympathy. "Just 10 buns cost a whole yuan. You could buy a gene of meat for that. Take some scallions home and you could make a whole basinful." Jili reached Xiao Kailan's ward and knocked on the door. After knocking for quite a while, a cat-like voice came from inside. "Come in." Xiao Chaolan looked as if she had aged a dozen years after last night's ordeal. She was only 25 or 26, but now she appeared to be in her 30s. Her lips were cracked and her whole face had fallen in beside the hospital bed. A child was wrapped in a patched-up garment, crying weakly as if about to lose breath at any moment. Jili came in and handed a steamed bun to Xiao Chaolan. "Sister-in-law, eat something." Xiao Chaolan took it and began to devour it. Jili went out again and came back with a cup of water. "Sister-in-law, big brother's leg is fine now. After being discharged, he just needs to rest well. The baby is born too. Once you eat your fill and have some strength, look after the child a bit. She must be hungry." Xiao Chaolan drank the water in one gulp and gave a bitter laugh. "I thought it would be a boy. I didn't expect a little girl. If my brother finds out, he surely won't even be able to look after me during the confinement, no matter what. It's still flesh from her own body." Xiao Chaolan felt sorry for it. But the Ji family didn't need another maid. Second house already had 2, third house 1. If she gave birth to 1 more, could they afford to raise so many children? The baby weighed barely over 4 jin, and since birth hadn't had a single drop of milk. Its breathing was growing weaker and weaker. Even if she took it home, could she possibly keep it alive? Geely sighed. He hadn't noticed before, but these past 2 days he was truly exhausted. He felt like his whole family was acting strangely. How could everyone's thinking be so ridiculous? Sis-in-law, whether boy or girl, it's still a child of the Ji family. Take care of yourself. I'll take the baby outside and find something for her to eat first. Xiao Qiaolon looked at him gratefully. Thanks, second brother. I'll sleep a little longer, and then go take care of your eldest brother. Geely had no strength left to say anything more. He picked up the child and walked out. The child was light and small in his arms, as if it weighed nothing. After thinking for a moment, he brought the child to the hospital cafeteria to buy some rice water for him. After buying it, he went straight back to Jie's ward with the child. Zhao Tingdong and old Lu were just about to leave when Geely stopped them. Team leader, could you take this child back to my mother? My eldest sister-in-law is weak and can't handle him alone. The child is too pitiful. Ji Chunlin snorted coldly. A worthless mouth-breather, it's already lucky she didn't drop him in the chamber pot. Zhao Tingdong sharply rebuked him. Ji Chunlin, how can you think like that? You're supposed to be a production team leader. Is your ideological awareness this low? If you say something like that again, write a self-criticism and read it aloud in front of the whole team until you truly recognize your mistake. Ji Chunlin said. If you like him, take him home and raise him well. Zhao Tingdong took the child and said to Geely, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on your mother. If your family mistreats this child, I won't stand by and do nothing. After saying that, he paid no more attention to Ji Chunlin, who left the room with the child and old Liuda. As soon as old Lu stepped outside, he exhaled a foul breath. What kind of people are they? They couldn't pick a better family for this child, could they? The other 6 had ridden for over 3 hours and had arrived at Yanshi. The 3 sisters who got off the bus had weak legs. The smell inside the vehicle was truly indescribable. There was even a man who sat in the bus eating a chai-filled bun, washing it down with raw garlic. After finishing, he sat aside and let out loud belches. Yun Shuyao felt physically nauseated to the point of tears. You could no longer care about anything else. Half carrying his beautiful wife, he went to the guest house and booked 3 rooms. Luo Xin and Sang Yi were no better off. Their faces were both deathly pale. The 6 of them agreed to rest until the afternoon before going out to eat together. Each took his own wife back to their room. Zhi helped Sang Yi onto the bed and took off her shoes. Sang Yi had wanted to ask Hu Liyao for a fresh sheet, but the moment her head touched the pillow, she smelled the clean fragrance of sunlight and soap. Apparently the quilt and sheets had been freshly laundered, so she relaxed and lay down. I cheerfully dug a towel and basin out of the luggage, went to the washroom to fetch a basin of water, and returned. Sister, lie down and rest. I'll wash your face and feet and help you change into your sleepwear. You'll feel better by the afternoon. Sang Yi nodded, took the clothes and began to change. GCI stood awkwardly to one side, not sure whether to look or not. With his wife feeling so unwell, did having those other thoughts make him a bit of a beast? Sang Yi didn't think that much. The 2 of them had already done the most intimate thing, so changing clothes wasn't that strange, right? Luo Xin wasn't feeling very energetic either. The moment the 2 of them stepped into the room, she hopped onto Jizhua like a little rabbit. Brother Jizhua, I feel a bit unwell. I don't want to walk by myself. Luo Xin's coquettish voice was unbearable even for Yun Shuyao and Sang Yi, and for Ji Zuo hadn't had intimacy for nearly 10 days. The end of his tailbone went numb halfway through hearing it. Baby Luo Xin isn't feeling well, so how about Brother Jizhua find a way to make you feel better, okay? Chapter 48. The tobacco market. Jiyu and Yun Shuyao returned to the room. Jiyu immediately scooped her up, cradling her horizontally. Wife, go rest on the bed for a while. Yun Shuyao's stomach churned as if she was about to vomit at any second. Being held like that made her feel worse. Put me down quickly, I'm going to throw up. Jiyu set her down. Covering her mouth, Yun Shuyao ran for the bathroom, Jiyu hurrying after her. Yun Shuyao glanced back and signaled with her eyes for him to return first. She was going to take something out of the space in a moment, and it would be inconvenient if he followed. Even now she would pull out many things that didn't fit the times, but since she hadn't explained them, she treated them as fools. However, she wasn't psychologically ready to produce things in front of them. At the very least, she needed to find the right opportunity. Jiyu dared not disobey Yun Shuyao and could only return to his room to wait. Shuyao vomited up everything she had eaten that morning in the bathroom, took a bottle of mineral water from the space to rinse her mouth, and only then felt alive again. She now felt that every part of her smelled like chive buns. She wanted to take a bath, but in this era the guesthouse rooms had no bathrooms. Bathing was done at a set time in the evening in the communal washroom, and everyone soaked in the same pool. Men and women went in through the same door. The left was the women's bath, the right the men's, dirty and dilapidated. She couldn't accept such an environment and preferred not to bathe than to endure it. Shuyao thought this as she returned to the room, and Ji Yu quickly came forward. Wife, are you all right? Feeling better? Ji Yu, I want to take a bath and change my clothes. Ji's mind raced. The bathroom's not on yet. Want me to bring you some hot water so you can at least wipe yourself? Alright. By the time Ji Yu brought the water back, Shuyao had already shoved him out. Ji Yu looked hurt. Wife, why are you kicking me out? I can help scrub your back, you know? We're married, we've got the marriage certificate. Why are you acting like I haven't seen? Shuyao clapped a hand over his mouth. Get out! She closed the door, pulled a large tub out of the space and began filling it. There was no hot water. Even if it was cold, she had to wash. After finishing the wash and feeling completely refreshed, she dried her hair, put away the bathtub, and only then let Ji Yu back in. Ji Yu looked at his wife, who smelled sweet after being washed all over, and frowned. He had only scooped a small basin of water earlier. How could she have taken a proper bath? He knew his wife had secrets. He just couldn't figure out where she hid all those delicious things and odd items. The three couples slept until 3 in the afternoon. After changing clothes, they were fully recharged and decided to go out hunting for food together. It wasn't mealtime, and the state-run restaurant didn't have many customers. A few people ordered 6 bowls of noodles with added slices of meat, plus 2 meat dishes, and ate their fill. Luo Xin and Jiju's gazes could have stretched like taffy. Not only Shuyao and Sang Yi felt uncomfortable, Ji Yu and Gci also found it a bit awkward. I tell you, Titan, your wife belongs to you. You can look however you like at night, but can't you rein it in when we're out? Gci said. Jijua withdrew his eyes and glanced at Gci. Mountain Ji, 5th sister-in-law, doesn't bother with you, so you can't just take it out on me because you don't like the way I look? You said I was looking at my own wife and there's no one else here right now. My wife is pretty, am I not allowed to look? Ahem ahem ahem. Yunxia almost spat it out. Ji Yu quickly took a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped her mouth, shooting a dissatisfied glare at Jijua. Can you eat properly? Luo Xin let out a small laugh. Alright. We're not watching anymore. Gci scooted next to Sang Yi and looked at her pitifully as he started to tattle. Sister, that 6th brother said you ignored me, and he called me Mao Dange. Luo Xin tutade. Who are you calling the 6th brother? Gci blinked. Isn't Jijua the 6th brother? Shuyao and Sang Yi glanced at each other upon hearing this and suddenly burst into loud laughter. Luo Xin couldn't help but join in. The 3 brothers looked at one another, all puzzled. What on earth were these 3 women laughing about? After finishing their meal, a few of them ran off to the department store. With money in their pockets, of course they wanted to shop, shop, shop. Although the island had a supply and marketing cooperative, there was only one, and it didn't feel like strolling through shops. Luo Xin naturally went for the food. Sang Yi didn't have much desire to buy anything, but there wasn't really anything suitable for Gci. So buying things for him wasn't a bad idea. Thinking about that guy rubbing her feet, Sang Yi's heart skipped a beat. She really hadn't seen it coming. He had that kind of fetish. Shuyao was generous. She bought each of the 3 brothers a few more undershirts and several yards of cloth. She had many textile coupons and really couldn't bear to see Ji Yu wearing patched big trousers. Hello, could you tell me where I can have clothes made? The sales clerk glanced up at Shuyao and locked eyes with her. Instantly the clerk's face flushed. How could this woman be so beautiful? Go straight down the alley 50 meters, enter the 3rd house, my second aunt sews there. After speaking, she shyly lowered her head. Shuyao didn't think much of it, but Ji's alarm bells instantly went off. What is this woman showing off in front of his wife for? Look at that petty little demeanor, head down, twirling her hair. What, is she in heat? In front of his wife? What now? From now on he has to guard not only against men but women too. What will we do once we get to the island? Everywhere there will be men and women, and the wives will have to live together with a bunch of women. Forget it, let it all be destroyed. I regret it to my core. Why be a soldier? Wouldn't it be better to stay home and farm? Ji Yu walked over and pulled Shuyao to his side, watching the cashier warily. Comrade, please hurry with the bill, we're in a rush. Then he looked at Yun Shuyao with a gentle expression. Wife, have you finished buying? Yun Shuyao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What was this man doing? Getting jealous over another woman. After buying the things, the group headed straight for the narrow alley. Sang Yi and Luo Xin also wanted to make a few pairs of underpants for their men. The three brothers had no objection whatever their wives wanted them to wear. They'd wear. But undershorts patched together with big patches did look a bit unattractive. Although they always kept the lights off when they showed them, what if not? If their wives saw them, wouldn't they be disgusted? When the sales clerk's second aunt heard her niece's introduction, she immediately let down her guard and ushered them into the room. In the small less than 40 square meter house sat a shabby sewing machine, with piles of fabric scraps and needles and thread beside it. Apart from that corner, the rest of the place was clean and tidied. My surname is Lu. You can call me Aunt Lu. What do you want to do? Yun Shuyao took out the cloth. Luo Xin asked for a sheet of paper and began to draft a pattern. She was trained in clothing and actually knew how to make garments, but even a clever woman can't cook without rice. She didn't have a sewing machine, so she couldn't sew. She could only draw the design and pay someone to make it. Chapter 49 Beach shorts. Just make these kinds of briefs a bit more fitted. Luo Xin drew what would later be called beach shorts, but she modified them a bit so they weren't so long. Aunt Lu took them and looked them over, a string of black lines running through her mind. What is this thing? If someone wore this out, wouldn't they be mistaken for a pervert and hauled off? This is... Sang Yi leaned against the wall lazily and said, Auntie doesn't need to worry about what it is, just tell me whether it can be done. Aunt Lu looked again. Can do. What's there that can't be done? I can make one piece in 10 minutes. Yun Shuyao was very pleased. Alright then, make 15 pieces, give them 3-5 each. Auntie, take their measurements. We'll come back to pick them up in 2 hours. How much is the labor fee? Aunt Lu set the cloth aside, took out a tape measure, and began measuring the few people's waists. A handmade one is 3 mao, right? For 15 pieces that's 4 yuan 50. If you add the inner strap, 15 pieces add another 5 mao, so it's 5 yuan in total. Although Aunt Lu didn't understand what these people were making, as long as she could make money she was fine. Besides, they were all well dressed. You could tell they weren't short of money. Her own husband only earned a little over 20 yuan working at the textile factory. She was happy to make 5 yuan all at once. Luo Xin took out 5 yuan and put it on the table beside them. Then it'll trouble you, Auntie. After the group left the alley, they walked and discussed how to spend the next 2 hours. They'd slept well during the day and weren't tired now. They didn't want to see the Three Sisters movie, and they just finished eating. There really wasn't anywhere to go for entertainment. Ji thought for a moment. Let's just wander around casually. If we end up living on the island later, we'll always come to the tobacco market when we have time off, so this will be a good way to familiarize ourselves with the area in advance. The Three Sisters agreed. They also wanted to scout out the black market. If they ever plan to build seaview houses, there are some items that really aren't available on the regular market. They wanted to see if they could find any bargains there. Yun Shuyao's space has everything. When the apocalypse first began, the furniture and building materials markets were looted so many times it's impossible to say how many items were taken. Even if they later told the three brothers about the existence of the space, what about everyone else? If you want to take things out, there always has to be a source. They needed to check which items could be taken and which couldn't. Ji wanted to take Yun Shuyao to browse the foreign exchange shops. Although the foreign exchange shops in the tobacco market were small, they still had many things you didn't normally see. Even though he didn't have much money right now, he always wanted to figure out what his wife actually liked. Otherwise, wanting to treat her well, he wouldn't know how to do it. They had been married 2 months and he still couldn't tell what Yun Shuyao was interested in. Food, clothing, or daily items, nothing could pique her interest. There's a foreign exchange shop up ahead. Shall we go take a look? Luo Xin had read novels and knew that foreign exchange shops in this era only sold things like famous watches, so she said without thinking, what's there to browse? The stuff is usually outrageously expensive and impractical. Jizhua asked in puzzlement, wife, have you been to a foreign exchange shop? Luo Xin realized and touched her nose. Heard about it. In the end they still went. Yun Shuyao looked around and liked a Patek Philippe watch from the future, priced at 1100 yuan. In the future that would be a bargain, but in this era it was a huge sum. Actually, there are countless watches in her space. She just felt a bit familiar seeing a Patek Philippe here. But in Ji's eyes it meant, my wife finally has something she likes, I must work hard and save money to buy it for her. This was only a small episode, but to Jiyu it felt like he had found a purpose in life. He left full of fighting spirit. Now he thought time was passing so slowly he needed to train hard. Once he finished training he could take on missions. He heard that missions paid bonuses. He didn't know how much, but as long as he went on a few more, he would surely save enough. After the few of them picked up the underwear in the alley, they returned to the guest house. They weren't hungry that night, so they decided to have some pastries instead. Or it would be too wasteful. Before going to sleep, the three sisters together forced their men to change clothes. Jiyu and Gci obeyed, wearing whatever they were told. Jizhua, his ears flushed, negotiated with Luo Xin. Baby, could you not wear this? You're not wearing anything underneath, won't that let in drafts? Luo Xin pouted and looked at him angrily. If you don't wear it, I'll be upset. Jizhua quickly surrendered. I'll wear it. But if I do, can I get some kind of reward? Luo Xin jumped back behind him again and cooed sweetly, you can do whatever you want. Okay. Jizhua laughed scornfully, fine, I like this reward. Don't even talk about wearing these trunks. If you told me to streak outside right now, I wouldn't object. Jiyu changed into them and happily paced around the room. Wife? Don't say that. Sixth sister-in-law's drawing is actually pretty comfortable, it doesn't pinch at all. Shuyao looked at the blue trunks on him and shook her head. People in this era really live hard, they've never even seen swim shorts. The three couples knew they'd be sleeping apart starting tomorrow, so they kept up the commotion until late at night. Since the assembly time was noon, there was no worry about oversleeping. Sang Yi felt relaxed being tended to. She took a pack of cigarettes and a box of matches from her luggage and lit one right in front of Jiva. Ji's eyes widened in shock. Wife, you smoke? Sang Yi nodded and blew a ring. Not often, no addiction, just smoking for fun. Thought his wife was incredibly cool. Watching her smoke was pure enjoyment. What kind of cigarettes are you smoking? Sang Yi retorted, don't you think I don't seem like a woman? Gci shook his head like a rattle, smiling obsequiously. If my wife doesn't seem like a woman, then who would? After speaking, his large hand trembled as it rested on the pajama buttons. Every time he felt his wife's softness, he thought of Tofu. How could she be so soft? Sister, do whatever you want. As long as it's what you like, I can accept it all. To me you're perfect, pretty, great figure, and even when you fight, I think you're so cute. Sang Yi. The love-struck brain was confirmed. The next morning the three rooms woke up at 10 already. After packing and grabbing their luggage they first went to the state-run restaurant to eat, then headed straight to the meeting point. Originally, receiving the new recruits had nothing to do with Shuyao, but he still came. He simply couldn't control his heart and legs, constantly admonishing himself that it would be enough to just glance at her from afar. But when he saw Shuyao again, he couldn't contain his excitement. He could even hear his own heart pounding thump thump thump. Ji's expression darkened instantly, as if a heavy ink had been splashed over it, terrifyingly black. The fury blazing in his heart was intense. If a look could kill, the man before him would probably be nothing left but a corpse. Chapter 50. Arriving at the unit, then, the nearly 1.9-meter tall man stepped directly in front of Shuyao, completely blocking her view. Their gazes sparked and crackled in the air again, a trail of lightning-like tension. Shuyao broke eye contact and began organizing everyone to board the ship. The three sisters followed behind the three brothers, and Jiyu behaved particularly awkwardly. My wife, slow down, watch your step. My wife, stay with me. Or should I hold your hand? Shuyao of course noticed Ji's hostility. Although she didn't know how strong he was, she had to admit this man was indeed good-looking. He was actually a bit taller than his own 1.85 meters, and standing beside her he somehow looked rather well-matched. When Jiyu called my wife for the 10th time, Shuyao finally lost her patience. Shut up. I'm not a child. Jiyu instantly pursed his lips in grievance. His jet-black eyes were full of sadness. Shuyao. The ship was to sail for 2 hours. There were 70 new recruits in total. 66 male soldiers and 4 female soldiers. Besides the three sisters, there was one other young woman. That young woman was burly and muscular. From a distance she looked even stronger than a bear. Standing there she seemed more solidly built than the average male recruit. Are you also among this batch of newly enlisted female soldiers? My name is Li Area, what are your names? Luo Xin stood up and smiled at her. My name is Luo Xin, the one of them is called Shuyao, and the other is Sang Yi. Li Area looked at the two of them, a little surprised these three women's thighs weren't even as thick as her arm. Could they really be soldiers? Just before she left, Her mother told her that their family were just farmers with no connections, and she mustn't use her sturdy build to bully others. If she happened to pick on the child of some official, crushing someone like her would be as easy as crushing an ant. So even though she was a little surprised she didn't show it, she stood there with a silly smile starting to make small talk. You three are really paler than the women in the tobacco market. How tall are you three? The physical said I'm 1.7 meters and you all seem pretty tall too. Why didn't you bring any luggage? We don't even know when they'll give us allowances. How much would it cost to buy things now? Even though Luo Xin could talk back, she was defeated by Li Aria's enthusiasm. If you ignore this girl she will keep talking. If you reply once she'll have even more to say. Jijua saw Luo Xin was a bit overwhelmed, walked over and pulled her aside gently asking, Shiner, are you dizzy? Do you want some water? Li Aria stared in shock, eyes wide. Wow, how old are you that you're already married? Are you and your husband both in the army? What about the land at home? I have many brothers and sisters, they won't let our parents get worn out, so me leaving doesn't really make a difference. But you two really suit each other, you're both good looking. Luo Xin, if you were in our village, suitors would be trampling down the threshold of your house, Jijua. After a whole journey of Li Aria's chattering, they finally reached their destination. Before boarding the ship, Shuyao glanced at Shuyao once more. After that he didn't dare look at her again for the rest of the trip. It wasn't because of her man. It was mainly because he was afraid he couldn't control his heart. He clearly knew he shouldn't feel that way, but he still couldn't restrain himself. He had become the kind of person he used to despise most. After disembarking, the company commander, political instructor, and squad leaders of the new recruits were all waiting there. When they saw Shuyao, they hurried over to greet him. How could Tuan, who normally remained oblivious to outside matters, be so helpful? He was even assisting with logistics. Shuyao nodded, gave a few instructions and then turned and walked away. Seeing Shuyao leave, Jiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what to feel now. He longed for the new life, yet he also worried about his future. Shuyao dragged his heavy steps and slowly returned to the regiment headquarters, his heart full of bitterness. With every step, the image he had just seen replayed in his mind. The man was slightly bent over, apparently saying something to her. A coquettish smile bloomed on her face, as delicate and charming as a flower in spring. Ji's heart felt as if a whole jar of mixed flavors had been overturned, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, all intertwined, making him so uncomfortable he could hardly breathe. The company commander and political instructor of the recruit company escorted 70 recruits to their accommodations. The three brothers handed their wives' luggage to them and went with the main group to the men's barracks. There were only 4 female soldiers. The female squad leader took the 4 of them to a room and introduced herself. The training camp's main force has been drawn from various companies. There are only the 4 of you as new recruits, so for now you'll stay in this room. 8 beds for the 4 of you, consider yourselves lucky. The mess hall is on the first floor of the men's quarters, and the hot water room is over there too. You should tidy up your personal things first. There's an hour until lunch. I'll come get you when it's time. My name is Zhang Manling. I'm the squad leader of this first training class and also your squad leader. If you need anything, you can come to me. The 3 sisters smiled and thanked her. Li Aria bowed and said, Thank you, squad leader Zhang Manling. Yunxiao gave Luo Xin a look. Luo Xin understood, took Li Aria by the hand and said, Aria, look at all this dust in the room. Why don't the 2 of us go fetch some water? Li Aria smiled very happily and nodded eagerly. I can go by myself, I'm strong. You 2 go on and sweep the floor or whatever, I'll be right back. Saying that, she grabbed her basin and ran out. Yunxia shook her head with a smile. That Li Aria is kind of cute. Luo Xin stood watch at the door while Yunxia took 3 single mattresses, single quilts, a thermos, teacups, wash basins, toiletries and so on out of the space. The luggage the 3 brothers had been carrying for them contained only changes of clothes and cosmetics. For convenience, Shuyao had already packed all these necessities. Otherwise, the 6 of them moving in together would look like a house move, and people would inevitably gather around to gawk at them like monkeys. Sang Yi briskly set out 3 beds and quickly made them up, while Shuyao shoved the items into the luggage. When Li Aria came back and saw that they had already made the bed, she said in surprise, You 2 are awfully fast. What did you use to clean it? Luo Xin took the rag from her hand. Didn't the squad leader say just 1 hour? We started first. We'll help you with this. Li Aria snatched the rag back. Hey, no need. This kind of work is like play to me. You two finish up and then take a break. Sang Yi took the broom and began to sweep. We'll be living under the same roof from now on, so no need to be so formal. A warm current flowed through Li'eria's heart. Her mother had told her to be on her guard outside, not to let others see that she was a naive big sister. Otherwise they would bully her to death. But now she felt her mother was wrong. At least you can't paint everyone with the same brush. The three of them were actually quite good. Chapter 51. Even if there were 10 more of you, I still couldn't lose. The military mess doesn't separate male and female soldiers. It was only at lunchtime that the three sisters saw the main force. The mess hall was large, able to hold around 200 people. At a glance most were male soldiers. Female soldiers made up a small portion. Except for the 4 of them, the remaining female soldiers had been drawn from various units. They wore identical training uniforms and looked especially dashing. When Shuyao and the others came in, a burst of whoops went up, and the 3 brothers' faces darkened instantly. Sang Yi had spent the most time with Shuyao and the others, so she was no longer surprised by scenes like this. When they were in school together, they'd seen even bigger crowds. Although Luo Xin met them later, she had been a student representative who gave a speech in college. She hadn't been fazed by thousands of people, so she felt nothing. Poor Li'eria fared the worst. She had been following behind the others and was taken by such a fright that when the shout sounded she nearly stumbled to the ground, her face flushing a mix of black and red, dark from the sun, red from embarrassment. Although she knew these people weren't staring at her, she just wanted to find a crack to crawl into. Shuyao looked down and immediately saw Jiyu staring at her intently. She smiled slightly and tossed him a flirtatious glance. Jiyu brightened instantly. The few male soldiers around him grew unsettled and began whispering, "Is that the new female soldier? She's really beautiful." "Yeah, she was just batting her eyes at me. Are you blind? She was clearly looking at me, okay?" Ji's face fell again. He glanced at the few people nearby and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "You're thinking too much. She's my wife. She was just looking for me." His voice was neither loud nor soft. All 10 people at the table heard him. 3 seconds later they all snorted in unison, "Comrade Ji, are you dreaming?" Jiyu was too lazy to argue with them. They would find out eventually. The 3 sisters and Li'eria had just taken their seats when the new platoon commander and the political instructor walked in together, raising a hand to signal everyone to be quiet. "Everyone wait a few minutes before eating. I'll say a few words first. As of this morning, all of our new recruits have landed on the island. Some of you have just joined the service, others were transferred from different units, but no matter where you came from now on we are comrades. In this company I don't want to see fighting break out. If you have strength, show your real skills on the training ground." The political instructor added, "The 70 newcomers who arrived this morning will pick up their luggage and uniforms after the meal, then make their bunks. Training starts at 3 o'clock. Li'eria was very excited. Since childhood she had always worn her sister's hand-me-downs. This was the first time she had put on new clothes. Her pair of calloused hands kept smoothing the hem. "Luo Xin, do I look good in this?" Luo Xin looked her over and gave an earnest thumbs up. "Not just good, cool. You look like a soldier." Li'eria shyly pressed her lips together. She loved that kind of appraisal. She had always been stronger than others. While other women could only clear 1 mu of land in a morning, she could do 3. Her greatest wish was to serve the country with her strength. Now at last, she had put on the uniform and become a female soldier. The 3 sisters changed into their training clothes, each bearing a different kind of temperament. As for Hu Liyao, words are unnecessary. Even if she casually draped an ordinary burlap sack over herself, she couldn't hide the bewitching, fox-like charm that stole hearts and drew everyone's attention. After Luo Xin put on the training uniform, she felt somewhat strange. Her cute appearance clearly suited a princess dress more, and now this training outfit created a sharp contrast with her sweet looks. Like a delicate flower that should bloom in a greenhouse suddenly transplanted into a wild field full of thorns. Among the 3, Sang Yi was the most suited to wear military attire. Her face naturally carried a cold, cool edge, and when she donned the green uniform she gave off an unmistakable, powerful presence. At 3 o'clock, everyone assembled at the training ground. 200 people were divided into 4 teams, 50 female soldiers as one group, and 150 male soldiers split into 3 teams. Shi Yan was the head instructor, and Dong Shui, Jiangnan, Jin Shi, and Wang Haojie served as instructors for the 4 teams respectively. They all came from special forces and had blood on their hands, so when their auras were fully unleashed, they were truly intimidating. Jinshi is the instructor of the women's troop. He looked at most of the female soldiers without saying much. When he turned to the 3 sisters, his brow tightened into a knot and a trace of irritation showed in his tone. Listen up. No matter where you come from, no matter what backgrounds or experiences you have, in my eyes, once you're a soldier there is no distinction between men and women. Here, everyone must undergo the same harsh training and tests. I will not show the slightest leniency because you are women, nor will I give any special treatment. If anyone thinks they can't handle this high-intensity training, you may request to withdraw. Don't wait until the last moment to sob and complain about this and that. Remember, if anyone is found unable to adapt to the environment and requirements here, don't blame me for mercilessly kicking them out of this unit. We don't keep idlers here. And there's no place for those weaklings who can't endure hardship or fatigue. So, all of you be on high alert, especially the 3 of you. If you can't keep up, request reassignment to logistics. Don't hold others back. Yunxiao rolled her eyes. Who does he think he's looking down on? Jinshi pointed at Yunxiao. Step out of line. Are you disobedient? Why did you just roll your eyes? Luo Xin bit her lower lip until it bled, barely keeping herself from laughing. Sang Yi also looked at Jinshi coldly, her expression full of contempt. Yunxiao smiled and said, reporting to Instructor Jin, I am disobedient. I resent you judging people by their looks. Jinshi snorted coldly. Keep your resentment to yourself. When you're ever qualified to stand in my place and be my equal, then come tell me you're resentful. All right, next, want to give it a try? Li Area wiped a sweat for Yunxiao and whispered, Hey partner, what are you doing? The other female soldiers' expressions were a mixed bag. Some widened their eyes, their faces written with astonishment. Some lifted the corners of their mouths slightly, showing a trace of disdain. Others turned their heads away and snorted contemptuously through their noses, as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke. Jinshi asked sternly, What did you say? You want to try it with me? Yunxiao looked at him provocatively. Right, why wouldn't Instructor Jin dare? Let's spar a bit. If I win, you must never judge people by appearance again, and you'll have to apologize for what you just said. Jinshi retorted, and if you lose? Yunxiao sized Jinshi up. Even if there were 10 more of you, I still couldn't lose. Chapter 52. Practice session. Jinshi almost laughed himself sick. Where did this lunatic come from? He looked human enough, but his brain wasn't working right. Are you sure? Yunxiao smiled again, the curve of her mouth disdainful. If Instructor Jin doesn't dare, that's his loss. Jinshi took off his coat, speaking as he did so. I already said it, I don't see men and women differently. It's too late for regrets now. Come on, show me what you can do that makes you so brazen. The other 3 teams had already started training. When they saw the female soldier's instructor taking off his clothes over here, they all turned to look. The most beautiful girl among the female soldiers stepped out and stood opposite Instructor Jin, and everyone began to whisper, Holy crap, what's going on over there? Looks like they're about to have a unknown fight, doesn't it? Yeah. A unknown. Look at Instructor Jin's muscles. Could one punch from him kill that female soldier? Don't you dare, it would be such a shame to ruin that beautiful face. At least let us look at it sometimes. Of course, you also saw the commotion over here. His first instinct was to run over and protect his wife, but then he thought, with the way his wife could kill a wild boar, she might not necessarily lose to the instructor, so he'd better not go and make things worse. If he accidentally affected his wife's performance and she got angry, that would be a big problem. When Yunxiao killed the wild boar last time, it was right after she first entered the book world. She hadn't trained for several days and wasn't in peak condition. But after half a month of training in the mountains with their group of 6, she had completely regained that in-World combat feeling. Now she could kill 11 wild boars on her own. Little lass, are you ready? Yunxiao ran over in 2 or 3 quick steps. You're full of useless talk. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Yunxiao delivered a kick straight to Jinshi's chest, then spun suddenly and swept with one leg, knocking Jinshi's whip to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, she launched another flying kick. His body skidded across the ground and flew out, landing about 5 meters ahead. The entire process took no more than 10 seconds, Sang Yi thought. In all martial arts under heaven, speed conquers all. Everyone on the training field was stunned. They widened their eyes and gaped, as if time had frozen at that moment. This petite, frail-looking woman had, in the blink of an eye, knocked the brawny Special Forces instructor down with a single sweep of her leg. The scene was so astonishing that everyone stared in disbelief at what was happening before them, and no one knows who first recovered from the shock and started clapping. But soon the applause swelled like a tide, growing louder and louder and echoing across the training ground. People whispered among themselves, full of curiosity and admiration for the woman who seemed delicate yet possessed extraordinary strength. Some suspected it had just been a fluke, but in any case, Shuyao had already succeeded in capturing the attention of everyone present. Actually, this wasn't the outcome Yao wanted. She really couldn't stand Jinxi's contemptuous look, and in a moment of anger issued the challenge. In the end times you speak with your fists. Whoever stronger is the boss. In this age she had simply forgotten that for a moment. Jinshi lay on the ground and began to question his life choices. Was he hallucinating? Or had he really gotten this weak? Had joined the military at 18 and until now had never been knocked down within 3 moves by anyone, let alone by a woman. Shuyao walked over and looked at Jin Shi. Instructor Jin, do you admit defeat? Jin Shi quickly stood up and looked at Shuyao with a different expression. Have you trained before? Shuyao shrugged. Today is my first day enlisting. No sooner had she finished speaking than Shi Yan walked over, glanced at Jin Shi, then looked at Shuyao with a complicated expression. Interested in sparring with me? Shi Yan knew Shuyou's abilities, but he hadn't expected that after only 20-odd days she would surprise him again. Beautiful, bewitching women were rare, and those who were also extraordinarily skilled were even rarer. For both qualities to appear in one woman was practically a once-in-a-century occurrence. He took pride in his own eye for talent, and yet felt bitter about his own situation. Shuyao shook her head. Forget it, Tuan Shi. I'm just a newly enlisted female soldier. How could I dare compare with you? Shi Yan lowered his eyes with a smile. Comrade Yun, are you looking down on me? Shuyao smiled leisurely. That's not it after all. You're a squad leader. I should at least save you some face. From the moment Shi Yan appeared, GS alarm bells had already gone off. He didn't care about training. He ran over on long legs, stood beside Shuyao and asked gently, "Wife, what's wrong?" All the female soldiers inhaled sharply. A recent spar had already changed everyone's contempt for Shuyao, and now they were even more shocked. This pale, glowing, almost otherworldly woman is married? And both husband and wife came to serve. Shuyao gave Jiyu a reassuring look. It's nothing, go train. Shi Yan looked at Jiyu with a sneering glance. Are you going to spar with Comrade Yun for me? Ji's presence spread out. Sure, I was just thinking that. Shuyao was very protective. People she counted within her circle were not allowed to be bullied, and no one was allowed to look down on them. Shi Yan's look at Jiyu had just crossed her bottom line, and she snapped up angrily. She pulled Jiyu behind her. Captain Shi, spar with me instead. You have to knock me down before you have the right to lay a hand on my man. After speaking, she shoved Jiyu back and quickly launched an attack on Shi Yan, throwing punches that left afterimages, pressing forward step by step. A spinning kick aimed straight at Shi Yan's head. Shi Yan dodged and began to counterattack, but his moves looked like a zombie's to Shuyao, slow and clumsy. She shifted a small step and tilted her head to evade a punch. She stepped forward with her left foot, her graceful body tracing an enticing curve. Her long right leg cut the air with a faint whoosh and slammed a fierce kick into Shi Yan's left shoulder. Shi Yan gave a muffled grunt. Shuyao clearly didn't intend to let him off. Her left hand shot out and a punch smashed into Shi Yan's right shoulder. In an instant, Shi Yan seemed to hear the sound of bone cracking. A searing pain shot through his entire right arm, spreading throughout his body. It had been dislocated. Shi Yan. G's grin was nearly ear to ear. Sang Yi couldn't stand his smug look. Luo Xin leaned toward her ear and chirped, if Jiyu had a tail it'd be spinning like a propeller by now. Shuyao stepped over to Shi Yan, grabbed his right arm and with 2 crisp snaps set it back in place. Captain Shi, you were most accommodating. Shi Yan forced a bitter smile and said, I didn't hold back. I gave it my all. My skills are inferior, I admit defeat wholeheartedly. He said the last sentence while looking at Jiyu, and Shuyao nodded with satisfaction. That's good. Chapter 53 New recruits training. This bout made Shuyao completely famous, but she didn't care at all and continued to train diligently every day. After 2 days of basic standards and attention drills, The third day marked the start of the real hellish training: parallel and horizontal bars, sit-ups, push-ups, frog jumps, and so on. The 6-person group had been practicing these almost every day recently, and at a much higher intensity than the military, so they completed them particularly easily. The 6 of them began to stand out among the 200 recruits, especially the 3 sisters. It was extremely rare for female soldiers to complete everything so perfectly. Jean Shi, who admired strength, solemnly apologized to the 3 of them. Yun Shuyao just wanted to prove herself and had no complaints about him, so the matter was considered closed. The 3-kilometer weighted run began, and both male and female soldiers screamed in agony. Normally, new recruits who finished within 13 minutes were considered qualified, 12 minutes was good, and 11 minutes was outstanding. Most people ran between 13 and 14 minutes. The area's time of 12 minutes 40 seconds was already considered excellent. But the 3 sisters actually finished in under 11.5 minutes. You ran 10 minutes 50 seconds, a solid first place among the male soldiers. GCI was second at 10 minutes 53 seconds, and Jizhua third at 10 minutes 57 seconds. All 3 brothers broke the unit's record. That record had been set by Shi Yan when he was still a recruit, 10 minutes 58 seconds, a mark that lasted nearly 10 years. In recent days, apart from regular training, Shi Yan had managed to stop paying too much attention to Yun Shuyao, but when he heard Ji's time his blood instantly stirred. This was a commander's expectation of his recruits and also an affirmation of him. Nice score, you broke my record. Don't underestimate these 8 seconds. With this result you probably won't be surpassed for 10 years. You didn't react much. If his wife hadn't tied so many lead weights to his legs he could have been faster, but receiving praise from a romantic rival, he still politely said, "Thanks." The squad leader among the female soldiers has been feeling a strong sense of crisis these past few days. The feeling hangs over her like a dense, inescapable cloud. In truth, she didn't place that much importance on the position of squad leader itself, nor was she the sort to be obsessed with power. What truly made her uneasy and anxious was that she had been left far behind by those 3 new recruits who had just arrived under her command. When they first arrived, she was the one who picked them up, and at the time she thought much the same as instructor Jean, believing that the 3 of them would be crying and begging to quit within 3 days. But in a short time, those 3 new recruits had become like horses that had broken free, performing exceptionally well in all sorts of training and missions, with a speed that was nothing short of astonishing. By contrast, as the squad leader she felt somewhat stuck. Every time she saw their heroic, spirited figures she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Her feelings a complex mix. Finally she couldn't hold it in. After that field punishment, she took the initiative to come to their dormitory. Comrade Yun, can you tell me how you trained? Luo Xin thought. If you dumped you into the apocalypse for 3 years, you'd run faster than we do. Yun Shuyao was first taken aback, then lightly lifted the corner of her mouth in a smile. There's no special method, just diligent practice. Isn't there an old saying? Slow birds fly first. We hadn't taken systematic training before, so only hard work could make up for our shortcomings. Those words were said as if they hadn't really been said, the meaning being simply that you're weak, so train more. But the class monitor took it to heart, nodded and said, I understand. You are very strong. Yun Shuyao said modestly, thank you everyone, you were all wonderful. The next 5 days of training focused on endurance, strength and coordination. Obstacle courses, climbing techniques, serpentine runs and a 3-kilometer run without gear. The 6-man team kept getting better and better, ranking at the top in every event. In just half a month, their reputations had already reached the brigade commander. What the unit lacked now was outstanding talent, and having managed to find so many at once, the brigade commander was as pleased as could be. Ha ha ha, good, good. Xiao Shi, you've really dug up some talented people for us. If our whole unit had this kind of physical ability, what would we have to fear? Our country wouldn't be strong. Shi Yan pursed her lips. Zhang Lu, this is what I should do. What he first noticed and valued was indeed their astounding skills. Later he realized his true feelings, went and had a big fight with Xiadali, and strongly advocated recruiting them into the army. At that time he still harbored a faint, unrealistic fantasy deep in his heart that he secretly hoped that even if he could only watch her silently every day and speak a few more words with her, he would be content. But after that sparring match, he finally understood clearly that no matter how hard he tried, it was absolutely impossible to separate her from her man. Just because he cast a look of contempt at her man, her reaction was surprisingly intense. In that moment, he clearly and unmistakably caught, deep in her eyes, a fierce, murderous intent so strong it seemed about to spill over. Such a look is not ordinary. Only those whose hands have truly been stained with blood, who have endured life and death struggle, could possibly possess it. It mercilessly shattered all his delusions and made him fully understand that some things are ultimately unattainable dreams. Shuyao suppressed his own feelings and became even more curious about her. What had she gone through to have such eyes? It's been more than half a month since they joined the unit, and the number of times the three couples spoke could be counted on one hand. This drove the freshly adult three brothers crazy with frustration. After a meal one day, the instructor kindly told everyone to go back and rest early. The three hurriedly finished eating, each dragging his wife off to their own little grove. Jiyu half-dragged, half-carried Shuyao to the base of the training ground wall, and without a word pulled her into his arms, saying gruffly, "Honey, when will we finally get a mission and some merit? I want to live with you properly as soon as possible." Shuyao hugged him back. "This is all temporary. It will gradually get better." Jiyu pressed his forehead to hers, and before Shuyao could brace herself, he impatiently captured her lips. Shuyao's eyelashes trembled lightly. She tilted her head back to respond to him. Receiving her response, Jiyu seemed electrified and quickly invaded her mouth. His nimble tongue licked every inch. After more than half a month, that intoxicatingly sweet taste surged back into his heart. He could no longer suppress the fierce emotions welling up inside, and his kisses grew more urgent. Shuyao's mind went blank in an instant, completely losing the ability to think. The warm, passionate kiss ran through her like a powerful current, leaving her dizzy and only able to steady herself against Ji's body. As this lingering, tormented kiss deepened, her breathing grew rapid, and a flush of desirable crimson stained the corners of her eyes, making her as alluring as peach blossoms in full bloom on a spring day. Chapter 54. Husband and wife sparring. Shuyao felt like she would faint from a kiss any second. Jiyu finally let her go. "Wifey, you're so strong. How do you have such poor lung capacity? Looks like I'll have to find more chances to kiss you. Otherwise, if others find out, they'll laugh at you." Seeing him so smug, Shuyao mischievously stood on tiptoe and took his earlobe between her lips. The warm breath she exhaled brushed his neck, making the already inflamed Jiyu nearly cry out. "Little brat, weren't you so capable? I still can't deal with you. Why are you sweating? Oh, look at those veins popping out. What's going on?" Shuy's eyes, sharply contrasting black and white, were now bloodshot, his trembling body standing rigidly in place. His chest heaved violently, as if a surging tide of emotion was about to burst its banks. He took a deep, harsh breath, looked at the fairy in his arms, and nearly lost face on the spot. "Be a good girl and take your hand out, or I can't guarantee what I might do in a little while." Shuyao smiled slyly. "Threaten me? I love being threatened the most. Why don't you try?" Ji's voice was hoarse, almost shattered. His eyes now were like deep pools burning with fierce flames, endless desire churning and boiling within. As if about to consume everything, his gaze was burning and intense, like a long-suppressed volcano about to erupt. Only a little more provocation was needed for scalding lava to burst forth. Shuyao, seeing the opportunity, stopped while ahead. "All right, go back and rest early. You have training tomorrow. Do your best to win merit points soon, and then I'll let you do whatever you want to me." Jiyu closed his eyes and thought, "I'd better work hard to suppress the evil fire. If things continue like this, I'll be ruined." I chatted with Sang Yi for a while, then began to act cute, claiming she couldn't fall asleep at night, then that she would have nightmares if she did. In any case, only kisses, hugs, and being lifted high could cure her. Jijua and Luo Xin had gone off somewhere. When she returned, her neck was covered in hickeys and her little face wore a satisfied smile. Shuyao took the thing from atop her head and teased, "Sheener, next time if you sneak a snack, clean yourself up before coming back, okay? Otherwise you'll make people resent you." No sooner had she finished speaking than the assembly whistle sounded 3 blasts. The 3 sisters exchanged a look and hurriedly began tidying themselves. Liaria, who had been snoring, fell right off the bed when she heard the whistle. "War! War! Quickly grab your weapons." Luo Xin laughed heartily at her. "What war? Put on your clothes and pack your bags. This is the emergency assembly whistle." The 3 sisters arrived at the training ground with their luggage in less than 3 minutes. When they arrived, only Shuyao and the 4 instructors were there. Not a single male soldier had come out. Jin Shi gave them a thumbs up and praised, "Outstanding people are excellent at everything." Luo Xin pursed her lips and smiled lightly. "Instructor Jin, you train everyone every night until no one can hold on anymore. Tonight after dinner you let us go back to rest. If you say there's nothing happening at night, who would believe you?" Dong Shuai looked at her appreciatively. "Smart, capable, and clever, you'll definitely surpass the teacher in the future." When Jishua came out, he happened to hear this. Seeing the instructor's heated gazes fixed on his wife, his nose almost went crooked with jealousy. Luo Xin saw him smiling and waved at him, and only then did Jishua show a smile. Dong Shuai watched their interaction, scratched his head and asked, "Do you two know each other?" Jishua snorted, "Know each other? We're more than that, we're very familiar. So familiar that we were having a deep conversation just now." Shuyao looked at them and explained, "Those 3 brothers are married to them 3 married couples." Jinshi only knew that Jiyu and Yun Shuyao were a married couple. He hadn't expected the other 2 pairs. All 4 instructors widened their eyes at once. Indeed, you can't get 2 kinds of people from one bedding. Not only were the married couples both good-looking, their physical fitness was equally outstanding. 10 minutes later, people were arriving at the training field one after another. Some were gasping for breath, clearly having jogged over. Others came unhurriedly, as if they hadn't taken this assembly very seriously. Shuyao stood there with a serious expression, his sharp gaze sweeping over each person's face like a hawk. He raised his wrist, glanced at his watch, frowned tightly, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. He suddenly shouted angrily, "Look at the state you're in. All of you are dawdling, with no discipline whatsoever. If this were a real battlefield instead of training, the enemy would have been at our doorstep by now. And you can still be so leisurely and lax. Do you really think with this attitude you can get into an elite unit? That's nothing but wishful thinking." His voice echoed across the training ground, making everyone's eardrums buzz. Shuyao turned to the 4 instructors, "Extra practice tonight, 3-position crawling. If you can't make 40 seconds, you keep practicing. Only those who pass can go back to sleep." The so-called 3-position crawling means 10 meters of low position crawl, 10 meters of side position crawl, and 10 meters of high position crawl, a crawling combat drill using all 4 limbs. It and the muddy ground are a natural pair. The 3 sisters hated this training most because it would dirty their clothes. The 200-strong main unit stood at attention. Jin Shi said to the female soldiers, "Female soldiers are considered qualified if they reach 45 seconds. Finish one and you can go back. One at a time. Who's first?" On the men's side, Jiyu had already stepped forward. Yun Shuyao curled the corner of her mouth and took a step forward, calling out, "Report." Jin Shi turned his head to look, his mouth twitching. What are this couple up to? Are they going to fight on the arena? Everyone heckled Jiyu, "It's up to you, don't embarrass our men." The women soldiers weren't to be outdone. "Yun Shuyao, we've got our eyes on you. Show them who says women are inferior to men." Yun Shuyao turned back flirtatiously and waved to everyone, "No problem, watch me." The whistle blew and the 2 of them quickly crawled on the ground, pushing off with their toes to surge forward. This short distance was like child's play for Yun Shuyao. During the apocalypse, she and Sang Yi once crawled over 5,000 meters through grass to escape pursuers. By the time the danger passed, neither of them could even stand. Yun Shuyao quickly reached the finish line, taking 31 seconds. Jiyu was 2 steps behind her, finishing in 33 seconds. Yun Shuyao gave Jiyu a teasing look and raised an eyebrow. "Comrade Ji, your lung capacity is not bad, but your fitness could use some work." Ji's face turned beet red in an instant. He glanced around in a panic and, finding that no one understood, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't make trouble, wife." Yun Shuyao liked watching him in this flustered, clawing Gathashiart state. This side of Jiyu was unusually adorable. Chapter 55 Skill Training. Next was GCI. Sang Yi also stepped forward. GCI gave a fawning smile. "Sister, go easy on Medont, let me lose too embarrassingly." "Okay." Dong Shuai asked curiously, "Sister? Aren't you two a married couple?" Ji's pride was about to lift him off the ground. Beaming, he said, "My wife says this is part of the fun between spouses. You, instructor, wouldn't understand." Dong Shuai ground his teeth in anger. "GCI? You better behave yourself. Lose to your own wife and see if you're not ashamed." I lay on the ground preparing, not ashamed at all. My wife is too outstanding. I can't compare. As expected, Sang Yi took 32 seconds, GCI 35 seconds. The two married couples didn't return to the dormitory either. They stood to the side waiting for Jijua and Luo Xin. Before they bent down, Jijua leaned toward her and said softly, "Wife, you were tired just now, don't push yourself too hard, passing is enough." Luo Xin smiled sweetly. Okay, as it turned out, the couple really played the slack-off game perfectly. Luo Xin 35 seconds, Jijua 38 seconds, just barely on the passing line. Shuyao looked up, his gaze cutting through the crowd and fixing on the two figures ahead. Ji and Shuyao sat closely together, whispering softly to each other, sharing a smile. Shuyao quietly watched the scene, an indescribable bitterness rising in his chest. Though he had been trying to persuade himself to let go, whenever he saw Ji and Shuyao so intimate and inseparable, the feelings buried deep in his heart surged like a tide, instantly overwhelming him, his hand unconsciously balled into a fist, his nails digging deep into his palm, sending a sharp sting. Shuyao slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, trying to calm his tumultuous thoughts. When Jijua and Luo Xin rushed to the finish, he walked over, looked at Jiyu and said, "Your stamina is excellent. You broke my record in the 3-kilometer. My record for this event is 28 seconds. Interested in challenging me?" Jiyu replied eagerly, "Sure, since the first day I arrived on the island I've hoped I'd be qualified to challenge Captain Shi." After speaking, he crouched and rolled up his pants, starting to remove the lead weights from his legs. "Wait a moment, Captain Shi is just too strong. I have to give it my all." Shuyao and the 4 instructors were all stunned. What on earth did this kid have tied to his legs? He carries something that heavy every day and can still be this impressive. Jiyu had 4 lead weights tied to each leg, 1 kilogram apiece. After they were removed, he felt as if a weight had been lifted from his whole body. The whistle. Jiyu shot out like an arrow, with Shuyao right on his heels. But by the time they reached the 10-meter side crawl, he clearly felt Jiyu start to push harder. By the 10-meter high crawl, Jiyu had already put 2 body lengths between them. When the trial ended, Jiyu took only 25 seconds, Shuyao took 28 seconds, his personal best. Jiyu smiled at him. "Captain Shi, thank you for letting me win. With your encouragement, us rookies can't afford to fall behind." Shuyao brushed the mud off his body, lifted his head to look at him and said, "I admit defeat wholeheartedly. I'm a few years older than you. When you reach my age, you'll definitely be better than me. Also, you don't need to guard against me anymore. I've given up." Jiyu heard this and wiped the smile off his face. "What is Captain Shi saying? She's my wife. Whether you give up or not won't affect our relationship. No one in this world loves her more than I do, so no one can take her away from me." Shuyao had thought about these words all night. The next day he went to the company commander's office and voluntarily handed in his application. "Commander Zhang, I want to apply to be transferred to Nanhuang Island to gain some experience." Commander Zhang slammed his cup on the table with a bang. "Experience? You have 100 or so internal and external injuries on your body. What more experience do you need? Don't you know what the situation over on Nanhuang Island is like right now? If you get hurt again, how am I supposed to report that to the senior commander? How am I supposed to explain it to your father?" Shuyao kept his head down and said nothing. Commander Zhang took a sip of tea. "There's nothing shameful about liking someone strong. But liking someone doesn't mean you have to have them. There's no need to ruin your future for a romantic entanglement. If you're really hiding away because of a woman, then I honestly will look down on you." Shuyao felt torn. Part of him wanted to leave so he wouldn't have to see and worry, while another part wanted to stay and watch her grow. These two conflicting feelings were nearly driving him mad. Shuyao didn't know his thoughts, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. Shuyao had never harassed her or sabotaged Jiyu. Whether he liked her was his own business. What she was focused on now was when the final evaluation would take place. Once she joined the spearhead unit, she could start going on missions. Once they accumulated enough military merits, they could apply for the ocean view apartment they liked, play on sunshine, sand and sea, and enjoy seafood and beer platters that would be living. After a month of physical training, they were about to start skill training, including shooting, demolitions, hand-to-hand combat, reconnaissance, stealth, swimming across bodies of water, and wilderness survival. These trainings seemed tailor-made for the 3 sisters. In the apocalypse, these techniques could also be called survival skills. Without them, they wouldn't have to be bitten by zombies to die. They'd have been eliminated long before by others. The three sisters shooting, fighting, swimming, and wilderness survival weren't worried about their men because they'd already trained them privately. But they hadn't taught them reconnaissance and stealth, so starting with skill training, every night the sisters would call the men out and cram them with textbook knowledge. On the first day of shooting training, Jinshi assumed his three proud pupils had never used firearms before and, fearing they would be unprepared for the recoil and might end up injuring themselves, took extra precautions. The regiment commander gave the order these three promising recruits must be given priority training. The three sisters each picked up a gun, inspected it carefully, then looked at one another and saw the words speechless written in each other's eyes. What kind of trash is this? This thing can even be called a gun. Although most of the guns in Yunshio's space were taken from the police station and weren't particularly advanced, before they left the base they'd taken an entire squad's weapons with them. Those guns had all been developed after humans gained abilities. Not only could they kill zombies, they could easily take down mid-level enhancement type ability users. Once you're used to that kind of thing, look at this in your hand, what is it? But living in this era, you still have to go through the motions, so the three sisters began shooting at the target. Before enlisting, the 6-person group had trained to shoot as far as 40 meters. Now the training distance was only 10 meters, which was a breeze for them, so their aiming motions looked somewhat casual and hasty. Relying only on their accumulated experience and feel, they raised their hands and pulled the triggers in rapid succession, and 3 crisp, short gunshots pop-papa rang out. The bullets fired by the three sisters, without exception, all hit the very center of the target. All 10 rings. Chapter 56. Involution. Jinshi froze on the spot. Not just him, but the other 47 female soldiers all stood shocked, eyes wide. Li area wore a proud expression. These 3 sharpshooters were actually sleeping in the same room as her. Was she breathing the same air as sharpshooters every day? Jinshi asked a familiar question again. Have you practiced this? Sang Yi shrugged and said in a patrician tone, practice? At this distance, even if you brought a military dog on a leash, it could hit the target. The others. Jinshi told everyone to stay where they were and hurried to find Shuyao to report the matter. If their island's political screening weren't notoriously strict, he would have suspected they were enemy agents. What ordinary civilian can just come up and fire a gun? That stance, that calm look in their eyes saying it was their first time shooting and they killed him? I don't buy it. After hearing this, Shuyao's mouth curved slightly. When we assisted in arresting Li Xiang last time, I already knew they could handle firearms. Our unit's political screening can dig up a person's whole lineage. No need to worry. Maybe they've used shotguns before, or maybe they're unusually gifted. You can't look at them with the eyes you use for ordinary people. After hearing the captain speak, Jinshi finally relaxed completely, and began to create individualized training plans for the 3 of them. While the other female soldiers were still training on the curved targets, the 3 sisters had already started training on moving targets. What frustrated Jinshi, however, was that no matter what kind of challenge he threw at them, these 3 soldiers could complete it effortlessly as if they were playing. Finally he said, I have nothing more to train you on with shooting, you can move on. Training was easy for the 3 brothers as well. Jizhua secretly asked Jiyu, 4th brother, the guns we trained with in the deep mountains before were way more advanced than these. Where do you think 4th sister-in-law got hers? Jiyu shot him a sidelong glance. You can ask your wife. She knows far more about this than I do. Jizhua pulled a face and said gloomily, I wouldn't dare. If I ask and Shiner gets angry and shuts me out, I won't even have a place to cry. I've never been this taken with someone in my life. I don't want to take that risk. Jiyu snorted coldly. What a ridiculous thing to say, as if I would dare to ask. GCI was amused and laughed heartily. Seeing his 4th brother's aggrieved expression was too rare. Alright 6, just pretend you don't know what you shouldn't. Why worry so much? No matter who they are or what they've shown, if you like her and she likes you and is willing to live a good life with you, isn't that enough? Jizhua chuckled, I know. If Shiner gives me a little baby later, my life will be complete. Jiyu warned, you're just enlisted, kid, be careful. If you get someone pregnant now, that's no good. For the next month and a half, the 6-person group trained during the day and, after lights out at night, sneaked out to study in secret. The 3 sisters took shifts and broke down the book's contents for them piece by piece. Whether it was camouflage techniques, inscrutable tactical strategies, or modern special forces combat methods, they dismantled each one and explained them in plain, easy-to-understand language, clear and precise. The 3 brothers indeed improved rapidly. Bolstered by the 3 sisters' fragrant kiss rewards, the 3 even began to outcompete each other, asking more questions and mocking each other's questions as too stupid. Next, psychological training began again, including stress resistance and willpower training. The three sisters in the apocalypse, not to mention killing zombies like chopping vegetables, even rough, burly men had been killed by them, so these training sessions were completely negligible for the three of them. Every day the female soldiers' dormitory topics revolved around the three sisters. They had arrived on the island a few days earlier, 46 people living in 6 rooms, 7 or 8 people per room. What do you think Shuyao and the other two did before? Why are they so strong? Some people are just naturally gifted, and with hard work on top of that, of course they're on a different level from people like us. Class monitor Hao Yi was under the most pressure. Her current grades couldn't even compare to Li area, let alone those 3 top students. Hao Yi stood up, looked at everyone and asked, I've decided to go ask those 3 to give me private tutoring. Who else wants to come with me? At hearing that, everyone couldn't even be bothered to wash their feet. They put on their clothes and rushed out, jostling to be first. I'm going. I want to take them as my masters. Me too. Slow down, you go too fast, I got down first. Hao Yi shook his head with amusement and followed the main group outside, coming to the dormitory of the 3 sisters in Li area. As class monitor, Hao Yi knocked on the door first, and after getting permission everyone squeezed in and no one said anything. They looked around, then some picked up the thermos and walked out. Some grabbed their clothes and ran, as if someone would snatch them. Worse, groups of 5 pressed the 3 sisters down on the beds and started groping. Some massaged shoulders, some pinched legs, and there were even people who gave foot massages the 3 sisters. Luo Xin forced herself free, hair a complete mess, and asked, what are you people doing? Hao Yi was pouring water into a foot basin, hands moving without pause, smiling as he said, you must be tired from training all day, right? Sang, clutching her clothes, had rolled off the bed and said in disbelief, the military offers this service now. Shuyao, already guessing what everyone was thinking, lay motionless on the bed enjoying it. You want the 3 of us to teach you? All the female soldiers were squatting by Shuyao's bedside. Is that okay? Shuyao asked Sang Yi, what do you think? Sang Yi, seeing everyone's expectant faces, showed a hint of discomfort. If you have something to say, say it. You don't need to do this. Hao Yi said solemnly, that won't do. If you won't let us do this, it means you don't really want to teach us. How could we possibly impose on you otherwise? After Luo Xin learned the reason, she lay back down on the bed and called for someone to come massage her. Come on, continue, I'm willing to teach. From now on, my dirty clothes, dirty shoes, fetching water and cooking can all be handed over to you. Li area used her 140 genes of body to push everyone aside. Luo Xin, you can't do that. We've lived together so long, aren't our feelings better than theirs? From now on, give me all your dirty clothes and shoes. I have plenty of strength, but you have to teach me more. I don't want to be outdone by them. Bai Xiaofan took 2 yuan out of his pocket and handed it over. Li area, how about selling this bed to me? Li area rolled her eyes. Who are you looking down on? Even if you gave me 20, I wouldn't sell. I breathe the same air as the sharpshooter every day. This is honor. How can honor be measured by money? Bai Xiaofan walked up to Sang Yi and gave an embarrassed smile. Comrade Sang Yi, can I move into the top bunk above you? I just want to be a little closer to you. From now on, I'll take care of all your chores. I promise to look after you well. Sang Yi cleared his throat. If the squad leader agrees, I have no objection. This room isn't just mine. I don't get the final say. Bai Xiaofan was so happy she nearly jumped up, then turned and ran back. When Hao Yi saw she had convinced him, he immediately leapt into Shuyao's top bunk. This spot is mine. If anyone tries to take it, I'll have a falling out with them. From now on, Comrade Shuyao's chores are all mine. Chapter 57 Final Assessment 1. Just like that, a perfectly good 4-person dorm was now packed with people. Besides Hao Yi and Bai Xiaofan, 2 more moved in. One named Wang Yujia and the other Lu Ruoting. Wang Yujia and Lu Ruoting couldn't get Shuyao's and Sang Yi's chores, so they started competing with Li area every day for Luo Xin's chores. The 3 sisters kept their word. After training each day, they'd cook a little extra for everyone. Of course, they'd feed their roommates a bit more. Shuyao's and Sang Yi's training methods were rather brutal. If anyone failed to meet their standards, they could expect to be soundly beaten. Luoxian didn't take direct action, but she punished everyone by doubling the requirements for every exercise. For example, she demanded 30 push-ups in 1 minute. If someone failed to reach that, the next minute they'd have to do 31, and if they still didn't make it they'd increase it again until she was satisfied. Actually, the military training methods were pretty good, but they still fell far short of modern militarized instruction. The three of them followed the book's teaching methods to give everyone extra lessons every day, and in just 1 week everyone improved by leaps and bounds, although the female soldiers looked listless each day. Because everyone was progressing so quickly, Jean sure didn't intervene. 3 months of relentless training finally ended. Everyone had been tanned into blackened balls, except the three sisters who still shone white. There was no helping it. The cosmetics in Yun Shuyo's space were piled into mountains, and every big brand sunscreen was applied freely. These 3 months they had practically pickled themselves in sunscreen, and no matter how late the training ran, once everyone started snoring, the three sisters would begin tending to each other's skin, slathering on ex-boyfriend masks, Hylon Mihu masks, whatever fancy brand treatments they had. They didn't mind at all since everything had been gotten for free, so they used them without a shred of guilt. The female soldiers were each sunburned dark and red. Each looked like Baozheng, and even Jean sure dared not look them in the eye. It was truly pitiful. Today was the day of the final assessment. Commander Zhang Daniu personally came to speak, and morale was thoroughly boosted. The final assessment lasted 5 days. The first 3 days were physical tests, covering all previous training items plus a 5-kilometer weighted run. For the last 2 days, these 200 people would go into the woods for live-action exercises. During the assessment, the 6-person group had removed the lead weights from their legs, so their results were much better than during training. Especially in pull-ups, the three sisters even outperformed the male soldiers by a wide margin. Of course, after the extra drills during the final 20 or so days, all the female soldiers made huge improvements. Just in push-ups alone they outperformed many of the male soldiers. There was also shooting. Shuyao and Sang Yi both scored full rings, and Luo Xin had one shot that scored 9 rings, so she was 1 ring short of a perfect score. Another who did well was Li. After 3 months of training she had made great progress. The female soldiers even nicknamed her the Iron Lady. She placed 4th in this assessment. Although she lagged far behind the three sisters' scores, Li was already very satisfied. This meant her transfer into the tip of the spear unit was basically a done deal. Hao Yi was 5th, by Xiaofan 6th, and Wang Yujia and Lu Ruoding came in 7th and 8th, which infuriated the more than 40 others. How did they get so lucky to snatch the dorm assignments of 3 top players? Otherwise 5th through 8th would have been theirs. On the men's side, GS results were far ahead. After removing the lead weights from his legs, he was like a tiger with wings. In the 5-kilometer loaded run he posted an excellent time of 18 minutes 35 seconds, beating the record by a full 40 seconds. Regimental Commander Zhang slapped his thigh with joy. Good prospect, good prospect. As the instructor for GUGCI and Jizhua, Captain Dong was even happier for the 3 of them. That's how seasoned soldiers are. They never envy comrades who outperform them. They only rejoice that the unit has gained a few rising stars. The 3-day physical fitness assessment ended, and the 6-person team ranked 1st, 2nd, and 3rd among the male and female soldiers. The 4th and 5th days were live-fire exercises. The scenario sounded unfair. Male and female soldiers would fight each other, with 150 men per group against 50 women per group. Zhang Daniu appointed the 3 sisters as the women's team captain and deputy captains. Because there were more men, the men appointed, besides the 3 brothers, a 4th person, Sun Hongjun, as their captain. Yun Shuyao, still worried that Hao Yi might feel uncomfortable, deliberately talked to her. Hao Yi smiled in relief. It's always the capable who rise to the top. I'm only an acting squad leader. When Sure Regiment Commander was the squad leader when I first arrived, it was because my barracks were the neatest. In the future, being the dormitory chief for the Special Forces will be enough for me. The live exercise officially began. In the dense woods on Moon Island not far from the sea, sunlight filtered through layers of overlapping, interwoven foliage like golden sand, casting mottled, dreamlike patches of light. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a pleasant susurration. Deep within this seemingly peaceful grove, Yun Shuyao and Sang Yi led the women's squad, who were concealed tightly. Each female soldier held her breath, watching the surroundings with focused, alert expressions, not daring to relax for a moment. The rules of the exercise were simple. Whoever eliminated all opponents won. The weapons were specially made by the unit, a laser simulator in place of live rounds, mounted on the guns, which automatically emitted smoke whenever a target was hit. Each of the 200 recruits wore a helmet, A smoking helmet signified loss of combat capability, and the recruit had to lie on the ground, forbidden to speak another word. Of course, if they ran out of bullets they could choose to engage in close-quarters combat as long as they beat the opponent to death. It still counted as a win before the ambush. The three sisters taught everyone to weave branches into concealment gear to drape over themselves, then took out eyeshadow and painted everyone's faces a deep green. They even stuck leaves into the hair that showed. They looked like chameleons blended into the surrounding environment, making them hard to detect. Before long, more than a dozen male soldiers walked over with cautious, careful steps. Each of them wore a tense expression, eyes constantly sweeping left and right for dangers that could appear at any moment. The guns they gripped tightly were held up at chest level, poised as if ready to fire at any time. The three sisters hid in the tree, holding their breath, watching everything below in silence. Shuyao squinted slightly, scrutinizing those furtive figures from her understanding of Jiyu. He would never casually let his men act so dispersedly. After all, in an environment full of unknown risks, team cohesion and coordinated combat capability are crucial, something she herself had taught him. Shuyao and Sang Yi exchanged a glance, confirming that the dozen or so male soldiers were merely decoys meant to draw attention. Shuyao made a motion to remain still toward the ground. Sure enough, none of the 47 below moved. Chapter 58 Ultimate Assessment 2. The three sisters' judgment was flawless. In less than 2 minutes, the main force arrived. This time there were at least another 50 people or so. Shuyao's mouth curled slightly as she watched them walk one by one into the range of her trap. The trap had been made by the three sisters together. They had fashioned things like this during the apocalypse, if not 1,000, then at least 800 times. Of course, back then the traps were real, pits filled with sharpened spikes or daggers. Fall in and you were dead 100% of the time. Now at most they had laid some branch-like tripwires on the ground. They'd only cause people to fall down. But that was enough, at least it bought them time to shoot. When everyone approached the traps, Bai Xiaofan and Wang Yujia gave a hard tug and instantly tripped more than 30 people. Sang Yi signaled the first squad to open fire. Li Area fired the first shot, and immediately the more than 50 male soldiers in the pits were engulfed by the red smoke. The bait squad of a dozen or so people ran back like idiots trying to rescue them, and ended up getting the red smoke treatment as well. Jijua and Sun Hongjun, hiding behind the trees, were about to explode with rage. How could they have such incompetent teammates? In the blink of an eye, there was a loud bang. The hat on Jijua's head was blown to pieces by a single, decisive shot from Luo Xin. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present, and Sun Hongjun, who stood nearby, was taken completely by surprise and innocently implicated. And just like that, both team leaders were down, and the battlefield fell into a dead silence. Luo Xin wore a cheeky look. She nonchalantly blew on the smoking muzzle, then turned to Jijua with a mocking glare, a wicked grin tugging at the corner of her mouth as she said, "Deputy Captain Ji, look at you, at a mess. Next time you go out, you'd better not tell anyone I taught you everything hand in hand." Jijua was effectively dead at that moment, unable to speak in rebuttal, but he still squinted at Luo Xin with reluctant displeasure and arched an eyebrow in a provocative challenge. Luo Xin immediately understood the meaning in Jijua's eyes. Her smile froze on her face, and it felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured down her back, causing a fine involuntary cold sweat to break out, because what she saw in Jijua's gaze was, "Dare say I'm no good, just you wait." In an instant they wiped out nearly 70 male soldiers. The female soldiers were all excited. The three sisters leaped down from the tree and urged everyone to quickly shift their position. On the other side, Jiyu also received the news. Dai ground his teeth and snarled, "The enemy is too cunning." Jiyu let out a light laugh. "What are you thinking? Everything we know was taught by them. It's impossible to beat them. Right now what we should be thinking about is how to die more slowly, so it won't be too embarrassing." The three sisters led the vast company of female soldiers and found another nearly perfect hiding place, the seaside. This stretch of coast was unusual. There was no soft, delicate sand. Instead, huge, jagged rocks took its place, some towering upright, others lying across the ground, interlaced and piled together to form natural barriers. These large boulders not only provide excellent hiding places for everyone, but their uneven surfaces can effectively block the enemy's line of sight and attacks. In addition, the depth of the seawater here is just right. For those female soldiers who are skilled swimmers, They can completely hide in the water and blend with the sea. Sang Yi called out the 10 fastest runners and personally led them to act as bait to draw the male soldiers over. Luo Xin picked out the best swimmer to hide in the water as a supply person, and Shuyao took the remaining people to hide behind the rocks to prepare an ambush. After the bait team departed, Shuyao led everyone to stay in place for a short rest and seized the time to eat to replenish their exhausted strength. Taking advantage of the break, she quietly pulled a telescope from her space and then tiptoed off toward the distance so she could better observe the surroundings and stand guard for everyone. About an hour later, Sang Yi shot out of the dense woods like an arrow released from a bow. And right behind her the other 3 female soldiers also came sprinting out of the trees. After everyone had appeared from the woods safely, Sang Yi quickly flashed a specific hand signal. The 3 female soldiers who received the order immediately understood. Like 4 streaks of lightning, they dashed off in both directions to the left and right. At that moment, a deafening sound of footsteps approached from afar, and then a large, menacing group of male soldiers suddenly surged out of the forest. Seeing this scene, Shuyao, who was hiding in the dark and watching, nearly couldn't help laughing out loud. However, she quickly regained her composure and decisively gave the combat order. Attention everyone, open fire at her command. The guns thundered suddenly through the sky in an instant. Bullet after bullet struck with lethal precision at the unprepared male soldiers. For a time, smoke from the shore filled the air, red plumes rising one after another in quick succession. The male soldiers who were hit fell to the ground one after another, and those who were lucky enough not to be struck were finished off by the female soldiers ambushed in the water. In less than 3 minutes, the originally empty ground was strewn with corpses in all directions. Sang Yi and the 3 surviving female soldiers ran back gasping and began to count. This time they had lured 45 male soldiers in total, all of whom had been eliminated as the sky grew darker. Shuyao did not want to spend the night there. The forest was not only damp but also full of mosquitoes. She asked everyone's opinion, and they all agreed to finish the fight tonight. Shuyao said to everyone, "The men's unit is down to about 30 people. There are no other hiding places in the woodsinly bushes and big trees. From now on we have to take the initiative and attack. Everyone must protect yourselves. The 3 of us can't look after everyone. In real combat you can't completely entrust your life to others. From now on each of you is a team leader. Let me see what you can do." On the women's side, 6 decoys had fallen. Aside from the 3 sisters there were 41 others. They were hyped up like they'd been pumped full of adrenaline, each eager to rush into the woods. Sang Yi waved his hand. "Move out." Luo Xin led the main force charging into the forest. Shuyao looked at Sang Yi smiling like a fox, lustful in her gaze as she signaled her to take off her clothes. "Sang, shall we set up a beauty trap for Gu and Gci?" Sang Yi expressionlessly took off her coat, tied it to her waistband, then held out her hand. "Hua Lu Shui. Am afraid of bites." Shuyao grinned obsequiously and, taking matters into her own hands, sprayed Sang Yi all over. Then she took mosquito precautions for herself as well. Wearing tank tops, the 2 strolled lazily toward the woods. Chapter 59 Wolfang Assault Team. Half an hour later, when Shuyao and Sang Yi were spraying themselves with floral water for the 4th time, they finally coaxed Gu and Ji. Siwo had planned to wait until the next day out. Gu stared intently at the figure ahead. His wife was wearing a small camisole and was leisurely strolling through the grove. The glimpses of skin and her graceful figure made his expression darken in an instant, as if ink could drip from it. Just as he was about to make a move, Gci darted out like lightning and in the blink of an eye had rushed up to Sang Yi. "Sister, why did you take your clothes off? Put them back on, put them back on," Gci shouted anxiously, looking around as he spoke and holding Sang Yi tightly protected. Shuyao calmly squatted down, slowly rolling up her pant leg to reveal a section of fair, slender calf like mutton fat jade. Just as she had just rolled up one pant leg, Jiyu finally came running up beside her, panting. "Now hurry and put your pant leg down." He gasped as he spoke loudly with 2 loud gunshots. Red smoke puffed from the hats of Jiyu and Gci. Li Area and Bai Xiaofan got up from the ground, howling excitedly. "Ah, the red team captain let us finish them off. Ha ha, we won." Xiao looked at Jiyu and teased. "Oh? Not hiding anymore? Such weak willpower. I only used a little beauty trap and you came out to die on your own." Tsk. Luo Xin walked over grinning at Shuyao and Sang Yi. Sisters, we've rounded up everyone else one by one and knocked them all out. Battle over. 23 women soldiers remained. The group marched out of the woods in high spirits. Shuyao and the 4 instructors waited at the gate. Jinqi's tail was about to break from wagging, looking smugly at the other 3 instructors. You say the training's the same, so how did my women's unit get so strong? In less than a day they wiped out all the enemies. Sure enough, a soldier is mighty alone, but a pack of soldiers is mighty together. You all still need to work harder, understand? Commander Dong curled a malicious smile at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, you better work hard, otherwise you'll be beaten by the women so badly you won't even have the strength to resist. How humiliating would that be? Jin Shi's smile froze on his face. He looked at Dong Shui in dumbfounded shock. Shuyao glanced at the 2 of them and cleared his throat twice. Jin Shi instantly felt relieved. The regiment commander had been beaten. What did it matter if a lowly instructor like him got roughed up? After 5 days of assessments, the moment of results announcement finally arrived. The next day, Zhang Dainyu announced the final scores of the evaluation among the participants in this assessment. Out of 150 male soldiers, after layers of selection and fierce competition, only 5 managed to stand out. Of 50 female soldiers, 8 successfully joined the tip-off spear squad. Those soldiers who failed to be selected for the commando squad were all completely shuffled and reassigned to various companies. The 13 of them were to undergo professional systematic training. Their future duties would be to carry out key missions for the unit such as reconnaissance, infiltration, and auxiliary investigations. Future missions would be personally assigned by Commander Zhang, and while carrying out those missions they would not be subject to the authority or constraints of anyone else in the unit. Conducting operations fully independently, Zhang Dainyu gazed intently at the newly formed team before him. After a moment of thought, he suddenly said loudly, "From today on, you have a brand new name. The Wolfang Assault Team." Zhang Danyo went on to explain. "The reason I named you the Wolfang Assault Team is because I hope that in the future you'll become a sharp fang of our unit, as razor-sharp and devastating as a wolf's canine, able to crush anything. No matter what kind of enemy you face or how difficult the mission, you must not retreat, and must press forward bravely." He paused, his tone growing heavy and grave. "Our country is now facing numerous challenges and threats. Those enemies hiding in the shadows are like putrid and rotten flesh, gnawing away at the foundations of our nation. And your mission is to use your own strength to bite all this rotten flesh and putrid meat to pieces, to eliminate it completely. From this moment on, the name Wolfang Assault Team will accompany them as they embark on a journey full of hardship and glory." Zhang Dainyu gave them 7 days leave. After a week, these 13 people would enter a year-round no-days-off state. The group of 6 went to Zhang Dainyu and asked to move out of the dormitory to build a house. Zhang Dainyu laughed in anger. "You haven't even started your post yet and you're already making demands?" Ji said anxiously, "It's fine if we don't move. Could you at least assign the 3 of us 3 dorm rooms?" Yun Shuyao frowned slightly. "Commander, the 3 couples among us are newlyweds. From today we will be serving the country, but we still need our own private lives. If married life isn't being met, how can we wholeheartedly carry out our duties?" Zhang Dainyu, how on earth can you use that intimidating face of yours to say something so shameless? Yun Shuyao is definitely not a person of this era. Serving the country is her duty. But she doesn't want any perks. They expect her to work like a beast for 20 or 30 yuan a month. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Dainyu glared at her. If it weren't for the fact that these few people had broken so many records, he really wanted to kick them out right now. Fine. The new recruits have already been assigned to their companies, so the now empty recruit dorms can be lent to you 3 rooms for the time being. But if more new recruits enlist, you must move out immediately, understand? Luo Xin's big, dewy eyes suddenly lit up and she became excited. Smiling broadly, she asked, "Is the dorm well soundproofed?" Zhang Dainyu standing beside them froze when he heard the question, his mouth hanging wide open, unable to utter a word for a long time. He muttered to himself, "Where did Shuyao find so many shameless people?" Jizhua, standing nearby, despite becoming much more outgoing and bold since being with Luo Xin, instantly flushed bright red when asked such a blunt, explicit question in front of his boss. He awkwardly tugged at Luo Xin's sleeve and lowered his voice. "Wife, don't ask." Luo Xin paid no heed to Jizhua's admonition. Instead she glared at him indignantly. "How can I not ask? If some embarrassment happens later, Wouldn't that be even more disgraceful? Zhang Daniu was so indignant that he burst out laughing. He called over the guard and said, "Let them use the old houses behind the new recruits' dormitory. You take them over there." The guard led them to the houses and introduced them. "These houses are pretty good too. What you're living in now was an added-in structure. The new recruits used to live over here." Chapter 60. Sang Yi, you're amazing. After the guard left, the 6 of them inspected inside and out. The rooms were fairly large, the walls were white, and the floors were concrete, quite good for this era. Sang Yi commented, "Let's just live here for now. 7 days isn't enough to finish a house, and besides, if we go out on missions later, we might not even get to live in a new house for more than a few days." Shuyao and Luo Xin nodded. 2 days to tidy up, 3 days to go out and have fun, and the remaining 2 days to sleep. The 3 brothers exchanged glances, each redder faced than the last. They were simply too bold, truly willing to say anything. Everyone got to work. They went back to the original dormitory to fetch rags and brooms and prepared to clean thoroughly. Hao Yi by Xiaofan and the others were all from the same province and had already packed up to go home for a few days. But when they saw the girls cleaning the place, they put their things down without a word, rolled up their sleeves, and joined the big cleanup area. Wang Yujia and Lu Ruoding were from another province. They planned to spend these 7 days sleeping with their heads covered. But when they saw the 3 experts getting to work, each more enthusiastic than the last, they all clamored to help. Area grinned foolishly and said, "If you hadn't helped us with extra training, we wouldn't have been able to keep the Wolfang assault team. This is an honor you gave us. What's wrong with doing a little work? You rest. I can handle it alone." The male soldiers left behind included 4th place Sun Hongjun and another capable man named Zhou Fei. Why was he called a capable man? This kid was especially good in the water. He could hold his breath for 10 minutes, and his short stature made him ideal for concealment and disguise. During field exercises he was the one betrayed by his teammates. Otherwise, it's possible they wouldn't have been able to find him even after the exercise ended. The 2 of them also hurried over to help tidy up. Luo Xin smiled at everyone. "Thanks everyone. In a few days let's all have a meal together. The 6 of us will treat." Sun Hongjun scratched the back of his head. "It's okay if we don't eat. I just have one small request." Comrade Sang, "If you agree, you can make me do anything." Jesus' alarm bells rang loudly. He put down what he was holding and asked with a wary look, "What are you going to do?" Sun Hongjun said awkwardly, "I've watched Comrade Yun fight. I don't think I can beat him. I want to challenge Comrade Sang." Sang Yi flexed his neck and wrists, said nothing and walked out. Sun Hongjun hurried to catch up. The 2 arrived at the training ground, and Sang Yi gave him a cold look. "I'll give you 3 moves." Sun Hongjun took off his jacket. Under his vest his muscles bulged, and the 2 arms exposed were thicker than a woman's legs. "No need to hold back. I'm not afraid it'll hurt you." A faint smile tugged at Sang Yi's mouth. "You asked for it." He then ran up to him with lightning speed, seized his right hand while he was in a defensive stance, flipped him over his shoulder and slammed him to the ground, grabbed his collar and drove a fist down. But the fist stopped 1 centimeter in front of his eyes. Sun Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, looked at the fist so close he could almost touch it, swallowed and thought, "When she struck just now he even heard the whoosh of air. How fast must that be?" The female soldier shouted excitedly, "Sang Yi, you're amazing." GCI, like a bootlicker, came over grinning and pinched Sang Yi's shoulder. "Wife, are you tired? That old sun was so heavy he didn't strain your back, right?" Sun Hongjun stood up by himself and sincerely said, "You were great." Sang Yi smiled, "You're not bad either." Zhou Fei secretly grinned and grimaced to the side thinking, old Sun really can't get enough of being beaten, and someone actually volunteers to seek suffering. What's wrong with him? The 13 acted quickly. By the afternoon the house had been cleaned out. All the bunks were moved out. And the 6 of them didn't take any of the tables. After formally thanking everyone, the 7 comrades took their leave. They opened the doors and windows to air the place and walked toward the military family's district. There were many dependents on the island who lived very close to the shore, and a small number of civilians lived by the island as well. Most of those people were fishermen. The 3 sisters walked behind, huddled together chatting. Shuyao decided to tell them about the space. Otherwise living together in the future would be really inconvenient. There were clearly countless good things, but they couldn't be taken out to use or eat, and the 3 sisters felt very frustrated. When they arrived at the military family's housing, a dozen children were chasing and roughhousing at the gate. Luo Xin stopped the little boy who was last, gave him 2 candies and asked with a smile, "Little one, could you please tell me if anyone who lives in there can make furniture?" The little boy wiped his nose with his sleeve and chuckled, "I don't know." After saying that, he clutched the 2 candies and was about to run off. Luo Xin grabbed his collar and lifted him up. "Didn't your parents teach you not to accept rewards for no reason? If you don't know, you have to give the candies back." The little boy kicked his legs back and forth in the air and screamed, "You bad man, let go of me. Do you want me to have my dad arrest you and lock you up?" Luo Xin was amused by him. "Hey, who's your dad? Has he got that much power?" The little boy swung his tiny fist at Luo Xin, when at that moment a burly woman ran out of the courtyard, followed by a dozen or so children. She ran while shouting, "Which blind idiot is bullying my son?" She scooped up the little boy, pointed at their noses and started cursing, "You rookie, don't think you can forget your place just because you're wearing that uniform. How dare you bully my son, believe it or not? I'll have my man run you out and make you leave as far as you can. With faces like yours, I suspect you're spies here to sabotage our army." Sang Yi walked over and kicked her in the chest with full force. The kick sent the woman flying 7 or 8 meters before she crashed heavily to the ground. She let out an ow, sat up after a few seconds and began wailing loudly, "Someone help! A spy has infiltrated the troops. They're going to kill our military family members." The 6 were disgusted by her noisy antics as if they'd swallowed a fly. 2 minutes later, dozens of people had gathered at the gate. Everyone's heads ached from Chandawa's wailing. 2 young military family members in the crowd shouted, "Even if Sister Hua is sometimes over the top, soldiers still can't beat military dependence. These new recruits are going too far. Does the army have no discipline anymore?" Another person agreed, "Exactly, these 3 female soldiers look like this. They really don't seem like true soldiers. Maybe they're spies after all." Jiyu clenched his fist and stood in front of Yun Xiao. Gci and Jijua stepped forward to retort, "What are you saying? According to you, military families can just slander soldiers however they like." Sang Yi and Luo Xin squeezed through the bustling crowd, precisely locking onto the 2 young military family members who had been gossiping shamelessly. They strode forward, each grabbing one, yanking them out of the crowd like plucking chicks. Before the 2 young military family members could react or understand what had happened, they saw a shadow flash before them, and then felt a searing, burning pain spread across their faces. Chapter 61. The 3 sisters go mad. Sang Yi and Luo Xin didn't say a word. They raised their palms and delivered a flurry of rapid, storm-like slaps. Astonishingly fast, 2 fair jade-like hands waving in the air, leaving afterimages as they landed squarely on the cheeks of the 2 young military family members. Smack! Smack! The crisp, ringing sounds of the slaps came one after another, drawing sidelong looks from the onlookers gathered nearby. The 2 outspoken young military family members were already dazed from the beating, stars flashing before their eyes. Their cheeks swelled visibly by the second, growing red and puffy, looking like 2 overripe, bruised persimmons. Yun Shuyao stepped in front of Chandawa, grabbed her hair and slammed her head into the ground, cursing dirty words with each impact and insulting ancestors and organs in every conceivable way, finally flinging her away only when thoroughly satisfied. After they'd vented their anger, the 3 felt refreshed. Jiyu considerately took a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Yun Shuyao. "Your wife's hair is filthy. Wipe it quickly, don't let any lice crawl onto your hand." Everyone. Zhang Daniu, Shi Yan and the other 2 deputy captains were in a meeting. When they heard that 6 new recruits were fighting in the military family's quarter, Zhang Daniu's head buzzed. Arriving on the scene, sure enough, it was those 6 troublemakers. "What are you doing?" Yun Shuyao threw the handkerchief she had used to wipe her hands onto the ground and opened the voice recorder from her pocket. Immediately, "I'll have my father arrest you and put you under house arrest, seductress. You are spies." These unbearable words detonated like peals of thunder in the air, shattering and reverberating. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence in an instant, and Chandawa's voice rang out again and again. Shi Yan looked at Yun Shuyao in shock. Zhang Daniu stood frozen in place. Of course, neither of them was reacting to those words, but to the thing in Yun Shuyao's pocket. What was she carrying? Zhang Daniu proved worthy of being a regiment commander. He quickly calmed his pounding heart and shouted sternly, "Is this the sense of duty you military families have? You slander whoever you want? Call anyone you don't like a spy. Shuyao turned to the guard and instructed, go fetch Kong early. The guard was about to go when Kong early came running over, rushing straight to the little boy sitting on the ground and wailing, Yaozu, Yaozu, what's wrong with you? Which blind idiot provoked you? Your father will skin him alive, Zhang Daniu. Luo Xin scoffed, when the beam above isn't straight, the one below will lean, proves once again that a Mao's son knows how to dig. Kong early sprang up like an enraged bull, thrusting out a thick finger and pointing menacingly at Luo Xin, still spitting curses. What new recruit popped up from nowhere? How dare you spout nonsense here? Luo Xin wasn't to be trifled with. The last person who had dared point a finger at her now had tummed her high grass over his grave. She gripped Kong early's extended finger tightly, then without hesitation twisted it hard backward. With a crisp crack, the finger snapped into a grotesque angle in an instant, clearly broken at the touch of his 10 fingers. Kong early let out a butcher-like scream. In the midst of the agony, he could spare no thought for anything else and reached for his waist, pulling out a handgun and, with lightning speed, aiming the muzzle at Luo Xin's brow. Seeing this, Jizhua was startled and instinctively tried to rush forward to wrest the gun from Kong early's hand. Before he could take 2 steps, Zhang Daniu and Shuyao shouted in unison from the side, "Stop!" The sudden shout momentarily stunned Kong early. Luo Xin moved with the agility of a leopard. Her left hand quickly seized the wrist of Kong early's right hand that held the gun. Then she put her full strength into pushing down. At the same time, her right hand shot out like lightning, precisely grabbed the gun, and with one pull easily wrested it from Kong early's grasp. Without hesitation, Luo Xin deftly switched off the safety and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the bullet skimmed past Kong early's toes and struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. After firing that shot, Luo Xin didn't stop. Like a magician, in just a few seconds she dismantled the handgun into a pile of parts, then casually tossed them to the ground. The pieces scattered everywhere, clinking and clattering as if mocking Kong early's overconfidence. Sang Yi fixed a sharp stare on GCI and spoke word by word. You 3 protect her for me. If anyone helps today, I can't guarantee what the consequences will be. Jizhua's hands trembled from fear, and the woman who had just fired a shot, quickly taken the gun apart, and wore a face full of murderous intent. Was she really his wife? After hearing Sang Yi's words, the 3 brothers Gu, GCI, and Jizhua dared not show the slightest neglect. They quickly stood in a line, blocking everyone in front like an impregnable wall, firmly stopping those who tried to step forward and intervene. Shuyao took a hair elastic from her pocket and quickly tied her ponytail into a neat, tidy bun. She immediately leapt into the air, completed a full 360-degree spin, then raised her right foot and fiercely kicked toward Kong early's cheek with a dull bang. A spray of blood shot from Kong early's mouth, mixed with 2 teeth that had fallen out. Sang Yi hurried up, grabbed Kong early by the collar like lifting a dead dog that put up no resistance, hauled him up from the ground, and without mercy threw a punch that slammed heavily into Kong early's nasal bridge. In an instant, blood gushed from Kong early's nose, and a depression appeared on the bridge of his nose. Seeing such a bloody, violent scene before him, Zhang Daniu could no longer contain the rage in his heart. He tore open his throat and shouted loudly, "All of you stop immediately!" The 3 sisters had already lost their reason in the fight and showed no sign of stopping. Shuyao stood by, worried like an ant on a hot pan. He shouted at the 3 brothers, "What are you 3 still standing there for? Hurry up and pull them apart. If this keeps going on, someone will end up dead." Hearing Shuyao's shout, Jiyu glanced at Kong early on the ground, took a deep breath, then turned and walked over to Shuyao. Ignoring how many people were watching, he pulled her tightly into his arms and gently comforted her. All right, wife, calm down first, take it easy." Sai and Jizhua imitated them. They hurriedly walked behind their respective wives, wrapped their arms around them firmly, and led them to the side. Luo Xin was lifted entirely by Jizhua, but even so, furious and trembling all over, she still refused to give up. She struggled desperately in Jizhua's arms, her long beautiful legs kicking wildly, while shouting loudly, "Let go of me, I'll break all his fingers, see if he still dares to point a gun at his mother." Chapter 62. Chief Zhang Lao Zhang Daniu told the guard to find people to carry Kong early and Chan Dehua to the clinic, then shouted at the 6 of them, "You come with me." Sang Yi freed herself from Ji-Sis' arm and shouted to the crowd, "Who here is a carpenter?" Zhang Daniu. An old man stepped out of the crowd smiling and said, "Little girl, what do you want to do?" Zhang Daniu helplessly rubbed his forehead. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Sang Yi glanced at Zhang Daniu and then at the old man expressionless and said, 3 beds, 3 desks, 6 stools and 1 round dining table, whatever you can arrange. As long as it meets the daily needs of the 6 of us. The old man replied with a chuckle. I've made a lot when I have free time. Where are you staying? I'll tell the guard to deliver them to you right away. Sang Yi answered, we're staying in the old house behind the new recruits' dormitory. Thank you, sir. Old man Zhang walked ahead with his hands behind his back. No hurry about the furniture, let's go, I want to hear it too. The 6 of them. After they left, the military families instantly exploded with gossip. Oh my god, those 3 girls are new recruits? They sure hit hard. What's so hard about it? That Kong early acted like he was going to fly into the sky when he caught the tails of 2 little devils. Look how that Yaozu has spoiled that couple. Ain't that the truth? They dare pull out weapons over a little quarrel. If any of us cross them someday, won't they just blow us away? Zhang Daniu led the 6-member team back to the office. Old Zhang strolled in behind them leisurely, then plopped down on a stool. Shuyao laughed and coaxed, old commander. How about letting the guard take you on a tour of our training ground? We've added quite a few programs recently. You stay home every day and never go out, why not take a walk? The old commander shot him a sidelong glance. When I was training soldiers with your grandfather, you were still wearing split-crotch trousers. What could I possibly want to see at a training ground? I'm here for the thing in the young friend's pocket, so don't bother me. Sang Yi said apologetically, sorry, old commander. I shouldn't have called you grandpa. Commander Zhang waved his hand. I've already retired, isn't that exactly what makes me a grandpa now? Call me whatever you like. Young friend, take out the thing in your pocket and let me see. What's that? It can record other people's voices? If we could get something like that to the intelligence folks, how many of our comrades could we save? Yun Xiao smiled lightly, old commander, this thing in my pocket I made just for fun. It's a defective piece. A faint, barely perceptible look of disappointment suddenly flashed across the old commander's once bright eyes. He sighed softly and was about to leave when Yun Xiao's clear voice rang out again. I'm willing to give the blueprints and the design principle report to the army. If our army has a dedicated research institute, professionals can make a few modifications and it will be fine. Old Commander Zhang's eyes instantly reddened, and he repeated good 3 times, with rising talents like you and Huagua, there is great hope indeed. After finishing, he greeted the guard and left. Zhang Daniu sighed and said, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. My mother used to work in intelligence. She was discovered and killed by the enemy. My father has felt regret all these years, so when he heard the thing in your pocket he got so excited. Yun Xiao shook her head. Your mother sacrificed her life for the country. She is a hero, a martyr. How could we be embarrassed? Please rest assured, Commander. I'll hand the blueprints to you tomorrow morning. The smile at the corner of Zhang Daniu's mouth couldn't be suppressed. We have a research institute on our island. If Director Shin finds out about this thing, he'll be extremely happy. Luo Xin took the opportunity to say, alright then we'll head back first. The sooner we finish the drawings, the sooner we can give them to you. Zhang Daniu was just about to order them to leave when his senses cleared at that moment. Stop. Hand over the blueprints and you'll be credited for meritorious service. But what about what just happened wearing a military uniform and daring to rough people up like that? Sang Yi's 2 dark brows knit slightly. Weren't you at the scene just now? It wasn't us who started it. We just went to the military family's compound to ask who could make furniture. Who would have expected to run into a few mad dogs? They didn't say a word. Just looked at us and called us spies. Should people like that be left alive for the new year? GCI echoed, exactly. Luo Xin snorted coldly. As for that guy with the gun, if I didn't break all 10 of his fingers, he'd have gotten off lucky. Zhang Daniu glared at the 6 incorrigible ruffians through gritted teeth. Each of you will go back and write a 5000 character self-criticism for me, and hand them to me together tomorrow. Yun Xiao answered boldly and confidently, Regimental Commander, they don't even know how to read or write. I can read and write, but I still have to draw the plans and write the technical reports and so on. If you make me do all the writing, I won't have time to finish the drawings. Zhang Daniu clutched his chest and pointed to the door. All of you get out. Luo Xin grinned cheekily and said, got it. After a few people left, Shuyao looked at Zhang Daniu. Commander, what will be done about Kong early? Zhang Daniu sat down and took a sip of water. Someone who treats a gun like a personal weapon doesn't belong in the unit, and certainly not in the deputy battalion commander position. He can't even raise his own child properly. How can he help the battalion commander manage the troops? Shuyao nodded. Okay, I understand. After the 6 of them returned and had just closed the windows, the old commander came with people to deliver furniture. The 3 brothers immediately took over carrying it into the house. Shuyao walked over and smiled. Old commander, what do you think I should pay you? Old Commander Zhang scowled. Little friend, do you look down on an old man? You contributed to the troops and I give you some furniturito. You expect to pay me? I make these things in my spare time for fun. They're worthless. Shuyao hurried to explain. I didn't mean that. It's just that you want take payment for the workmanship, but the wood itself is yours too. The old commander said leisurely. These pieces of wood are all old furniture discarded by the unit. I took them home and modified them a bit. Whoever needs them can haul them away. I was just passing the time. Your people from the unit too, giving them to you isn't the right thing to do. Shuyao smiled and nodded, accepting the old commander's kindness, while secretly thinking about what to bring him when she went out to play. Before leaving, the old commander gave Luo Xin a thumbs up. Little girl, you handle a gun well. Promising future. Luo Xin lifted her chin and puffed out her chest. That's right. Old Commander Zhang just liked girls like that, carefree and unconcerned with trifles. Talking to her wasn't tiring. After the few of them saw the old commander off, Luo Xin closed the door. Jiyu looked at the furniture on the floor and said, get moving, finish moving it and then go to the cafeteria to eat. Chapter 63. The confession game. Sang Yi slowly paced to the window. Luo Xin took light steps toward the door. Shuyao glanced at her close friend, then waved her graceful hand, and in an instant a jaw-dropping scene occurred. The various pieces of furniture that had been filling the room vanished like smoke, gone without a trace in the blink of an eye. The sudden turn of events stunned the 3 brothers into silence. Their faces went deathly pale, their mouths opened wide enough to fit an egg, and their eyes bulged so round it seemed the eyeballs might pop from their sockets. For a moment, the whole room fell into a death-like silence, broken only by the heavy, rising and falling breaths of the 3 brothers. Shuyao ignored their looks and produced a high-end leather bed and a branded mattress. Then one after another brought out curtains, mattress pads, a summer quilt, a 4-piece bedding set and other bed items, directing Jiyu. Go hang the curtains. Jiyu snapped back to attention and hurriedly nodded. Oh, okay. Shuyao led GCI and Jizhua to the other 2 rooms and set out the same things. The wardrobes, desks, and stools could be the ones the old commander had sent. She just wanted to be comfortable when sleeping, and it didn't matter what the other items were. The few of them hung the curtains, and the 3 sisters began making their beds in their rooms. Luo Xin excitedly rolled around on the big bed a few times, finally sleeping on a real person's bed. Jizhua. The 6 of them returned to the original dormitory and moved all their things over. They kept what was useful. Items like single quilts were collected by Shuyao and others. Finally finished tidying up, the group sat around the round table, and Shuyao took out a lot of ready-made fast food. Burgers, fries, cola, pizzas in various flavors, and some homemade snacks of her own. Let's eat and talk. Jiyu took a steamed bun, GCI took a pizza. Jizhua saw his wife take a burger and grabbed one too. He took a tentative bite and his eyes lit up instantly. Wow, this is so delicious. Luo Xin's little mouth was stuffed full like an adorable little squirrel. Is it tasty? I also like McKenken the most. What's making Ken? Shuyao took a bite of pizza and said it's fast food. Try it if you don't like it, I have other things. GCI was about to ask more, but a look from Jiyu swept over him. The bloodline pressure from his own brother instantly shut him up. Shuyao stuck a French fry into his mouth. No need for that. Since I chose to tell you, I'm not afraid of questions. Weren't you already guessing that we aren't from here? We're definitely not that place, and here should be 2 parallel timelines. We don't know how we got here either. Anyway, we opened our eyes and we're here. The 3 brothers put down all their food. Jiyu nervously grabbed Shuyao's hand and asked, will you all go back? Ji's eyes were already red. Sister, you won't suddenly leave and go back one day, will you? Jizhua held Luo Xin in his arms, afraid she would be gone the next second. Luo Xin pushed Jizhua aside, let out a howl and bit into the burger. If you want to ask, then ask, but don't start groping me, you'll mess up my meal. Shuyao explained, whether we'll go back or not we truly don't know, so we can't answer you. We also don't want to return because there's no order there and no legal restraints. It's survival of the fittest. People are being killed every day. The more Jiyu heard, the more alarmed he became. Although Head lived 22 hard years, Head never experienced war. He hadn't expected his seemingly gentle, delicate wife to have lived through wartime. Gci sniffed. Sister, did you go to the battlefield and kill little devils too? Sang Yi shot him a disdainful glance. You're mistaken. Our side is much more advanced than here. You could even say it's several decades ahead. But later a virus broke out. Most humans were infected. When people die they turn into a kind of monster, and if you're bitten by a monster you'll turn into one too. Jiyu asked in astonishment. So will we be like that in a few decades too? Shuyao was asked in a way that left her half laughing, half crying. How would we know what happens in a few decades? Just now you saw me make something vanish into thin air. That's a space-based ability, like a Qian bag or something. It can store things inside. Jijua looked at Luo Xin with eyes full of delight and asked, then wife, do you have one too? Luo Xin shook her head. I'm not like Hu Liao. I'm a water-type ability user. I can manipulate water. Sang is a wood-type. She can control plants. But after we came here we lost those powers. Whether we'll get them back later we'll have to see. GCI exclaimed. That must be amazing, right? Xiao stood up to pack her things. Have you eaten enough? If you have, tidy up a bit and get some rest early. After everyone returned to their rooms, Xiao sat at her desk and began to write and draw. Actually, she wasn't composing anything original. She was just copying from books she had found in the library. A voice recorder works on a principle similar to that of a bug. The sound of speech is transmitted to a device, the diaphragm inside the device begins to vibrate, and someone eavesdropping nearby emits pulse signals. As a result, the wireless signal's frequency or amplitude undergoes corresponding changes, and once the signal is obtained they can hear the desired information. A voice recorder is much simpler than a bug. It just runs on batteries. Except that batteries in this era are the large kind used in flashlights. Xiu also drew schematics for lithium batteries and wrote out the principles and manufacturing methods in clear detail, and no sooner had she put the pen down than Jiyu wrapped his arms around her from behind. Let's rest, wifey. You're still awake? Hey, I haven't even washed up yet. Jiyu laid her on the bed, took off her shoes and socks, pressed her feet into the basin and said, I'll wash them for you. Yunxia was helpless. How did washing feet always end up turning into something else with him? Why make it so lewd? Alright, I'm tired. If you keep washing they'll rub my skin raw. Jiyu finished pouring out the water and then helped her wash her face and brush her teeth. Yunxiao asked lazily, why are you so strange today? Strange how? Isn't it my duty to wait on you? He said. Then carried her horizontally toward the bed. Tonight Jiyu was unusually domineering, not only because she had been a virgin for 3 whole months, but also because of what she said tonight. He kept asking her like a child over and over whether she would leave, and Shuyao was so worn out she had lost all her temper. Her beautiful little face was flushed bright red, and a pair of captivating eyes stared straight at him, whether in reproach or delight he couldn't tell. Jiyu normally wouldn't dare meet her gaze, but now it was his territory. He used his body to show her his love again and again. The two of them kept at it until late into the night. Jiyu curled up like a lazy leopard, tightly snuggled against her soft shoulder. Chapter 64. The Ji family is in trouble. He tilted his head slightly, his expression a little bewildered and anxious. He murmured in a low voice, Wife, do you like me? As he spoke, he deliberately let his cold fingers slide slowly toward her chest and finally stopped, his fingertips just touching her wildly beating heart. Jiyu felt the rhythm of her heartbeat, and then he quietly asked again, Here, is there a place for me? Faced with Ji's question, Xiao did not respond directly. She hummed softly, relaxed her body, and with a flicker in her beautiful eyes revealed an intoxicating charm, like a silken thread that wound around Ji's heartstrings. Before Jiyu could react, Xiao had already reached out with both arms, wrapping his neck like a gentle water snake. Then her red lips parted slightly, her breath fragrant as orchids, and with a highly seductive manner she slowly drew closer to Ji's face. For that moment, the air seemed to be filled with an ambiguous, burning atmosphere that made one dizzy with intoxication and swept away by desire. The 6-man group's original plan was to rest until noon today, then hand in the blueprints and take a boat to Yanshi for a few days of fun. Instead, just after 9 in the morning, Zhang Dainio's guard came knocking. It turned out Zhao Tingdong had called the unit and said something had happened at their home. Luo Xin cursed angrily, this is so annoying. If something happened, call the police, why involve us? Jijua coaxed, wife, don't be angry. If you don't want to go back, the 3 of us brothers can go instead. You and 4th sister-in-law and 5th sister-in-law can rest at the unit or rest in the tobacco market. Either is fine. We'll see what's going on and then meet up with you. Ji's heart trembled and he immediately retorted, no, my wife must stay with me. Sang Yi bumped Yunshiyu with his shoulder, what's wrong with your man? Didn't he enjoy himself last night? Yunshiyu tugged at the corner of her mouth, I just went to deliver the plans to the regiment commander and ran into Shuyao. We only said a few words. But this guy poured out a whole jar of jealousy. In the end, the few of them decided to go back together. The 3 sisters were mainly there for the drama. Shuyao folded the 3 luxurious beds into the space and took out the bed made by the old matriarch. Sang Yi sighed, we just enjoyed it for one night. Luo Xin hugged her arm. It's fine anyway, it's convenient now. As long as we're together, we can sleep in our own beds no matter where we are. The group of 6 ate a little and, after changing into plain clothes, set off. By the time they reached the Ji family, it was already evening. As soon as they entered the door, they heard Ji Pose's deafening wail. My son, how could he be killed by that poisonous woman? Why is my life so bitter? The 3 sisters glanced at one another. They had only been gone a little over 3 months. Did this lead to someone dying? A few people went in, and Granny Ji acted as if she had found her anchor. Lunging forward to cling to Ji's thigh and refusing to let go. Son, your eldest brother is gone. He died so miserably. It was that poisonous woman Xiao Qiaolan who killed him. You must avenge your brother. Go kill her, go right now. Ji tried to pull her leg back, but Granny Ji held on tight. Sang Yi stepped forward, grabbed her by the collar, pulled her away and tossed her aside like garbage. Once freed, Ji hurried to stand behind Jiyu, patted his chest in fright and murmured, oh my goodness, how can mother be so strong? Shuyao looked at the people in the courtyard. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Neither Ji Li and his wife nor Ji Chan and his wife said a word. Ji Yan and Yan Ruyu didn't even lift their heads. Ji Chunlin kept puffing on his pipe noisily. Ji Ro was nowhere to be seen. The whole family couldn't muster a single peep. Shuyao said irritably, if no one wants to speak, fine. Let's go. As the 6 were about to leave, Ji Chunlin called them back. I don't care if you want to leave, but the 4th, 5th and 6th brothers must stay. They are surnamed Ji. Something happened to our family, and as the elder brother's siblings they must avenge him. Luo Xin demanded, how do you repay them? By killing for you? You're the father of the 3 of them. They've only just started to make a name for themselves, and you want to ruin them. Are they really your biological children? Ji Li, Ji Chan and Ji Yan are his brothers too. Why don't you let them go? You? Luo Xin went all out. What do you mean you? Pull your finger back. Point at me again and I'll break it. Do you believe me? I don't care who you are. In my eyes, I only married Jijua, not your whole family. I don't care about respecting the old or not. I don't live here, and am not afraid of people's gossip. Ji Chunlin drew his finger back, gritted his teeth and said, you can leave, but you have to leave some money. Big brother for the 4th needs to be buried. Sang Yi sneered, did we kill Ji Jie? Why would we pay you people any money? Just as Granny Ji was about to open her mouth and start cursing, Yunshiyo's eyes snapped cold. She quickly bent down, picked up a small pebble from the ground, swung her arm, and sent that unassuming stone flying like an arrow straight into Granny Jie's wide-open mouth, hitting it dead on. There was a crisp crack, and Ji Pose's face immediately showed a pained expression. Then she began to wail and scream, and because a pebble had struck her mouth, her cries became slurred and indistinct. Only then did everyone see clearly that a trace of fresh blood had spilled from the corner of Ji Pose's mouth, and a tooth lay on the ground, glaringly obvious. The Ji family were stunned by this sudden scene. For a moment there was complete silence. Shut up, all of you. We've already left the Ji family. Don't call us about everything from now on. We don't have time to come back and clean up your mess. Just then, Zhang Yuhua led Zhao Tingdong over. Looking at Aunt Jess' miserable state, Zhang Yuhua almost laughed out loud. Zhao Tingdong ignored everyone and said to Yun Shuyao, earlier some military personnel came to the village to verify your identities, so I knew where you were. It was my call. The Ji family is simply unreasonable. I couldn't reason with them. I really had no choice. Sang Yi casually asked, what exactly happened? As soon as we got back they wanted us to go kill someone. Who are we supposed to kill? Zhao Tingdong was startled. What do you mean, kill someone? You're proper soldiers now. The three brothers, Luo Xin and the others, haven't had it easy since childhood. Now that they've finally made something of themselves, they can't go doing anything stupid, Luo Xin said sharply. Exactly. Things a company commander like you can think of, your own parents can't even imagine how ridiculous. Zhao Tingdong sighed. The girl Xiao Qiaolan gave birth to was sent back and died shortly after. They only found out after they were discharged. But Jijie and Xiao Qiaolan didn't pursue it. A month later, Xiao Qiaolan wanted to get pregnant again. But Jijie's leg hadn't healed properly and he refused to cooperate. Zhao Tingdong's voice grew smaller and smaller. Zhang Yuhua, frantic, shoved him aside. Let me say it. That girl Xiao Qiaolan gave birth to was starved to death by Granny Ji. Every day I could hear her cursing that poor child at home. She is so cruel, one life just gone like that. When the eldest couple came home from the hospital, she forced Xiao Qiaolan to work. Xiao Qiaolan didn't want to work, she just wanted to get pregnant again. Jijie ignored her, so she put a boar-breeding drug on Jijie. And guess what happened? Jijie actually died on Widow Liu's bed, died from a stroke on the spot. Chapter 65. The one in your Ji family I hate most is you. The three sisters looked at each other. Immediate wins? Zhang Yuhua nodded firmly. Widow Lu nearly died of fright. It was us who helped pull the two apart. When Jijie died, that thing was still standing. Widow Lu wasn't well either. Blood was gushing everywhere. Yun Shuyao's mouth twitched. Jiyu asked, puzzled, then why did you bring us back? Why not just report it to the police? Zhang Yuhua slapped her thigh. We can't report it to the police. If we do, our team's honor is gone. None of us agreed to report it. Besides, Xiao Qiaolan didn't mean to kill anyone. She just wanted a child. Jijie was the one who cheated, playing around with Widow Lu. This was an accident, right? Zhao Tingdong looked embarrassed. It's true. The Widow Lu got so scared she started babbling. If we report her to the police and they lock her up, what'll happen to her two kids? You might not know, her husband died for the brigade. We've all been helping her as much as we can. Luo Xin sneered, helping all the way to bed. Zhang Yuhua said awkwardly, old Liu's family were all women here. She's been a widow for years. She made a mistake, but that's forgivable. Besides, she's already been taught a lesson. Isn't she scared silly? Luo Xin, why are you taking her side? Zhang Yuhua rubbed his nose. If it weren't for her man saving my old man, I would be the one being called a widow right now. The six understood. The current meaning was that the whole brigade wanted to cover this up. The Ji family didn't accept that way of handling it, and Zhao Tingdong wanted to bring back some sensible people to manage the Ji family's affairs. Sang Yi asked, what about Xiao Qiaolan? Zhao Tingdong looked at the Ji family. Ji Li pressed his lips together. She ran away. We went to her natal family to look, but they said they hadn't seen her, and they said a daughter who has married is like water that's been thrown away. Whether she's dead or alive is the Ji family's matter. Nothing to do with them. Just then, Ji Ro came back from outside. The moment she stepped in, she began shouting wildly. Xiao Qiaolan must have hidden herself somewhere. Otherwise, how could she be nowhere to be found? Zhao Tingdong turned his gaze to Ji Ro and slowly asked, Ji girl, why are you so sure she hid herself? Did you see it? When Zhao Tingdong asked like that, Ji Ro seemed suddenly awakened, stopping dead in her tracks, her body wobbling a little before she steadied herself. She gulped for breath, her chest heaving violently, beads of sweat the size of beans sliding down her forehead. After a long moment, her voice, slightly trembling, came out in broken sentences. I don't know, I was just guessing. They couldn't get anything out of him, so Zhao Tingdong and Zhang Yuhua left the Ji household together. Before leaving, they specifically instructed Yun Shuyao and Sang Yi to make sure they finished handling this matter before they left. Otherwise, if it kept escalating, who knew what it might turn into? They sent the three brothers to clean up the house while the three sisters went up to the back hill together. Yun Shuyao took the novel an inspirational beauty and her husband taking the 1970s by storm out of the space. Yun Shuyao flipped through it and muttered to herself, I only remember the endings for the female lead and the two of us. I really didn't pay attention to what happened to these minor characters. I'll look for it. Luo Xin was someone she had only read about recently. She thought carefully for a moment. In the book, after Luo Xin was arrested, Yen Ruyu received a commemorative banner, and some committee leaders from the county even specially received her. Seems they also arranged an office job for her. Why is it all gibberish? Sang Yi and Luo Xin hurried over to look. Apart from the book's opening that described how beautiful and capable Yen Ruyu was, and how sweet her love with Ji Yen was, everything about other people had turned into gibberish. The three sisters. Sang Yi was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Alright, originally traveling into books and worlds is an act against the natural order. Heaven probably doesn't want us to meddle too much in other people's fates, so we'll just live our lives our own way. Luo Xin gave a heavy hum. There's food and drink in a big bed, and now we can still go out on missions. We don't have to worry about constant zombie waves, much better than before. Shuyao touched her smooth forehead. You haven't mentioned the most important thing. Do we also get the pirated Zhong Shuapa to sleep with us for free? Luo Xin giggled like a lovesick fool. Shuyao stood up, looked into the distance and said, actually we never really took the Ji family seriously. Whatever happens to them doesn't affect us. If it weren't for Ji Yu and those two would probably be in Haixing by now, right? Luo Xin grabbed one of them and started walking back. Let's finish this here quickly. Then we'll play for a few days before heading out on a mission. After we earn merits, we'll apply to build a house. I'm retiring on Moon Island. The three sisters had just reached the foot of the mountain when they saw Jiro running frantically toward the little thatched hut where Shi Yan had once stayed. Luo Xin sneered, I don't know what Xiao Qiaolon was thinking. Asking Jiro to help her. I never saw them being that close before. Sang Yi hugged her arms and looked coldly in Jiro's direction. With the panicked look she just had, no one suspects her? I don't know what's wrong with the heads of the Ji family. Xiao followed. Let's go see what on earth is going on. The three didn't need to hide. The two inside the house were already arguing violently and couldn't see anyone standing outside. Xiao gave Luo Xin a look. Luo Xin nodded, and they ran toward the village. Xiao Qiaolon, you'd better hurry and go apologize to my parents yourself. My fourth brother and the others and those three fox spirits are back. The team leader said they came specifically to sort this out, and they won't let them go until it's resolved. Xiao Qiaolon idly tapped her fingers. Jiro, don't forget we're like grasshoppers on the same line. If my secret comes out, don't think you'll have it easy either, so they'll just use you to send them off. Jiro screamed twice. Xiao Qiaolon, how can you be so vicious? You know I can't beat them, and you want me to go to my death. You married into my family all these years, haven't I wronged you? Can't you leave me alone? Xiao Qiaolon glared at Jiro viciously. You haven't wronged me? When that old witch at your home tormented me years ago, weren't you the one making snide remarks on the side? I even have to wash your underwear if I didn't. You egged that old hag on to go after me. Bottom line of your Ji family. I hate you the most. Serves you right to be with that second scoundrel who knows whether that thing of his has sores or not. Did it give them to you? Ha! Jiro screamed ah, as she lunged at Xiao Qiaolon, and soon the two were grappling. Xiao Qiaolon hadn't properly recovered from childbirth and these past days had been sleepless and anxious, so she quickly fell behind. Jiro straddled her, gripping her face hard. You slut, my eldest brother doesn't want to sleep with you, yet you were willing to drug him. Can't you live without a man? You lowly BH dare threaten me'll strangle you now. If you die no one will ever know, ha ha ha. Chapter 66. Jiro, let go at once. Do you want to kill her? Just as Xiao Qiaolon had only one breath left, the sound of hurried footsteps came from afar. The squad leader arrived at the scene out of breath, leading a group of people. Captain Zhao Tingdong screamed hoarsely in fury. Jiro, let go at once. Do you want to kill someone? Jiro, already completely gone mad, had lost all reason. She ignored Zhao Tingdong's shouts and stared fixedly at Xiao Qiaolon beneath her, whose throat she was gripping with all her strength. Her fingers clamped on the neck like iron pincers. Jiro ground her teeth. From the excessive force her face had become grotesquely distorted, muscles taut, her features twisted together. Zhao Tingdong and several strong men had to use a great deal of force to separate the two. Xiao Qiaolon had already stopped breathing, her face purple and blue, her eyes bulging so much the eyeballs nearly rolled out. Jiro regained consciousness at that moment. Her eyes flitted around, searching for a safe refuge. Granny Ji had run slowly and only just arrived. Squeezing into the crowd, she wailed and shouted, my daughter. What's happened to you? Xiao Qiaolon, that troublemaker, didn't just wreck my son's life, now she wants to kill my eldest girl too. Serves her right that she died so miserably. She deserved it. Zhao Tingdong stood with his hands on his hips, eyes bulging with anger as he glared at Shuyao and Sang Yi, shouting in a panic, you were right at the door, why didn't you stop her? At these words, Ji's face instantly darkened, a chilling aura radiating from him. He stepped in front of Yun Shuyao and snapped back without courtesy. What obligation does my wife have to stop anyone? You big men couldn't pull her away, how could a frail woman manage it? GCI was furious at his attitude. More than 3 months of training had made him much stronger, and his aura was completely different. Didn't my wife, my 4th sister-in-law, and I already tell my 6 siblings to go back and call you? What right do you have to lose your temper with them? Luo Xin, who had been silent, couldn't help but speak. Her once cute, delicate face was now covered in frost as she asked coldly, "Did your intestines come out when your stomach problems sent you to the restroom? Who gave you the nerve to talk to Shuyao and Sang like that?" Zhao Tingdong's face flushed red and then white at the words. He knew he shouldn't have spoken like that. I didn't mean it that way. Nothing like this has ever happened in our team before. I was just in a moment of panic. Yunzhao tugged at Ji's arm and looked at Zhao Tingdong. You all saw what Jiro was like just now. Sang Yi and I are only 2 women. If we had rashly stepped forward, we might have become her victims too. We could only wait for you to come. The matter has already happened. Nothing you say now matters. This is intentional homicide. If you don't want to report it to the police, that's not possible. Ji Posey released Jiro from her arms, scrambled over and grabbed Zhao Tingdong's thigh. Don't report it to the police. Xiao Qiaolan killed my son. My girl only sought revenge for her brother. This is a family matter. We can shut the door and settle it ourselves. 4th son's wife, how can you be so vicious? Are you trying to push your little sister into the fire? People at the scene were talking over one another, saying all kinds of things. Some agreed with calling the police, others opposed it. Sang Yi sneered. Jiro slept with Lizzie and Xiao Qiaolan knew about it. That's why Jiro had to be threatened by her. Even the fact that Xiao Qiaolan was hiding here was Jiro's doing, otherwise what would she be living off? Where do you get the nerve to say she was avenging Jia? Someone as selfish as Rudo you think she'd be that kind? Ji Posey was clearly stunned by the news. Dumbfounded and forgetting even to cry out, Ji Chunlin stepped forward with a sullen face, pointing at GCI and scolding, "You damn bastard, you let your wife smear your sister like this?" "You this nest." Before he could finish, Sang Yi stepped up and yanked Ji Chunlin by the collar. Ji Chunlin's feet left the ground instantly. "If you don't want that mouth of yours, I can put you out of commission. If you dare insult GCI one more time, it'll make you regret coming into this world." Zhao Tingdong. This is a weak woman. Ji Paozi came to her senses and screamed as she lunged at Sang Yi. Old Fifth's family. How dare you hit your man's biological father? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Let him go, or I'll fight you to the death. Yun Xiao took the voice recorder hidden in her trouser pocket and played it. The conversation between Xiao Qiaolan and Jiro came through clearly. Everyone at the scene stood there stunned. Mouths open wide enough to fit 2 eggs. Jiro felt as if her head had been struck by a thunderbolt. After a deafening buzz, only 2 words reverberated through her. "It's over." Sang Yi shoved Ji Chunlin aside and with disgust wiped her hands on Ji's body. "Now everything is clear. Xiao Qiaolan is dead too. What you do about it is none of our business. The unit has matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving first." Yun Xiao looped her arm through Ji's and glared at Zhao Tingdong, warning, "We're soldiers out here and have many assignments. If you dare call the unit again over these messy trifles, don't blame me for being unkind." After speaking, the 6 of them left without looking back. Those left at the scene looked at one another. Jiro watched the 6 who had gone and breathed a sigh of relief. With those 6 ruffians gone, her parents would definitely be safe. Even if her reputation in the village was ruined, so what? If she just fawned over Yen Ruya's stinky foot a bit, maybe she could get introduced to a soldier as a match. Her eldest brother was a battalion commander. Any match he introduced would surely be a big shot. Once she got into the service, who would know what had happened to her before? Just as she sat on the ground smugly thinking she'd escaped trouble, Zhao Tingdong said to the men helping, "Tie Jiro up and report this to the Public Security Bureau." Jiro violently lifted her head. Her face contorted as she shouted, "Why report to the police? Xiao Qiaolan deserved it. She watched me get violated by Lizzie and didn't help me. And afterward she came to threaten me, making me steal medicine for her. If it were you, wouldn't you hate her?" Granny Ji held Jiro and asked, "Xiaoro, how did you end up with Lizzie?" Yen Ruyue, standing in the crowd, was startled. Her body trembled and she gave Ji Yan a panic tug. Ji Yan was frightened and became completely flustered. Jiro cried, snot and tears pouring. I was seeing Zhao Deben, the sent-down youth. I sneaked out at night to see him, and I ran into Lizzie. Ji Chunlin was so exhausted he couldn't utter a word. He took a deep breath and asked, how do you know the sent-down youth? Jiro wiped her nose. I met him when 7th brother and 7th sister-in-law got married. 7th sister-in-law said he fancied me, and that his family had connections so he could return to the city any time, and I could go with him to eat ration grain. Yan Ruyu's expression instantly filled with terror and helplessness. I only did it for my younger sister's sake, Yan and Yan Ruyu, their trembling hands clasped together. He felt panic in his heart, but he forced himself to appear calmer. Father, mother, what's done is done. Pursuing what happened to my sister now won't make it as if it never happened. Chapter 67 Loving the people, serving the country. After the group of 6 left, they took advantage of the night to take out the electric scooters. The 3 sisters each carried their own man and rode toward the county. The 3 poor, tall, long-legged men curled their legs behind them, so aggrieved they were about to cry. With the Ji household in such chaos, they didn't want to stay another minute. Anyway, money was no object. Wasn't it better to go stay at the guest house? After booking the rooms, they gathered in Shuyao and Ji's room, closed the door and drew the curtains. Immediately a large table appeared on the floor. Sang Yi and Luo Xin wanted hot pot, and since the guest house had electricity, Shuyao took out an induction cooker and a divided hot pot, along with all kinds of vegetables, beef and lamb rolls, meatballs, ox tripe, duck intestines, aorta, and seafood. Only when the table could no longer hold any more did Shuyao stop, and she also gave each person a bottle of green plum wine. She put ice in the cups, poured in the green plum wine, took a sip, and a cool sweet and sour taste spread through her mouth, flowed down her throat, and straight to her heart, making her soul feel exhilarated. Dig in. It was the 3 brothers' first time eating hot pot. As the ingredients gradually cooked, the 3 of them couldn't wait to pick up their chopsticks and shove the various cooked meats into their mouths. For a while, the only sounds at the dining table were the crisp clinking of chopsticks against bowls and plates and the contented noises of chewing. GCI was the most voracious eater. He wolfed everything down, not caring about his appearance. Before long he was sweating profusely, but he didn't mind in the slightest, continuing to shove food into his mouth and slurring, 4th sis-in-law, can we eat this often from now on? This hot pot is just too delicious. Saying that, he grabbed another large piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing heartily, Sang Yi wiped his forehead with a napkin. Good for you. Eat whenever you want. There's plenty of fox yaos. You could eat until you're sick. Ji's mouth was burning from the spice. How could something so tasty make you sick of it? I could eat it every day. This is the first time we've had beef since we grew up, so that's what beef and mutton taste like. Shuyao could only laugh through her tears. The 3 brothers finished one plate and she would bring out another. They didn't stop until they had eaten more than a dozen plates in a row. After they were full and had washed up, they went to rest. On the other side with the Qixing team, by the time the police arrived it was already midnight. Zhao Tingdong's words still carried weight. After he insisted on reporting to the Public Security Bureau, the others bound Jiro tightly. When the police arrived, they not only took Jiro away but also arrested Lizzie. Lizzie was so scared when he saw the police that he wet himself, pointing at Jiyan and shouting, I didn't rape her. It was her brother who told me to do it. He said her reputation was so bad and they couldn't find a husband, so he chose me. He told me to make it a fait accompli and then marry her off to me. When Ji Posey heard this she fainted on the spot, and Ji Chunlin couldn't take it either and collapsed onto a stool. In the end Ji Yan, Jiro, and Lizzie were all taken back to the police station. Before they left, Yan Ruyu suddenly leaned close to Ji Yan's ear and whispered something. Ji Yan's eyes, which had been as empty and lifeless as still water, were suddenly ignited like a blaze, becoming bright and fervent. He stared fixedly at Yan Ruyu, his eyes full of disbelief and intense longing, his lips trembling as he asked, Really? Yan Ruyu shyly nodded. Ji Yan squeezed her hand and said, Don't worry, it was all me. After everyone else had left, Yan Ruyu glared fiercely at Ji Chunlin and Granny Ji, her look as if it could shoot flames, then stormed off toward her room without looking back and slammed the door shut with a heavy bang. Jilly watched his parents' figures with helplessness. He had intended to step forward and say a few words, but when he glanced at his 2 daughters whose eyes were almost closed could only grit his teeth. Heave a long sigh, pick up one daughter, take the hand of the other, and follow closely behind his wife Su Qian as they left, but Ji Chun seemed completely indifferent to everything happening before him, as if it had nothing to do with him. He didn't even say goodbye. He just strode off. Ji Chunlin glared at his ungrateful sons and daughters-in-law, kicked the door open in a rage and shouted outside, "You ungrateful little bastards, I raised you for nothing. I might as well have raised a dog. At least a dog wags its tail for me, you sons of bitches." The 6 of them didn't care what happened to the Ji family. The 3 brothers had never received parental love. For as long as they could remember, they had to go up the mountain to pull pig grass with the older kids. When they were strong enough to carry a hoe, they had to go to the fields to earn work credits. They worked the most every day but never ate their fill, and on top of that they had to endure Ji Yan and Ji Ro fighting over their meager rations. The group had been out playing for several days, watching movies, visiting parks, going to the seaside to scavenge, and only on the night before the holiday ended did they reluctantly return to the unit. Early the next morning, Zhang Dainiu called a brief meeting for the 13 men. Standing at the front, he asked sternly, "Who are you?" The 13 stood in place and spoke in unison, "The People's Liberation Army." "What do you need to do?" "Love the people, serve the country." Zhang Dainiu was very pleased with their reaction. Then he announced, "The commander appoints Comrade Yun Shuyao as the captain of the Wolfang assault team." Applause everyone. Yun Shuyao was a bit surprised, but everyone's applause was loud, so she could only stand up and give everyone a solemn military salute. Zhang Dainiu raised his hand to signal for silence, then said, "When you go to carry out those arduous and important missions, you must not casually reveal your real names. This not only concerns your personal safety, but also the success or failure of the entire operation, so you should each choose a unique code name for yourselves. This code name will serve as your identity within the team and also as a key link for passing information and coordinating operations. Besides the code name, you'd better also come up with a set of your own secret for so, even if the enemy accidentally overhears them, they won't know what they mean. But don't worry too much. At this stage I won't assign you overly complex or difficult tasks. A newly formed team needs time to get to know each other, adapt, and only after you have adapted to one another will I gradually increase the difficulty and risk level of the tasks. I'll give everyone 2 minutes, and then each of you will report your code name in turn." The 3 brothers all turned their gazes independently to their own wives. The 3 sisters exchanged a look and each quietly said, "Stinky egg, hairy egg, iron egg." The 3 brothers' faces darkened. They firmly refused this shameful name. In the end, Yun Xiao had a bright idea, tweaked it slightly, and only then were they satisfied. Chapter 68. A motley array of codenames. Luo Xin suggested. "Calling him egg really sounds a bit off. How about Stinky Wolf, Furry Wolf, or Iron Wolf?" Ji's mouth twitched. "Is it that I can't be without the stinky character? I really don't like it." Yun Shuyao laughed, bending forward and back. "Calling him Cho is pretty cute. I quite like it." Ji still wanted to try to get rid of the nickname Cho, but Yun Xiao gave him a sharp look. "If you keep being such a fuss, I'll start calling you Wu Dalong." Jiyu. The 3 men's code names were settled. Sang Yi looked at her 2 close friends and asked, "What should we call ourselves?" Yun Xiao thought for a moment. "Red Wolf? Fragrant Wolf? Snow Wolf?" Jijua raised his hand tremblingly. "Fourth sister-in-law, let's be clear first. I'm not fussy. I don't want to be called Wu Dalong. But may I ask why it has to have the character wolf? Can I be called Iron Leopard instead?" Luo Xin propped her chin on her hand and looked at him. "These are all couple names. Are you sure you want to be called Iron Leopard?" Jijua's expression grew suddenly resolute. "It'll be Iron Wolf. If anyone stops me from being called that, I'll turn on them." The 7 remaining people pooled together to produce a single high school diploma, and the names they chose were a wild bunch, both ridiculous and laughable. Li Area actually gave herself the codename Big Black Chicken. When Zhang Dainiu asked why she chose that, she proudly said, "Because I'm dark-skinned. What name could be more fitting?" Zhang Dainiu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard that. He composed himself and then told the others to hurry up and report their own code names. How Yi called herself Big Beautiful, where she got that confidence, nobody knew, and Bai Xiaofan went with Sky Leaping Monkey. Is she really going to leap into the sky like a monkey? What family would name their girl that? Wang Yujia named herself Thin Hemp Pole. She must thought her figure was as skinny as a hemp pole. Lu Rueting called herself Corn Cob, which sounds like she's from a farming background. Sun Hongjun gave himself the codename Field Frog. When it came to Zhou Fei, he came up with Mound, and nobody really knew what he meant by that. After hearing all these bizarre code names, Zhang Daniu was completely baffled. He was silent for a long time. After a while he slowly raised his head, let out a deep sigh and said helplessly, "I'm asking you to pick code names, not give yourselves nicknames." Jiyu laughed so hard his body trembled. Hearing that, his stinky wolf actually sounded pretty good. Zhang Daniu looked at Yun Shuyao. "Captain Yun, you wouldn't want your team members to be called names like that, right? Then give everyone names." Yun Shuyao looked at everyone. Black wolf, yellow wolf, silver wolf, gray wolf, plantain wolf. Before Yun Shuyao could finish, the people below began to shout answers. Li Aria shoved Sun Hongjun aside and raised her hand, signaling, "It'll be Black Wolf. If anyone dares to compete with me, they'll have to ask my fists first." Ji was a bit anxious, afraid someone would take the name he had his eye on. He quickly asked, "Captain Yun, can I be Grey Wolf? Smelly Wolf suits Sun Hongjun better." Yun Shuyao looked at his pitiful expression and nodded perfunctorily. Okay, you'll be called Grey Wolf." After the code names were chosen, the 13 wolves were all very satisfied, except Sun Hongjun. When the meeting ended, he still hadn't figured out why he was the one called Stinky Wolf in the India. In the days that followed, Yun Shuyao led the team into a new round of training. Compared with Jin Shi and Dong Shuai and the others, Yun Shuyao's training methods were extremely harsh. Wang Yujie Miao Wolf was slight in build, with a particularly obvious weakness in arm strength. Yun Shuyao mercilessly had her hang from the horizontal bar, and tied 2 fierce military dogs beneath her. Whenever Wang Yujie's strength faltered and she felt like sliding off the horizontal bar, the 2 watchful military dogs would immediately pounce on her, snapping at her slender calves, forcing Wang Yujie to grit her teeth and hang on with all her might, not daring to slacken for a moment. Hao Yi Jialing's 5-kilometer weighted run result was unsatisfactory. Yun Shuyao not only tied sandbags to her legs to increase the difficulty, but also released military dogs behind her to pursue her relentlessly. These dogs wouldn't actually bite Hao Yi, but they would constantly tear at her clothing. This unique training method put tremendous pressure on her, forcing her to run with all her strength. But how could 2 legs outrun 4? As Hao Yi fell, struggled, punched and kicked and ran flat out, she finally made noticeable progress. Yun Shuyao watched the she flees it pursues routine every day, a sly smile on her face, thinking, if you put 2 zombies in there you'd leave after images when you ran. And so, in less than half a month, with the help of the military dogs, the weak links each person had gradually turned into strengths. Everyone's physical fitness and willpower improved greatly, and the overall strength achieved a qualitative leap. Zhang Daniu looked at the results of everyone's training, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He called Yun Shuyao into his office and praised, "Captain Yun, not only are you great at inventing, you're so professional at training troops, truly a hero among women." Then Zhang Daniu shifted his tone and continued, "Shen has studied your blueprint for many days and finally produced a batch of finished products. When you have time, go to the research institute. He's going to the capital to report, and the report has your name on it. He also wants to discuss some details with you. Commander Shen is leaving for Jing City tomorrow to give a work report. Considering the security and importance of this trip, I plan to assign your Wolfang assault team to escort him. I'll leave the arrangements to you. Make absolutely sure there are no mistakes." Yun Shuyao was about to agree when Zhang Daniu added, "Besides that mission, Shi Yan's unit will depart at 6 this evening to support the South Sea Fleet. The country of Yu has been completely ignoring our warnings, brazenly intruding into our southern waters to cause trouble, and repeatedly violating and harassing them. The best shooters in the Wolfang team are the 6 of you. Pull 2 people from your squad to go with them and follow Shi Yan's command." At this point Zhang Daniu paused briefly. "There's another case requiring military assistance. Yesterday the Public Security Bureau caught several traffickers and rescued a few women and 2 children. But they found a lot of old items in the traffickers' den. The police suspect there may be a mole, so they couldn't move the evidence in time. Those arrested confessed that their ringleader had contact with foreigners. The director suspects smuggling might be involved. These people are desperados with high combat capability, so the police need our help to solve the case. Send a few more people." Yun Shuyao's mouth twitched as she listened. "Commander, we only have 13 people, not 130. Are you asking the Wolfang assault team to take on all 3 missions?" Zhang Daniu took a sip of tea. "When we select the assault team, quality matters more than quantity. Each of you stands out in various aspects, more capable than soldiers with years of service. You just lack seasoning. By now you should have a good understanding of each person after these 2 weeks of training, right? Go make the arrangements. Chapter 69. Geniuses have bad tempers. Shuyao left the brigade commander's office and went straight to the research institute. She showed the certificate the commander had given her and got in without any trouble. Shun Limin is 40 this year and has never married. Apart from eating and sleeping, he spends almost all his time holed up in the lab. Years ago people tried to set him up. How did he answer? He said to the matchmaker, "Marrying me is no different from being a widow who keeps house. What great hatred do you have against her to think of introducing her to me?" From then on no one ever played matchmaker for him again. He was alone, pouring all his energy into scientific research, studying the things he loved every day, which made him feel very satisfied. "Director Shen, Captain Yun is here to see you." The assistant walked over and told him. Shun Limin quickly set the object he had been clutching aside, hurriedly straightened his glasses, then looked in Yun Shuyao's direction and after a long moment exclaimed, "I didn't expect Captain Yun to be so young. Such a complex report and drawings actually came from your hand. I'm impressed." Yun Shuyao nodded. She was anxious to hold a meeting with the Wolfang assault team's members to assign 3 tasks, so she was a bit impatient. "What is it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Shan?" Shin Limin took a small notebook out of his pocket. "I wanted to discuss with you this recording chip can be hidden inside a pin." Yun Shuyao held up a hand in dismissal. "Mr. Shun, I have a meeting to run and no time to discuss this. What is it you actually want from me?" Before Shin Limin could speak, the assistant next to him lost his composure. He stepped over, looked at Yun Shuyao and said, "How can you be like this? Director Shun is a leading figure at the institute. If he were interested, he could discuss with Yun Shuyao sighed deeply and slapped the back of his head. "I don't even have time to speak with him. Do you think I have time to listen to your nonsense?" The young assistant staggered forward from the blow, dazed and disoriented, completely unable to process what had just happened. Shun Limin was even more frightened, trembling all over. He stammered, "Captain Yun, please don't be angry. I truly didn't know you had important matters to attend to. If I'd known ahead of time, I definitely wouldn't have wasted your time like this. If you had told me earlier, how could I have possibly stopped you from taking care of important business? For the appearance of the voice recorder you designed, I have a whole basket of ideas. For example, we could actually design it into." Yun Shuyao felt as if a giant greenbottle fly were buzzing incessantly in her ear. The noise made her head feel like countless machines were roaring at once, humming and unbearable. Finally, in the next instant she could endure the torture no longer. She snapped her head up and shouted at Shin Liming, "Shut up!" Yun Shuyao took a deep breath and continued, "I've already written the design drawings and the principal report for the voice recorder clearly. Is it that you can't understand or you can't read? I'm not a researcher. I don't have time to discuss these things with you. Design it however you want. I have no opinion about the authorship. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving now." After Yun Shuyao left, the little assistant rubbed the back of his head and complained, "Teacher, why is she like that? I didn't even say anything, so why did she start hitting me and even yelled at you like that?" Shin Limin adjusted his glasses and smiled. "You don't understand, geniuses all have bad tempers." The assistant poutingly said, "You're a genius too, your temper is very good." Shin Limin, "What kind of genius am I? Compared to her, I'm nothing. I don't even count for a fart. What she designed is at least 10 years ahead of other countries. Someone who can casually draw such detailed schematics is bound to have a bit of a temper. If you want to keep studying at the institute, be more polite when you see her, got it?" Yun Shuyao walked out of the institute, irritably fished at her ear and muttered, "Where did this Tang Sanzang come from? Nagging like some woman." 20 minutes later in the conference room, Yun Shuyao briefly went over the 3 tasks with the 12 team members. "Do any of you have ideas about which task you want to take? You say first, then I'll adjust. But to be clear in advance, Xianglong, Shualong and I each must take on one of the 3 tasks separately. They are the team leaders for the other 2 tasks. No one objects, right? Who would dare object?" The 3 of them had almost equal combat strength, each more ruthless than the next. Working under them, everyone was eager to show themselves. What objections could there be? No. Everyone spoke in unison. Lu Xian raised her hand. "Red Wolf, I want to escort Director Shin to the capital." For teammates, I'll choose Iron Wolf. Davijua hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yun Shuyao glanced at everyone. "Who else wants to go together?" Lu Rueting Yellow Wolf and Wang Yujie Miao Wolf raised their hands together. We also want to go to the capital and will complete the mission. Sang Yi thought for a moment. I want to investigate the human traffickers. I'll choose Mao Wolf as my teammate. Shuyao understood why she chose a trafficker. Sang Yi had been passed around and only ended up in the orphanage after being trafficked. Even though they later did DNA tests and appeared in the news, they never found her parents a wound that would never leave her. Shuyao cast her a pained glance. Sang Yi smiled at her. Sisters who'd grown up sharing the same pair of trousers didn't need words spelled out to understand one another. Hao Yi Jiaolong and Bai Xiaofen Yinlang exchanged a glance and in unison said, "Well, go with Xianglong." Xiao hummed and looked at Zhou Fei Wild Wolf. "Wild Wolf, you go with them. You're good at hiding. You'll definitely need to lie in wait, so perform well. I'll report back to the captain to request rewards." Zhou Fei stood at attention and saluted. "Yes." Xiao nodded with satisfaction. "Then Grey Wolf, Black Wolf, Stinky Wolf and I will go to support the battalion commander. Well, depart tonight. The rest leave tomorrow morning. Training is suspended for today. Everyone return to organize your quarters, pack your luggage and follow orders for all actions." Sun Hongjun and Li Area rubbed their hands together. So happy they almost burst out laughing. Escorting people was boring, they didn't have the brains for investigating cases. Fighting was where it was at. Beat those Yaogua guys to death. After the meeting, the 6-person group went to Shuyo's room. She first took out 5 pistols and 100 rounds of ammunition and distributed them to the 5. The unit issued these. Keep them to save your lives, but remember to pick up any spent casings. Don't use them unless you have to. She then produced 5 holsters. The 3 sisters checked them against their men's waists. They fit perfectly. Next, Xiao handed some compressed biscuits and vacuum-packed beef jerky to Sang Yi and Luo Xin. "You're carrying out missions in the city and probably won't lack food. Keep these as pocket snacks. If you find something unpalatable, don't eat it quietly. Eat these instead." The 3 sisters hadn't been apart a single day since the 2nd year of the apocalypse. This time they didn't know how long the mission would take. And Shuyao was truly worried about her 2 sisters. Luo Xin's eyes were red. "Hu Liao, when you go to fight, you must be careful and not overdo it. We only want to secure a life and a livelihood, but first you need to be alive to do that, understand?" Sang Yi glared coldly at Jiyu. "If you take a bullet for Hu Liao, and she loses even a single hair, I'll kill you." The 3 brothers. Jiyu murmured, "If not me, then who will protect my own wife? Do you need to warn me?" Xiao furtively slipped another 10 or so child gag pouches to the 2 sisters, just in case. Chapter 70. Can't undermine the wife's authority. At 5:30 in the evening, Xiao and her husband, along with Sun Hongjun and Li Area, arrived at the regiment headquarters to check in. Shi Yan had just finished his pre-battle motivational speech when he saw the 4 of them approaching and greeted them. "Captain Yun, I'm honored your squad can join us this time." Gu stared at him irritably. Don't think he couldn't see it. Someone who doesn't even have the courage to look his wife in the eye clearly hasn't given up yet. Xiao smiled politely. "Colonel Shi, you're joking. This is our first mission. We have no experience and still need to learn from you." The force heading out this time was a battalion, 3 companies, about 500 soldiers. The highest-ranking officer was Shi Yan, but the Wolfang assault team didn't belong to any single company. They were a joint operation unit and were there to learn. So Xiao was also considered an officer. At 6 o'clock sharp, the main force boarded the ship from Crescent Island on time. They would have to sail for 3 days and nights to reach the southern island, where their garrison was stationed. The conditions there were harsh. Not only were food and fresh water in short supply, but even weapons had to be used sparingly. Not only did the newly developed weapons need a period of testing before they could be transported there, but more importantly, enemies from other countries often invaded, causing heavy weapon consumption. Xiao brought her team to the cabin, 2 men and 2 women exactly. So Shi Yan assigned them 2 rooms. G's expression darkened. Shi Yan had deliberately arranged it this way, knowing they were husband and wife yet still separating them. What was his intention? He wanted to be in the same room as his wife, but she was the team leader. He didn't want to make excessive requests that would embarrass her or make her lose face. Xiao glanced at him. From his gloomy expression she could tell what he was thinking. She took the initiative and said to Shi Yan, "Captain Shi, we should have 3 rooms. I still need to discuss some matters with my husband, so it's more convenient to stay together." Shi Yan froze on the spot, clenching his fists tightly. "Captain Yun, we have a set number of rooms. Having 1 person per room is a bit wasteful." Sun Hongjun said loudly and carelessly, why waste it? I'll just share a room with your soldiers. I don't want to live alone, I'd be scared. Li Area quickly stepped back a few paces and looked at him with disdain. Stinking wolf, did you leave your brain at home? Sun Hongjun rolled his eyes and thought to himself. You don't know anything. You don't even appreciate such a great chance to curry favor, and you expect the captain to help you improve later? Shuyao lowered his eyes, gave a soft HM, and walked away. Ji grinned so wide his mouth nearly reached his ears, proudly looping an arm around Sun Hongjun's neck, looking like two brothers in perfect harmony. You stinky wolf, next time say something if there's an issue, consider me owing you one today. Sun Hongjun gave him a flirtatious wink. I don't ask for much. If there's another battle like this, put in a good word for me with the captain and make sure to take me along. Ji shivered and kindly advised, that wink of yours honestly looks awful. Take my advice and don't do that move again, you look like a horny frog. Saying that, he waved his hand and trotted after Shuyao back to the room. As soon as they entered the room, Ji wrapped his arms around Shuyao from behind, resting his chin lightly on her head. Shuyao held his large hand on her waist, her back against his chest. What's the matter? Aren't we living together now? Ji leaned down and kissed her cheek, pouting as if to complain that Shuyao just won't give up. He deliberately separated us as husband and wife. He might even use the excuse of discussing battle plans tonight to look for you. I really hate him. Shuyao nuzzled his chin. He's just an unimportant person not worth paying too much attention to. Go rest early. Ji carried her sideways to the edge of the bed, bent over to help take off her shoes and socks, and rubbed her soft white feet. Want a foot bath? Shuyao shook her head. No need to wash, I just took a bath. Ji quickly took off both their outer clothes and pants, squeezed them onto the bed and lay down. Then let's rest early, okay? Shuyao was stunned. But this is a single bed, don't you think it's too cramped? Why don't you sleep over there? Ji lifted her into his arms. It won't be cramped like this. It's warmer to sleep while holding you. Shuyao. 3 days later they finally reached the southern island. Li Area had been seasick for 3 full days. She was dazed and had no energy. Shuyao arranged for her to rest, and using the luggage as a cover, pulled out 2 motion sickness pills and handed them to her. Take these and sleep. You need to be rested before you can fight. Li Area swallowed the pills without even drinking water. I'm fine. As a member of the Wolfang assault team, I must overcome any hardship. If I can't even overcome seasickness, how can I go out and still call myself one of your people? Shuyao was about to argue when the commander of the 1st Battalion nearby said, This is war, not children's pretend play. Is this the place to show off? I really don't understand what the brigade commander was thinking, bringing 2 women along. A soldier and seasick to boot. Li Area bowed her head. She felt she had embarrassed the team leader. Shuyao turned to face the battalion commander, glanced at his collar, and said coldly, My team members aren't up for your lecturing. Do you look down on women? Soldiers can't get seasick? Mind your own troops. It's windy here, cover yourself more with dirt if you have nothing better to do than prance around in front of me. Company commander was scolded by Shuyao to her face, and felt an unnamed fury surge straight to his temples. As a dignified man of 7 feet, to be publicly berated by a woman like this deeply wounded his pride. He could no longer restrain his anger and lunged forward as if to strike. Shuyao reacted faster than him, delivering a flying kick to his belly, then precisely grabbed the company commander's forearm and applied a little force. With a crisp crack, she literally tore both his arms off. Shuyao didn't stop. She reached out and grabbed Camp 1's commander by the neck. She narrowed her eyes slightly, a cold light flashing in them, and warned coolly, Put away that look of contempt. With only your meager ability, you dare act so arrogant? Someone like you, I could easily beat you down 80 times in a minute, leaving you utterly helpless. Ji quickly and deftly grabbed Li Area and Sun Hongjun, who were trying to help, making sure they wouldn't undermine his wife's attempt to assert authority. The commander of the 1st Battalion's face went ashen with pain. The last shred of reason kept him from crying out. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, What are you all standing there for? Get in there! Shuyao laughed exaggeratedly a few times, glanced at the people around her. Look at you all acting like a bunch of bears. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to show yourselves. I'll let you all come at once. If any of you can grab the hem of my dress, you'll win. Then with two loud clicks she reattached the battalion commander's arm. Looking at him provocatively, "Useless commander, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you one more chance to redeem yourself." Chapter 71. Why put up with this humiliation now? Yun Shuyao's words were utterly merciless, trampling the battalion commander's and the entire unit's dignity underfoot, and stamping it into the dirt to be buried. What made it even more infuriating was that after saying all this she looked thoroughly pleased with herself. That arrogant, overbearing expression made one's teeth itch with hatred. Just then, Shuyao and the head of the southern island walked up side by side. From afar they saw the tense atmosphere here, the entire camp's soldiers glaring at each other like fighting roosters, and both of them couldn't help frowning. As they came a little closer, Shuyao was the first to speak. "What are you doing here?" His voice was low and strong, carrying an air of authority that commanded respect without anger. When Shuyao asked, Yun Shuyao slowly turned around, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her mouth as she said, "Oh, Captain Shi is here. Your troops aren't any good either. This battalion commander wanted to provoke me, but he's just too useless. He couldn't fight back at all, spent the whole time getting beaten. With that level, he's got the nerve to be a battalion commander?" Saying that, she glanced contemptuously at the battalion commander standing to the side with a sullen face. Her eyes full of disdain. Chief of the southern island, Ding Jiafang, was the same rank as Shi Yan and also a regiment commander. Hearing Yun Shuyao's words, he looked at Shi Yan. "Who is this?" Shi Yan introduced, "This is Captain Yun of the Wolfang assault team. They report directly to Brigade Commander Zhang and came to help this time. They are very capable." Ding Jiafang was many years older than Shi Yan. He sized Yun Shuyao up and down and asked, "I wonder if I have the honor of sparring with you?" Yun Shuyao understood. He was deliberately testing her strength. After all, she was a young squad leader. If she didn't have real skill, who would turn their back to her? Who would take her advice? In the military, like in the apocalypse, rules don't differ much. Things are settled with fists. I have no objections, but you don't look exactly young. If your old arms and legs get ruined, it's on you. Me strikes aren't exactly gentle." Ding Jifang's eye twitched. "I'm only 38. Captain Yun, no need to be polite. Well, just spar casually, as long as no one's seriously hurt." Yun Shuyao placed the back of her hand behind her, lifted her head to look at the sea and said, "Considering your age, I'll go easy on you and use 3 moves. Ding Jiafang chuckled and quickly made a move toward Yun Shuyao. He had intended to give her a shoulder throw, but Yun Shuyao's stance seemed rooted to the ground. No matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't budge her at all. Ding Jiafang began to take Yun Shuyao seriously. He extended his leg to try to trip her forcefully, but that failed too. In the end, with no other option, he rapidly threw a punch at her. Yun Shuyao smiled sweetly, tilted her head slightly, and dodged his punch. Immediately after, Yun Shuyao used the same sequence of moves on Ding Jiafang. She first executed a shoulder throw that knocked him down, then quickly threw a punch toward his face, stopping just a centimeter from his eye. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. "Captain, finished probing? Can we get to the point now?" Shi Yan pulled Ding Jiafang up from the ground and even thoughtfully brushed the sand off him. "I told you she's very strong and you didn't believe me. Embarrassing, isn't it?" Ji's face quickly darkened at that doting tone, and Yun Shuyao naturally felt her man's low mood. She said mercilessly, "Captain Shi, don't be polite. After all, you haven't exactly kept your dignity either. They're all my defeated subordinates, so spare the snide remarks." Shi Yan was taken aback for a moment, then asked, "What about him? Is he one of your defeated subordinates too?" Yun Shuyao walked over and pulled Jiyu to her side. "He's my husband. Matters between husband and wife don't need the regimental commander's concern." Having said that, she ignored Shi Yan's reaction and turned directly to Ding Jiafang. "Tell me about the situation on the island. How many enemies are there in total? What weapons do they have?" Ding Jiafang was completely won over by Yun Shuyao, then stepped forward and motioned for her to follow while replying, "We'd better go inside and discuss this in detail. This year the Yuan state has provoked us more than a dozen times, but the scale and threat of this incident are far greater than any previous one. They have already illegally occupied 2 islets. Our entire independent regiment has fought them more than a dozen times, with heavy casualties on both sides. They have now withdrawn to an islet over 100 nautical miles to the southwest of the southern island. Both sides are waiting for weapons resupply. Once they attack again, we'll be able to settle things with them properly. Yun Shiyu interrupted him. Why wait for them to invade? Now that we have weapons and supplies, can't we just drive them all out? They're stomping around on our territory right now, and you want to wait until they've completely occupied it before acting. Shuyao walked over to explain, if others don't offend us, we won't offend them. Not even an island or reef, let alone a drop of seawater or a grain of sand, can we allow to be lost. If we openly attack, it's not called repelling the enemy. Internationally, it's called starting a war. Yun Shiyu couldn't understand. 50+ years later, what country is so powerful? Why has it got to be so restrained now? She couldn't come to terms with the two of them, tossed out that she'd go check on the team first and left. She didn't have time to wait here for enemy supplies to arrive and then come back to provoke them. She would act herself without openly starting a war. She could carry out a sneak attack from behind. He called Jiyu Sun Hongjun and Li area to his makeshift place and laid out his plan. We move tonight. Grey Wolf and I will go. Black Wolf, you and Stinky Wolf stay here to cover us. If there are special orders, follow Captain Shu's command. Understood. Sun Hongjun asked, Captain, how will you and Grey Wolf go? Swim over. Jiyu clicked his tongue. Can't we just take a boat? Stop asking so many questions, will you? After the four of them discussed it, Yun Shuyao went out of her way to give Shuyao and Ding Jiefeng a heads-up, saying she was feeling unwell from 3 days on a boat and needed to rest early. She asked them not to disturb her unless it was important, because only by resting well could she give her all in the fights ahead. Shuyao, of course, had no objections, and even told her to rest well. Yun Shiyu led Jiyu to a spot a bit farther from the independent regiment's camp, and by the moonlight she produced a speedboat from the space. Although Jiyu had seen her conjure things out of thin air many times before, this time she produced an entire boat, and he was utterly astonished. This is... Yun Shuyao finished filling the speedboat with fuel and said casually, this is a speedboat. I got it from a speedboat club. It's very fast. Then she took out 2 sets of wetsuits and 2 down coats. Don't ask so many questions. Put on the wetsuits first. The speedboat is loud. We can't stop at the shore and need to swim over. Put the wetsuit on underneath and wear this coat on top. The sea wind will be very cold. She thought for a moment, then took out 2 more hats that could cover the face. Chapter 72. A burst of gunfire. Flames soaring. Following the original plan, the two of them steered southwest according to the compass. An hour later, 2 kilometers from the reef, Yun Shuyao stopped the speedboat and signaled Jiyu to take off his coat and hood. The two of them jumped into the sea together and stowed the speedboat. After coming ashore, Yun Shuyao quickly took out several large bath towels and 2 cups of hot water. Ji's body was running. He only felt cool when he first entered the sea, but by now he had warmed up from swimming, so he began attending to Yun Shuyao. 10 minutes later, the two of them had changed into black tracksuits, put on black hoods, and under the moonlight, headed toward the center of the reef. The soldiers of the Yu state had set up camp not far from the shore. It was already past midnight, yet the camp remained noisy, with many people moving back and forth. Yun Shuyao pulled Jiyu to hide behind a rock, watching the Yu soldiers loading things onto a boat. Jiyu whispered, has Yu's supply arrived too? Are they going to the southern island to provoke tonight? Yun Shuyao watched for a moment and nodded. Seems like it. The seaside was too dark just now. I didn't see any large ships. Maybe we simply didn't notice. Yun Shuyao tugged him toward the shore. Then let's just take their ship back, and while we're at it, take their weapons so they can send themselves as bait. Jiyu affectionately ruffled the top of her head. My wife is still so clever. The two of them reached the shore again, and sure enough, a warship was moored there. The sea breeze swept through, lifting Yun Shuyao's hair, and a sly smile flickered across her exquisitely beautiful face. She's come to win merit. She flashed by, and in the blink of an eye had easily put 2 soldiers of the Yu nation down on the ground. She then nimbly stripped off their clothes. The 2 quickly changed into them. She used cosmetics to alter their facial features and hairstyles, making them indistinguishable from real Yu soldiers. Thus, Yun Shuyao and Jiyu effortlessly blended into the enemy ranks as the warship slowly moved. Jiyu hid in a less conspicuous corner to keep watch, while Yun Shuyao calmly approached the enemy sentries. The moment they relaxed their guard, Yun Shuyao launched a sudden attack and quickly dispatched the sentries with lightning speed. Afterwards, her dexterous little hands waved lightly, and the weapons piled high throughout the cabin were drawn into her space. The whole process flowed smoothly and was completed in one go, Without either of them attracting anyone's attention, Ji Yu looked at Yun Shuyao's slightly tired face with concern and said softly, "Wife, you should rest for a bit. Leave the rest to me." After saying that, he lowered his head, pretended everything was normal, and began to feign an inspection around them that he cautiously glanced here and there, occasionally crouching down to observe. After circling around once, Ji Yu tiptoed back to Yun Shuyao's side and lowered his voice to report, "There are roughly 700 or 800 people here. But unfortunately their leader hasn't shown up. And I didn't dare get too close to that command room, didn't want to alert them." After hearing Ji's report, Yun Shuyao had a general grasp of the situation. She left a loud, smacking kiss on Ji's cheek and praised, "You did great." Receiving praise from his wife, Ji Yu instantly became overjoyed, his tone involuntarily growing eager. "Wife, I could actually go to the command room again. They're just some soldiers from the neighboring country. Given my skills now, I could easily take care of them." Watching Ji's eager, adorable look as if he wanted to claim credit, Yun Shuyao couldn't help laughing. She reached out with both hands and gently ruffled Ji's hair, then gave him a lingering French wet kiss. After a long while, the two slowly parted. Ji's eyes were already bloodshot from excitement, but he still tried hard to suppress the throbbing emotions and the sensual thoughts welling up inside. Then Yun Shuyao took out some weapons unique to Yuegua from her space and patiently taught Ji Yu, hand in hand, how to use these things correctly. After Ji Yu had become proficient, the two exchanged a smile, then like death judges emerging from hell armed with weapons and showing no fear, they charged into the crowd and began firing indiscriminately. In an instant, gunfire erupted and flames shot up into the sky. The captain in the command room heard the commotion, immediately brought the warship to an emergency stop, grabbed his gun and rushed out. Ji Yu slipped into the cockpit like a phantom, trained his gun on the helmsman's head, and gestured toward the front to signal him to keep steering. Yun Shuyao took a translator out of her pocket and said, "Put down your weapon or it'll blow this place up. If you don't believe me, try it. So many people are already dead. You have no chance of winning. Surrender is your only way out." The captain's nostrils flared with anger. Yun Shuyao was amused by his ridiculous expression. She stepped toward him, punched him in the face, grabbed his gun and beat him senseless. Only when the captain was near death did Yun Shuyao hold up the translator and say, "The last person who pointed a gun at me was torn to pieces. Do you want to try?" The captain finally showed a frightened look. His eyes were full of dread and terror as he looked at Yun Shuyao. "No, the Huagua state treats prisoners kindly." Yun Shuyao smiled and nodded. "Fine, but you must voluntarily cede this warship to Huagua, along with all the weapons on board." The captain said into the translator in her hand, "I don't have that authority. If I did that, I'd be executed when I return to your country." Yun Shuyao snorted disdainfully, "You seem to have misunderstood. I'm not negotiating with you, I'm informing you, understand? Do as I said and you'll still have a chance to return to your country. If you disobey, I guarantee you'll be torn to pieces, and it'll be worse. 10 minutes later, the Yu warship was firmly moored at the shore of the southern island. Shuyao and Ding Jiefeng had already gone on alert 15 minutes earlier when they first spotted the enemy, but after the ship stopped there was still no sign of anyone coming ashore. Ding Jiefeng could no longer contain his excitement and kept wanting to rush out, but Shuyao held him tightly back. A minute later, Yun Shuyao and Ji Yu led the captain, the helmsman and several senior officers off the ship in handcuffs. Ding Jiefeng and Shuyao stood frozen in place, and every soldier in the battalion was stunned. Yun Shuyao kicked the captain to the ground. He surrendered. "The people on the ship are all dead, you can tidy up." "Oh right, the cabin at the back holds their weapons. That leader said he gives them to us for free." Chapter 73. Your assistant is a spy. Shuyao led a company, first platoon soldiers to quickly board the warship. The moment they set foot on the deck, the scene before them stunned everyone. Bodies strewn in every direction, blood staining the entire floor, and a strong metallic stench of blood like an invisible tidal wave washing over them, making people nauseous. Even these battle-hardened, iron-blooded soldiers who had carried out countless arduous missions could not suppress the nausea surging in their stomachs at the sight. They all began to vomit. Shuyao stifled the turbulence in his stomach and quickly directed everyone to clean up. Ding Jiefeng and his men started carrying weapons from the rear cabins onto the island. The crates of weapons were heavy, but smiles lit everyone's faces after tidying up. Shuyao and Ding Jiefeng went to find Yun Shuyao to ask what on earth had happened. Yun Shuyao smiled. Why do you care what's going on? As long as the result is what you wanted, that's enough. The enemy's been wiped out, the prisoners captured, the weapons secured, and even a whole warship is now ours. What more could you possibly want? Shi Yan and Ding Jiafang. Yun Shuyao leaned lazily against Ji Yu and asked, when are we going back? The sea breeze here is too strong. I'm not used to it. Ding Jiafang grinned like a sycophant. We can leave any time. The matter's settled, and anyway this mission is thanks to you. Yun Shuyao waved him off. It was everyone's effort, but don't forget to report the part that belongs to me and him. I still want to get a promotion. Luo Xin and Sang Yi left the unit the morning after Yun Shuyao departed. One boarded a train bound for Jing City, the other went to the Public Security Bureau in Yen City. This is the first time Luo Xin has taken a long-distance train since arriving here. Thanks to Shen Limin. The 6 of them were all in hard sleepers. Jizhua and Shen Limin occupied the lower bunks. Luo Xin and Wang Yujia Miao Lang were on the middle bunks. Lu Rueting Huang Lang and Shen Limin's assistant were on the upper bunks. Along the way, Shen Limin kept asking Luo Xin about Yun Shuyao. Why didn't team leader Yun escort me this time? If possible, I'd also like her to come with me to meet the leaders of the military factory. I wonder how she's doing now. I still have a lot of questions I want to discuss with her. Tell me, when we go back, will Captain Yun be able to finish the mission? If I invite her to our institute to give some guidance, would she be willing? Luo Xin considered herself pretty talkative sometimes, but she didn't expect to meet someone even more talkative than her, saying the same few lines over and over like chanting a sutra. Luo Xin couldn't stand it any longer. Shut up. Or I'll knock you out if you keep yammering. Shen Limin's assistant poked his head down from the upper bunk. Hey, why are you like this? Our director Shen even gives some face to the city leaders in Jing. Luo Xin punched him in the eye. You shut up too. Jizhua saw his wife on the verge of anger and quickly stood up to placate her. Don't be angry, you rest well. I'll watch over them for you and keep them from bothering you. The assistant covered his eye and complained to Shen Liming, Director Shen, she actually hit me. I'm your assistant. If she looks down on me, she clearly doesn't respect you. Shen Liming calmly shook his head. I'm not a ration coupon. I can't be liked by everyone. She's not my wife, so she can't be thinking about me. Xiao Wang, don't say any more. Go get a cool handkerchief to press over his eye. Lu Rueting was responsible for protecting Assistant Wang, so it was natural that she went to fetch water with him. Assistant Wang glanced at the tail following behind and frowned slightly. You should go back. What use does a man like me have for a woman's protection? Lu Rueting cast a look at his eyes. Your eyes were put in that condition by a woman, so what's the difference between a man or a woman? Besides, I'm a soldier attached to the Wolfang assault team. I only take orders from our captain and the acting captain, so you can save it. If you don't cool off with cold water soon, you'll turn into the three-eyed Lang. Assistant Wang snorted, walking ahead while thinking of ways to shake off the annoying tail behind him. The train ran for 4 days and 3 nights, and finally came to a steady stop at Jingshi railway station. Luo Xin, Jizhua, and Wang Yujia kept Shen Limin firmly protected in the middle. He only had to carry his luggage and obediently follow along. But Assistant Wang had been irritable from the moment he got out of the car. One moment he wanted to go to the bathroom, the next he said to walk slower for fear of being stepped on. Then he said he didn't need protection from the woman beside him. Luo Xin quietly gave Jizhua a look. Jizhua understood. When Assistant Wang for the 3rd time said he couldn't hold it and needed to go to the bathroom, Jizhua finally agreed. Sure, I'll go with you. I happen to need to go too. Assistant Wang turned his gaze to Shen Limin. Director, do you want to come too? I'm not very used to going to the restroom with people I don't know well. Shen Limin nodded. Then the rest of us will go together. Jizhua led the two into the restroom inside the train station. Luo Xin called Wang Yujia and Lu Rueting over and whispered, when they come out, you two go in and search. See if there are any markings, notes, or any strange symbols. Lu Rueting nodded solemnly. Snow Wolf, I could tell on the train that this kid was up to something. He didn't dare look us in the eye. His gaze was always drifting. When Jizhua came out, he was carrying someone. Luo Xin smiled. Iron Wolf already made a move. We don't need to go in and search. Shen Limin patted his chest as he followed behind, and the moment he saw Luo Xin began to plead. Comrade Luo, my assistant only offended you with words. That's not a reason to arrest him, is it? Please let him go. These next few days I'll make sure to control my own mouth and his. I promise he won't say another word to upset you. Jijua handed the slip of paper to Luo Xin. Luo Xin opened it, glanced, then passed it to Shun Limin. Comrade Shun, your assistant is a spy. Are you still going to plead for him? What? The muscles in Shun Limin's face twitched violently, his expression instantly shifting to one of fury. His eyes seemed ready to bulge from their sockets, his teeth grinding loudly. His parents and relatives had been killed by the little devils. The whole family had been massacred in the most terrible way. It was only because he had gone to school in the capital city that he had escaped that fate. The people he hated most were the little devils, and second were the spies who did their bidding. At this moment Shun Limin was like an enraged tiger, looking left and right for a target on which to vent his fury. Beside him, Luo Xin kindly handed over half a stone. Shun Limin gave her a grateful glance, then without hesitation took the stone and with all his strength hurled it hard at Assistant Wang. You bastard, your ancestors were poor peasants for 8 generations, how did they raise a traitor like you? How can you face your parents? Tell me straight, how many secrets of the research institute did you sell? If you don't tell me, I'll beat you to death today, you son of a bitch. Chapter 74. Couldn't get the stuff? The bodyguard was violent. Assistant Wang was nearly in tears. He hadn't done anything yet. He secretly wrote a note to inform the other party. Couldn't get the item. The bodyguard was very violent. Director Shen, I hadn't had a chance to pass it out before he caught me. You know my family's financial situation isn't good. Me mother is ill, and we've spent a lot on medicine lately. My assistant's salary isn't enough to cover it. Could you forgive me this once? Shin Limin kicked him again. You damn traitor, and you expect me to forgive you? Dream on. Assistant Wang kept playing the victim. They promised to give me 5 yuan each time and I haven't received it yet, so that doesn't count as me selling out the institute. Luo Xin didn't want to hear his nonsense anymore. With a chop of his hand, Assistant Wang passed out. Iron Wolf, drag him along, let's go. Shin Limin had applied in advance to give a talk in Jing City this time. So as soon as they stepped out of the train station they saw several people holding signs waiting for him. The signs read, Welcome Comrade Shun. The people meeting them at the station saw Jijua dragging someone behind him and hurriedly asked, Officer Shun, what's going on? Shin Limin glanced with disgust at Assistant Wang, who looked like a dead pig. He's a traitor. He was exposed by comrades protecting me. You arrived just in time. Hand him over to the Public Security Bureau. Their colleagues will transfer him to the State Security Bureau. The group first went to the Public Security Bureau to explain the situation, handed Assistant Wang over, and then left. When the police heard they were carrying the latest research reports and finished products, they insisted on driving them to their destination under escort. Luo Xin did not refuse. After all, this was her first time here and she didn't know the place, so it was certainly wise to stay on good terms with the police. Shen Limin, Luo Xin, and Jijua rode together in the police car. The others took vehicles from the military factory. The deputy director drove personally and soon delivered them to the gate of the military factory. The report progressed unimaginably smoothly. Engineer Jiang from the military factory was very interested in this small voice recorder. His eyes were fixed on the delicate little device as he nodded in praise. Beside him, Luo Xin couldn't help but show a trace of pride on her face, as if the person being praised were herself. Although the recorder wasn't designed by her sister, bringing an advanced invention that wouldn't appear until decades later into the present era was largely thanks to her sister's efforts. Shuyao deserved this praise. Who would dare say otherwise? Luo Xin would be the first to object. Over the next few days, Shun continued to study and discuss new weapons with the factory engineers. The factories in Jing City mainly handled light weapons, and Luo Xin followed Shin Liming to look at the design plans. After seeing them she felt completely stunned. What is all this? Treating this junk like some treasure? Even compared to the laser guns developed by the base after the apocalypse, these couldn't hold a candle to the ordinary weapons in the police armory. Luo Xin quietly decided she needed to go back and discuss with Shuyao and Sang whether they could sketch the ordinary weapons in the space for the engineers to reference. Her own strength was useless. Only when the country is strong can everyone's lives be better. A few days later, news came from the Jing City Public Security Bureau. Assistant Wang was just a small-time car lemmy and really hadn't sent any messages out. That note was the first. and he was caught on the spot, truly as dumb as could be. But the undercover agents he had contacted who were hiding in Jing City based on his confession, the police suspected these people's mission was to use money to bribe marginal figures at research institutes across the country. As long as they could smuggle out the latest research results, they'd reap a hefty reward. Although Huaguo's current research is far inferior to that of other countries, they also don't want Huaguo to make any breakthroughs. Only by doing so can they continuously sell the unwanted junk to Huaguo, keeping a tight grip on the country. There's no need to spell out Assistant Wang's fate. Even if he can't get a plum peanut, he'll have to stay on the farm until he dies. After this little incident, the top leaders personally ordered a joint operation by the National Public Security and State Security agencies to thoroughly screen every researcher in key units. Once found, they would be severely punished without mercy. Sang Yi and the Yen City police investigated cases for several days with no progress at all. Forget foreigners, they didn't even catch a glimpse of any traffickers. The traffickers they had captured earlier were already on the verge of collapse. They had confessed the same information more than 20 times, yet the police kept interrogating them again and again. They had no other wish now but to get it over with no progress in the case. Sang Yi was also very frustrated. Finally she came up with an idea: she could lure the snake out of its hole. Not just her. Hao Yi Jiaolong and Bai Xiaofan Yinlang could also dress up and lure the enemy in, couldn't they? She told the police her plan during the meeting, but Police Captain Zhang Dongfei immediately expressed his disagreement. You are being absurd. These smugglers and traffickers are all desperate men. They'll do anything for money. Even if we act together, we might not be guaranteed success, let alone you women acting alone. Sang Yi looked at him coldly. Team leader Zhang, I am not only a woman, I am a soldier. Zhang Dongfei waved his hand. That still won't do. Our people can follow behind to provide protection, but what if they can't get here in time? It wasn't Zhang Dongfei's fault for saying that. Sang Yi and the other 4 had been here for so many days and, aside from having their legs worn thin, hadn't managed to do anything. The female officers at the Public Security Bureau were almost all handling logistics and paperwork, and most were on their shifts. They had virtually no combat capability. Captain Zhang formed an initial impression, knowing that their Wolfang assault team had only been recently established and lacked much field experience, which is why he was skeptical of them. Sang Yi's gaze shifted slightly and fell upon GCI. Just from that brief glimpse, GCI immediately understood. He rapidly stood up, gripping the edge of the stool under his buttocks with both hands, then hoisted it high above his head. Sang Yi suddenly pushed off with her feet, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. After only 3 steps, it was as if she had sprouted a pair of wings. She lightly sprang into the air and, with a flying kick, viciously struck the stool GCI held aloft with a crisp crack. The once incredibly sturdy stool instantly shattered into countless pieces, scattering everywhere. GCI was 1.85 meters tall, and the stool he held above his head was at least 2 meters long. Sang Yi brushed off the non-existent dust on her clothes. Captain Zhang, do you still think I need protecting? Zhang Dongfei was so stunned by her that he sat frozen on the bench, utterly forgetting to reply. It wasn't until the deputy captain beside him nudged him that he came to his senses. I apologized to Captain Sang. It was my mistake for not recognizing your importance. Sang Yi waved it off indifferently. It's fine. So, what about my proposal? Zhang Dongfei then turned his gaze to Hao Yi and Bai Xiaofan. Sang Yi smiled slightly. They're no worse than me. Although they might not be able to beat me, 3 against 1 is no problem. Captain Zhang, want to try? Chapter 75. Sorry, Captain Zhang, I offended you. Sang Yi, Hao Yi, and Bai Xiaofan dressed up specially. Sang Yi pretended to be a rural woman who urgently needed money and came out to exchange a family heirloom, while Hao Yi and Bai Xiaofan dressed as down-and-out relatives who had come to the city to seek help. Zhou Fei Wild Wolf was not only good at hiding, he was also one of the best trackers in the Wolfang assault team. He changed into a Zhongshan suit, pushed a bicycle, and posed as a worker. Of course he wasn't really going to work. His mission was to follow behind Zhao Lang and Yin Lang and observe the situation. Sang Yi put on ugly makeup, donned patched clothes and trousers, wrapped a headscarf around her head, and slung a small basket over her arm. She even covered it properly with a little piece of floral cloth. With furtive glances to match, she played the part of a rural woman to perfection. Over 2 days they combed the big and small black markets in the tobacco district. They didn't catch any human traffickers, but they did arrest over 100 robbers. Of course Sang Yi wasn't really making arrests. When a robber tried to stop her, she would take a brick out of the basket, and while the assailant was distracted she'd knock down the ringleader, then feign panic and shout. Whenever that happened, a few plainclothes officers would come over, quietly pin the person down, and take them back for questioning. Among these people there were not only robbers but also rapists. The police worked overtime interrogating them. They wouldn't stop until they had stripped every one of them to the skin. Just kidding, you come out to do bad things at a time like this. Who knows whether you're connected to the smuggling case. After these few days, even if Sang Yi could still bear it, the officers at the Yanshi Public Security Bureau could not. Every day an unending stream of criminals was brought in. The director ordered that no one was allowed to go home. They had to hurry up and crack the case. Hao Yi and Bai Xiaofan, who were relatives, failed to find refuge and were so exhausted they'd begun questioning life itself. Why hadn't anyone abducted them? Finally, when everyone else couldn't hold on any longer, Shuyao and Ji arrived. Shuyao finished her mission on the southern island, then spent 3 more days sailing back to Crescent Island. After reporting to Zhang Daniu, she learned that there'd been no progress on Sang Yi's case. Li area Black Wolf and Sun Hongjun Stinky Wolf stayed with the unit not because they weren't being taken, but because Li area got seasick again, worse this time, and had to be carried off the ship. The nurse carried her back to the clinic. Shuyao sent Sun Hongjun to stay and care for her. After arranging those two, she and Jiyu rushed to the tobacco market. Shuyao watched Sang Yi's outfit in the Public Security Bureau and clutched her stomach, laughing so hard she could hardly catch her breath. If she hadn't known Sang Yi's peach blossom eyes, she really wouldn't have recognized the woman before her as the close sisterhood grown up in the same bed. Sang Yi ground her teeth and threatened, "Fox Xiao, if you laugh at me again I'll stop talking to you." Shuyao stopped laughing, wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, and hurriedly admitted, "Dear, I was wrong." Hearing that form of address so suddenly, the brothers Jiyu and GCI immediately went on high alert. "Beloved? Shouldn't that be them?" Jiyu quietly took Shuyao's hand and whispered a reminder, "Wife, I'm your beloved." Shuyao was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. After the small talk, Shuyao said, Sang, your baiting trick is very well done, but not this way. By making yourself like this, who would be interested in you?" Shuyao picked up her carry-on, led Sang Yi, Hao Yi and Bai Xiaofan into an empty room, and using the parcel as cover, took out several sets of clothes from the space for them to change into. She chose a pair of black skinny trousers, a white undershirt and a camel double-breasted trench coat for herself, put on a little lipstick, let her hair down and styled it into a Korean-style low ponytail braided. Sang Yi wore a short trench coat over black straight-leg pants. Hao Yi picked a dark green suit, and Bai Xiaofan chose a brown suit. When they walked out of the room, everyone was stunned, especially Jiyu, whose eyes seemed glued to Shuyao. She walked over, lifted his chin with a finger, her eyes full of allure, and coquettishly asked, "Do I look good?" Ji's face flushed red in an instant, and the people gathered around were baffled by Shuyao's gesture. Are female soldiers these days really this bold? Ji's face flushed, but looking at his wife, he gazed as if she were some rare treasure, unwilling even to shift his eyes. His deep eyes were full of tender affection. "Beautiful, my wife is the most beautiful." GCI disagreed. "My wife is the most beautiful." People nearby. Shuyao withdrew her fingers and addressed everyone, "We just need to go. Wild Wolf, Grey Wolf and Fur Wolf will provide cover. You police don't need to follow. These people all have some counter-surveillance awareness. With your righteous-looking faces, you might spook them." Jiang Dongfei waved his hand. "That's not okay. How about we move a bit farther away?" Sang Yi shook his neck and said casually, "No need. With you like that, she could take your life in 2 seconds. Before Jiang Dongfei could speak, the deputy captain beside him, clearly skeptical, blurted out, "How is that possible? She looks like a fragile little girl. How could she defeat our captain?" "Our captain Jiang is a veteran too." In the next second, a figure moved like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, Shuyao was already standing steadily in front of Jiang Dongfei. A faint smile hung on her face, as radiant and beautiful as a flower, yet exuding a trace of chill. Immediately, the black barrel of a gun pressed directly against Jiang Dongfei's temple. It was the very one he had hidden at his waist. The air around them seemed to freeze at that moment. A tense atmosphere spread, making it almost impossible to breathe. Everyone's eyes focused on Shuyao and Jiang Dongfei. None of them had expected Shuyao's skills to be so formidable. Shuyao lowered the gun and returned it to Jiang Dongfei with both hands. Sorry, Captain Jiang, I offended you. Only after the muzzle was moved away did Jiang Dongfei dare to breathe. He took the sidearm and trembling said, No, it's fine. Yun Shuyao walked out while saying, Don't worry, casting a wide net will always catch a big sheep. Wait for our good news. A few of them got on the bicycles the logistics team had prepared for them. At Yun Shuyao's request, Jiyu covered how Yi Gci and Zhou Fei covered by Xiaofan. She and Sang Yi didn't need escorts. They set off one by one at 5-minute intervals, each about 500 meters apart, and the 4 women scattered in different directions. The deputy captain looked at Captain Zhang and asked, Are we following them? Zhang Dongfei glanced at the deputy captain and said, Following what? Didn't you see they already looked down on us? Everyone go conduct the interrogations. If you can't get it out in one round, keep asking. If I don't peel them to the bone, I'll peel you to the bone. The police, Chapter 76. Already took the bait so quickly. Yun Shuyao's luck was really good. She was riding her bicycle enjoying the roadside scenery when suddenly 7 or 8 big men walked up and blocked her way. Comrade, our boss wants to see you about something. Yun Shuyao cheered inwardly, already took the bait so quickly. She pretended to be frightened, lowered her head and said timidly, I don't know your big brother, I'm scared, can't I not go? The few big men had never seen such a pretty girl before. The lust in their eyes was about to burst out. They couldn't wait to drag her into the alley for some fun. But waiting ahead was Hu Boss' top henchman. His daily task was to hunt for beauties for Hu Boss. They were only the henchman's henchmen. What right did they have to touch someone the top man had his eye on? Our boss means no harm, he just wants to say a few words to you. So many people are watching, it's better for you to obediently come with us. Yun Shuyao raised her head, looking terrified. Who is your boss? I'm waiting for my sister. She's going to take me to meet a prospective match soon. Just then Sang Yi, who was 500 meters behind her, happened to catch up. Yun Shuyu blinked at her. Sister, our date for the blind date is almost here. But these guys say their big brother wants to say a few words to me. We don't know them, I'm scared to go. Sang Yi also put on a pitiable look and pleaded, Brothers, my sister is only 18, she just came from our hometown, she definitely doesn't know your big brother. Please let us go. The first lackey, seeing another pretty woman, hurried over with a sycophantic smile. Sister, if you're worried about your sister, why not come along too? Our boss is a leader and could use someone to serve tea and do chores. Your sister looks clever. I'd like to introduce her to a job. Yun Shuya's eyes lit up. Pretending to be delighted, she said to Sang Yi's sister, a job introduction is great. Then I won't have to look at men with a second marriage and kids anymore. Shall we go with these big brothers? Sang Yi probed tentatively, Really? You can really get my sister a job? Number 1 was very pleased with their reactions. This trick never failed. Not only could it make these little beauties obediently go with him, but when they later received his favors they would remember his kindness. Boss Hu's house was a small villa not far from the seaside. He didn't live there normally. Only when he had fresh goods would he invite a few people to go together. This house was something he had recently seized. The previous owner had been the president of a university. That president's family were red capitalists. Although they'd handed most of their property over to the state, they still couldn't escape being sent away. After the principal was sent away, this 2-story villa became Hu Dahai's private property. He had a peculiar hobby. He enjoyed group activities. Listening to a dozen women's cries at once could excite him to the extreme. Number 1's henchmen sent 2 big men to notify Boss Hu. He and the remaining thugs led Yun Shuyao and Sang Yi toward the seaside cottage, and the 2 sisters rode bicycles behind them along the way. Yun Shuyao described herself as a country bumpkin who, because she was reasonably decent-looking, was sent by her mother to the city to join her sister as a Livian stepdaughter. Her mother insisted she find someone with good conditions, and any betrothal gifts received had to be sent back home. Number 1 asked in puzzlement, Then where did you get the bicycles? Yun Shuyao blurted out, Of course I borrowed it. The factory director and deputy director at my brother-in-law's factory are so good to my sister. When my sister smiles at them, don't mention a bicycle, they even insist on stuffing money into her hands. Number 1 almost burst out laughing after hearing that. It turned out she was still a flirtatious kind of woman. Sang Yi almost fell when she heard it, glared fiercely at Hu Yu. That look seemed to say, You little bitch, just wait until we get back. By the time the group reached the little seaside house, Hu Dahai and his people were already there. The 2 sisters walked in. On the extra-long sofa sat 7 or 8 big, pudgy, pot-bellied men, and nearby a few scantily clad women were squatting. When Hu Dahai saw Shuyao and Sang Yi, his mouth nearly watered. He immediately pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to number 1. A reward for you, you did well. Then he waved his fat hand at the two of them. Little beauties, come sit. If you take care of me well, I'll give you even more than this. A few other fat pigs also like this kind of fresh goods and hurriedly said, Director Hu, after you're done playing, can you share some with us so we can try it too? Hu Dahai laughed heartily. He really enjoyed this flattering feeling. No matter how they swaggered outside, weren't they always picking up what he left behind? Easy, he said. Let's see if these two little beauties behave. If they're obedient, I'll keep them for a while longer. If they're not, after I finish, I'll hand them over to you. Lackey number 1 pushed Shuyao and Sang Yi forward from behind, anxiously saying, Go now, Director Hu is a top official of the Revolutionary Committee, aren't you going to hurry up? Shuyao flashed a sweet smile, instantly leaving the men around her bewildered. Hu Dahai, thinking she was shy, couldn't wait to step forward. Just as he reached to grab her arm, Shuyao's face changed. The two sisters kicked at once. One struck his stomach, the other his neck. Hu Dahai flew out like a cannonball in a parabolic arc with a dull, heavy thud. He landed on the tea table, smashing it to pieces, and fainted. No. One stood dumbfounded. What had just happened? The man still sitting with Hu Dahai was the first to react. He shouted, Quick, grab those two stinking women. Number 1 and the dozen or so big men behind him surged forward, all drawing guns and aiming at the two. The sisters moved like lightning. One snatched a pistol and also pulled someone over to use as a human shield. Bang, 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 bang. After a dozen or so shots, number 1 and the other big men were all lying on the ground. Except for the human shield. Each of them had been shot through the forehead and died with their eyes unclosed. The several scantily clad women crouching on the floor were streaming with tears. Their once delicate makeup had been ruined by crying, and they uttered heart-wrenching screams, huddling tightly together under the table. The arrogant, overbearing expressions that the men sitting on the sofa had worn earlier had long since vanished without a trace, replaced by faces full of fear and astonishment. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, and their voices sharpened from sheer terror. Who are you? We are all leaders of important municipal departments. How dare you lay hands on us? I'm telling you, if you don't stop now, the Public Security Bureau will never let you off. Sang Yi picked up the handgun from the floor and fired 2 shots at the man who had spoken. The next second the whole room erupted with a piercing, utterly grisly scream like that of a slaughtered animal. The remaining people went ashen at the sudden turn of events and looked in horror toward where the sound had come from. Both bullets struck the man's kneecaps dead on. Blood gushed from the wounds, staining a large patch of the floor crimson. The scene was harrowing. Shuyao flashed that sweet smile again. I only speak to people with sense. If someone lacks it, as she spoke, she glanced at the shot man, full of implication. Chapter 77. She had just been holding back. The remaining people hurriedly nodded, afraid the next second a bullet would be aimed at their knees. An hour later, inside the Public Security Bureau, all the fat pigs breathed a sigh of relief. Being brought back was good enough. As long as they could make one phone call out, they would be fine. Deputy Director of the Revolutionary Committee Kwai Fuguwei had just entered the interrogation room and crossed his legs. What qualification does a mere squad leader like you have to interrogate me? We only arranged to meet Director Hu there to discuss some official business. It was those 2 damned women who burst in trying to rob us. If you didn't go after them, why arrest us? No sooner had he finished speaking than Shuyao and Ji walked in. As soon as they entered, they heard those words. Oh, let me see who's so brazen. So it's you, the one who just pissed his pants. Kwai Fuguwei thought of what had just happened, his heart full of humiliation and hatred. As the vice director of the Revolutionary Committee, when had he ever endured such disgrace? He clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging deep into his palm, his greasy fat face contorting into a savage snarl. How dare you bring that up again? You stinking woman. The first thing I'll do when I get out is take your life. Ji obediently stood behind Shuyao. Hearing this, he swung a fist straight into Kwai Fuguwei's face. Do you even know who you're talking to? Kwai Fuguwei was stunned by the blow. His face swelled up quickly, and this time he really looked like a pig's head. You actually dared to hit me in the police station? Shuyao looked at Zhang Dongfei. Captain Zhang, well, interrogate this person with Grey Wolf. Get them to confess quickly so the case can be closed soon and we can leave earlier. Zhang Dongfei was a little worried and quietly instructed, don't let anyone die here on our watch. Yun Shuyao gave him a reassuring look. Zhang Dongfei walked away. Glancing back every few steps, Yu grabbed Kuai Fuguwei by the collar and asked, where are those traffickers? Kuai Fugui's panicked look had barely appeared before it vanished in an instant. What are you talking about? I'm the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee. How would I know where the traffickers are? I advise you to be polite to me. I'm a leader who has attended meetings in the capital city. Yun Shuya's short temper flared. She said to Jiyu, take off the shoes. Jiyu didn't know what his wife intended, but that didn't affect his obedience at all. He immediately took off the rubber shoes and handed them to her. Yun Xiao grabbed Kuai Fuguwei by the collar and swinging the shoe by its sole, struck at him, aiming for the swollen side. Want me to be polite? Do you think I'm polite enough? If I'm not, tell me, I'll make sure to satisfy you. Kuai Fuguwei was hit more than a dozen times and finally behaved. This time not only was his face swollen, but the eye on the injured side was squinted into a slit. After beating him, they returned the shoe to Jiyu and said disdainfully, do you have sweaty feet? Ji's handsome face immediately flushed bright red. I'm not, I'm no, you're lying. Yun Xiao leaned against his ear and said, it doesn't matter if you do. I don't mind tonight, I'll definitely flip your card. After they negotiated for a bit, Kuai Fuguwei sobered up somewhat. Yun Xiao crossed her arms and watched him with a smiling squint. Well, decided what you're going to say. Kuai Fuguwei glared at her viciously, grinding his teeth. You're forcing a confession by beating. I demand a phone call. Yun Xiao's brows inverted, her eyes wide and bright. She swiftly reached toward the back of her slim waist, then gave a sharp pull and produced an electric baton that flashed with a cold, steely light. She held the stun baton and with lightning speed, pressed it directly against Kuai Fugui's shoulder, saying, what's wrong with beating a confession out of someone? As long as you can tell the truth. As Yun Shuyao pressed the switch on the stun baton, a hair-raising zzz suddenly sounded, and blue currents of electricity passed through Kuai Fugui's body. Yun Xiao was afraid of electrocuting him to death, so she briefly hesitated and then turned off the switch. She then said to Jiyu, you watch him, I'll go over to Sansang and see if Hu Dahai has confessed. Yun Xiao arrived at Hu Dahai's interrogation room. Good grief, he was far worse off than Kuai Fuguwei. His clothes had been ripped by shards from the coffee table, and the exposed flesh was covered in tiny wounds. His hands and feet were already swollen, and two large dark circles surrounded his eyes, clearly the handiwork of Sang's little fists. Did he talk? Sang Yi nodded and in a low voice into Yun Shuyo's ear said, I didn't even try hard. I just stomped on him a few times and the guy spilled everything like pouring beans. I love soft bones like that. He's a puppet. The one who really calls the shots is his wife. The head of the artifact smugglers and the traffickers is that woman. She's just been hiding very well. Yun Shuyao was startled for a moment. What? Who is that woman? Does she have a family backing her? Sang Yi gave her a you're so clever look. Yes, his father-in-law is a leader in Jing City. Now that the situation in Jing City is tense, they put him and that woman over in Yanshi. Yun Shuyao understood. So that's how it is. Do all the people we've arrested have ties to this case? Sang Yi sneered. Of course. The women they trafficked were selected by those people first, and the artifacts they looted were traded by them first. Lining their pockets. What a pity for our treasures. Yun Xiao felt that she had gone easy on them just now. This matter must be reported to Zhang Daniu. Yun Xiao quickly made the call and explained the situation here in full detail. Zhang Daniu, sensing the seriousness, reported it to the commander. The commander ordered the Wolfang assault team to continue assisting the public security department in tracing the cultural relics' whereabouts and to swiftly arrest Hu Dahai's wife and bring her to justice. The commander escalated the matter to the capital city, reporting it layer by layer, and it directly alarmed the top leader. These people's audacity has grown hair on. They dared to abuse their positions to privately sell seized items abroad just to line their pockets. What they did is no different from the little devils looting by force. Leader number 1 personally ordered a thorough investigation to the end. All persons involved are to be severely punished without mercy. The Public Security Bureau chief personally led the team to arrest Hu Dahai's wife Li Yuan, but when they arrived, she had long since fled and the house was empty. Not a single valuable large item from the home had been taken, but none of the small items like cash, bills or bankbooks were found either. The chief ordered the captured henchmen to be questioned through the night. They must be made to reveal the location of the relics and any information about the foreigners. Shuyao returned to Kuai Fugui's interrogation room, looked at his swollen, fleshy face and first mocked him, then said suggestively, "If you don't want to talk, fine after all, you're just a small lackey under someone's command. How could you possibly know anything important? I was foolish to take you so seriously." Chapter 78 Captain Stinky Wolf and I are here. Kuai Fugue indeed took the bait. Don't underestimate people. Things that even that idiot Hu Dahai doesn't know I know perfectly well. Shuyao's blood was boiling inside but it didn't show on her face. She rolled her eyes and said, "Stop flattering yourself. Hu Dahai already said his real boss is his wife Li Yuanyuan. You are just a bunch of obedient dogs raised by the Li family. Why don't you rest for a bit? Even if you do know something it might be irrelevant. Hu Dahai has already revealed the useful information. He will atone and perhaps get a lighter sentence than you lackeys." Kuai Fugue spat, "Li Yuanyuan a little Jap? As if she deserves that. I only sold her some things that passed through my hands, that's all. Who is her dog?" Shuyao clenched her fists and burst into laughter. "You must be desperate to win merit, right? Hu Dahai's father-in-law is a leader in Jing City. And Hu Dahai told us this himself. How could she possibly be a little Jap?" Kuai Fugue stood up excitedly. "Why don't you believe me? Once when I traded with her she shorted me $1,000, so I argued with her. In a moment of anger she muttered something in a bird language. I couldn't understand what it was but I knew for sure she wasn't a Huagua person." Shuyao dropped her smile. "Really?" Kuai Fugue sat back down in his chair. "I'm already here. Do I have any reason to lie to you? Anyway, that idiot Hu Dahai has already confessed. If I say a bit more I can try to get a lighter sentence. Why wouldn't I speak?" Shuyu kicked his fat face after hearing that. "You knew she was an enemy agent and still handed our things to her. You're worse than the enemy. Someone like you is lucky to even get peanuts." Jiyu watched her venting from the side. When she tired of hitting him he quickly brought over a glass of water. "Wife, calm down. What if you get sick from being angry? Once we catch all these people, I'll find a chance to beat them up for you again." After Shuyu finished her water she made another phone call. Zhang Dainyu took the enemy agent matter more seriously and sent Li Area and Sun Hongjun out to support them. Li Area and Sun Hongjun were so excited they almost jumped into the sea to swim to Yanshi. When they went to South Island on a mission they had played no role at all. The captain single-handedly wiped out all the enemies. This time able to catch enemy agents, Sun Hongjun was so happy he did a somersault on the spot. The police interrogated through the night but still couldn't find out where the cultural relics had been hidden. Shuyao with the Wolf Fang assault team dug up every inch of Hu Dahai and Li Yuanyuan's residences but found no trace of the relics. Li Yuanyuan had vanished without a trace. Zhou Fei's eyes were bloodshot from searching. But he couldn't find any clues. Li Area finally arrived in Yanshi with Sun Hongjun. Her seasickness hadn't really improved and after several more hours on the boat it got worse. Sun Hongjun complained, "I told you, Lao, hey, can you manage? Next time if this happens I'll take the boat myself, you can just swim over." Li Area suppressed the nausea and snorted coldly. "Old Sun stinks, are you even saying human words?" Sun Hongjun snorted and stepped forward. Li Area thought he was going to make a move and hurriedly dodged back. That step back proved unlucky, and she bumped into the person behind her. Li Area turned to apologize, but was suddenly hit by a sharp, acrid scent. Her stomach churned violently and she heaved once, spraying vomit which landed squarely on the woman. Li Yuanyuan froze for a moment, then began to scream. She couldn't stand the tiniest bit of dirt or bacteria on her clothes, and now this woman like a black bear had vomited all over her. Li Area and Sun Hongjun were also stunned. After screaming, Li Yuanyuan's eyes rolled back and she fainted dead away. Sun Hongjun covered his nose and said, "I told you to eat something light, but you insisted on braised pork. Look, you fainted from the smoke, didn't you?" Li Area rinsed her mouth and said embarrassedly, "The canteen doesn't serve braised pork every day. We're in Yanshi this time and don't know when we'll get back. Wouldn't I feel cheated if I don't eat enough of it?" Li Area dragged Li Yuanyuan behind the toilet, took off her coat, and was just about to pull off the sweater underneath when Li Yuanyuan came to. But when she saw that she was lying at the entrance of a public restroom and the black bear spirit in front of her had already removed her clothes, she was so furious that she fainted again. Li Area, After taking off her clothes, Li Area carried the woman on her back. Sun Hongjun's mouth twitched. Why did you take her clothes off? Isn't she cold? Li Area rolled her eyes. What do you know? Women are naturally warm. Alright then, where are we taking her? Boss is still waiting for us and we won't be able to find her family anytime soon, right? Li Area had lost the energy to complain about having a teammate like Sun Hongjun. Of course we bring her to the police station. Do you have money to send her to the hospital? I certainly don't. I send all my allowance back to my mother. Oh, can you stop sulking like a girl? If she wakes up, she'll be able to go home by herself. If she doesn't wake up and her family happens to call the police, wouldn't that be a good thing? The two of them dragged Li Yuanyuan on foot to the police station. They hadn't arrived yet when Li Area's voice carried ahead. Captain, Stinky Wolf and I are here. Li Area's shout woke up the drowsy souls of everyone who had been half asleep. Jiyu, supporting Yun Shuyao, stepped out and saw Sun Hongjun standing far off while Li Area stood not far away, dragging a woman. Yun Shuyao helplessly rubbed her forehead. Black Wolf, what's going on? Li Area chuckled. Captain, right after you and Grey Wolf left, I was almost better just seasick. Don't be fooled by me being a premature baby. I've actually grown up like this, my body. Yun Shuyao held up her irking-style hand. Enough, get to the point, Stinky Wolf, speak. Sun Hongjun first saluted, then said, Harass the situation, Captain. Battalion Commander Zhang sent us to support you. Old Black Wolf's seasickness really is cured. Just before we boarded, Old Black Wolf even showed off enough braised pork for 3 people. You told me to take care of her, and I completed that mission very well. Ji couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter and said, Captain means to ask why there was a third person with you. Who is she? Li Area pushed Sun Hongjun. You move aside, I'll tell it. It's like this. Captain. This whole thing is all Sun Old Stink's fault. I just said he wasn't speaking like a human and he actually wanted to fight me. Sun Hongjun hurriedly protested, I didn't, you're slandering me. Yun Shuyao. Chapter 79. Everyone on the scene started taking off their shoes and socks. Half an hour later, Yun Shuyao finally figured out the whole story. Isn't it just that you vomited all over someone, didn't know what to do, and could only bring her to the police station to wait for her family to come claim her? One sentence would have explained it. You two went through all that trouble for nothing. Li Area and Sun Hongjun shouted in unison. Not a bother serving the people. Both of them had loud voices. That shout immediately sobered Li Yuanyuan up. When she realized where she was, she panicked at once. Yun Shuyao only then took a good look at her. As soon as she did, a chill ran from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Her pupils constricted slightly. Wasn't this the agent Li Yuanyuan from the portrait? Yun Shuyao's expression turned cold, anger welling in her eyes. Li Yuanyuan reflexively turned around, her gaze rancorous and twisted. Baka! Screw you, you baka! Sang Yi heard the voices outside and dashed out quickly. In an instant, she was grappling with Li Yuanyuan. To their surprise, this little Japanese kid was surprisingly skillable to match Sang Yi blow for blow, evenly matched and hard to separate. Yun Shuyao was about to step forward to join the fray when sharpied Li Area, unable to contain her anxiety and anger, tore into a shout and like a nimble rabbit streaking across the ground, lunged fiercely toward where Li Yuanyuan was. If I'd known you were a little Japanese brat, why would I have bothered carrying you for an hour? She clung to Li Yuanyuan's back like an octopus. You have to carry me for an hour or I'll sit on you and kill you. Li Yuanyuan was nearly sick from the sudden stench of sweat. She just couldn't understand it. Where did this black bear spirit come from, always opposing her? If it weren't for her, she would have long since boarded the flight home. Li Yuanyuan roared, Get off me! Li Area grabbed her ear and shouted, In your dreams! With just one sound, Li Yuanyuan fainted again. Everyone. When Li Yuanyuan woke up again, she had been tied up like a twisted braid. Yun Shuyao and Sang Yi, having watched similar spy thrillers before the apocalypse, even checked her teeth out of curiosity. Let me go, I won't tell you anything. All right. Yun Shuyao clapped with a smile and instructed, Black Wolf, it's up to you. Li Area smiled like a fool and sat down right next to Li Yuanyuan. Bai Xiaofan brought her a plate of dumplings and 2 heads of garlic. Li Area popped 3 cloves into her mouth at once and chewed them with obvious relish. Eating dumplings without garlic cuts the flavor in half. After finishing, she blew a strong puff of breath directly at Li Yuanyuan. The smell so strong it nearly knocked everyone in the room out. Seeing Li Yuanyuan about to faint again, Zhang Dongfei called over a doctor. He took a set of silver needles from his pocket and waved them in front of her. Fainting's no problem. With one prick from these you'll be bouncing around again. Jiyu leaned toward Sun Hongjun and said, "Stinky wolf, take off your socks." Sun Hongjun took a step back, clamping his legs together with a wary look. "Why? These are my only pair of socks without patches." Jiyu and GCI moved together, holding Sun Hongjun down and pulling off his socks. Zhou Fei suppressed his nausea, balled up the smelly socks, and shoved them straight into Li Yuanyuan's mouth. Everyone. Li Yuanyuan rolled her eyes in disgust. The doctor was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He jabbed a needle at her Shuego acupoint and laughed. "She'll be awake soon." Sang Yi glanced again at Li area. That damned girl had oil all over her mouth. She hadn't only finished a plate of dumplings, she still didn't have enough garlic cloves and was telling Bai Xiaofan to bring her another clove. Sang Yi stifled a laugh. "Black Wolf, go give her a kiss." Li area's face flushed. She stammered, "Thighs isn't right, is it? I'm still an innocent young woman. How can I kiss someone else? What will I do if my man finds out later?" Yun Shuyao coaxed seductively, "You're sacrificing yourself for the mission. Besides, you're not really going to kiss him, you can just fake it. Think of the honors and rewards when we return. You'll get top credit." Li area roughly wiped her mouth with her sleeve. "For the glory, I'll do it." After finishing speaking, she leaned in close to Li Yuanyuan. And just as she was about to kiss her, Li Yuanyuan snapped awake. The smell of stinky feet mixed with garlic overwhelmed her. Li Yuanyuan was tormented to tears. Yun Shuyao asked, "Will you tell me or not? If you don't, I'll use my big move." Sun Hongjun smiled obsequiously. "Captain, if I offer up my other sock too, can that count as me contributing a head deed?" Yun Shu shook her head. "If only you'd worn the patched one today. That one's already steeped in scent. It would work much better than this. I could definitely count that as a head deed for you." Sun Hongjun regretted it so much. If only he hadn't tried to show off. He wore the same pair of socks for 7 days. When he finally took them off they could stand upright. If he hadn't changed them, wouldn't he have been the hero of this mission? Li Yuanyuan was being tormented both mentally and physically. When she heard there was going to be another big move, she finally nodded through her tears. The moment the socks were removed, Li Yuanyuan began vomiting violently. After he finished, he was completely exhausted and weak and feeble, gave a roughly complete account of what had happened at IT. Turned out that the man who was said to be a high-ranking official in the capital was not her biological father. He was merely her handler. During the war he was left behind in Huagua, and was adopted by a couple who had been lucky enough to survive it. Yuanyuan's original name was Hayakawa Nico. She was a ninja trained by the Hayakawa family. From a young age she was skilled in martial arts and had a great talent for languages. She spoke Huaguo's language exceptionally well. And even the local dialects posed no difficulty for her. 10 years old she was sent to China and was known simply as that man's illegitimate daughter. Hu Dahai was merely a shield that made it convenient for them to operate in Huagua. The two hadn't even obtained a marriage certificate. After the nominal father rose to a high position, he used the privileges at his disposal to pull Hu Dahai up to the top post of the Revolutionary Committee, and from then on she thrived in Huagua like a fish in water. She hid the genuine artifacts seized in the raids, hired an antiquing craftsman to create forgeries and sold them to the Eagle Nation. When one day the Eagle Nation discovered that the expensive items they had bought were all fakes, it would provoke their anger and lead them to attack Huagua, allowing our Sakura Nation to reap the benefits. As for the real artifacts, she planned to save up enough of them and, when the opportunity arose, bring them back to present to the Hayakawa family. That way the Hayakawa family would not only thank her but also enrich their wealth and gain more influence. As soon as Li Yuanyuan finished speaking, everyone on the scene began taking off their shoes and socks. Even Yun Shuyao and Sang Yi found 2 filthy rags each and shoved them into her mouth. Li Yuanyuan was pelted with a dozen stinking socks, rolled her eyes, and then fainted again. Zhang Dongfei suppressed his anger and thanked him. "Thank you, Captain Yun, for helping us crack the smuggling of cultural relics case. When she wakes up, we'll use your method to make her continue revealing the whereabouts of the others. I believe it won't take half a month before we can arrest everyone." Chapter 80 Rewards and Honors. When Yun Shuyao and the others returned to Crescent Moon Island, Luo Xin and Jizhua and the others were already waiting with the troops. Zhang Dainiu held a short meeting for the Wolf Fang strike team to discuss merits and rewards for this mission. He had just received a call from the city leadership. They praised both the tobacco market antiquities smuggling case and the South Island vessel operation. Zhang Daniu, normally serious during meetings, suddenly broke into a smile and praised everyone in the Wolfang assault team. Each of you completed the mission excellently. Even Stinky Wolf and Black Wolf, by accident, helped catch the enemy agents. You all passed the final practical assessment. I'm very pleased that he paused for a moment and then said, Captain Red Wolf's performance this time was particularly outstanding. Not only did she seize a large number of the enemy's weapons, but she also uncovered many traitors. After study, it was decided that, combining her two meritorious deeds, she is to be awarded an individual second-class merit and, exceptionally, promoted to company commander of the Wolfang assault team. The moment those words were spoken, not only Yun Shuyao but even Ji Yu and his two brothers along with Sang Yi and Luo Xin were extremely surprised. Fourth sister-in-law has already become a company commander. Their sisters got promoted? Does that mean from now on the two of them don't have to work hard anymore and can just lie flat? Zhang Daniu continued, Comrade Xiang Lang and Comrade Shui Lang are agile. Promote them to chief instructors of the Wolfang assault team and together with Hong Lang, have them manage all affairs of the Wolfang assault team. Finally, two more pieces of good news. Your mission rewards have been distributed and you get 2 more days off. Everyone have a good rest. After the meeting, a few of them went together to the bathhouse and got thoroughly cleaned. After the bath, the group of 6 gathered in Yun Shuyo's room, drew the curtains and started a small feast. To celebrate the 3 sisters' promotion, they opened 2 bottles of wine. Ji Yu raised his glass, wife, you're amazing. GCI Jizhua and Luo Xin all joined in the teasing. Even Sang Yi, who rarely showed emotion, had the corner of her mouth lifted. Her sisters really were wonderful. That meal lasted 2 hours before it ended. Yun Shuyao was in a good mood and took out several sets of 4-piece bedding worth several thousand each for the 2 sisters. She also gave them 2 small gifts as they were leaving. Sang Yi looked at Ji Yu as if to say something but stopped herself, and that look of pity made his skin crawl. After Ji Yu changed the sheets, he straightened up. Just as he turned around, he caught sight of the vixen standing not far behind him. Yun Shuyao wore a black lace dress, the hem accented with faintly visible fishnet stockings that made her long, slender legs all the more alluring. The orange ultra-short miniskirt perfectly outlined her slim waist and pert hip curves. The most eye-catching thing was the pair of fluffy fox-ear headbands she wore on her head, which gently swayed with her movements, making her look exactly like a lively, cunning little fox. Yun Shu strolled toward Ji Yu with lithe, graceful steps. When she reached him, she made no attempt to hide, reaching out with both hands to wrap around Ji Yu's strong waist. Then she lifted her soft, tender little face and nuzzled against Ji Yu's broad, firm chest, letting out a lazy, silky sound like a kitten. Oh, will you flip your card for me today? After a long time without hearing Ji Yu's response, Yun Shu tilted her head up slightly and blinked her bright, dewy eyes at him. 2 streams of bright red blood were slowly flowing from just beneath Ji Yu's high, straight nose. Yun Shuyao reached out, felt it, and asked puzzled, did your nose get its period? Ji Yu. He finally understood why Sang Yi looked at him that way. Honey, did you drink too much? Yun Shuyao glared at him coquettishly. No way, I'm the kind who never gets drunk no matter how much I drink. This amount is nothing to me. Are you going to rest or not? The little drunken fox in his arms already had a wandering look in her eyes. Ji Yu sighed, cradled her slight, fasting body in his arms, walked to the washbasin stand, picked up a towel and dampened it, wiped the blood from her face, then carried her back to the bed. Yun Shuyo's long, straight, graceful legs naturally clamped tightly around his waist, binding him firmly. Like a sly little fox, she buried her face against his neck with her eyes closed. Her fair, delicate little hands grew restless, tracing circles on his Adam's apple. Each touch brought a tingle, like a faint current running through his whole body. Ji Yu's breathing grew heavier. He involuntarily swallowed, a low, muffled sound issuing from his throat. The veins on his arms stood out one by one, clearly visible. He gently laid her on the bed, leaned down and kissed Yun Shuyo's eyes, bridge of the nose, cheeks and lips, murmuring in her ear, wife, you're so beautiful. Yun Shuyao gave Sang Yi a set of J clothing, complete with a hat. Sang Yi was stunned when she opened it. She only knew that after Fox Yao drank too much she could be very clingy. When she didn't have a husband it was one thing, but now that she did, was this just a different way of tormenting her? When GCI saw the outfit, his eyes lit up. He came over to Sang Yi, wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and coaxed, "Sister, put it on. You'd look so pretty in it." Sang Yi threw the clothes at GCI. "Pretty? If you think it's pretty, go put it on yourself." On ordinary days, GCI was always extremely well behaved and obedient in everything, perhaps because he had drunk a few more glasses today. The courage that had long been dormant suddenly swelled. Even so, he still had a bit of self-awareness, well aware that if he acted rashly, he surely wouldn't be a match for his own wife. But if he used some soft tactics, that was absolutely his signature move. So he first coaxed her in a gentle voice, then pleaded desperately, even going so far as to throw tantrums and roll on the floor and use teary-eyed looks as last resorts. After all that fuss, Sang Yi ultimately couldn't resist and finally agreed. After she had finished dressing, Ji-sis' face, already flushed from the alcohol, now showed an interwoven mix of shyness and nervousness. Even his earlobes were rosy, and he looked unusually coy and charming. He said softly in a slightly drunken, affectionate voice, "Sister, you're so handsome." Hearing that, Sang Yi couldn't help but curl the corner of her mouth slightly, then reached out a finger to gently lift Ji-sis' chin, responding just as tenderly. "You're very good-looking too." I took the opportunity to hook his hand on Sang Yi's clothing hem, and with a hint of anticipation said, "Sister, shall we rest?" Sang Yi nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to reach out and take off her clothes, she suddenly felt the world spin. Before she could react to what had happened, she was heavily pinned down onto the soft bed by GCI. "Do you like how I'm dressed?" "I like it." Chapter 81. Shut up, you. Yunja gave Luo Xin a set of nurse's clothes. Jijua personally helped her change into them, then personally tore them up all in under 2 minutes. Luo Xin angrily kicked him away. "You ruined a perfectly good outfit like that. And I haven't even had enough of wearing it." She finished by glaring at him fiercely. Seeing his dear wife genuinely angry, Jijua hurriedly sat up in bed, holding Luo Xin and soothing her, "Baby, I was wrong. I'll be careful from now on. Don't be mad, okay?" Baby was what Luo Xin taught him to call her, along with kissy wife, sweetheart, good girl. Jijua, as if a new world had opened, privately kept switching between pet names, and in the end discovered that when he called her wife baby, she was the happiest. Luo Xin hummed twice, "Don't be so rough next time, you almost hurt me just now." Jijua looked him up and down. "Where are you hurt? Let me see." "It's my fault, baby, punish me." Luo Xin quickly gave him a kiss on the lips, "Then punish you by serving me well tonight." Jijua gave a couple of silly laughs. "This is my specialty. I'll study it. Where should we start first?" After everyone received the reward money, they decided to go to the island supply and marketing cooperative together to spend it and treat themselves. Li area had planned to send it home, but Hao Yi Jiaolong said to her, "Black Wolf, it's good that you're filial, but while being filial you also have to learn to love yourself. Look, your undershirt is worn down to a thin layer. And I've nearly mistaken your towel for a rag several times. You should get yourself some new things." Bai Xiaofen Yinlang agreed. "Yeah, you should buy a few jars of snow cream, the winter's coming, and with the island wind so strong, if you don't apply snow cream your face will chafe. You still have a chance to fix it now, leave it too long and you won't be able to." Wang Yujie Miaolong nodded in agreement. "Right, you're a girl, you need to learn to love yourself, only then will others love you." Li area held Hao Yes small mirror up and glanced at herself. Small spots were already appearing on her dark red face. After cutting her previously long hair short, it had become rough and frizzy from long-term washing with soap, and her hands were so chapped they were about to crack. The vest was still okay, but her underwear had been mended so many times it couldn't be patched anymore. When everyone went to the bathhouse to wash, she was too ashamed to go with them for fear they'd see. Yeah. Why did she have to make herself like that? Just because she had many siblings? Did she have to work herself to death and hand over all her work points and allowances to their parents, turning herself into this neither man nor woman state? She never wore a single new piece of clothing as a child. It was always whatever her older sisters had worn in turns that finally came to her. Because she was sturdily built, when the other sisters earned 6 work points their parents were delighted, but with her, even when her parents praised her as capable, she had to work herself to death. Miaolong is right, she's a girl. You should be filial to your parents, but you also need to take good care of yourself. Li area seemed to suddenly come to her senses and said to everyone, "Thank you all, I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative with you." Hao Yi Bai and Xiaofan pulled her along out the door. That's more like it. When Li area came out together, Sun Hongjun's stinky wolf was still surprised for a moment. Old hey, you're going too? With your personality, shouldn't you be sending money back home? Liaria shot him a glare. It's my own money. I'll spend it however I want, none of your damn business. When they reached the supply and marketing cooperative, Liaria bought whatever she saw. Shampoo, perfume, cold cream, new towels, a new wash basin. She also picked up a few yards of cloth and bought several pounds of wool to knit herself 2 new sweaters. After buying the things, Liaria stuffed 2 new pairs of socks into Sun Hongjun's hands. These are for you. Thank you for taking care of me when I was seasick and for treating me to braised pork. After finishing, she turned and walked away. Sun Hongjun stared blankly at her retreating figure, scratched the back of his head and asked Jiaolong, what upset Lao Hei? She was so stingy she wouldn't even eat rice, and just now she suddenly gave me 2 pairs of socks. Hao Yi heard about his heroic act of donating socks and joked, if I give them to you, you just take them. Arya has had a hard life, maybe she's finally come to terms with it. Yun Shuyao didn't wake up until the afternoon of the next day. When she opened her eyes she saw a handsome face looming close and jumped in fright. Why are you staring at me? Jiyu wanted to pull her into his arms, but the moment he touched her, Yun Shuyao let out a sharp hiss. Jiyu hurriedly helped her up, the pain in his eyes overflowing. Where does it hurt? Yun Shuyao pointed to her head. My head hurts a lot, maybe I drank a bit too much yesterday. My lower back is sore too. I don't know why. Jiyu gently rubbed her temples and asked with a smile, do you remember what happened last night? Yun Shuyao opened her wet, big eyes and looked at him. What happened last night? Forgot everything. Yun Shuyao strained to recall. Last night we celebrated finishing the mission and opened 2 bottles of good wine. I drank quite a bit. Did you take advantage of me being drunk and act like a beast? Jiyu? He pointed to the ground. Yun Shuyao followed the direction he indicated, and in an instant her eyes widened like copper bells, her mouth involuntarily forming a large O. And then she inhaled sharply. She trembled as she pointed at the ground strewn with colorful, oddly shaped little umbrellas, her face full of disbelief and astonishment. Gee, stinky egg. Where did all these umbrellas come from? And what's with those fox ears? Jiyu looked at him innocently. You took them out in full boxes taken out, and you even threatened that I had to use them all. If I couldn't finish them, you'd replace me. Yunsha. Jiyu bit her ear and recounted everything from last night in full. When he got to the fox costume, his big hand started to fidget again. Wife, can I ask to see the rabbit next time? You said there's also a rabbit outfit. Yun Shuyao quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. Shut up. Do you think I haven't been embarrassed enough? Jiyu hugged him tightly and took a fierce, deep suck on his pale neck. I'm your man, what's shameful about that? Originally Jiyu felt a bit down because his wife had been promoted to company commander, not for any other reason, but mainly because he was afraid she was advancing so fast that no matter how hard he tried he couldn't catch up. If she came to look down on him, the outcome for him would be obvious. Not to mention there's also a time group leader eyeing his wife like a hawk. But after last night he wasn't worried at all anymore. His Yao Yao had confessed to him in a fit of emotion, softly and sweetly telling him she liked him. Back then, no matter how outstanding Yen was, it was useless, his wife only loved him. By the time the 3 couples went out again, it was already the morning the break ended. The 3 sisters exchanged a glance and smiled in unison. Luo Xin smoothed Fox Yao's clothes and clicked her tongue twice. Your complexion is amazing, you could hardly contain all the spring beauty in the garden. Chapter 82. With skills like yours, you still want to challenge our Wolfang assault team. When there are no tasks, everyone should seize the time to train and improve themselves. Yun Shuyao got up early and had already prepared the latest training plan. The 3 sisters studied it over breakfast and decided to set the training location in the woods and on the beach where they had their final assessment. It was already late September, and the sea winds on the island at this time were no joke, but this was exactly the kind of environment the 3 sisters wanted. The 3 sisters agreed that the reason they were so strong now was mainly forged by surviving the end times. Before that they couldn't carry a shoulder or lift with their hands. Once the environment changes, people grow with it. If you don't make yourself strong, the enemies who have grown stronger will take your life. Getting out of your comfort zone was the right move. After meeting the standards of formal training, they had to try some unconventional methods. For this, Yun Shuyao even specially borrowed a small fishing boat from a fisherman. When the team members swam in the sea, she followed alongside, and only when their allotted time was up could they go ashore. Within a few days, several caught colds. Sang Yi looked at the ailing team members and admonished, "We are a commando unit. We must overcome any environment. If war breaks out and you have to fight at sea, after you enter the water will you need to shiver for a while before you can act." Everyone's patriotism was ingrained in their bones. After hearing Xianglang's words, they instantly felt weak and inadequate. From that day on, no one complained again. They all seemed injected with adrenaline, and their performance improved by more than one level over the next month. The three sisters had everyone in the Wolfang Commando train daily. Climbing trees, swimming in the sea, sparring except for the three of them who were quite skilled. The remaining 10 people, male and female alike, had to pair up 2 by 2 using any technique and fight until one of them was knocked down. After beating an opponent, they had to challenge one of the 3 instructors to a duel. If they could topple her, they could rest for a day. GUGCI and Jizhua were relentlessly punished every day by their own wives. Apart from certain sensitive areas, every part of their bodies had been struck. But instead of making the 3 brothers shrink back, it only stirred up their rebellious spirit. After the 13 trained for a while and grew bored, Yun Xiao led everyone to start seeking out duels across the island's various camps and companies. Zhang Dainiu not only didn't stop it, he also called the political commissar, the deputy brigade commander, the regimental commander, and the deputy regimental commanders to watch the match together. Since Company 1 Commander Wang Zonghao was beaten badly by Yun Xiao on Nan Island, after he returned he spent all his time outside of eating and sleeping training. He wouldn't stop until he was exhausted. The men of Companies 2 and 3 were frightened by his mania. When they asked what was wrong he wouldn't say, and Company 1 soldiers were even less likely to reveal their commander's black past. After all, if it got out it would bring shame on the entire company. Until Yun Xiao brought people to their unit to challenge them, Wang Zongha's eyes lit up with excitement. He strode up to Yun Xiao, chest out and head high, and said, "I challenge you." Yun Xiao gave a disdainful smile. "Sorry, I won't accept. You're too weak, unworthy to be my opponent." Wang Zongha's expression darkened, anger suppressed in his voice. "What? Captain Yun, are you afraid that if I improve and beat you, you'll lose face in front of the team?" Yun Xiao shook her head with a smile. "How about this? Pick anyone from my teammates at random. If you can beat them, I'll accept your challenge. How's that?" Wang Zonghao only wanted to save face, but Yun Xiao refused to take the bait, so he had no choice but to settle for choosing GCI. Why choose GCI? He knew Ji Yu and Yun Xiao were husband and wife, and they had fought right under his nose. He believed a woman could never be stronger than her own man, so he couldn't pick Ji Yu. If they picked a woman, people would say his victory wasn't honorable. Sun Hongjun was too burly, Jizhua was too tall, Zhou Fei was too short, only GCI was the most suitable. Tsai glanced at Sang Yi. Sang Yi patted his shoulder and quietly encouraged him. "You're doing great now. You've already traded dozens of moves with me. Taking one on him shouldn't be a big deal, right?" Greatly encouraged, GCI beckoned to Wang Zonghao with a curl of his finger. "Then come on. Let's agree to keep it light. If anyone gets hurt, don't blame me." That a cold flash of fury appeared in Wang Zongha's eyes. He swung his fist and struck toward Jesus' face. I tilted his head to dodge. A punch landed on his shoulder. He complained, "Why are you slapping my face? I have to rub my wife's snow cream every day to stay this white, and you come up and hit my face, so annoying." After speaking he kicked Wang Zonghao in the stomach and said arrogantly, "This is your punishment." Wang Zonghao clutched his belly, trembling in pain. Hearing Jesus' words made him even angrier. He mimicked Jesus' move and tried to kick his stomach, but GCI stepped back one pace. "Naya, Naya, Naya, you hot-tempered monkey, can't reach, little short legs." Wang Zongha's face was furious. He squeezed out through his teeth, "Shut up." Before his words had finished, he suddenly swung his right fist up and smashed it hard toward Jesus' mouth. The punch was extremely fast, whipping through the air with a whooshing sound. Just as it was about to land, GCI caught Wang Zongha's attacking wrist with perfect precision. Immediately after, he put a little force into his hand, just a gentle twist, and with a crisp crack sound, Wang Zongha's wrist instantly popped out of place. GCI hurriedly let go, turned back and looked at Sang Yi with a wronged expression. "It's not my fault. I didn't use any force at all. He's just so fragile." Sang Yi clenched his fist to hide the smile at the corner of his mouth and cleared his throat. "I know. He's just too weak." Wang Zonghao was in so much pain he was sweating coldly. I pitied him and kindly went over to catch him. "See how good I am to you? You always play dirty tricks on me, and yet I can still not hold a grudge. My character is truly so noble. After reconnecting, the pain finally eased. Wang Zonghao, still stubborn, snapped, I don't need your so-called kindness. Jihai made an O sound, raised his hand and dislocated it again. Wang Zonghao. Seeing his sullen expression, Jihai hurriedly patted his little heart in fear and turned to complain, fragrant wolf. He glared at me. Sang Yi cast a cold glance at Wang Zonghao. You really can't stand losing. With skills like yours you still want to challenge our Wolfang assault team. Luo Xin sneered, OMO, you're still mad? You've been rubbed into the ground by us and you still have the nerve to glare. Hurry up and take your troops to train. Though, looking at your skills you won't train any good recruits. Only a bunch of weaklings. Wang Zonghao looked back at his soldiers and gave orders directly, what are you all waiting for? All of you forward. I don't believe their dozen or so can beat our 500. Shuyao tried to stop him, but Zhang Daniu blocked him. Even Honglang isn't anxious, why are you? Want to show off? Political Commissar Xiadali said in disbelief, I heard Captain Wang has been running extra training every day recently, and this is the result? Chapter 83. Three sisters go on a mission together. The dozen or so members of the Wolfang assault team heard that the other side wanted all 500 to go in together. Each of them's eyes lit up with excitement. Wang Zonghao is really a good guy, even has this kind of spirit to contribute? 500 against 13. Isn't this basically free practice? Partners a huge nuisance, no, a very good person. The three sisters, accompanied by 10 team members, seemed possessed by a killing spirit. Shuyao and Sang Yi didn't even move a hand. When anyone approached them, they would lightly lift a leg and kick the person hard, sending them flying 3 to 5 meters. Luo Xin did move, but she was only demonstrating the moves. She kept punching while shouting, Miao Lang, punch faster, are you doing embroidery? Silver Wolf, are you feeling all about unity and friendship now? Want me to award you a banner for it? Black Wolf, you bragged about 3 bowls of congee and 5 buns bigger than your face this morning, where did they all go? Use your full strength. Wild Wolf, watch behind you, someone's trying to ambush you. Stinky Wolf, don't smirk and mess with them. Learn to use your strengths to defeat an enemy in one move. Half an hour later, every soldier in the 1st Battalion was beaten until their faces were bruised and swollen. The Wolfang assault team had pummeled them into helplessness. They could only wail in pain, and some were beaten down flat on the ground, lacking even the strength to get up. Zhang Daniu could hardly bear to look. Xiadali was even more astonished and at a loss for words. Shuyan's face was full of disbelief. After this ordeal, they had embarrassed themselves shamefully. After the fight, the 13 members of the Wolfang assault team withdrew, having accomplished their mission, becoming famous from a single battle. A few days later, Zhang Daniu received a call from Jing City. After hanging up, he summoned the 6-person team to the office with a grave expression, I have a top-secret mission. This task will be carried out personally by your Iron Triangle, and it must be kept absolutely confidential. The remaining 10-person unit will be led by Grey Wolf. The overall training model for all our island forces needs improvement. In addition to your regular daily training, you 10 must set aside 5 hours each day to provide guidance to the various camps and units. If anyone disobeys orders, report them directly to me. All right, the 3 of you may go out now. Red Wolf, the 3 of you stay. The 3 brothers were reluctant. Zhang Daniu said firmly, this is an order. Get out. After they left, Zhang Daniu closed the door and told the guard to stand watch outside. He said in a low voice, you 3 will go to Xishan in the capital city. There is a house halfway up the mountain where a married couple lives. The man's surname is Yin, the woman's surname is Xue. Your mission this time is to protect them. Sang Yi frowned. Should we let them know we exist? Zhang Daniu nodded. You can let them know, but not openly. If there's a special situation, do not reveal your identities. I know you're capable, but no matter how skilled, 2 fists can't stop 4 hands. Don't underestimate the enemy. Shuyao nodded slightly. When do we leave? Zhang Daniu held up one finger. In an hour. Hurry back and pack your things. There's no definite return date for this mission. You definitely won't be coming back soon. Bring winter clothes. Luo Xin asked again, if there's an emergency, can we kill people? Zhang Daniu. Do as you see fit, but remember who you are. After the 3 sisters left, Luo Xin was still pondering Zhang Daniu's last words. Shuyao hugged her neck and explained the information he gave was that this couple's identities are important, not ordinary people who were sent away. Someone above wanted to protect them, but it's obvious they can't be protected anymore, so they sent the three of us. Sang Yi added, killing them is allowed, but we mustn't alert the enemy. We can't let them know someone is protecting them. Luo Xin looked at the two of them in surprise. He only gave the mission and didn't say all this. Shuyao and Sang Yi exchanged a glance, each ruffling Luo Xin's hair, then shook their heads and walked away. Back in the room, the six closed the door and drew the curtains. Shuyao took out the three brothers' winter clothes, cotton shoes, and all the daily necessities, then replaced the three large beds that didn't belong to this era with the bed the old master had sent. Jiyu stopped Shuyao, who was hurriedly packing, and asked, "Why did you take out all the winter clothes? Are you going away for a long time?" Shuyao nodded. "Yes, the return date is uncertain. The mission is confidential, so I can't say much. After we leave, you must take care of yourselves. Here is 500 yuan and some tickets. They might not be useful in the army, but keep them on you." Ji's eyes were already red. "Could you be in danger?" Sang Yi shook his head. "No, we're not going to the battlefield, don't worry." Jijua, having spent a long time with the three sisters, was no longer as easily shy as before. Not caring whether it was in front of fourth and fifth brother, he grabbed Luo Xin in a hug and choked out, "Wife, make sure you come back safely. I'll be waiting for you in the army. If you come back hurt, I won't speak to you ever again." Jiyu and Gci also hugged their wives. There was no hint of desire in these embraces, only reluctance at the impending separation. "You kissed Shuyao's hair-top. Wife, I'll be waiting for you too. Don't get hurt." Before leaving, Shuyao hid 3 pistols and 60 bullets under the bed. "If you guys are going on missions too, remember to take this. Like I said, this is a trump card. Use it only if you have to. If you do use it, be prepared to deal with the aftermath." Sang Yi also made Shuyao put 3 Tianjin heavy quilts in the cupboard. "Gci, you're sensitive to the cold. Winters here are probably colder than your hometown. Don't catch a cold." Gci was so touched he almost cried. His wife was really good to him. Growing up, apart from fourth brother, no one knew he was afraid of the cold. "Honey," Sang Yi, annoyed, shoved him aside. "Enough with the whining like a woman. Train properly. If you come back any worse, I'll add extra drills for you every day." After the 3 sisters left, Jiyu locked the room and pulled his 2 younger brothers toward the training ground. "Stop acting like you're about to die. Do you know why we were separated from our wives? It's because we're still too weak. Missions this confidential aren't assigned to us yet. If we don't hurry up and improve ourselves, we'll only drift further away from them." Gci and Jijua suddenly had an epiphany. That's right, they were still too weak. This time the mission their wives went on was top secret. If they completed it well, promotion would be only a matter of time. They couldn't have their wives become company or regiment commanders while they remained ordinary soldiers, could they? Once the 3 brothers came to terms with it, in the following months they rose early and slept late every day. Besides training, they sought out opponents everywhere to spar with, to the point that soldiers all over the island would dodge them when they saw them. They had practically become a nightmare. Chapter 84. Why Don't You Resist? The 3 sisters arrived at Yanshi, headed straight for the train station, and found a spot to toss their large carry-on bundles and the pistol into the space. The train tickets were provided by the Unit 3 sleeper tickets. After boarding, the 3 sisters quickly climbed into their respective berths, ready to get some solid sleep. These days they had done nothing but train and train, with almost no chance to catch their breath. It was exhausting in a way that felt even more draining than fighting zombies every day in the apocalypse. Time flew by, and on the evening 3 days later the train slowly pulled into Jingshi's railway station. After these few days of ample rest, the 3 sisters were in extraordinarily good spirits. It was already 9 o'clock at night. Reaching a secluded spot, Shuyao took out the camper, Sang Yi drove, Luo Xin took a shower, and Shuyao ate dinner. After eating and showering and changing, by the time they reached the western hills on the outskirts of Jing, all 3 had enjoyed a comfortable hot bath and eaten their fill. In October in Jingshi, the temperature dropped sharply at night. Every time they spoke, white puffs of breath billowed out. They didn't yet know where they would stay that night. Thoughtful Shuyao took out 3 brand new thermal undergarments. Besides putting on thick warm clothes, she had also specially prepared several lightweight but highly insulating dark down jackets, just in case. After arriving at Shishan, Shuyao put the caravan away. They walked up the mountain, and halfway up they indeed found a rundown bungalow. The three hid behind a large tree, took out a night vision telescope and observed. In the yard stood a thatched hut with a roof but no door, gaping wide open. The main room was large but pitch black inside. The night wind made the windows creak, a sound painfully sharp in the silent night. Luo Xin whispered, "What do we need to do tonight?" Shuyao thought for a moment. "Xin, you keep watching this spot. Sang and I will see how many people are left on this mountain." After speaking, he took a backpack out of the space. Inside are a thermos, a dagger, a hat and gloves, and a flashlight. He also handed Luo Xin's gun back to her. Luo Xin made an okay gesture, slung her backpack over her shoulders, and in a few quick moves climbed the tree. Shuyao and Sang Yi used the house as their center point and began to patrol the surroundings. They walked for 2 full hours and still found no suspicious signs. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, a middle-aged man emerged from the thatched house in the courtyard. He squatted by the base of the courtyard wall, digging at something. The three sisters sat astride a tree branch watching. Sang Yi whispered, "Someone has orders to release them, and someone else wants to protect them. What can we do so we don't alert the snakes?" Shuyao thought for a moment. "We found nothing suspicious last night, which means the people watching them must also live in that house. Trying to do anything under their noses would be too difficult." Luxn angrily tapped her thigh. "This mission is really frustrating. It would be better if they just killed them off. They're bickering back and forth and leaving us to deal with the headache." Shuyao laughed at her. "Silly Sheener, if they could kill them, wouldn't they just send troops to rescue them? Why make it so mysterious?" Sang Yi observed for a moment. "That man is digging for wild vegetables. What wild vegetables are there at this season? We really need to come up with a plan. Otherwise he'll starve to death before the others even get around to harming him." Luo Xin chuckled. "If there really are 2 groups in this house and we want to drive one of them off, this is our old trade. We did plenty of this in the apocalypse. Drugging, pretending to be ghosts, tossing smoke bombs." Sang Yi nodded. "We don't know what's going on inside this room right now, so we can't act rashly. The best option is to have an insider. This man is the best candidate. I guess he's probably a guard." Shuyao patted Sang Yi's shoulder. "Just as I thought. Wait here. I'll lure him over." Shuyao jumped down from the big tree, picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it. The man immediately stood up. Having been crouched for a long time, he staggered a bit as he rose. But years of alertness told him someone nearby was calling to him. Shuyao climbed back up the tree and threw another stone. Only then did the man clearly see the direction the stones were coming from. He approached the tree step by step, and when he reached it, Sang Yi spoke up, "Can you come up and talk?" The man looked up and only then noticed that there were actually 3 people wearing hoods riding in the tree. He reflexively reached for his waist, but there was nothing there. Only then did he remember his situation. "Who are you?" The 3 sisters climbed down from the tree together, their movements agile and swift, leaving the man astonished. "Who are you?" Shuyao pulled him to one side. "We're looking for a man surnamed Yin. Do you know him?" The man frowned. "Who exactly are you?" Sang Yi tooted. "We're not bad people. You don't need to be so nervous. We just called you over to confirm something." The man looked at the 3 women, noting their skill, and thought that if they belonged to the other side they wouldn't have summoned him. "He lives in the house. He's being watched now." Shuyao asked, "Are you his guard?" A flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes. Luo Xin explained, "You were just about to draw your gun." The man could only nod in admission. "Yes, my name is Louis. I'm Oldin's bodyguard." Shuyao, "What's the situation in the house right now?" Louis said anxiously, "Oldin is sick. He has diabetes. We have no food. The people watching us give us only a little rice mixed with sand and a small handful of vegetables each day. Half a month ago they even restricted our water. They use the excuse of a water shortage and only give us a small jug of drinking water each day. I look forward to rain every day so I can bring some water for Oldin and his wife to wash their faces and rinse their mouths. They even took away all our quilts and pillows, so that nearly 7-year-old Oldin can only sleep on a bare plank bed, using his arm as a pillow. The windows leak wind everywhere. He and his wife have been burning with fever for 3 days. Among the people watching over us is a doctor. But not only did he confiscate our medicines, he also, in the name of an organizational decision, took away all of Oldine's essential drugs. Yesterday I begged them to treat Oldine and his wife. That doctor didn't give me a single fever reducer until 8 in the evening. I split the pill in two. And that's how they've managed to hold on until now. Luo Xin clenched her fist. Why didn't you fight back? Louis shook his head. Before Oldine arrived, someone told him to hide here, so we could only wait here, but we don't know what's going on outside. I have no way to do anything. If I leave, they'll immediately go for Madame's life. Chapter 85. Just dress up a zombie for fun. Shuyao asked in puzzlement. If they want to harm someone, they can just do it directly. Why do they have to torture him like this? Louis gave a mocking laugh. Because Oldine won't confess. Every day they bring a confession and force him to sign it. Every clause is a planted accusation. How could Oldine possibly sign? Oldine's signature is very distinctive and easy to recognize. If it wasn't signed by him, you could tell at a glance, so they have to force him to sign in person. Without his signature, their plot cannot succeed openly and legitimately. Shuyao nodded. Understood. We'll find a way to get them away, at least for a while, so Oldine and his wife can recuperate. You let Oldine and his wife know that no matter what happens they don't need to be afraid. We're here to protect them. After speaking, she used her backpack as a shield to take out 3 large steamed buns and a water jug from a space inside and handed them to him. Uncle Lou, eat a bun first. For the past 2 months, Louis could only drink a small bowl of thin porridge mixed with sand each day, along with some barely palatable wild greens. He was almost forgetting the taste of real food, but he couldn't fall down. If he fell, what would Oldine and Madame do at that moment? As the faint smell of steamed buns drifted into his nostrils, he felt his stomach as if an invisible giant hand had given it a vicious twist. Shuyao shoved a steamed bun into his hand. Eat quickly, your lips are already split. You need to have strength to fight them to the end. Our goals are the same, so don't be polite with us. Afraid he wouldn't believe them, the 3 sisters each grabbed a piece and shoved it into their own mouths. Louis hurriedly said, You don't need to do this. I trust you. I'm already in this situation. There's no need for you to hurt me. After saying that, Louis began to eat heartily. While he was eating, Shuyao took the opportunity to brief him. Well, pretend to be ghosts to scare them. When the time comes, you act like you can't see us, understood? They'll leave today and won't dare to come back for a while. After a few people finished discussing, Louis went back. The 3 sisters found a hiding spot, brought out the RV, and once inside the 3 quickly began to disguise themselves. The best way to keep them from coming back anytime soon is to scare them off. They've been fighting zombies for 2 years. Dressing up a random person as a zombie to put on a show is a piece of cake for them. To be convincing. The 3 sisters also took the chance to flaunt several large durians. Without opening their mouths, they didn't have to speak, you could smell their stench from far away. Dressed up, Shuyao put the RV away. Luo Xin looked at Sang Yi and said, Sang, if this were the apocalypse and you showed up like this in front of me, I'd definitely blow your brains out first thing. Sang Yi rolled her eyes. Do you want me to have Hu Liao hold up a mirror so you can see? A crow perching on a sow thinks everyone else is black, huh? Shuyao was a little worried. If we look like this and scare people to death, how are they supposed to go back and report that this place is haunted? Sang Yi frowned. Don't say it, really, don't say it, it's possible. Luo Xin waved her hand. Who cares, I'll just improvise. The 3 sisters imitated zombies staggering toward the bungalow. Because Oldine was too sick to get up, the people who had been watching them these past few days were getting bored out of their minds and were sunning themselves in the yard. One of them happened to lock eyes with Luo Xin, and he jumped up like a bird startled by a bowstring, screaming and frantically sprinting away. The other 4 heard the noise and were so frightened they collapsed to the ground. When Louis heard the screams, he knew the 3 women had arrived. He first shut Oldine's door, then pretended to be flustered and ran out to ask, What's wrong? One of the people sitting on the ground, trembling, pointed in the direction of the 3 sisters and stammered, You look at that, what is that? Louis looked up, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitching a few times. What's there? What are you talking about? The 3 sisters had already stepped into the courtyard like phantoms. Their gazes fixed straight on the 4 people lying on the ground as they moved with eerie steps, emitting a hair-raising ha-ha-ha sound from deep in their throats. As they drew closer, the 4 people on the ground could clearly see the 3 sisters' bodies twisted into an extreme contortion, their arms seemingly pulled by some invisible force, moving in a highly uncoordinated way, each step carrying an indescribable sense of oppression. Aha, ghost. Louis forcibly held them down. It's broad daylight, where would a ghost come from? You're promoting superstition. Stop shouting, or you'll scare old Dean and his wife. Can't you see or hear them? They're right there. Ah, they're coming. Louis held back a laugh. Are you possessed? Or did you do too many guilty deeds? What are you shouting about in broad daylight? The four shoved past Louis and scrambled into the house, slamming the door shut with a bang. The three sisters exchanged a glance with Louis and headed straight for their room. 5 people cowered in the room, trembling. The doctor among them had wet his pants from fright. Can Louis really not see them? Why can only we see them? Sang Yi kicked the door open, shoved the table blocking the doorway aside, and slowly walked toward the others. The room instantly filled with screams and howls. Shuyao, to make her act convincing and make them believe there really was a ghost, deliberately turned and waved her hand. The table Sang Yi had kicked aside vanished spectacularly before their eyes. Someone finally reacted and shouted, "They can't move fast, run now." Hearing that, the three sisters slowed their pace and deliberately made way for them. The 5 of them ran out of the yard screaming, heading down the mountain. Luo Xin straightened up, rubbed her shoulders, snorted and muttered quietly, with people like them, if they lived in the apocalypse they'd never last a day. Shuyao glared at her, and Luo Xin stuck out her tongue. Louis came in and was startled to see them, but still said sincerely, "Thank you. They've all run off. At least no one will come for the next day or two." Shuyao, seeing his hesitance, knew what he was thinking and said, "Write down what you need on a piece of paper and give it to me. Well, go quickly and be back soon." Louis's eyes instantly reddened. He stood there dazed, a wave of bitterness and sorrow rising in his heart. How long had it been since setting foot on this difficult path? Each day had been like a nightmare. What they endured was not only the harsh insults, but also merciless humiliation and outrageous injustice. Whenever the night grew deep and quiet, he would lie on the bedboard tossing and turning, unable to sleep, his mind continually filled with the haggard faces and frail figures of the 2 elderly people. He couldn't understand how Yin Lao, who had done so much for the people, could have come to this state. Now was not the time for overthinking. Louis hid his emotions, took a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Shuyao. "Don't laugh at me. After we parted this morning, I took the chance to write this. Could you please hurry? Yin Lao's health can't be delayed any longer." Chapter 86. Thank you. What Louis needed most were blood sugar lowering drugs. In the end times, Shuyao had taken over countless pharmacies and hospitals, so medicines were the one thing she was never short of. As for food and bedding, there was no need to bother buying those either. The 3 sisters finished showering and changing clothes in the RV, took a short nap, then ate their fill before grabbing their things and returning to the bungalow. Old Dean was very ill. He had long suffered the torments of hunger and had not been able to take his diabetes medication on time, leaving him frail and emaciated. Although Madame only had a fever, because her constitution was very poor, this seemingly ordinary minor illness was like a disaster for her. Her pale face was completely colorless, her lips cracked, and because she hadn't bathed for a long time, her body gave off an unpleasant smell. Shuyao first gave Old Dean medicine to lower his blood sugar, then gave Madame fever reducers and cold medicine. She turned to Louis and said, "Move them into the next room first. Open the windows here to ventilate. The virus can't get out and it's easy to relapse. Also clean up. This room is like an icebox. Then seal the windows again. Everything is in the basket outside." Louis ate his fill today, so he quickly moved the person next door. Originally intending to help clean, Sang Yi said, "Make them some meat porridge. Keep it a bit thick, chop the meat finely. Their stomachs have been without oil for a long time. They can't eat anything too greasy." Louis could only go cook the porridge. The 3 sisters tidied the room together. Luo Xin used transparent tape to seal all the drafts on the windows. While sweeping under the bed, Sang Yi found quite a few cigarette butts and joked, "Old Dean was quite the heavy smoker, huh? Look, there are even hand-rolled cigarettes here." Shuyao made the bed thickly for them, then went to the kitchen to heat a large pot of water. Madame felt much better after taking the medicine, but she still had very little strength. Shuyao asked her, "Do you want to rest right away, or would you like to take a bath?" When Madame heard the words "take a bath," her cloudy eyes actually became moist. "Child, I want to take a bath. Thank you for the trouble." Shuyao nodded, greeted Luo, then went out for a short while. Half an hour later she returned carrying a large wooden tub, and some toiletries. Luo was surprised. Where did you get those? My note to you didn't mention any of this. Shuyao didn't flush at all when she lied. I knew things were hard here, so we prepared a little before coming and I hid it away. The hot water will probably be used up a bit more, give both elders a wash, and you should boil a little extra. Luo didn't have time to ask more and hurried to stoke the fire again. The few of them worked for 2 hours before they had Old Man Yin and Madame Yin taken care of. Seeing the 2 elders well-fed, clean and dressed in fresh clothes, Luo's eyes reddened again. Madame Yin took the 3 sisters' hands and thanked them. Thank you. Even if I die now, I can go peacefully. Luo Xin was the most emotional. Before the end time she had lived with her grandmother and felt particularly fond of Madame Yin. Madam, the good days are still ahead. Madame Yin smiled kindly. My name is Shui. Just call me Grandma Shui. There's no madam here. That wouldn't be appropriate. That if I'm not mistaken, the 3 of you are from the military, right? Did old Joe send you to protect us? Shuyao didn't expect Shui to recognize their identities at a glance. She could only say, we were only sent here on a mission to protect you. As for who ordered it, we really don't know. Shui nodded, then glanced again at the old man beside him and began to tell the story of the couple. We were personally brought here by old Joe a little over 3 months ago. He said the situation was very chaotic now. Someone wanted to brand old Yin as a warlord bandit. That person used to be one of old Yin's soldiers, but after finding a new patron he turned on him quicker than you can flip a page. He had made mistakes on the battlefield. Old Yin scolded him a few times, and he's harbored a grudge ever since. At first things were fine for us here, but from the 2nd month on we don't know how they found out about this place. That man's cronies sent people over to make us sign and seal. Old Yin has a bad temper, but he never took even a stitch or a needle from the common people, and he never once thought about seizing power. He's riddled with hidden injuries and has diabetes. How long he can live is anyone's guess. How could he possibly harbor that kind of ambition? It's just a shame that someone wanted you dead. No matter how much you protest, you can't make things clear. And they don't even give you a chance to speak. Old Yin was proud his whole life. A man who never once flinched after being shot 5 times on the battlefield was actually pinned to the ground and humiliated by them. They forced Old Yin's head down to the ground, twisted his hands behind his back, compelled him into a cringing, submissive posture, grabbed his hair to make him look up, and spat in his face that I wanted to die with them, but Old Yin told me with his eyes not to. I understood what he meant. Even in death he would not carry a stain. He wanted to die with dignity. Even if he had to die by the enemy's bullet, he would rather that than die at the hands of those lackeys. Having said so much, Shui was tired. Shuyao urged her to rest. Grandma Shui, you should rest now. They won't be back too soon. You need to get your health strong so you can keep fighting with them to the end. Sang Yi and Luo Xin tidied up the next room as well. Luo had thought the 3 sisters were going to stay, but when he asked he found out it was actually for him. No need. I'll stay in the thatch hut. When I fought alongside Old Yin, I even slept in mud pits. Now that there's somewhere to shelter from wind and rain, that's already good enough. Shuyao's tone was very firm. It's precisely because of you that ordinary people can sleep peacefully at home. How can you claim you don't even deserve a place to live? The 3 of us shouldn't be out in the open in the first place. If you have somewhere to stay, I will leave the food, water and medicine you need each day under that tree. Take care of the 2 elders and don't worry about anything else. Luo Xin lowered his eyes, pressed his lips together, and after a long time choked out, "Thank you." Sang Yi couldn't stand it the most. "No need to thank us. We're just carrying out our duty." Luo lifted his head. His eyes were bloodshot. The mission was to have you protect Old Yin's life, not to take care of him and his wife, right? I, Luo, have noted your favor. If one day I can see the light again, I will repay it with my life. Luo Xin uttered in awe. Why would we want your life? Stop being so sappy. Chapter 87. It really did vent a lot of resentment. Before Shuyao left, she gathered up everything that shouldn't have been here and said, when you cook, be sure to open the door and ventilate. If someone suddenly comes, we'll throw stones at the window and toss the quilts out. We're leaving. After the 3 sisters left, old Luo wept bitterly. Even Old Yin's sons and daughters had without hesitation cut ties with him. He never expected to meet these 3 kind people in his darkest hour. Every morning thereafter, Yun Shuyao would place the ingredients needed for that day's meals under the tree on time, and the medicine she gave Oldine were the best hypoglycemic drugs from the future. After a week of care and recuperation, Oldine's health gradually improved. That day, Luo Xin, who was sunning herself and letting off the wind in a tree, suddenly saw people coming up from the foot of the mountain, and quite a few of them. Luo Xin hurriedly jumped down from the tree and ran up the mountain. Sang Yi, at the second station upon receiving the news, also set off up the mountain. Yun Shuyao, seeing Sang Yi from afar, knew people had arrived and quickly picked up a stone and threw it into the courtyard. Lu Yi moved faster. With the three sisters standing guard for them, he had been eating and sleeping well these past few days, and his skills had recovered to their peak level as soon as the luggage was tossed out. Yun Shuyao casually retracted the space. The three sisters quickly found a place to apply zombie makeup. Time was tight, so there was no time to show off the durian this time. They could only spray some novelty perfume on themselves. By the time those 20-odd people reached the bungalow at the foot of the mountain, the three sisters were already hiding inside the thatched hut. Leading that group of more than 20 was a woman in her 50s or 60s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, her hair meticulously groomed, dressed in a woman's zhongshan suit, looking very capable. Before long, the sound of arguing rose from the house, and the three sisters, hiding in the thatched hut, prickened their ears. "Yin Long, I've issued the order to denounce you again. Your former subordinates and friends will soon come up the mountain. I advise you to sign a confession. Even if you don't confess, it won't matter much to us. It'll just take a bit more effort. What are you so big for? With a little finger movement I can bring you down." Shuebing coldly cut her off. "Jiangning, this is simply adding crimes to him. Can't you see? Oldine is now critically ill, his life hanging by a thread. Why do you have to press him so hard, refuse to let him go?" Jiangning snorted coldly. "I will expose everything he did to the world and make everyone despise him. If he doesn't sign that confession and he dies like this, wouldn't that be letting him off easy? Do you want to hold a memorial for him after he's dead?" Shuebing knew she had gone off the rails, so he closed his eyes and stopped speaking. The five who had run away last time had come along this time as well. As soon as they entered the courtyard they felt eerie. Seeing them skulking behind made Jiangning furious. "Chun Chung, go and check on Yin Long. How is his condition?" Louis stood in front of the bed. "Old General Yin is frail and can't stand any more turmoil. Can't you do us a favor and wait until he wakes up?" Jiangning's face twisted with rage. She extended a finger and pointed it straight at Louis's nose, her voice exploding like thunder. "Who do you think you are to stand here and speak? Someone take him away and teach him a lesson. I want to see how tough his skin really is." Jiangning's attendants rushed forward. One of them suddenly reached out, grabbed Louis's collar tightly, and pulled him back with force. Louis dared not easily fight back. Oldine was still lying on the bed. If he clashed with these people, it might endanger Oldine. With that thought, Louis gritted his teeth, stifled the anger welling in his chest, and let them drag him out along the pole. Watching Louis being dragged out, Chan Chong strode forward and forcefully pulled the clothes off the old man Yin. Shuebing closed her eyes in pain. She blamed her own helplessness for allowing the woman before her to humiliate her husband, just as Chen Chong was about to perform the next check. A familiar wailing and howling sounded in the courtyard. Shuebing had heard Louis describe that day's events and knew what to expect, but she still put on a show. She used the opportunity to shove Chan Chong aside and protect Yin Long in her arms. "What's wrong? Who's calling again?" When the others returned to report, Jiangning had heard about it too, but she didn't believe it at all. She even thought they were inventing an excuse to avoid monitoring here. But now, hearing that broken, exaggerated voice with her own ears, she began to get nervous as well. How could there really be a ghost? Even if there is, I'm not afraid. I'm a person of great fortune. I'll see what's causing this. Ah, what is that? Ah, someone grab them quickly. They're coming this way. Jiangning's screams echoed through the entire courtyard. Ignoring her dignity, she leaped onto the person nearest to her and clung tightly to that person's neck. Yun Shuyao glanced at Sang Yi. Sang Yi Luo Xin immediately stepped in front of Yun Shuyao to shield her. Seizing the opportunity, she pulled a phone from the space and pressed the burst shoot button. Taking dozens of photos in rapid succession. And the post-apocalyptic world, there was no internet or electricity, and things like phones were useless. Even if dropped on the ground, no one would pick them up. Yun Shuyao's space was large, and she took whatever she could wherever she went. Her space held countless phones. Unfortunately, many had died from Luo Xin playing single-player games until the battery ran out. It looked like she'd need to find a chance to recharge them once they returned to the unit, so why not use one now? Hurry, hurry, shoot those monsters dead. 100 yuan for each dead, 200 yuan if you capture one alive. Money makes the world go round, that saying applies everywhere. At Jiang Ning's words, everyone except the man holding her took out their pistols. Xuebing hurriedly got off the bed to run out, and Louis was sweating profusely. At that crucial moment, Shuyao flicked out 2 smoke grenades and quietly tossed them to the floor. The 3 sisters took advantage of the chaos, wrested the guns away, instantly shot all the henchmen dead, and shoved the weapons back into their hands. Sang Yi kicked Jiang Ning and the big man holding her to the ground, making a ho-ho-ho sound from his mouth, and amid Jiang Ning's wretched screams, tore off her clothes. Shuyao took many more photos with Luo Xin blocking the view, then threw her phone back into the space. After finishing all this, the smoke had mostly dispersed. Jiang Ning had already fainted from fright. Luo Xin stepped forward intending to finish her off, but at that moment Louis pretended to choke on the smoke and let out a dry cough. Shaking his head, Luo Xin had no choice but to stop. Chapter 88. This is a blatant frame-up. Xuebing walked out of the room. When she took in the scene on the ground, she was briefly taken aback, then let out a snort of laughter as she laughed. The image of Jiang Ning's ugly face from the denunciation meeting involuntarily rose in her mind. Back then Jiang Ning had been arrogant and overbearing, hurling insults and attacks at her husband with abandon. The woman now sprawled over her attendant. Where was any trace of that former Wei Feng? They really ought to let those people see what the woman they fawn over actually is. Thinking this, Xuebing felt an indescribable rush of relief wash over her, truly a venting of long-held resentment. The 3 sisters glanced back at Xuebing, then walked out of the courtyard. Xuebing had Louis Duan bring a basin of the leftover water they used for washing and immediately poured it over Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning let out a scream and came to. As a cold breeze blew past, she realized her clothes had somehow been taken off. Jiang Ning hurriedly tidied his clothes and pointed at Xuebing, saying, "Surname Xue, did you take my clothes off?" Xuebing rolled her eyes. "You're really good at slandering people. It was clearly you all who, for no reason, went crazy yelling and shouting, pulled out guns and fired at your own people. Who knows what fever you were having?" Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment. "Didn't you see those 3 hideous monsters?" Xuebing widened her eyes as if she'd heard something outrageous. "Jiang Ning, what are you saying? Are you openly spreading superstition?" Jiang Ning quickly covered his mouth, then kicked the man pinned beneath her and said, "Wake up already, lead us the way, let's go." "Xuebing, get ready. Let's see if Yinlong's body can withstand a second round of struggle." After they left, the 3 sisters came in. They hadn't had time to wash yet, and Xuebing, far from being afraid, even gave them a thumbs up. Luo Xin stuck out her lips and looked at Louis. "Why did you stop me? Wouldn't it have been better to just let me finish her off?" Xuebing rubbed Luo Xin's head. "Little brat, she's that person's wife. Killing her would cause a huge uproar." The 3 sisters all widened their eyes and shouted in unison, "What?" Yunshu murmured to herself, "No wonder she's so arrogant. Is that the one who wants you dead?" Xuebing shook his head. "What she's done was probably kept secret. I don't know the details either. But since old Joe could get you to come protect us, that means the situation isn't that bad yet." Sang Yi felt as nauseated as if she had swallowed a fly. The 3 sisters had just been planning to plaster those photos all over the streets of Jing City, but if she truly had that identity, they wouldn't dare to do such a thing. That if that person lost face, what could the consequences be? Although they were persons who had been chosen to transmigrate into a book, that didn't mean they would live to 9 of their counterparts in the book lived past 10 chapters. Louis and the others worked together to throw all the bodies on the ground up the mountain. In the past few nights the 3 sisters often heard wolves howling. Let those lackeys count it as adding a meal for the wolves. At night, the 3 sisters lay in the tree discussing the day's events. Luo Xin was the angriest. "We can't play dead every time. How can we always be on guard against thieves?" Sang Yi closed her eyes and said softly, "Captain Zhang already said this mission has no definite end date. We've only been here less than half a month. Are you already restless?" Xiao thought for a moment. Shiner might not be entirely wrong. We can't plaster Jiang Ning's photos all over the streets, but we can get them into her enemy's hands. Or throw them during the next denunciation meeting and catch her off guard. Sang Yi opened his eyes and looked at Yun Shuyao. Did you record the audio? Yun Shuyao held up the voice recorder. Of course, I wouldn't give up such a good habit. The sisters sat under the tree, took out their phones and a printer, turned on Bluetooth to connect, and began printing photos one by one, hundreds of shots from every angle. They had thought they could be left in peace for a while, but unexpectedly, just after lunch the next day, nearly 100 people came up the mountain in a grand procession. Yun Shuyao looked at Jiang Ning, who was surrounded by a group of big men, and sneered. What else could she do besides stirring up criticism and inflaming people's minds? How boring. It seems if she isn't shown a bit of color and kept busy, she really can't sit still. Yun Shuyao handed out the photo she had printed last night to Sang Yi and Luo Xin. The two sisters understood at once and, along the path they all used to go up the mountain, placed a photo every other step. Before long, the whole trail was paved with these scandal photos. Leading the way were Yinlong and Xuebing's sons-in-law and daughters-in-law and their children. In the middle were comrades who had followed old Yin into battle. Not every one of those comrades had come willingly. A large number had been forced to come by Jiang Ning. If they refused, they would be the next unlucky ones. When those people saw the photos, they all stopped in their tracks, unsure how to react as they held the pictures, and could only turn to look at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning saw everyone stop and, thinking those three monsters had reappeared, hurriedly grabbed a nearby retainer to stand in front of her and shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid, keep moving forward. I brought a lot of people today." But the person she grabbed was exactly the male lead from the photo. And now no one could refuse to believe it even if they wanted to. At that moment, an old voice from the group sounded, "Jiang Ning, how could you do such a thing?" Jiang Ning narrowed her eyes. "Why can't I do such a thing? In what capacity are you accusing me?" The old man sneered coldly, "I have no special status. Even if I'm just an ordinary citizen, I won't stand by and watch you do something like this behind that person's back. You whore!" Jiang Ning shoved aside the person standing in front of her, ran forward in a fury, and pointed at his nose to threaten him. "Yinlong's matter, my husband knows about it. Are you colluding with Yinlong, which is why you're speaking up for him? What, if he seizes power later, will you become his loyal lapdog?" The old man viciously flung the photo he and his wife had been holding into Jiang Ning's face. "I don't understand what you're babbling, you whore, but he'll definitely find an opportunity to report this to him." With that, he grabbed his wife's arm and walked down the mountain. When Jiang Ning finally made out the photos scattered on the ground, she felt as if struck by lightning. Her whole body shuddered, her hands trembled slightly from extreme fear, and a chill shot up her spine, making her shiver involuntarily. She widened her eyes and stared fixedly at the photograph, a sharp sound escaping her throat. "This is an obvious setup. That's not Masumyon set me up." Immediately afterward, as if all the strength had been drained from her body, Jiang Ning's legs went weak and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 89. You fool! More than 100 people who had come up saw the photos and immediately more than half of them left. Only Yinlong's son and daughter-in-law, his daughter and son-in-law, and a few women who had had conflicts with Xuebing before remained. Jiang Ning trembled with anger as she watched the people walking down the mountain, sat on the ground muttering something under her breath. The three sisters hid in the shadows watching her behavior and instantly felt a great rush of satisfaction. Luo Xin leaned toward Yun Shuyao's ear and said, "This woman is so good at stirring up trouble and persecuting a great general like old Yin. Is this all we can do?" Sang Yi looked at Jiang Ning coldly. "This is just the beginning. Wait and see. The good days for her are about to end." Jiang Ning stood up and said to Yinlong's son, "He's your family. Take your sister and go persuade him, get him to sign the confession as soon as possible. Only then will I truly believe you weren't in cahoots with him. If you want to join us, you need to show some results." Yin Lidong, with his wife and his sister's family, hurriedly declared their determination. "Rest assured, we've already announced in the papers that we've severed ties with him. We will never betray the organization again. We're going right now." Yun Shuyao laughed angrily. That woman was truly hateful, killing and destroying hearts, even managing to turn Grandma Shue's own flesh and blood against her. After giving Sang Yi and Luo Xin a look, she flipped into the grass and disappeared. After the others left, Jiang Ning instructed his attendants, "Collect all the photos and bring them back to me. Hurry and have someone warn everyone who came today. Whoever dares to leak this, deal with them directly. In short, make sure this matter is wiped clean." Yin Lidong kept walking up the mountain. Yin Limei marched along angrily and said, "Mom and Dad are really stubborn. Even after moving in here, they still want to fight to the end. What do they have to go up against Ms. Jiang with? Wouldn't it be simpler to confess? Yin Lidong snorted coldly. Dad has always been like that, always thinking about everyone else. His energy was never focused on our little family. And now there's no way Head consider you're in my situation. If Head ever cared, the confession would already have been signed. After Yun Shuyao finished reminding Louis and they packed their luggage, she saw Yin Lidong and Yin Limei arriving with the whole family and immediately stood blocking the doorway. What are you doing here? You're not welcome. Get out of here now. Yin Lidong looked at him with contempt. Louis, my dad is in that state and you're still pretending to be loyal. Who are you trying to fool? These past few months haven't been easy for you, have they? Serves you right. Yin Limei sized Louis up and down and sneered, back then Ms. Jiang gave you a chance. If you could prove what was written in that confession was true, she would have let you off. But look at you talking about swearing to follow them to the death. Do you really think you're some loyal servant? You had a good life and yet you came here to suffer. Yin Lidong and Yin Limei's husband Fang Daong stepped forward and barked, Louis, you'd better get lost. We're here on Ms. Jiang's orders to admonish my father. If you keep blocking the way, don't blame us for being rude. Just then Xuebing came out. Looking at the pair of children before her, her eyes full of disappointment, she said, May I ask you two comrades what you want to admonish my husband about? My husband is in poor health and has been unconscious for several days. Yin Limei saw Xuebing and put on a smile. Mom, when will Dad wake up? Xuebing slapped Yin Limei across the face. What did you call me? What are you? You think you can call me Mom? After hitting her, Xuebing shook his hand. Living here for more than 3 months had worn him down. Even slapping someone made his hand ache. Yin Limei was stunned by the slap, clutching her face and shouting, What right do you have to hit me? We came here to criticize you. And you still dare to strike? What's wrong with me and my brother wanting to improve ourselves? Do we have to be like you and my father, hiding in this shabby house like cowards, living every day in fear? Xuebing didn't want to hear her prattle any longer. He waved his hand and said to Louis, drive them away. If they force their way in, just use force. Oldine and I don't have relatives like them. There's no need to go easy. Yin Lidong and Fang Daong tried to barge in, and Louis started fighting them. The two of them were ordinary men and naturally couldn't beat Louis, who had been to the battlefield, but there were also Yin Limei and Yin Lidong's sister-in-law. The two women jumped up and began clawing at Louis. He couldn't dodge in time and ended up with several scratches on his face. Just then, Fang Daong and Yin Lidong's wife suddenly collapsed to the ground. The brother and sister thought they'd been knocked down by Louis. But after a long while neither of them got up. Yin Limei kicked Fang Daong with her foot. Get up and help my brother. Fang Daong didn't respond at all. Only then did Yin Limei see that the area around them had already been soaked with blood. Adayong, what's wrong with you? Xuebing heard his daughter making a ruckus outside again. Worried that Louis would suffer, he came out of the room and seeing the scene before him, immediately knew the 3 little girls had started it. Yin Lidong was crouched on the ground, staring at the muzzle aimed at his wife's head, looking around in panic. He trembled as he said, You have accomplices? Yin Limei cried so hard her tears and snot ran together. I'm going to report you. You actually have a gun and a lookout. This is openly opposing the rebels. And you, Louis, am going to make you pay for Daong's life. No sooner had she finished speaking than a shot struck her right between the brows, and she collapsed to the ground. Yin Lidong was so frightened that he sat down hard on the ground and edged backward. Don't kill me, I didn't see anything. Yun Shuyao jumped down from the tree and said apologetically to Xuebing, Grandma Xue, I'm sorry. When Yun Shuyao jumped down from the tree, Xuebing already knew her son would die here today. She gave a bitter smile and said, I don't blame you. Laoyin won't blame you either. Neither of us can be sure how long we'll live. We've stopped worrying about so much. Hearing this, Yin Lidong suddenly stood up. Xuebing, you're so selfish. When you were fighting everywhere with him when you were young, after you had me you left me in the countryside. Before I was 10 I never had a full meal. My sister's fate was even worse. If you didn't have the means or the conditions to raise us, why did you give birth to us? You've been targeted by Jiangning. She used us to threaten you and my father. You abandoned us without hesitation. And then you have the nerve to blame us for cutting ties with you. You are selfish to the extreme. Yun Shuyao stepped forward and slapped him. You idiot. Do you think if old man Yin and Granny Xue were killed by Jiangning, You and that sister who's dumber than you would survive? She's exploiting your cowardice to attack your parents. You're old enough, can't you see this? Shui closed her eyes. Go. Don't come back. Your father and I will not yield. Yin Lidong scrambled and rolled as he ran down the mountain, grateful to have perhaps saved his life. But just dozens of meters later, he fell forward and lay motionless on the ground. Chapter 90. You didn't wipe out the base's armory, did you? 3 days later, old Yin finally came to. Shui cried with joy, leaning on him. Old Yin, you're awake at last. I thought you. Yin Long looked at the thick quilt covering him and the clean clothes he was wearing, and asked excitedly, did old Zhou come to get us? Shui shook her head. He didn't come, but he sent 3 young girls to protect us. Don't underestimate them. Thanks to them, Louis and I have been able to eat our fill, and you've finally been able to take medicine. During this time they've... Shui told him what had happened and also informed him of the fact that both their children were already gone. Worried he might not be able to accept it, she kept furtively watching his reaction. Old Yin, we've come to this point. All we ask is to die with dignity. We can no longer control other people's fates. Yin Long laughed and patted his wife's hand. Old woman, do you really think I have no backbone? When they were denouncing us, my son and daughter were already dead in my heart. Only then did Shui feel relieved and hurriedly asked, are you feeling any other discomfort? Yin Long shook his head. No, that dizziness and foggy-headedness, the weakness all over. The feeling of not being able to open my eyes, none of that is there anymore. Now all I want is to smoke. Are there any cigarettes? Louis Duan brought in a bowl of meat porridge and a small dish of pickles. When the aroma of the porridge drifted in, Yin Long gaped in shock. Where did the meat come from? The last time I ate meat was probably last year, right? Do you eat this too? Shui wiped away her tears and smiled. Yes. Ever since the 3 girls arrived, not only can we eat meat, we can even pay attention to balanced nutrition. Don't I look a bit plumper? Louis first handed Yin Long a bowl of water. Commander, drink some water first. I'll feed you. If you can finish it all, there's a reward. Yin Long lifted the water and gulped it down, grabbed the porridge and ate it mouthful after mouthful. Shui eyes reddened again. Eat slowly, it's all for you. I'll make you some dumplings tonight, okay? Yin Long quickly nodded. Okay, I've almost forgotten what dumplings taste like. After finishing, Louis took out a pack of cigarettes. Commander, you should cut back on smoking. Your health has only just started to recover. Yin Long's eyes lit up when he saw the cigarettes and snatched them away. Why are you still so nagging? I'm not afraid of dying. I'm just afraid that when I do, I won't be able to take that last drag. Shui watched her husband contentedly puffing smoke, her heart swelling. Old Yin, if we can be exonerated, I want to adopt the 3 girls as my granddaughters. Do you agree? Yin Long exhaled a mouthful of smoke, just for that little benefit. Shui shook her head. How could that be? They came to protect us, but they've also been genuinely good to us. It's easy to add beauty to what's already fine, but truly hard to provide help in need. Look at the window, they even thought of such a meticulous detail. Can't you tell they're sincere? We don't even know what our future holds. Maybe we'll die here in the next moment. They could have done nothing at all. If we died of illness, they could still cover for it. In the past 6 months I've seen so much human warmth and coldness. My heart has long since gone numb. It was these 3 girls who made me realize that the world isn't all bad people. Besides, didn't you see? The 3 of them are really beautiful and their kung fu is good too. I truly like them. Yin Long glanced at Louis. When they come again tomorrow, let me meet them. Louis nodded. I like the 3 of them a lot, too quick-witted and clever. The 3 sisters had been discussing a serious matter for 3 days. Yun Shuyao decided to take a desperate risk and make a trip to Jiangning to their old den. She was sure she could find some incriminating evidence. Wasn't she the best actress? Then she'd leave her nothing to act with that old green tea. That night, Yun Shuyao started pulling things out from the space. Tents, sleeping bags, thermoses, self-defense weapons, and the food they would eat the next day. I'm just going to check things out. If there are too many guards, they'll come back. You don't need to worry about me. Sang Yi was still a little worried. Why don't I go with you? There won't be much going on here at night. Shiner can stay alone. Yun Xiao shook her head. Jiangning hasn't come these past few days. She must be busy with the photos. Given her status, 3 days is more than enough. I have a feeling she'll make a move in the next 2 days. We still need to be careful if Yin Laosher and Grandma Shui are killed by her right under our noses. We might as well go home and farm. After speaking, she handed Sang Yi a sniper rifle. Do you remember when we left the base I told you to wait for me for 2 hours? Sang Yi widened his eyes. You didn't clear out the base's armory, did you? Yun Shuyao laughed so hard she rocked back and forth. I'm not that mean. I only took a third. I didn't touch the planes or tanks. So don't worry. There are far more weapons in the space than you imagine. At worst, 1 bomb and that old witch is dead. Who cares about the upheaval? Then the 3 of us can take GU and the others and retire somewhere with clear mountains and clean water. The 3 brothers, who had finally been remembered, were currently working undercover. In the last smoke shop smuggling antiquities case, they caught the spy Li Yuanyuan and recovered the real artifacts, but several traffickers under Li Yuanyuan's command remained at large. The director of the smoke shop Public Security Bureau wanted Yun Shuyao and the others to assist with the case, but they were assigned elsewhere, so Zhang Daniu sent Gu and the others. Zhang Dongfei was from smoke shop. His face wasn't right for undercover work. To infiltrate the traffickers, Sun Hongjun Stinky Wolf posed as the boss, and Gu GCI and Jizhua acted as his henchmen, parading around smoke shop committing crimes and doing all manner of evil which actually attracted the traffickers' attention. On the other side, Yun Shuyao slipped into the capital alone under cover of night. A few days ago, on her last visit to Xishan in Jiangning, she had taken the chance to plant a tracker on his carriage. Following the tracker quickly revealed Jiangning's location. This was a Sihiyuan courtyard. There was a ginkgo tree at the gate. Yun Shuyao climbed the tree, put on night vision goggles and looked inside. There were more than 10 patrols in the yard, and even dozens of people guarding the gate. It was unrealistic for her to try to silently take out everyone by herself. Seeing the setup in the yard like that, Jiangning was definitely inside. Yun Shuyao took a set of black tight-fitting clothes and a bulletproof vest out of the space, hid under a tree to change, then pulled out 2 laser guns that had slipped out from the base. These things could take down a whole group with 1 shot, and they didn't need silencers because they didn't use bullets at all. Yun Shuyao's mouth curved slightly. She popped a piece of gum into her mouth, climbed back up the tree and began firing indiscriminately at the people in the yard. Wherever the laser gun hit, everyone was cut cleanly in half at the waist, and in less than 2 minutes, the dozens of people in the yard were all dead and could not possibly die anymore.